In 1978, the Ji family went bankrupt. Global shipping routes were paralyzed, and they were 40 billion in debt. Everyone was waiting for the Ship King Ji clan to throw themselves off a rooftop. Yet no one knew. I had been reborn. I mortgaged the Taiping Shan estate for 3 billion, then turned around and shorted the Japanese stock market. From Soros himself, I forcibly snatched away 20 billion. Real estate, finance, shipping, entertainment. The wealth of all Xiangjiang began to be reshuffled by my hand. While the four great families still sat aloof above the masses, I had already become the true emperor of Hong Kong Island. My name is Ji Feng. In this lifetime, I will forge a capital empire of my own. Early spring 1990. Xiangjiang's Zhenjiuan building. In the chairman's office. Mr. Ji, this is the will personally signed by Chairman Ji before his death. The lawyer gently slid a document across the desk to Ji Feng. According to the will, Huanyu Shipping, Huanyu Shipyards, and Zhenjiuan building the Taiping Shan estate, the Repulse Bay Villa, as well as 50 million Hong Kong dollars in cash in his bank accounts. All of these are to be inherited by you. Please verify each clause carefully, then sign. Your signature will bring it into immediate effect. All right. Ji Feng opened the file and examined it page by page. After confirming that everything was accurate, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the final page. The pen tip scraped across the paper with a soft rustle. In that instant, the lights of the entire building, the carpets, the window frames, even the drifting shadows of clouds outside the glass, all became his. After the lawyer left, Ji Feng stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cold glass. He no longer doubted it. This body, this room, this city, all of it truly belonged to him now. A month earlier, he had opened his eyes and become Ji Feng, the sole son of the Ji family of Xiangjiang. His father was a shipping tycoon worth 5 billion. His mother was born in Haojiang, the cherished pearl of the previous generation's gambling king. He had thought he could simply lie back, sip afternoon tea, listen to jazz, and glide smoothly through this life. But then a critical illness notice had come crashing down on his head. His father was in late-stage stomach cancer. The surgery had failed. The cancer cells had already spread, and the hospital had issued its final ultimatum. A few days after the will was signed, the man was gone. His mother had died, even earlier, passing away in childbirth on the night he was born. An immense family fortune now rested on his shoulders alone. But this burden was heavy enough to grind bone. The Ji family had risen on ships. His grandfather had started as a dock porter hauling sacks on his back, and through sheer grit had built up Huanyu Shipping, forcing his way into the ranks of Xiangjiang's four great ship kings and amassing a fortune of several billions. When his father took over, he clung to stability above all and missed the golden chance to buy up British assets in the ports cheaply when British capital withdrew. He built only this Zhenjiuan building before his eyes, stubbornly guarding the old shipping road as the main business. Then that war broke out last year. Oil fields were bombed, oil prices doubled overnight. The war zone lay across a choke point, and over half of the global shipping routes were paralyzed. Huanyu ships all lay idle in the harbor. Rust had not yet appeared on their hulls, but the account books had already turned black. The office door was pushed open. "Young master." Huang Sun, general manager of Huanyu Shipping, strode in, his voice low, yet layered with familiar warmth. He had grown up in the Ji household. As a child, his parents had sailed out and never returned. Grandfather Ji had brought him back to the family residence, where he followed the old chairman to the docks and learned the ledgers, later assisting Ji Feng's father for 30 years. When Ji Feng scraped his knee as a child, it was Huang Sun who carried him to the clinic. The first time he sat in a ship's bridge, it was Huang Sun's steady hand on his shoulder teaching him to steer. To Huang Sun, the Ji family were not employers, but roots. Ji Feng was not a young master, but flesh and blood. It was he who, on the very day the old chairman drew his last breath in the span of 3 hours, put a stop to the financial director's impulse to flee with the company seal, calmed the legal department's urge to tear up contracts, and pressed every restless old friend firmly back into their chairs, not allowing a single one to act rashly. "Uncle Huang, what is the company's situation now exactly?" Ji Feng personally brewed a cup of tea and slid it to Huang Sun's side. "Everything has stopped." Huang Sun did not touch the tea, his voice tightened. "Oil is too expensive, the sea lanes are blocked, ships do not dare move, crews do not dare be dispatched. We can only wait in vain for the flames of war to die down." Ji Feng's fingertips paused. Die down. At the very least, it would drag on for a full year. Worse yet, he knew in his heart that once the fighting ended, oil prices would only climb higher. The fuel for a single long-haul voyage could feed an entire fleet for 3 months. The shipyard is hanging by a thread as well. Huang Sun's Adam's apple rolled as he spoke, a trace of reluctance in his tone. He had no children of his own from the time Ji Feng was small, and called him Uncle Huang. He had truly raised him as half a son. Now, seeing this wreckage piled onto the boy's shoulders, his chest felt as though someone had stuffed it with a wad of water-soaked cotton. 2 cargo ships are about to be delivered. The clients suddenly tore up the contracts. "The more than 100 million we advanced has not come back, not a single cent. By shipbuilding custom, the deposit was no more than 20%, at the balance was only paid upon inspection at delivery. Now the ships were finished, the buyers had run, and even the deposit was not enough to cover the cost of the steel. Seeing Huang Sen's lips part and press shut again, Ji Feng lifted his eyes. Uncle Huang, what else? Say it all at once. The company's total liabilities stand at 40 billion. In the accounts, only 1 billion remains. Not a single ship had been bought outright, every one of them had been propped up with loans. Once a ship set sail, the money would be repaid bit by bit. But now with every vessel stopped cold, the debts remained just as heavy on their backs. And there is the loan on Xinjiuan building, 2 billion over 10 years. This is the final year, the last installment due is 3 billion. There was 1 billion left in the accounts and 50 million in savings left by his father together that made only 1.5 billion. Even if every house and plot of land under their name were thrown onto the market and sold off, the hole could not be filled. To take over the family business only to turn around and declare bankruptcy. Could this transmigration possibly dump any more on his back? Young master, how about I make a trip to HSBC and talk with Taipan Fanji? See if we can win some extension on the deadline. So long as our shipping routes resume, the cash flow can turn around at once. After turning it over in his mind for a long time, Huang's son had not come up with any tougher move. In his heart, he calculated very plainly, grit their teeth and endure this stretch, and once business revived, the view would eventually open onto a sunlit path. But that idea was simply unworkable. Ji Feng knew better than anyone. They had to abandon the ships and come ashore. Beyond the obvious troubles of war-torn shipping lanes and runaway oil prices. In just a few years, several gigantic international ports in the mainland would come into operation one after another, and Xiangjiang, once the world's #1 transshipment hub, would be destined to recede with the tide. And the Ji family's entire game was rooted on the docks of Xiangjiang. To cling to the old ways was to sit and wait for death. It was his father's lifelong grip on old rules that had dragged the family fortune into the mud. Ji Feng could not repeat the same mistake. He had no intention of becoming the first unlucky soul in history to be audited the moment he transmigrated. Fortunately, he had after all come from another world. He had no bound programmed golden finger system, yet these two things he had already explored thoroughly: a mind that crushed Einstein's level and a body that would not break no matter how he pushed it. By exploiting information asymmetry alone, he could quietly amass a vast fortune. Not to mention, with this mind, he could dissect chips, reverse engineer lithography machines, and model engines, so long as he had time, resources, and a point of breakthrough. But first, this 3 billion gap before him had to be plugged. The extension Huang's son proposed sounded like a path, yet in truth, it was merely paper pasted over a wall, a temporary covering that could not stop a collapse. Delay would never be a cure, only real money earned and brought in would be the rope that kept them alive. After a brief silence, Ji Feng lifted his gaze to Huang's son. Uncle Huang, arrange a meeting with Fanji for me. Tell him I wish to call on him personally and speak face to face. HSBC building, headquarters of one of Xiangjiang's 3 major banks. Before Central Plaza was completed, it had sat unchallenged for years as the tallest skyscraper in Xiangjiang. Huang's son moved quickly. That very day, he got through to Fanji's office, explained their purpose, and promptly set the meeting time. Ji Feng arrived punctually and, guided by bank staff, went straight up to the top floor. Pushing open the door, he saw HSBC's current taipan, Fanji. This man was the successor personally chosen and promoted by Shun Bai, the key patron behind Li Chaoren's early meteoric rise. After Shun Bai's retirement, Fanji had taken over the taipan's position and remained unmoved to this day. He was also the last taipan to wield true power before HSBC completed its restructuring. After the reorganization, the newly appointed head's authority was gradually whittled down, and his influence in the business world was no longer what it once had been. Fanji was an authentically Western businessman, his sharply defined brows exuding vigor, while his eyes sparkled with calculation. He knew better than anyone that the Ji family's Huanyu shipping teetered on the brink of collapse, and he was all too aware that Ji Feng, the newly appointed successor, might be dragged into the courtrooms by crippling debt at any moment. Thus, when Ji Feng requested a meeting, Fanji did not hesitate in agreeing. The reason was plain and simple: every loan of the Ji family had been sourced from Huifeng Bank. Should Ji Feng collapse, Huifeng Bank would lose its entire capital. Fanji himself would also be saddled with an inescapable burden of bad debts. In simple terms, at that moment, no one across Xiangjiang longed for Ji Feng to survive more than Fanji. After a few pleasantries, Ji Feng did not beat around the bush. He pulled out a document from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. What is this? Fanji paused. At the moment his fingertips touched the paper, his brows knit into a tight knot, and his gaze fixed sharply on Ji Feng. A slight smile tugged at Ji Feng's lips as he said, "Mr. Fan, on my first visit, I have brought a small token, a modest tribute." In his previous life, having dealt with such Western bankers, all too often he knew well that greed was an instinct etched into the very bones. Especially in Xiangjiang, where individuals like the erstwhile Shun Bai, now Fanji, displayed unquenchable appetites. Indeed, events unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. Upon learning it was a gift, Fanji's lips immediately curled into a smile, his hand darting to the document as he eagerly flipped through it. It turned out to be a property transfer agreement for the Taiping Shan estate.
With nothing more than his signature, the Taiping Shan estate, freshly inherited by Ji Feng, would immediately fall into Fan Ji's hands. This. Fan Ji's eyelid twitched sharply and a sudden jolt struck his heart, as though hit by an unseen blow. He was truly taken aback by Ji Feng's extravagant move. What prey was Taiping Shan? It was the most venerable and formidable enclave of the affluent in Xinjiang. Each detached villa could easily command tens of millions, with the entire estate valued at no less than 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Rather than being overwhelmed by the spectacle, he exhaled deeply as his mind raced. In his years navigating Xinjiang, he had ingrained one ironclad rule: nothing falls from the sky for free, and what does fall always hides a hook. Ji Feng's audacity in presenting such a hefty gift was no trivial matter. It was a burning hot potato indeed. Mr. Ji, this gift is overwhelmingly burdensome. Inside, Ji Feng cursed under his breath. Though he proclaimed the gift's weight, he did not retract his hand. Not even a hint of refusal. Clearly desiring acceptance, yet dreading the subsequent accountability. Mr. Fan, I am the sole heir in my family. Such an expansive estate left uninhabited would be a waste. Allowing your family to reside within is in a way an act of kindness. Ji Feng's smile was as warm as a freshly poured cup of tea. Neither accepting nor rejecting the document, Fan Ji simply raised his eyes and inquired directly, Mr. Ji, have you come here today regarding the debts of Huanyu Shipping? Yes. Ji Feng nodded decisively, making no pretense, as he continued, you know well that Huanyu Shipping has ground to a halt, burdened by over 4 billion in debt, and is on the verge of liquidation. Fan Ji nodded. The collapse of Huanyu is not an outcome Huifeng Bank wishes to see. I can offer an extended repayment period. Mr. Fan, what I require is not an extension, but funds, Ji Feng replied. Ji Feng gestured lightly. If it were merely a delay in time, why then offer the Taiping Shan estate 30 billion in loans? Are you mad? Fan Ji blurted out, his voice momentarily faltering. Do you take a bank for a fountain of riches? Bearing over 4 billion in debt that had long rendered the books insolvent, and yet you brazenly asked for an additional 30 billion in loans. He had warned that collapse could occur at any moment, yet still dared to demand more credit. This was not mere borrowing. It was as if he had pressed a knife against the neck of the bank. I am not joking. Ji Feng remained calm, his tone measured and unhurried. Mr. Fan, you understand the situation even better than I do. Even an extension would merely drive the coffin nail deeper. Huanyu Shipping would still soon collapse. The era of shipping is undeniably waning, and Xinjiang's status as a transit hub will soon be supplanted. By then, not only will current debts be unpayable, but future ones as well. Since nothing can be repaid regardless, you might as well back my gamble. Perhaps I can turn things around. He laid his cards on the table, leaving no room for doubt. Of course, Fan Ji understood. Yet he could not trust this merely 24-year-old youngster, questioning whether he truly possessed the ability to lead the Ji family to leap from the precarious ship and secure a firm footing on land. Silence fell as Ji Feng ceased speaking and waited quietly. The stakes were laid bare. Should the Ji family collapse, Huifeng Bank would be burdened with tens of billions in bad debts, and Fan Ji's own position would be imperiled. Even if the extended credit were granted, could Ji Feng really succeed? It was akin to a knife suspended in midair, a high-risk venture with immensely substantial rewards. After a long pause, Fan Ji finally spoke. 30 billion can be approved, but only if the Huanyu shipyard and the Xinjiang building are pledged as collateral. Without that, I cannot sign. Very well. Ji Feng replied succinctly. The shrewd nature of Western bankers was plain to see. No mere IOUs, no naive dreams. This outcome had been calculated thrice over. I am quite pleased with the gift. I wish you every success. As he spoke, Fan Ji set pen to paper, and the Taiping Shan estate was thereby transferred into his name. A broad smile lit up Ji Feng's face, though deep inside, he bitterly spat a curse. Yet he had to admit, Fan Ji was impeccably resolute when it came to accepting gifts and executing affairs. In less than 2 hours, the loan was finalized, and the funds were transferred. Without delay, Ji Feng turned and dialed Huang Sen's number. Young Master, Huifeng Bank has just credited 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Huang Sen froze in place, and the pen in his hand clattered sharply onto the table. He had already considered it a stroke of luck that Ji Feng might delay the loan withdrawal. Even that was a small mercy. Yet as tangible money, 30 billion Hong Kong dollars were deposited into the account. The lifeblood for the company had been secured. It was pledged against the shipyard and the Xinjiang building. Huifeng Bank was not in the charity business. Free money was out of the question. Forget even entertaining the thought. Uncle Huang, thank you for your efforts. Now proceed to Wagua. Before he could finish, Ji Feng continued. Huang's son was taken aback. Wagua. Yes. Ji Feng nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. 30 billion Hong Kong dollars, along with all the company's liquid funds and my 50 million in deposits, shall be transferred into a Wagua account. After a brief pause, he glanced at the calendar and inquired, shall we depart tomorrow? Once the funds arrive, immediately acquire land, take over the appliance factory, invest heavily in industrial stocks, and then mortgage everything to extract the maximum loan from the local bank. Huang's son listened with furrowed brows, momentarily lost as he struggled to grasp the move. Ji Feng fixed his gaze and stated complete the arrangements within 5 days. Is that acceptable? Huang Sun did not ask further. He simply drew a deep breath and nodded yes. Then we depart immediately. Understood. Despite harboring numerous doubts, Huang Sun turned and left without the slightest hesitation. His trust in Ji Feng was as solid as concrete. Decades of loyalty in the Ji family combined with this young man's astonishing ability to snatch back 30 billion from the edge of collapse. Even when the account held scarcely enough for fuel, the ships lay idly at the dock. The old chairman had just departed and burdens suffocated him. If he could rescue the bank, what reason remained for doubt? That night the finance department took action. One sum after another was silently transferred, with the target being Japan. The subordinates exchanged glances. Boss, are we running away? Everyone understood the dire situation of Huanyu Aviation. All operations ceased, and the balance on the books was insufficient even to fill the tank of a cargo ship. The old chairman suddenly passed away, and the successor was a young brat in his 20s. Now that money was being withdrawn in large amounts, who wouldn't be anxious? News spread and hearts grew restless. The administrative department quietly submitted resignation letters, while someone in the technical department updated their resume overnight. Even the cafeteria ladies began inquiring about job openings at new tea restaurants. Ji Feng didn't even bother to read closely. The signature column was filled with elegant strokes, all approved. He never intended to stick around on this leaky old ship. What should be abandoned was abandoned, and what should be cut down was cut. Huanyu Aviation would leave a shell, but first they had to survive. 3,500 million. 3 billion in loans, 100 million in operating funds, and 50 million in cash left by Ji Feng's father. Without a single cent missing, it all fell into the Japanese account. Huang Sun boarded a flight to Japan that night. At the same time, at the Taiping Mountain Estate, Fan Ji moved in with his whole family on the day he received the keys. He was indeed a senior executive at HSBC, but in the end he was still just working for someone else. With his salary, he would never be able to touch a single brick of the Taiping Mountain. Honey, this place is absolutely incredible. His wife stood at the staircase, lightly caressing the intricately carved handrail, her voice trembling. She was a typical housewife, having fallen in love and married Fan Ji during college, and after marriage, she devoted herself to the family, never imagining that one day she would live in such a place. After moving to Hong Kong with him, she had remained low-key and supportive. Of course it's ours. Fan Ji wrapped his arm around her shoulder, laughing heartily. From the floor tiles to the ceiling, it's all ours. With the new home embraced, he felt completely at ease. He even thought that the hillside villa they previously lived in was nothing compared to this, not even the garage. Ding ding ding. The harsh ringtone suddenly erupted. Fan Ji's expression darkened as he answered the phone, his voice cold and hard. If it's trivial matters, you don't need to come in tomorrow. On the other end was his secretary, and without the luxury of fear, she spoke rapidly. Mr. Fan, there's been an incident. Ji Feng. He is transferring all the funds, and he is very likely preparing to leave the country. As soon as those words were spoken, a chill ran down Fan Ji's back, and cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. Do you know what you're talking about? Mr. Fan, I know every word clearly. The secretary's tone was resolute. The 30 billion Hong Kong dollar loan for Ji Feng was transferred to Japan in less than half a day. The remaining funds on Huanyu Aviation's account, along with the 50 million in Ji Feng's personal account, were all emptied and simultaneously transferred to Japan. Before this loan was approved, Fan Ji had instructed his secretary to monitor every penny's flow. Double-check it again. His voice tightened. It wasn't that he didn't trust his secretary, but rather that he didn't dare to believe it at all. He had just heard about HSBC's restructuring. If Ji Feng vanished with the funds as the loan officer, he would bear the main responsibility. Going to jail was no idle threat. It's absolutely true. The secretary replied without hesitation. This. Fan Ji's fingers trembled so much he couldn't hold the phone. He abruptly ended the call and immediately dialed Ji Feng's number. His first reaction was to find him. Beep. Beep. The busy signal rang repeatedly like a hammer striking his temple. The waiting was the most agonizing part. As the second hand ticked away, his heartbeat became erratic. The phone continued unanswered, and Fan Ji's thoughts grew heavier. If the person was unreachable and the money had flown away, wasn't that ironclad evidence of a getaway? Just as his finger hovered over the emergency call button, nearly pressing it, the call connected. Mr. Fan. A rare caller. What made you think of looking for me? Fan Ji took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his voice. Mr. Ji, I've just received news that you've transferred all the funds to Japan. May I ask what this is for? Rest assured, Mr. Fan, I have no intention of leaving. Ji Feng's tone was steady. The money will flow back in a few days. He had already guessed the purpose of this call, so he straightforwardly got to the point. I'm still in Xiangang. If I were really running away, why would I leave money behind? The reason he sent Huang Sun to Japan instead of going himself was to avoid triggering Fan Ji's panic at the mere mention of Japan. By staying put in Xiangang, he could at least temper the other party's anger. I've never doubted Mr. Ji's credibility, but I'm just curious. What exactly is the purpose of sending this money to Japan? Hearing that Ji Feng was still in Xiangang, Fan Ji's throat moved and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly, yet a stone still hung in his heart. Mr. Fan, this matter is a commercial secret, so I'm afraid I cannot disclose further details. Ji Feng paused, but I can assure you it is definitely not asset relocation. Huang Sun had not been fully informed about everything, so it was impossible to tell Fan Ji. The Japanese stock market was on the brink of collapse, potentially losing trillions of dollars overnight. Ji Feng wanted to carve out a piece from it, the more secretive the better. The more people knew, the more variables there would be. Those financial giants, already lurking in the shadows, had a sharper sense than dogs. Snatching food from others' bowls relied on precision, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Never could it be done publicly. The call ended. How could Fan Ji dare to relax? He turned around and dialed his secretary again. Immediately send someone to keep a close watch on Ji Feng. As soon as he books a flight, a boat ticket, or even takes a closer look at the departure counter, seize him right away. If there are any unusual movements in the funds on the Japanese side, no matter if it's just a transfer to an intermediary account, report it to me immediately. In the following days, Ji Feng remained in Xiangang, his whereabouts transparent, showing no signs of leaving. Fan Ji's eyelids relaxed slightly, but not a single line of the surveillance network was withdrawn. As long as the money hadn't returned, he couldn't let down his guard. Ji Feng had actually noticed the tailing, but considered it mere wind and grass, too lazy to pay attention. He was busy cleaning up the mess at Huanyu Aviation. All small tonnage transport ships were bundled and sold off at bargain prices. Only a few large ships were kept to maintain appearances, completely cutting off the shipping business. No way. No matter how difficult it was to earn in the industry, maritime transport would still be a necessity in the future. He was merely cutting the excess, shrinking the business to a level that could survive without dragging anyone down. At the same time in Japan, Huang Sun, armed with the complete set of materials prepared by Ji Feng, smoothly completed all acquisitions in just 3 days. 3,500,000,000, not a cent left. He had gulped down more than 20 factories that had ceased operations, purchased shares in Toyota and other industrial public companies, and acquired over 100 acres of land in Kyoto at a sky-high price. In the following 2 days, Huang Sun followed Ji Feng's arrangements, running to different banks, using factory stocks and land as collateral, successfully securing multiple financing deals. At that time, Japan's financial regulation was still loose, and the lending thresholds were astonishingly low. Especially for land mortgages, there were almost no restrictions. The real estate market was booming, and everyone was talking about appreciation. No one was contemplating when the bubble would burst. Just randomly registering a shell real estate company, slapping the land certificate on the counter, and the money would flow in. If it weren't for the extremely high land prices, Ji Feng's funds being tight, and the fear of drawing attention with overly large actions, he would have already bet everything on the land. Fortunately, factories and stocks were just as easy to liquidate, and the processes were smooth. The last loan contract was signed, and the funds were received. Huang Sun stepped out of the bank and headed straight to the hotel where he was staying, dialing Ji Feng's number as soon as he entered. "Uncle Huang, it's Ji Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Sun immediately responded. "Young master, the final payment has been received. 6 banks, 800 billion yen, every penny accounted for." 800 billion yen. Converting at the current exchange rate, that's a full 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Ji Feng's heart trembled. Though he had anticipated this, he hadn't expected to actually secure such a substantial amount. But after a moment's thought, he calmed down. In his past life, the so-called king of debt had companies valued at under 200 billion, yet still managed to withdraw 20 trillion from the bank. With his current wealth, borrowing over 3 billion and returning 100 billion really wasn't out of the ordinary. "Uncle Huang, well done." He chuckled lightly. "Immediately exchange all the funds and transfer them into our account in Hong Kong. You can return at any time." "All right," Huang Sun replied succinctly. HSBC building. The secretary knocked 3 times on Fan Ji's office door, his voice tense. "Mr. Fan, there's been an incident." Fan Ji frowned, blurting out, "Did Ji Feng run away? Where is he? Was he stopped?" For the past few nights, he hadn't been able to close his eyes, his dreams filled with images of Ji Feng disappearing with his bag. No. The secretary shook his head vigorously. "Ji Feng hasn't left." "Phew." Fan Ji let out a long breath, his expression easing slightly. Then he straightened his face. As a secretary, the first rule is to remain calm. "Mr. Fan," the secretary interrupted urgently, "not only hasn't he run away, but the money has also returned." Fan Ji was taken aback, then his lips curved upward. "As long as he's back, that's good." The anxiety that had hung over him for 5 days finally settled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Not just returned. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars just got credited. "What?" Fan Ji sat up straight. 100 billion. Where did he get that from? He just transferred over 3 billion 5 days ago, and now 100 billion is being funneled back. Even a printing factory working at full capacity couldn't produce such a sum. "Look at this." The secretary quickly handed over a stack of documents. After Ji Feng transferred the money to a Japanese account, he quickly acquired over 20 closed factories, a batch of high-performing stocks, and 100 acres of land in Kyoto's urban area, Subsequently, using these assets, he completed collateral financing simultaneously at 6 local banks. Fan Ji stared at the densely packed transactional nodes on the paper, feeling a chill at his temples. Borrowing so much. What on earth was he planning? Could it be that he intended to default on purpose? If he left a black mark in the Japanese banking system, global credit channels would close in an instant, no matter how deep his ties with HSBC were. They would have to enforce a loan freeze. As for those local banks, they would probably unite overnight to seal all his assets. A normal person would never dare to play such a game. But what on earth was Ji Feng plotting? The more Fan Ji thought about it, the heavier his heart felt, as if a damp cotton blanket was pressing down on him. Ding ding ding. The landline on the desk suddenly rang. He absent-mindedly picked up the receiver, and a voice he knew all too well came through. Mr. Fan, hello, this is Ji Feng. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Fan Ji got straight to the point. Mr. Ji, we've just confirmed that 100 billion Hong Kong dollars has been credited to your account. This call is to settle all debts with HSBC, right? He didn't even ask about the source of the money, pretending to be as clueless as anyone else. If you suddenly have ample funds, isn't repaying debts a matter of course? As long as this account is cleared, that's all that matters. From now on, you won't have any ties with HSBC. He had already calculated everything in his mind, the sound of the abacus in his head nearly echoing in Ji Feng's ears. But would Ji Feng really repay? If he did, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Mr. Fan, I'm not here to repay money. As soon as the words came through the receiver, Fan Ji's expression darkened. I'm here to ask for your help. Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Ji replied, Mr. Ji, we can't discuss this. HSBC will never lend to you again. Once bitten, twice shy. What I fear most is Ji Feng's words. The moment I heard help, my mind immediately jumped to borrow money, and instinctively, I shut the door tight. Not for anything, just to get a good night's sleep. Mr. Fan, please don't be anxious. I'm really not here to borrow money. As soon as he said this, Fan Ji visibly relaxed a bit. Not borrowing money. Then that makes things easier. Then I want stand on ceremony. I need a top-notch trading team ready to go immediately. Fan Ji furrowed his brow. Mr. Ji, are you planning to jump into the stock market? The waters there are too deep. I suggest you think twice. Mr. Fan, I will bear the risks. I only need the people. Ji Feng's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Fan Ji felt a churn in his stomach. Who would want to worry about you? I'm afraid you'll go all and lose everything and drag me down with you. You can self-destruct, fine, but don't drag me down with you. When do you need them? Despite his irritation, he truly had no way to deal with Ji Feng. Those in debt hold the power. This was a hard truth anywhere. Ideally, I need them here today. He'll arrange it immediately. They'll be there within half an hour. Half an hour later, Lin Yi, leading a team of 15 elite traders, walked into the top floor of the New Era building. The receptionist directly guided them into Ji Feng's office. As he pushed the door open, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Before leaving, the HSBC supervisor had only mentioned Ji Feng is a newly minted rich second generation. If things don't go well, he might become a negative second generation by tomorrow. He never expected this negative second generation to be so youthful that it caught him off guard. Mr. Ji, hello, I'm Lin Yi, the top stock manager at HSBC. He introduced himself first, and then gestured to the people behind him. As you requested, these are all the best traders in the industry. Snap. Ji Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, all eyes in the room turned to him. Everyone, I've called you here today for one thing: trading. He paused, his voice steady. Commission will be double the market rate. After saying this, he nodded at Huang Sun. Huang Sun nodded and picked up the phone on the desk. Bring the items in. When the door opened again, 2 staff members entered carrying 2 bulging packages, which they placed steadily in front of everyone. Open them. As Ji Feng's voice fell, the packages opened with a snap. Stacks of brand new bills piled up into small mountains, neatly arranged, glaring and tangible. 15 pairs of eyes widened in astonishment. Even Lin Yi, an old hand who had seen big scenes, couldn't help but swallow hard. Ji Feng scanned the stunned faces in the room, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the effect he wanted. This operation will be kept completely confidential. Once the transaction starts, everyone will be housed in a safe location and all communication devices will be surrendered. No one is allowed to leave or contact anyone until the transaction is complete. He gestured slightly to Huang Sun, who immediately handed over a prepared confidentiality agreement. Sign it, follow orders. This money is yours. Fine, if you don't want to work, you can leave right now. Ji Feng couldn't gather his own trading team in the short term, so he had to ask Fan Ji to facilitate the connection. But ultimately, these weren't people he could fully trust. He had to keep every step firmly in his grasp, allowing for not even the slightest unexpected mishap. The office fell silent for a few seconds. A group of traders, unable to contain themselves, successively signed the agreement. With real money laid out before them, who could remain calm? Lin Yi glanced at Ji Feng, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. He picked up the agreement and swiftly signed his name. He knew well that this person was no ordinary rich heir. In less than 10 minutes of meeting, he had grasped everyone's thoughts. Such skill was not something that could be attained merely by family background. Once everyone had signed, Ji Feng led the group into the safe house. Though the room was set up temporarily, it was fully equipped with stable wiring and redundant internet connections, everything one could need. After familiarizing themselves with the environment, everyone took their seats and logged into the trading system. Mr. Ji, which target do you intend to pursue? Lin Yi asked as he turned to him. Not individual stocks, but stock indices. Ji Feng nodded slightly at him, then retracted his smile, saying, check the real-time points of the Japanese stock index. 38,425 points, setting a historical high. Lin Yi responded swiftly, and before he finished speaking, the data was already reported. Initiate the position. As soon as Ji Feng's words fell, bang. The sound of keyboards clattering erupted, echoing throughout the safe house. The index surged to 38,470 points. All 100 billion Hong Kong dollars are shorted. He majored in economics in university, focusing his thesis on the causes of Japan's stock market crash in the 1990s. The real estate bubble at that time was inflated by the collusion of foreign capital. False prosperity ensnared the entire populace, with real estate stocks skyrocketing and the stock market rising in tandem, while the Japanese stock index raced forward, ultimately reaching 38,470 points, the imminent breaking point. Entering at this position was just right. Everyone was momentarily stunned by his words. Lin Yi immediately spoke up. Mr. Ji, with all due respect, the momentum of the Japanese stock market is currently strong, and there is absolutely no possibility of a short-term correction. What does the first item of the agreement say? Follow orders, do not question. Ji Feng's gaze swept over his tone, leaving no room for discussion. Lin Yi's throat moved slightly, and he turned to give the order. Execute, as Mr. Ji said. In the following half hour, the index indeed peaked at 38,470 points before closing. The traders acted simultaneously, with the 100 billion Hong Kong dollars in short positions being placed in batches, causing the index to dip slightly. The day ended with a closing of 38,464 points. Mr. Ji, I don't understand. Why are you so certain that the Japanese stocks will fall? I'm even more puzzled. Since you borrowed funds from Japan, why not use Japanese yen directly for transactions? Why convert to Hong Kong dollars first? Why take an extra step? Lin Yi could not hold back. He had heard from Fan Ji that Ji Feng had just borrowed a large sum of local funds in Japan, but had converted it all into Hong Kong dollars before making a move. This move seemed laborious and thankless from every angle. You'll understand when the time comes, Ji Feng shrugged, saying no more. The trade was completed, just waiting for the storm to rise. At the same moment, in the financial district of the Star Flag Nation, at the headquarters of the Proton Fund, someone is shorting Japanese stocks. Sol put down the phone, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. This financial hunter, who had driven countless people to bankruptcy, slightly raised his brows. In Shanjiang, someone made the first move. Then there's no need to wait. Let's pierce it together. After hanging up, he looked out at the towering skyscrapers, his gaze as steady as iron. Almost simultaneously, the Proton Fund issued its directives. News flowed like an undercurrent, with several old hedge funds quickly taking orders and quietly arranging their positions. The morning light streamed through the window. The city of Little Japan began to awaken, and the streets gradually became bustling. Xiao Quan, an average employee at an electronics company. Like many others in Little Japan, he had ventured into the stock market. He bought several rapidly rising real estate stocks, and the numbers in his account soared. Upon calculating, he realized that after working hard for 30 days, his meager salary barely matched what he earned in 3 or 4 days of stock trading. The string in his heart snapped. He decided to quit his job and focus solely on watching the market. Not just him, many around him were contemplating the same issue. The only difference was that some had genuinely thrown away their employee badges, while others were still hesitating in front of the clock and machine. That morning, as usual, he opened his phone to check financial news. Xiao Quan's fingers had just swiped twice when he froze. Normally, the screen was filled with headlines like real estate market rebounds, liquidity eases, and transactions reach 3-year highs. But today, the headline prominently displayed an article titled, Uncovering Fuzhou Real Estate, the Debt Snowball Beneath the Aura. The article's subject was none other than Japan's most renowned real estate company, Fuzhou Real Estate. In the 1980s, it had surged due to land profits becoming a backbone of the Japanese real estate industry. A true behemoth. However, this piece of writing tore away the superficial layer. Its market value of 10 trillion yen was buried beneath tens of trillions of yen in debt. The method was simple and brutal. Acquire land, mortgage to banks for loans, acquire more land, mortgage again, take out more loans. This cycle continued for over a decade, resulting in astronomical figures in loans. The money never flowed into construction sites. Instead, it was siphoned off to keep a plethora of money-losing ventures afloat: Fuzhou Auto, Fuzhou Electronics, Fuzhou Spring Water. Each business lost money year after year, each one burning through cash more desperately than the last. Once the capital chain snapped, the little assets Fuzhou Real Estate had on its books wouldn't even cover the interest owed to creditors. Construction on ongoing projects would be immediately halted and the contracts for future homes in the hands of owners would instantly turn into worthless paper. More heartbreakingly, the article concluded with the line, Fuzhou is not an isolated case, the entire industry is walking a tightrope, with debt ratios often 5-10 or even 20 times the net assets. Xiao Quan stared at the screen, a vein throbbing at his temple. Authoritative media wouldn't write recklessly, so Fuzhou real estate was indeed a ticking bomb. Just last month, he had put all his savings on the line, even gritting his teeth to leverage more, securing the first batch of pre-sale homes for the Cloud Oasis project of Fuzhou Real Estate. The blueprints were still locked in a glass cabinet at the sales office, and the construction site hadn't even set up the barricades. If what the report said was true and Fuzhou suddenly collapsed, in his lifetime, he might never see even a bare shell of a house. Damn it, Fuzhou Real Estate. He seized his coat, sending the chair toppling over. He rushed straight to the headquarters of Fuzhou Real Estate sales office. Refund. Immediately. Right now. But as he charged to the entrance, he was dumbstruck. On the steps by the roadside, in the cracks of the glass doors, there were people. A dense crowd, all holding contracts with red eyes. Panic had already boiled over, spreading faster than the news. Everyone stay calm. Don't believe the rumors. Fuzhou Real Estate is solidly founded. The security guard shouted hoarsely while the sales manager squeezed through the crowd, holding a megaphone, beads of sweat streaming down his temples. Main construction will commence next week. Stop talking nonsense. Refund. No one listened to the explanations. Everyone's mouths only repeated two words, refund. But refunds. The money had long since entered the group's financial pool, diverted to fill the holes of the auto and electronics factories. The scene had solidified into an iron wall. Everyone please remain calm. The refund channel is temporarily closed today. Oh, please come back another day. Shut your mouth. That's our hard-earned money. Refund. The roar grew louder, shoving began. Someone fell, and someone cried out. The sales manager turned pale, screaming as he patted the security guard's shoulder. Call the police. Quickly call the police. Arrest all the troublemakers. Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously at the 37 sales offices of Fuzhou Real Estate across the nation. At 7 o'clock that evening, Fulling Real Estate hastily held an online press conference with executives impeccably dressed, in suits, their smiles perfectly crafted. Before they could finish speaking for half a minute, the back-end notifications began to flash frantically. The company's chief financial officer had submitted his resignation and opened the financial statements in front of the television cameras. The reports are entirely true. The account balance is less than 200 billion yen. Bankruptcy is merely a matter of time. The next day's front page headlines read, Fulling Real Estate hanging by a thread. 300 trillion yen in debt crushing down. Fulling Electric has suffered losses for 8 consecutive years, while Fulling Automotive burned 5 trillion, yet still has no mass-produced vehicles. The news spread like wildfire. As the market opened, Fulling Real Estate's stock price plummeted dramatically. In less than 3 hours, 30 trillion yen evaporated. And on its books, not even a single bullet could be found to defend its position. A series of cascading shocks caused all real estate stocks in Hong Kong to dive, a wave of green washing over the market. Mr. Ji, the Nikkei index has fallen below 37200 points. Lin Yi's voice tightened as he nearly sprinted to Ji Feng's side. 1,000-point rapid decline. The paper profits have firmly stood over 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Stay steady. Ji Feng leisurely blew on the steam rising from his tea, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is just the beginning. As he expected, the real estate stocks crumbled the hardest, like the first domino falling, causing the entire Japanese stock market to plummet in weightlessness. Mr. Ji, the selling pressure is too strong. Not just in real estate, but banks, insurance, heavy industry, all are being swept away. Lin Yi stared at the screen, his fingers gripping the keyboard so tightly that they turned white. Want to escape? They couldn't even place an order. No one was there to take their shares. Ji Feng understood. The sound of sharpening knives had been echoing for half a month, and now the knives had finally been drawn. All those newspaper headlines, television news flashes, and viral social media insider revelations were all torches handed over by the same pair of hands. First burn the public opinion, then crush the stock prices, and finally buy at the bottom and reap the rewards. Someone is systematically crashing the market. Lin Yi swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. The scale, the rhythm, the timing. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind from a few years ago, the storm in Britain. A chill ran down his spine. Mr. Ji, I suspect it's Seoul and the others. Before he could finish, Ji Feng raised his hand to cut him off. It's not a suspicion, it's them. Why do the Japanese media dare to expose the dark secrets of real estate? Why are their narratives so coordinated, as if reading from a script? Don't forget, who is truly behind the Japanese media? The historical records lay bare. The mouths belong to others while the pens are held by others. This game had been locked from the moment the first news report was released. The Japanese are being harvested like chives. It's just a matter of time. Lin Yi took a deep breath, the cold air rushing into his lungs. This time, it will truly be a river of blood. They bleed, we count the money. Ji Feng lightly placed his teacup down. Preying on outsiders is called speculation, but preying on the Japanese, it's called collecting rent. The downward trend had not yet stopped. The influx of overseas hot money had caught the scent and rushed in. The streets were filled with cries, the tea restaurant owners tearing up their profit-loss statements, taxi drivers banging on their steering wheels. The stock index plunged dramatically, exceeding all predictive models. The bubbles of the entire market were as fragile as a thin layer of ice shattered with a single step. Several local enterprises urgently injected funds to support the market, causing the charts to rise slightly. Yet that little rebound was like the last flick of a fish's tail on the chopping board. The next second a hammer fell, and it remained motionless. The ripples did not even spread out. The Nikkei index reported 32420 points. If we close at the current price, we will net over 6 billion. As the closing bell rang, Lin Yi's voice was hoarse, trembling as he reported. Having worked in this field for over a decade, he had seen market surges, leveraged liquidations, and stock manipulation. But he had never seen 100 billion in capital swallowing 60 billion in profit in a single day. And this was only the closing price. The final settlement details had not even shown a shadow. Don't catch your breath too soon. Ji Feng stood up, adjusting his cufflinks. Tomorrow, that will be the time to pop the champagne. A bonus of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for everyone. Later at the 5-star hotel banquet, eat well and sleep well. The next 3 days will be the real deal. In Japan, Fulling Real Estate Headquarters. Chairman Fulling Shiku sat through the night, bloodshot eyes, new frost in his temples, his whole body appearing as if all strength had been drained, slumped in his leather chair. The stunning female secretary who once captivated him brought coffee, yet he didn't even lift his eyelids. He was waiting for a definitive answer from above. As the stock price crashed like an avalanche, he had allocated all his liquid funds to support the market, only to hear not a single echo in return. The momentum was overwhelming, and not even a muffled sound escaped from his money. At this point, he could only hope for the Japanese high-ups to step in and lend a hand to Fulling Real Estate. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Ding, ding, ding. The piercing ring of the telephone suddenly erupted. Fulling, she grabbed the receiver. Speak. What did the higher-ups decide? When will the market rescue actions begin? Chairman, we are finished. The higher-ups have decided we must puncture the real estate bubble immediately, drawing a line for real estate debt. Warning, and all banks must stop lending to real estate companies immediately. Any entity exceeding its debt limit will have its loans cut off. Fulling, she froze on the spot, his pupils constricting sharply. His eyes bulged with blood, and a beast-like roar erupted from his throat. Have they lost their minds? We go down, and they get not even a penny of good. Chairman, the higher-ups are determined to cut off the arm to survive. This statement from his subordinate was like a match igniting the last barrel of explosives. Cutting off the arm to survive. That's like cutting one's own throat. A bunch of reckless lunatics. Chairman, if we don't act now, it will truly be too late. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, the telephone was smashed onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Hundreds of trillions of liabilities. Selling off all of Fulling Real Estate's assets wouldn't even cover the scraps. He knew deep down, it's completely over. The last glimmer of hope had shattered. Fulling, she slumped in his office chair, his whole body softening, lacking the strength to even lift his hands. Despair flooded his chest like asphalt, heavy enough to suffocate him. Chairman, something has happened. The head of the finance department burst in, not even bothering to knock. 8 major banks are simultaneously withdrawing loans. They also ordered us to repay all principal and interest within 72 hours. Before he could finish, a secretary stumbled in, her face as pale as a sheet, her lips trembling. Chairman, there are crowds of buyers outside the building. Some have already smashed windows and are shouting slogans. Security is struggling to maintain order. What do you want to do? Should we call the police immediately? Fulling, she slowly raised his bloodshot eyes, glanced at them, and weakly waved his hand. Get out. Let me be alone for a while. Chairman, the finance director had just begun to speak when Fulling, she suddenly flipped the folder on the table, his roar shaking the window frames. Get out. Half an hour later, Fulling, she opened the window and leapt out. His body drew a heavy arc in the air, flipping 360 degrees before crashing down into the crowd in front of the Fulling Real Estate building. 2 onlooking Japanese were immediately knocked down. A real estate tycoon who had recently graced the cover of a financial magazine, smiling confidently as he discussed his billion-dollar empire, met his end in the most brutal fashion amid furious cries of "Give us back our hard-earned money," adding a final grim footnote to the market's collapse. Even in death, he dragged 2 others down with him. His family was forced to assume an astronomical debt burden and filed for bankruptcy the very same day. Thus, the leading Japanese real estate conglomerate vanished from the map. When Ji Feng scrolled past this news headline, his finger paused for 3 seconds, his Adam's apple rose and fell sharply. The Japanese stock market collapsed faster than an avalanche. Within 2 days, 31 property developers went bankrupt in succession. A chain reaction swept across the entire market. Share prices plummeted like bodies leaping from cliffs. Compounding the chaos, foreign capital seized the opportunity to exploit the turmoil and fan the flames, sending the Japanese stock index into a sheer precipitous freefall. Only then did Japan panic, hastily unveiling a market rescue plan. But predatory financial titans had long been waiting on the shore jaws agape. The moment rescue funds landed, they were devoured, leaving not even bones behind. The nation's largest private bank collapsed outright. The stock crash became unstoppable. What was touted as cutting off a limb to save the body proved nothing more than a grotesque, bitter irony. Wails echoed through streets and alleys. At the entrance of an old lane, a young mother walked home cradling her child, when suddenly commotion erupted and a piercing scream tore through the air. The child tilted his small face upward, pointing diagonally above and chirping softly, "Mommy, that uncle is flying." Instinctively, the woman looked up, and in the next instant her face drained of all color. She clapped both hands over her child's eyes, her fingernails digging deep into her own palms. Young Mr. Koizumi was completing his final gravity-bound ascent. His life's savings, high-interest mortgage, and an eternally unfinished pre-sale apartment all converging in that single fatal descent. Stock portfolios reduced to zero, accounts wiped clean, leaving only crushing debt behind. Companies shuttered, livelihoods shattered. Even the path to laboring one's way out of debt was sealed shut. Across Japan, from rooftops and skyscrapers to bridge railings, silent, jarring acts of human acrobatics unfolded, repeatedly echoing like grim choreography. The Japanese stock index has plunged below 19876 points. Lin Yi's eyes blazed with feverish intensity as he shouted the words, his voice raw and hoarse, directly at Ji Feng. The index had nearly halved. They had committed 100 billion Hong Kong dollars in principal, and their final returns approached double that amount. Their profit alone exceeded 200 billion Hong Kong dollars. A veteran equity trader with 15 years' experience on the Hong Kong exchange had never witnessed such ferocious, impeccably executed doubling. Liquidate immediately. Ji Feng raised a hand, calm, unhurried, utterly devoid of tremor or urgency. In truth, far more could still be extracted. The money markets were the true prize. Yet he held back. This maneuver had already been executed under the watchful gaze of financial giants. To reach for the largest slice of the pie would instantly summon shadowy forces, ravenous, ruthless, ready to tear everything apart. He lacked the standing to wrestle with such figures, not yet. But Ji Feng knew with unshakable certainty one day he would carve their flesh from their bones himself. Tap, tap, tap. The trader's eyes bloodshot with pent-up tension slammed their fingers onto keyboards the moment Ji Feng finished speaking. A torrent of keystrokes, dense as summer rain, ricocheted sharply off the reinforced walls of the secure trading room. Every pulse raced, every vein thrummed. Ji Feng sat motionless, eyes closed, listening. The sound reminded him precisely of bronze coins tumbling across ancient brick, crisp, resonant, each strike landing squarely upon the heart. Fully automated trading systems did not yet exist. Every order required manual confirmation and individual execution. He remained silent at the head of the table, waiting. Exactly 60 minutes. Mr. Ji, full liquidation completed. Current account balance, 34.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Net profit, 24.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yi's lips trembled uncontrollably, his gaze locked unblinking onto Ji Feng's face. Transfer it all to my account. 1 million Hong Kong dollars in cash bonuses, for each of you. Ji Feng's command ignited an explosion of cheers throughout the room. Mr. Lin, this collaboration has been exhilarating. I'm establishing a new investment firm and would like you to serve as its chief strategist, overseeing all future secondary market operations. What say you? He valued Lin Yi's speed, judgment, and instinctive sense of restraint, and trusted above all the man's professional integrity. Lin Yi paused abruptly. Mr. Ji, before I formally join, there's one question I must ask, clearly and directly. Ji Feng nodded. Please proceed. Why did you insist on borrowing yen first, then converting into Hong Kong dollars to enter the market? You could have traded directly in HKD. The logic twisted too sharply. Lin Yi still couldn't grasp it. Ji Feng smiled faintly. Check today's yen to HKD exchange rate. Lin Yi spun around, instantly fetched the latest exchange rate. Yen to HKD 131 to 1. The yen has crashed. Single-day plunge. Lin Yi opened his mouth to speak, then choked the words off mid-breath. The exchange rate had imploded. If the entire trade had been denominated and settled in yen, foreign exchange losses alone would have swallowed at least 60 billion in profits. Take those 200+ billion in paper gains. If calculated in yen, depreciation would be inevitable and immediate. Ji Feng had originally borrowed 8 trillion yen from Japanese banks, equivalent at the time to 100 billion HKD. Now, with the yen in freefall, that same 8 trillion yen was worth barely 60 billion HKD, leaving the banks facing near 40 billion HKD losses on the transaction. In other words, Ji Feng had deployed only several billion HKD of his own capital, borrowed at that, to orchestrate the entire operation. He exited with zero cost, walked away with hundreds of millions in pure profit, and used his opponent's own money to harvest their own wealth. Lin Yi's throat tightened. A masterclass in financial warfare executed with surgical precision against Japanese institutions. Even more staggering, that initial several billion HKD war chest had itself been cobbled together at the last minute through emergency borrowing. Empty-handed robbery. That phrase sounded almost gentle. In truth, this was open, audacious theft, directly from the adversary's ledgers with no disguise, no subterfuge. Lin Yi had been lost in the granular details, never once glancing toward this strategic axis. In that instant, clarity struck, leaving only one overwhelming emotion: absolute, unreserved awe. Mr. Ji, I am truly awestruck. This maneuver is an once-in-a-decade stroke of genius in global finance. When Li Ka-shing acquired Hutchison Whampoa, he relied on vision and courage. Your play leveraged thin air as leverage and wrenched out over 200 billion HKD. That, sir, is the true definition of a Superman. Your question has been answered. May I now consider you officially aboard? Ji Feng asked. I pledge my utmost loyalty and service, Lin Yi replied without hesitation. Between HSBC and Ji Feng, he didn't hesitate, not for a single second. Why? Because Ji Feng operated with ample liquidity, spent generously, and, most crucially, possessed a profit-generating capacity as precise, relentless, and unfailing as a printing press. To follow such a leader promised unparalleled prospects. None of the other traders left. Every single one stayed. Their reasoning was refreshingly straightforward. Ji Feng was extraordinarily generous with compensation. After only a few days, bonuses had already hit their accounts, 1 million plus HKD deposited straight into their pockets. That sum would take years to earn at HSBC. As the ancient saying goes, men fight for honor, Buddhas seek incense. Yet when the moment arrives, nothing speaks louder or holds more weight than cold hard cash. To expand operations and establish credibility, it's never about how loudly you proclaim your vision, but how much tangible wealth you place in your team's hands. When the money arrives, you'll find they'd rather work than rest. They'll accuse you of wasting their time. A company built on such foundations cannot help but rise and shine. Wall Street, United States. Headquarters of Seoul Capital. Seoul beamed with triumph. Beside him stood his partner Rogers. Each held a glass of champagne. To this monumental victory, cheers. In the recent Japanese market trade, they had shorted Japanese equities and the yen pocketing 100 billion US dollars. May victory forever be ours. Clang. Glasses clinked. Champagne vanished in a single swallow. Mr. Seoul, I've traced the account you asked me to investigate. A secretary entered, arms laden with documents. Old friend, what did you unearth? Rogers asked. Before we moved, someone else had already infiltrated the market, quietly, deliberately. I suspect they're from Hong Kong. Seoul turned sharply to the secretary, cut to the core. The secretary opened the dossier, voice steady. The counterparty shorted the Japanese equity index with 10 billion Hong Kong dollars and ultimately realized a profit of 24 Hong Kong dollars. 3 billion. More critically, the capital originated in Japan itself. They first acquired 3 billion Hong Kong dollars worth of assets here, stocks, factories, land, through shell companies layered like nesting boxes, then leveraged bank loans. Seoul and Rogers froze in unison, drawing sharp, icy breaths. Brutal. Using Japan's own money to scalp Japan's own markets. Not merely stripping flesh, but excising the heart. Were those wailing Japanese investors to learn the truth, they'd likely hemorrhage 3 liters of blood on the spot. Who's running the operation? Rogers could no longer contain his curiosity. Who was this figure? More ruthless even than themselves. All funds ultimately flowed into a private HSBC account, but the data is fully encrypted. The bank refuses to cooperate outright. HSBC, a British institution, viewed men like Seoul and Rogers with visceral hostility. How could it possibly comply with a data request? Dig deeper. Spare no expense. Seoul ordered instantly. This Hong Kong operative, he needed to know everything about him. Otherwise, the man would become a splinter lodged deep in his throat, the kind of obstruction he always removed before it drew blood. Ji Feng had no inkling he'd been marked. These past days, he'd been wholly absorbed in assembling his team and laying foundations. Lin Yi and others resigned en masse, without so much as a ripple. HSBC was an ancient, sprawling institution. Department managers like Lin Yi were legion, and traders swarmed like fish in a river. Ji Feng assigned Huang Sun to handle all registration formalities. Thus, New Century Fund was born. Lin Yi led the inaugural cohort. 15 new traders were swiftly onboarded, the company's skeleton now firmly erected. No one foresaw that this fledgling firm, freshly minted, would one day send tremors through global finance, leaving veteran titans sleepless and pale. On the second day after incorporation, the entire team convened in a secure operations room. As Ji Feng pushed open the door, silence fell. Absolute needle-drop stillness. Every gaze locked onto him. 15 pairs of eyes blazed with fierce intensity, like wolves crouched motionless on a ridge awaiting only a single command. And Ji Feng, he was their alpha, the undisputed Wolf King. This operation divides into 2 teams, 15 members each. Lin Yi, report current crude oil pricing. Yes, sir. Lin Yi's fingers flew across the keyboard, voice crisp. Current price 43 per barrel. War-driven volatility has sustained its upward trajectory since hostilities began, up 78% from pre-war levels. Allocate 100 billion, immediately establish positions. Enter at 43, full short exposure. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Keyboards erupted like monsoon rain. The rally, a mirage. The Stars and Stripes had prepared contingencies long before war broke out. After all, for the world's largest petroleum consumer, runaway oil prices would inevitably backfire. Their delay wasn't hesitation. It was patience granting Wall Street and oil oligarchs extra time to harvest. A collapse was inevitable. Ji Feng would not miss his strike. Only a fool would walk away from such an opportunity. Lin Yi, immediately pull up Onqing Food's current share price. Onqing Food was Japan's undisputed food industry titan. Its founder Onqing Baifu was the very man who pioneered instant noodles decades ago. A classic dual residency figure, born in Taiwan, later naturalized in Japan. He built an empire from a single packet of noodles, expanding across Japan and Hong Kong, even dictating supply terms to Taiwanese distributors. Ji Feng targeted it for pragmatic reasons. When a ship nears shore, it must choose a stable, trustworthy harbor, and food manufacturing fit perfectly. Japan's true industrial heavyweights, industrial colossi, technological vanguards, had long been carved up among elite capital predators. To seize them outright, not only was capital insufficient, the regulatory hurdles, political red lines, and bureaucratic gatekeepers formed an impregnable wall. Onqing Food was different too, unrefined for giants, yet undeniably robust, growing steadily, commanding distribution networks, and trusted by consumers. It was precisely the fertile ground Ji Feng needed. Onqing Food trades at 3013 per share. Given current exchange rates and Japan's broad equity market weakness, its ceiling in Hong Kong dollars won't breach 21 Hong Kong dollars, ever. Lin Yi pulled the data, instantly adding his expert assessment. Acquire Onqing Food stock in full. Open the capital aperture wide. Buy every share available. Ji Feng issued the order without pause. At that price, it was tantamount to picking money off the street. Why hesitate? Mr. Ji, do you intend to acquire Onqing Food outright? Lin Yi looked up, seeking confirmation. Yes. Ji Feng nodded. Solid market share. Annual orders climbing. A genuinely sound asset. Understood. I'll execute immediately. Lin Yi had handled similar acquisitions before. Unlimited capital meant one thing. He knew exactly what to do. Proceed freely. Ji Feng placed unwavering trust in those he'd personally groomed. A leader isn't omnipotent, but without capable lieutenants, even the grandest enterprise crumbles. I guarantee success, and will never disappoint you. Lin Yi's voice tightened, his palms grew faintly damp. This was his first solo acquisition mandate. Weighty, yes, but more than anything, he wanted Ji Feng to see Lin Yi was dependable. This wasn't just a transaction. It was the foundation upon which his future authority and stature within the firm would be built. Team 2, activate. Establish positions in tranches. Initial tranche 8 billion. Gauge market reaction. Orders executed, trading gates swung wide open. Ji Feng exited the secure room and summoned Huang Sun to his office. Young master, the vessels under 50,000 tons have all been transferred to Camel Shipping per your instructions, Huang Sun reported upon entering. Camel Shipping was in crisis. Tankers sunk one after another, capacity collapsing, ships urgently needed. Ji Feng sensed the shift and directed Huang Sun to initiate talks immediately. Desperation gave leverage in negotiation. Bulk disposal not only avoided loss, it yielded a tidy profit, easing financial pressure significantly. Also, as you suggested, I've identified a candidate for general manager by Ning, current deputy head of operations. It wasn't Ji Feng pushing Huang Sun aside. It was the maritime business itself that was ready to dock. Huang Sun was Ji Feng's most trusted confidant, his competence beyond dispute, so promotion to a more central role was inevitable. By Ning, Ji Feng searched his memory, name familiar, face indistinct. Is he reliable? Huan Yu Shipping remained the family's bedrock. Even if it ceased to be the flagship, it couldn't be entrusted to shaky hands. Utterly dependable. Huang Sun spoke with quiet certainty, a veteran employee, served closely under Chairman Ji during his lifetime. He oversees all operations. This vessel sale, he negotiated every detail on the front lines. When Chairman Ji passed, opportunists tried to stir chaos. He alerted me instantly, and together we quashed it. Very well. Arrange a meeting at your earliest convenience. Ji Feng nodded, then instructed, Uncle Huang, transfer the 3 billion Hong Kong dollars loan directly into HSBC's repayment account. Also prepare a 100 million Hong Kong dollars check for my signature. Evening. HSBC Bank. Fan Ji was swiftly packing his briefcase, his fingers already resting on the doorknob. Recently, he had taken a new confidant, and every day at the appointed time, he felt an unbearable itch, wishing he could transform into a bird and fly over. Life was good indeed, filled with the warmth of spring. Mr. Fan. The secretary pushed the door open, and as soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Fan Ji raising his hand. If there's no urgent matter, let's set it aside for now. I'll handle it when I arrive at the bank tomorrow morning. Mr. Ji Feng has arrived. Fan Ji's brows immediately knitted together into a frown. Ji Feng. The
the two words he least wanted to hear. He certainly knew Ji Feng had been raking in profits from the stock market recently, with vast amounts of cash flowing into HSBC. But the thorns this man had embedded in his heart were not something that could be easily removed. Not long ago, he had been constantly on edge, even fearing to turn over at night, afraid that Ji Feng would abscond with funds, or that he might face a margin call and drag the bank into a quagmire. He himself had said that his worries surpassed those of Ji Feng's late father. "I won't see him. Just say there's an urgent family matter and I must return immediately." Fan Ji didn't want to let the prospect of meeting a beautiful woman be spoiled, and so he decisively refused. His intuition told him that Ji Feng's visit was unlikely to bring anything good. "Mr. Ji just cleared a 30 billion loan in one go." The secretary, seeing him about to leave, hurriedly added, "What?" Fan Ji paused, taken aback. Proactively repaying a loan. It was the first time he'd seen such a thing. But then he thought this was a short-term loan, it couldn't be delayed. Moreover, with Ji Feng's current wealth, this amount was merely a trivial matter for him. Let him in then. It would seem petty to avoid him after such a prompt repayment. He waved his hand at the secretary. Before long, Ji Feng was ushered into the office by the secretary. The two exchanged pleasantries as usual, polite words flowing back and forth, warm on the surface, but each harboring their own thoughts. "Mr. Fan, I've brought you a small token of appreciation." Upon hearing the word gift, Fan Ji's lips immediately curled into a smile. Ji Feng handed him a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. The cover was worn, the pages thin, the type you could get 3 for $10 at a street stall. The smile on Fan Ji's face fell like a kite, with its string cut. "Ji Feng, do you think I lack such cheap books? Damn foreigners." Without even opening it, he was already displeased, thinking he was made of gold bricks. Could he not have a little sense of reality? Ji Feng rolled his eyes internally, but remained composed on the outside. "Mr. Fan, that's not how you should see it. In our yin country, there's an old saying. Within books there are beauties, and within books there are golden houses." He pushed the book forward. "This one is called Dream of the Red Chamber, which is filled with beauties, and as for the golden house, naturally it is hidden within." Fan Ji took it, half believing, casually flipping through it. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he stiffened. Inside the pages a check lay quietly. Amount 100 million yuan. Snap. He closed the book, letting out a long sigh as if he had realized something. "Within books there are beauties, and within books there are golden houses. Indeed, the ancients of Yin country did not deceive me. I really should read more classics from Yin country to immerse myself in the culture. I quite like this book." Dealing with Ji Feng raised his blood pressure to alarming levels. But with 100 million right before him, who could truly remain composed? Fan Ji looked up at Ji Feng, his tone softening. "Ji Feng, since you've been making such steady profits in the stock market, you probably won't need the loan anymore, right?" "The loan is indeed no longer needed." Ji Feng shook his head with a smile, getting straight to the point. "I heard HSBC holds part of the shares of Yongnan Food, and I would like to request a low-price transfer from you." Yongnan, the largest food group in Xinjiang. Their instant noodles were sold in almost every grocery store. Yongnan Food. Fan Ji pondered for a moment before nodding. "The price is negotiable, and I could even help facilitate the deal to acquire the entire Yongnan. But I must remind you, Yongnan is currently struggling, and its market share is being gnawed away inch by Anqing Food." Initially, Li Yongnan mortgaged Yongnan's shares to HSBC to cash out in a bid to compete with Anqing, only to end up with nothing. He didn't regain the market, and instead Anqing pressed on, leaving warehouses full of instant noodles nearing expiration. Years of losses had left him unable to continue. Anqing had originally planned to acquire Yongnan, but coincidentally faced a stock market crash in Japan, halting negotiations. Only then did Li Yongnan turn to Fan Ji, asking for his help to find a new buyer. Now, with Ji Feng taking the initiative, it was a match made in heaven. The middleman would smoothly offload the shares at a low price. For Fan Ji, facilitating this deal for Ji Feng was hardly a burden. It was an easy job, earning him a commission of 100 million. He didn't even have time to think about his confidant. Off work. That was simply not an option. Fan Ji immediately contacted Li Yongnan, setting the meeting at the Peninsula Hotel to discuss in person. Having spent enough time in Xinjiang, he had long learned the local customs and business. Discussing deals over a meal was the most enjoyable. Soon after the contract was prepared, HSBC transferred all its shares of Yongnan Food, totaling 36%, for 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Once the signing was complete, Ji Feng followed Fan Ji straight to the Peninsula Hotel. As for Li Yongnan, upon receiving Fan Ji's call, he rushed out the door, without even putting on his shoes, hurrying over. Recently, he was on the brink of madness. With goods piling up in the warehouse and sales stagnant, the factory had simply stopped operations. If this dragged on, he wouldn't even be able to pay the workers' wages. The cash flow was thinning day by day, and with the acquisition still far from sight, if things continued this way, he would have no choice but to file for bankruptcy. Now that Fan Ji said someone wanted to buy Yongnan Food, how could he possibly stay still? He arrived at the hotel half an hour early, and after waiting in the lobby for 30 minutes, finally saw Fan Ji and Ji Feng leisurely walk in. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ji Feng." Fan Ji stood in the middle, smiling warmly as he made the introduction. Ji Feng, hello, I am Li Yongnan. Li Yongnan hurried forward to shake hands. But inside he was anxious, could this young man really afford to buy the entire Yongnan? He recognized Ji Feng, the newly appointed young master of the Ji family, the only son of the shipping magnate. Just recently newspapers were filled with his pictures, the headlines in gold lettering, making it hard not to know who he was. But he also knew that the Ji family was currently in deep trouble. With the war, their shipping routes were paralyzed, and with the soaring oil prices, the entire shipping sector was under pressure. With debts amounting to tens of billions pressing down, collapse could happen at any moment. Li Yongnan thought to himself, this Ji Feng was probably in the same boat as him, gasping for breath on the edge of a cliff. Waiter, serve the dishes. Fan Ji led the two into the private room, snapping his fingers, and turned to smile. Let's eat while we talk, it won't waste time. Li Sheng, I just signed an agreement with Ji Feng. Mr. Ji now holds the 36% equity of Yongnan Food under HSBC's name. Li Yongnan raised his eyebrows slightly. This sounded trivial, yet it was actually giving Ji Feng a credit guarantee. With HSBC's endorsement, the doubts in his heart dissipated significantly. Forgive me for being presumptuous, how much does Ji Feng plan to offer for the remaining 64% I hold? What do you think these shares are worth? Ji Feng didn't answer, but countered with a question, revealing his cards first. That was something a fool would do. To gain the upper hand, one must first understand how far the other party could retreat. 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Yongnan spread his fingers straightforward and decisive. Like a lion pouncing on its prey, he struck swiftly. How much it? Fan Ji's eyes widened in shock, staring at Li Yongnan. Li Sheng, are you joking with this price? It was about taking someone's money to do someone a favor. He didn't need to say which side he was on. Ji Feng came with sincerity, but your words make it seem we have come in vain. Li Yongnan grinned. Exorbitant prices on the rise, but the money must be paid in the end, gets an old saying. Now since Mr. Fan has spoken, let me reveal a fair price. 20 million, a direct swallow. This price isn't outrageous. In his previous life, Onqing Food spent a total of 30 million on Yongnan. But Ji Feng did not nod. He knew that Li Yongnan had not yet yielded. Currently, Yongnan's market has been chewed away by half. Goods are piled in the warehouse, unable to move, and the production line is rusting to the point of growing mushrooms. I take over, and just reclaiming the market share will burn money, our replacing equipment and renovating the factory. Each of these is a real investment. At most 8 million. No way. Li Yongnan sat up straight, his voice suddenly rising. 8 million. Don't even think about it. The factory, the machines, the land. Each one alone is worth more than that. Calm down, calm down. Fan Ji hurriedly pressed his shoulder and turned to Ji Feng, speaking gently. 8 million is indeed a bit too tight. But Mr. Least 20 million is really excessively high. Fan Ji said, smiling as he raised his glass. Neither side has it easy in my view. Let's both take a step back and find a middle ground. 13 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Fan, 13 million Hong Kong dollars is simply too low. Li Yongnan had firmly set his mind on 15 million, and upon hearing the offer, he immediately spoke up. Before his words fell, Fan Ji raised a hand to stop him, striking at the crux. Yongnan Foods has goods piled in the warehouse, blocking the aisles. Who in the industry doesn't know this? 13 million is really not low. If it truly reaches the point of bankruptcy, let alone 13 million, even 1 million will no one want to touch. Li Yongnan lowered his eyes and did not speak further. He knew better than anyone that at this moment, aside from Ji Feng, no one was willing to take over Yongnan Foods. Otherwise, after entrusting it to Fan Ji for so long, how could there have been no probing phone call? Seeing his expression waver, Fan Ji and Ji Feng no longer pressed him, each raising their glasses for a gentle clink. Ji Feng appeared relaxed. Not to mention anything else, just Fan Ji. Money spent wisely and matters handled swiftly. A moment later, Li Yongnan finally nodded. 13 million Hong Kong dollars, I agree. But it must be settled in one go. No problem. Ji Feng agreed readily. Fan Ji then signaled the accompanying lawyer to draft the agreement on the spot. Both parties signed and sealed, and Ji Feng issued a check on the spot, handing it over personally. From then on, Yongnan Foods belonged to Ji Feng. After receiving the check, Li Yongnan stood up to leave. Dinner. He had no intention of staying long. Just as he stood to bid farewell, Ji Feng asked, Mr. Li, what are your plans going forward? Sigh. Li Yongnan sighed deeply. I haven't thought it through yet. We'll take a break for a while, then make plans. I have a position here willing to reserve it for you. Li Yongnan is indeed capable. If not for having some real skills, he would have collapsed long ago under the siege of large companies like Onqing. How could he have held on until today? Buying Yongnan is just the first step. My goal is to build a comprehensive industrial group spanning food, beverages, and alcohol. Li Yongnan stared at Ji Feng, his heart shaken. This ambition was too grand, too large for anyone to believe. He did not believe it. Others were even less likely to believe it. Most would shake their heads like Fan Ji. It was pure wishful thinking. You don't need to rush to refuse. They'll give you time to think it through and then respond to me. 2 days later in the morning, in a villa in Deepwater Bay, wealthy tycoon Li Jiaqing was having breakfast with his family, casually flipping through that day's newspaper.
Yongnan Foods has completed the transfer, reorganized, and upgraded to JIS Lifestyle. His youngest son, Li Ju, laughed at this news. Yongnan was on the verge of falling apart, and he took over at this time. That Ji kid is simply a complete fool. He is still too inexperienced. Li Jiaqing sipped his milk and slowly said Onqing Foods occupies 80% of the Hong Kong market. The instant noodles are too singular in category to compete with them. To snatch food from Onqing's mouth, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This deal, the Ji kid is destined to lose everything. Li Ju nodded, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Dad, the Ji family is in a hurry to sell off cargo ships under 10,000 tons, clearly lacking cash flow. With Ji Feng's reckless antics, the account likely won't last a few months. The new era building is a hard currency. We can set up our plans in advance. Li Jiaqing lightly tapped the table, pondering for a moment. The new era building is indeed a lucrative asset, and it won't be long before its value multiplies. How many eyes in Hong Kong are watching it, just waiting for the Ji family to show a flaw? No hurry. Let him run a few steps first. When he exhausts his strength, we will reach out. He waved his hand, changing the subject. What is urgent now is Heji. Weili has made quite a few moves recently, meeting with several shareholders in succession. Li Jia's eyes turned cold. That ambitious punk. Sooner or later he must be kicked out. The business community in Hong Kong had a remarkably unanimous view on Ji Feng's acquisition of Yongnan Foods. Everyone believed Ji Feng is indeed the biggest fool. Buying a company that is about to collapse. It's purely an act of insanity. Everyone was waiting for Ji Feng to embarrass himself, while also calculating that when the Ji family's capital chain completely breaks, they would take the opportunity to seize the new era building in the Ji family's hands. At the same time, far away in Japan, Onqing Baifu also received the news. 3 executives stood in front of his desk, their heads bowed low, even their breaths were suppressed, afraid to make even the slightest sound. This was because their boss at this moment had his brow tightly furrowed, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. Are you all just sitting idle? Yongnan Foods has been acquired. Didn't you catch any hint of this? Onqing Baifu's voice was hoarse, his skin taut, and his eyes nearly bulging out. Yongnan Foods had long been marked as his territory. If it weren't for that sudden stock market crash forcing him to retreat urgently, Yongnan Foods would have already borne his name. Now a Chung Yaojin has emerged out of nowhere, snatching prey right from under his nose. Immediately notify the Hong Kong team to launch a full-on assault on the market. He ground his teeth. No matter who did it. Let them understand. Taking something from me is not that easy. If it can't be taken, then smash it. Just as the 3 executives exited the office, the chief of the securities department rushed in, his forehead glistening with sweat. Chairman, we just discovered someone is buying up a large amount of company stock. Onqing Baifu's heart sank sharply. When the stock market crashed, capital sharks were shorting the currency and bottom fishing, already swallowing the controlling stakes of several companies. His first reaction was, I have been targeted. The information is here, please take a look. He grabbed the documents, trembling fingers flipping through. Page 1. Page 2. The further he flipped, the more ashen his face became. Slap. The entire stack of papers was slammed into the manager's face. His eyes were red, his voice cracking. Useless. All of you are useless. The edge of the paper cut the manager's cheek painfully, but he didn't even dare to raise his hand to wipe it, quickly bowing his head. I'm sorry. The boss is like a local emperor. After being slapped, the only thing he can do is admit his fault. Is the securities department merely for show? Or do those people just live on air? The other party started accumulating shares 3 days ago and already holds over 10%. You only reported it today. What use do I have for you? He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, wishing he could flip the table right then and there. To get the company listed, he had scattered his shares, keeping less than 31% for himself. Relying on the concentration of his shares, he firmly held the position of the largest shareholder. But now a competitor holding 10% suddenly emerged. This was no longer a threat, it was like a knife at his throat. I'm sorry, the supervisor repeated once more. Who bought our stock? Why isn't it written in the documents? The supervisor broke into a cold sweat. We only found multiple accounts continuously buying, but we are still investigating the actual controllers behind these accounts. Smack. A slap rang out, causing his eardrum to thrum. You don't even know who your opponent is. Are you waiting for them to sit in this office before you dare to reveal their name? I'm sorry. Find out. If you can't, don't step into this door. Yes. The supervisor bent low, taking 3 steps back, and hurriedly turned to leave. And Qing Bai took a few deep breaths, suppressing the surging anger in his chest, and grabbed the phone, dialing the internal line. Call all senior management, gather in the conference room in 5 minutes. Currently, Qing Food stock price is 3,436 yen. Over the past few days, we have invested a total of 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars, completing the initial accumulation phase. Inside the safe house, Lin, it was succinctly reporting progress to Ji Feng. In recent days, Ji Feng had been entrenched in JIS Life, finalizing plans for a new production line to go into operation. At the same time, he had dispatched the newly appointed general manager of JIS Life, Huang's son to Japan to begin contacting some shareholders of Inqing Food to promote the equity acquisition. With all arrangements in place, Ji Feng stepped into the safe house. The acquisition war was officially underway. Uncle Huang, how is it progressing on your end? Just after hearing Lin Yi's brief report, Ji Feng immediately dialed Huang Sen's phone. Young master, I was just about to call you. The final transaction has been confirmed, at a 5 premium over the current market price. 53% of Inqing Food shares are now all in your name. After confirming the details, Ji Feng hung up the phone and walked toward the control panel. All accounts immediately buy Inqing Food stocks. Raise the stock price by any means necessary. The target, break through 4,000 yen. Lin Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, Mr. Ji, if the price rises too quickly, it will instead push up our subsequent acquisition costs. Do it anyway. Ji Feng's lips curled slightly, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. And Qingbai won't just sit back and watch. I wanted to rise, taking the opportunity to collect a bit of interest. Interest? Lin Yi looked puzzled. Execute it. Ji Feng offered no further explanation, simply throwing down the 2 words. The second team of traders immediately went online. Years ago, Qingbai took Inqing Food public and split a large number of shares, pledging them to banks and various financial institutions. Now, amidst the stock market crash, the market was a sea of red, and those institutions were eager to offload their stocks for cash. Ji Feng sent Huang's son to negotiate. A 5 premium settled in US dollars. Both sides almost reached an agreement on the spot. But Ji Feng would not pay a single cent of that extra 5. The money had to be dug back from Qingbei's pocket. Now was the time to collect debts. Orders were issued and all accounts opened fire simultaneously. No hiding, no probing, no detours. Just sweep through the orders. The stock price soared in response. Japanese retail investors staring at the screen saw Inqing Food stock price skyrocket. Their first reaction was not to sell, but to grab their phones and rush to buy. The more it rises, the more followers there are. The more people buy, the fiercer it rises. Investors in the bear market, readied from waiting, were just waiting for a lifeline. As soon as Inqing Food appeared as that lifeline, they pounced faster than anyone else. Those who couldn't remember the pain, having been cut a few times, could hardly blame others. With a surge of retail investors rushing in, the stock price easily crossed 4,000 yen, heading straight for 4,300. The phone in the securities department of Inqing Food suddenly rang off the hook. In the conference room, Qingbai was pounding the table, reprimanding people, when the knocking on the door went bang, 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 against the door panel. His anger surged as he stepped forward and yanked it open. With a swift motion, he delivered a loud and harsh slap. You dare to barge in during a meeting? Tired of living? I'm sorry. The person in charge covered his face, bowing his head in apology, not daring to rub the stinging pain. Every additional minute of stock price increase meant the other party would swallow more shares. He could only force himself to come in. Chairman, the opponent is buying up shares across the board. The stock price has been pulled up to 4,327 yen per share. Judgment. This is a signal for a full-scale attack. What? And Qingbei's brow twitched, shaking off the person in charge, and turned back to the conference table. Finance. How much liquid capital do we have left? Less than 40 billion yen. Transfer all of it to the securities department's trading account. Before he finished speaking, he turned and shouted at the person in charge, who was still rubbing his face. Gather all traders immediately. Buy back right away. Hot money surged into the market, and buy and sell orders flooded in. Some rushed and some hastily sold, some increased their positions, and some cut their losses. The entire market was as chaotic as a boiling pot. Inqing Food's main force has entered. The stock price has broken 5,000 yen. 5364 yen. Lin Yi watched the real-time graph, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and turned to Ji Feng. Mr. Ji, should we continue buying? How many shares do we hold now? Ji Feng sat on the sofa slightly, raising his chin, his gaze landing on Lin Yi's face. 36 million shares. This number accounted for nearly 12% of Inqing Food's total share capital. He quickly calculated in his mind, his voice steady. Stop buying, no more acquisitions. Sell in batches. Withdrawal. Lin Yi was taken aback, momentarily unable to respond. He was still unaware that Huang's son had already quietly taken control of the majority of Inqing Food's shares. Ji Feng's order came unexpectedly. He was clearly going for control, so why suddenly back off? There was no time for detailed questioning. He immediately turned to the trading desk and barked, put out 1 million shares. Let's see if the opponent bites. With a flurry of keystrokes, 1 million shares were dumped into the market, which was no small amount. The market trembled slightly, the price dropping in response, instantly losing 230 yen. Chairman, the opponent has thrown out 1 million shares. The head of the securities department quickly walked into Qingbei's office to report. And Qingbei's brow furrowed and his expression suddenly tightened. Why did those who had been accumulating suddenly start offloading? What kind of strategy was this? Take them all. He had no choice. 1 million shares were quickly consumed. But before he could catch his breath, another wave of orders came in. 5 million shares. Take them all. Just after taking in 5 million, another 5 million came. He issued the order to accept again. but his fingertips felt cold and his back was subtly damp with sweat. A chill crawled up his spine. Chairman, they are dumping. The person in charge spoke rapidly. This isn't probing, they are clearing out. In the trading room, there was a deathly silence, everyone tense. The stock price has fallen below 6,432 yen. If it continues to drop like this, a crash is just a matter of time. Accept. And Kingbei's voice was dry. He originally entered the market from a high position, but now with every transaction, he was only expanding his losses. Even more concerning was the thought that if a chain reaction of sell-offs were to occur, all the efforts he had painstakingly made to stabilize during the stock disaster would vanish overnight, potentially triggering a delisting red line. Chairman, there are only a little over 27 billion left in the account. We can't hold on much longer. The person in charge broke into a sweat at his temples. And Qingbai turned sharply to his secretary. Transfer all the funds under my name, 20 billion yen, immediately into the securities account. Whatever we can take, we must support the stock price. As the last word left his mouth, he felt as if all his energy had been drained, sinking deeply into the chair, his chest heaving violently. And Qing Fu began to exert full effort to stabilize the market. The decline temporarily slowed. Some retail investors saw the price drop and seized the opportunity to buy low, causing the stock price to slightly rebound. Ji Feng quietly exited the stage. The trading ended. In the end, Qing Fu firmly pressed the stock price down to 4,269 yen. The person in charge, steeling himself, approached. Chairman, it stabilized. A total of 73 million shares were purchased with 3 billion yen remaining in the account. Upon hearing this, and Kingbei's arms trembled uncontrollably, his throat rolling as he struggled to breathe. The fortune he had amassed over a lifetime was obliterated in less than 2 hours. Traced the flow of funds on the opposing side, ultimately leading to a company called New Century Fund in Xiangjiang. Dig it up for me. Who's operating behind the scenes? In the end, he did not even have a clear picture of what his opponent looked like. And Kingbei's eyes turned red, his fingers digging into the armrest, and a beast-like roar burst from his throat. I want to slaughter that blood-sucking beast. Slaughter this vampire. The trading is over. Initial investment was 180 million Hong Kong dollars. Current balance is 530 million Hong Kong dollars. Net profit of 350 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yi's voice trembled, yet could not hide his excitement. He looked towards Ji Feng, his eyes burning like fire. In just under 2 hours of back and forth, and Kingbei's blood had been drained completely. No matter how much he resisted and how unwilling he was with the arrow on the bowstring, he had no choice but to bow his head. This was a blatant financial hunt. That Lu Ponzi, who had boasted of having betted half of Xiangjiang's entertainment industry, had relied on this method in his early years, rampaging through the Xiangjiang financial market and plundering wealthy families. Many top financial conglomerates had fallen into his hands, suffering losses. Thus, he earned the nickname in the underworld, Financial Hunter. However, this approach was too ruthless and easily created deadly enemies. He would not lay a hand on his own people, but when it came to someone like Qingbai, who recognized the thief as a father, he showed no mercy. To extract every last drop of oil, then another buy-in, sweeping both the shell and the person out the door. For someone like Qingbai, it had to be a blade that cut deeply, every word a lethal strike. Team 2, a bonus of 1 million for each member. Ji Feng was brimming with excitement as he raised his hand to set the bounty. Long live Mr. Ji. Long live the boss. Boss, I'll take down the statue of the god of wealth at home tonight and replace it with your photo. From now on, I'll burn 3 sticks of incense every day, morning and evening. Ji Feng's mind immediately conjured that image, sending a chill down his neck, his hair standing on end. Stop. Let the god of wealth sit well. I'm still alive and kicking you. I wouldn't dare to worship you like that. Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the safe house, causing the glass windows to hum. The members of Team 1 looked on eagerly, filled with envy. Just from bonuses and commissions, each member of Team 2 would pocket at least 2 million. Mr. Ji, what's the next step? Should we directly send a letter to acquire in Qing Food? Lin Yi was unaware that Huang Sun had already infiltrated Japan, thinking they were still relying on the stock market to hunt, squeezing cash flow before moving to swallow up the company. Acquire. That's already been completed. Ji Feng smiled at Lin Yi. 2 days ago, I had Huang Sun fly to Japan and secretly acquired the controlling stake from the banks and funds behind in Qing Food. As for the secondary market, I never intended to gnaw on this bone in the stock market. It's too difficult and not worth it. Buying your company's stock isn't to gain control, it's to drain your blood. Using your own money to pay for the purchase of your company. Hiss. Including Lin Yi, several people instinctively gasped. This was no longer just manipulating capital, it was practically treating the capital market like an ATM. Using your money to buy your life. How sinister. How ruthless. How vicious. Yet they love this approach. What does the stock market mean? It is a battlefield without smoke. Trading is like setting up formations, placing orders resembles sending troops. In warfare, deception is key. To survive, one must be colder, more precise, and more merciless than the opponent. Otherwise, there won't even be a bone fragment left for you. Thump, thump, thump. The door to Qing Food's chairman's office was gently knocked. And Qingbai slumped in his chair, his eyes dark, the whites filled with blood vessels, his whole being seeming to have been drained of its backbone, collapsing 10 years in a single night. Only 5 hours had passed since the trading ended. He repeatedly chanted to himself, "The company is still here, the money can be earned back," clinging to this thought to barely keep himself breathing. But that knocking sounded like a dull knife cutting through his ears, painfully annoying and inescapable. He could only hoarsely shout, "Come in." The secretary pushed the door in, tiptoeing, breathing as lightly as possible. The securities department head had received a few slaps and still remembered them, not daring to take a deep breath. "Chairman, a gentleman named Huang Sun requests an audience. He claims to be from Xianjiang. He also said he is the general manager of JIS Life." And Qingbai abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply, a surge of hostility rushing to his brow. Let him in. He had not expected Huang Sun to appear suddenly, nor could he imagine that the other party had already laid a trap in the stock market. The fire in his eyes burned with the old hatred of Yongnan food being swallowed. Moments later, Huang Sun stepped through the door. Dressed in a gray-white suit, he walked steadily with not a single wrinkle in his sleeves. And Qingbei's gaze was like a knife, scanning him thoroughly, his face dark enough to drip water. Huang Sun was neither angry nor impatient, slightly nodding as he took his seat calmly. "I can buy your company at a reasonable price." After just 3 seconds of eye contact, and Qingbai cut off the pleasantries, raising his chin, his words laced with frost. "Can you afford this amount?" Huang Sun chuckled softly, the smile not reaching his eyes. Given Inqing Foods' current financial state, if they delayed for another 10 days without recovering the working capital, the production line for the next quarter would likely have to stop. "You." Just as Qingbai uttered this word, his throat tightened, and he suddenly shot up from his chair. "Did you do this?" His eyes were bloodshot, locking onto Huang Sun tightly, his voice extremely low, yet as sharp as a knife scraping iron. "Give me an explanation. Otherwise you won't be able to step out of this door today." His knuckles cracked as he squeezed tightly, the veins on his fists bulging, as if he were about to crush the bridge of the other's nose. Huang Sun stood still, not moving an inch. Not even a hint of his smile faltered, still wearing that bland expression. "Chairman Inqing, I am here to negotiate business on behalf of my boss. Ji Group Lifestyle offers 15 million Hong Kong dollars, a full buyout of all your shares in Inqing Food." And he had come to sign the agreement, not to stand trial. Explanation. Not his place. In intimidation. He'd long passed the age of being frightened. Not fisherman's son, he'd sailed the South China Sea with an old captain at 16. At 30, he'd faced knife-wielding pirates in the Strait of Malacca. When a bullet whistled past his ear, his hand remained steady on the helm. This man before him, at best a rabid dog with its tail stepped on. And Huang Sun made no promises about whether Anqing Baifu would walk out of this building. But if fists flew, the one falling would certainly not be him. Acquisition. Anqing Baifu suddenly bared his teeth in a dry, grating laugh. "Has salted fish pickled your brain and drain my accounts to the last cent, and then casually steal my company?" Delusional. And Huang Sun smiled too, slow, deliberate, as he opened his briefcase and withdrew a stack of papers. In fact, Ji Group Lifestyle has already acquired 53 of Anqing Foods' equity. Your shareholders are lining up to cash out. No one cares where you're stomping your feet. And copies of agreements lay neatly before Anqing Baifu, their corners pressed down with surgical precision. That stock market crash, the trading halt, was merely a bridge allowing us to reclaim the acquisition funds. And Anqing Baifu stared at the signatures and official seals, his lips paling, fingers trembling so violently he could no longer hold his teacup. Huang Sun spoke calmly. "This acquisition was always meant as your exit route. And dream on." And he sucked in a sharp breath. His roar shook the window panes with a low, resonant hum. He snatched up the agreement and tore it apart. Shreds exploded like snowflakes. "And I'd rather burn to ash than sell you a single cent's worth. And you want my factories, my brand, my very life." Not even a crack in the door. And Huang Sun exhaled softly. "And since you refuse this door, I shall as majority shareholder convene a board meeting. We will transfer all Anqing Food subsidiaries, factories, production lines, trademarks, inventory, land, and equipment to Ji Group Lifestyle for $1. You." Non-metallic tang rose in Anqing Baifu's throat, his fingernails dug deep into his palms. "And kill him." And the thought flashed and vanished. Crushed beneath cold certainty, blood spilled here would change nothing. The company would still bear the Ji name. Huang Sun lifted his gaze. His eyes were cold as 10-year frozen abyssal depths. "And Mr. Anqing, you have been removed from the board. And I." The words died unspoken. His chest felt struck by a blacksmith's hammer. And to build a business with money he'd earned himself, and then hollow it out with his own hands and be swept out like dust. His throat burned. And poo, a gout of blood splattered onto the white carpet, blooming into a dark crimson flower. And 3 hours later, in a hospital room. The moment Anqing Baifu opened his eyes, he ordered Huang Sun summoned. "In HKD 15 million. I'll sell." And leaning against his pillow, his voice was thin and hollow, his gaze vacant. He had no choice left. And clutching an empty shell, unable even to pay his workers' wages, What was the point? And the sum was meager, yet better than walking away with nothing. 15 million Hong Kong dollars would buy him another stove, another machine, 3 or 5 honest hands. Now after 4 ventures and 3 total collapses, he'd simply begin again, 5th time selling soy sauce pickles from a street stall. The old man's bones were hard. He'd never feared starting over. In pleasure doing business. In Huang Xin slid forward the contract, its pages crisp and pristine. And Anqing Baifu's hand trembled as he signed, a jagged wavering black line bleeding across the paper. Final price, 15 million Hong Kong dollars. In Huang's son tucked the contract away and rose. Our chairman asked me to convey his thanks for your gracious cooperation. Not a single cent spent, yet a clean 100 million Hong Kong dollars profit. In what is psychological annihilation? Ji Feng intended precisely this, to make that second-generation foreigner confront with full clarity the truth that he chose not to be human, yet failed even at being a ghost. Anqing Baifu's eyes bulged, his chest felt stuffed with glowing, searing charcoal. In wretched scoundrel, utterly heartless, pooh. Before the sentence ended, a jet of blood erupted from his mouth. And this time he demonstrated, lived before Huang's son, what it meant to be a human fountain of blood. 5 days later, Li Yongnan had sold his company and stayed home ever since. And for half his life, he'd rushed ceaselessly, never once escorting his child to elementary school. Now that the money had cleared, he could finally settle in and truly accompany his wife and children. And what next? And he hadn't decided yet. And the invitation from Ji Feng remained unanswered, lying idle on his desk. The boy's boasts rang in his ears like passing wind, heard dismissed, utterly unbelievable. And honey, dinner's ready. At his wife's call, Li Yongnan ambled into the dining room, cradling his infant son, who'd just begun babbling syllables. In 4 dishes and a steaming soup awaited them, rich in color and aroma, perfectly balanced. He sank into his chair and passed the baby to his wife, then instinctively reached for the remote. In watching the news while eating, this habit was unshakable. Breaking financial update. In this morning, Anqing Food held a press conference announcing its full acquisition by Hong Kong's Ji Group Lifestyle to be fully integrated into its food division. Just 2 days ago, Anqing Food completed its delisting process, and our reporter subsequently interviewed Huang Xin, general manager of Ji Group Lifestyle. Clack. Ni's chopsticks slipped from his fingers, striking the table's edge. Ni's mouth hung open, eyes wide enough to split, frozen, breathless, utterly paralyzed. He couldn't believe it. And how many days had passed? Nate only sold his company 7 days ago. Ji Feng had already swallowed Anqing Food, a market titan entrenched for decades. Cut to Huang's son. Impeccably suited tie flawlessly nodded, smiling with serene confidence, radiating quiet authority. Following Anqing Foods delisting, our company now holds 100 of its equity. Regarding Mr. Anqing Baifu's sudden stroke and subsequent bedridden condition, we express our deepest sorrow. We sincerely wish him a swift and full recovery. That second-generation foreigner had collapsed into cerebral thrombosis after spitting his second mouthful of blood, never to sit at a negotiation table again. And that 15 million Hong Kong dollars would likely be the sole thing he'd ever hold onto for the rest of his life. Cut back to the studio. With Anqing Foods integration, Ji Group Lifestyle ascends as Hong Kong's largest comprehensive food conglomerate. Chairman Ji Feng, aged only 24, has not only monopolized the local instant noodle market, but also established distribution channels across Southeast Asia, North America, and Australia. This young man has firmly entered the ranks of global food industry titans. And the anchor continued reciting his resume, inherited the family business as a youth, acquired Yongnan Food, founded Ji Group Lifestyle, gained controlling stakes in Huanyu Aviation, and assumed management of the New Era Tower. Li Yongnan heard none of it. Ni's mind was locked on 2 characters, Ji Feng. Not dull, insistent ringing filled his skull. Honey, Ji Feng, isn't he the one who bought your factory? His wife froze, chopsticks suspended midair. And he took over Anqing Food too. That same Anqing Food, the one that nearly drove you to jump off a building. Just like that. That's ruthless. Li Yongnan tugged at the corner of his mouth, bitterness rising into a faint wry smile. Nice, ruthless. Far more ruthless than he'd ever been. By the way, they've discontinued the entire Gongzi noodles line, replacing it with a new product, 1 bowl and a half. Portion size doubled, flavor tripled. Shelves in every wet market are stripped bare the moment it hits the racks. His wife chattered on. Li Yongnan went utterly still. He suddenly recalled Ji Feng slamming his fist on the table that day, words he'd dismissed as sheer bravado. Yet here stood living proof, shattering the word impossible into irreparable fragments. Perhaps he really can do it. And he murmured softly to himself. Do what? Ni's wife tilted her head, watching him. Li Yongnan looked up and smiled. In his eyes, light flickered anew. Honey, my leave is over. Starting tomorrow, I'm going back to work. As dusk deepened, Ji Feng drove towards Deepwater Bay Villa. With the car window halfway down, the evening breeze brushed against his face, and he felt a sense of ease. The 1.5 bowls craze was in full swing. More quantity for the same price. The name alone sounded substantial, with 7 or 8 new flavors taking turns. Even loyal customers rushed to stock up. Within less than 10 days of being launched, orders had already extended into the next month. Sales skyrocketed, and in just 2 days the revenue had reached 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Ji Feng had already instructed Huang Sun to establish distribution channels in the mainland, planning to set up a factory there. Since the instant noodle market was not yet saturated, it was crucial to secure a foothold before competitors. Simultaneously advancing the beer and beverage sector's factory construction, equipment procurement, and hiring staff, all progressing seamlessly, one step leading into the next. At the traffic light, the red signal illuminated. Ji Feng lightly pressed the brakes, bringing the car to a gradual stop, his gaze inadvertently sweeping outside. In the night, the neon lights sketched the dense silhouettes of skyscrapers, and the streets were bustling with people. He withdrew his gaze and reached for the car radio knob, intending to play some music to ease the moment. Suddenly, a dull thud pierced through his eardrums. The car lurched forward violently, inertia throwing him against the steering wheel, his forehead nearly colliding with it. Before he could regain his senses, the entire vehicle had skidded several meters from the impact. Once the car came to a halt, Ji Feng immediately understood. He had been rear-ended. He didn't rush to exit, but first reached for the rearview mirror above, discreetly assessing the situation behind him. Given the current state of public safety in Hong Kong with kidnappings and scams rampant, he needed to ascertain the other party's background before deciding on his next move. The vehicle behind was a bright red private car, its outline clear, but the tinted windows obscured the driver's face. From the figure and movement, he could deduce that it was a woman. Only then did Ji Feng open the door and step out. Almost simultaneously, the door of the other car swung open with a click. The young woman stumbled out, her legs visibly trembling, gripping the door's edge tightly, her face pale and her eyes reflecting sheer panic. Ji Feng recognized her at a glance, his heart jolting. Xiaolong knew. Among all the actresses in Hong Kong, Li Ruodong had left the deepest impression on him. Her portrayals of Xiaolong Nu and Wang Yuyan were ethereal and otherworldly, embodying the dreams of an entire generation. The scenes from the screen had left countless young men and women weeping into their pillows. Who would have thought that he would be rear-ended by her? At this point, she had only debuted a few months ago, and her first film had just wrapped up with mediocre responses. Roles like Xiaolong Nu and Wang Yuyan would still be years away for her. Currently, Li Ruodong was merely a name in the Hong Kong film industry that few could recall. Yet, even before she achieved stardom, she stood there like a living embodiment of the pinnacle specimen, her features flawless, her figure perfectly proportioned, and even her breath radiated an untainted purity. Ji Feng first called Huang Sun, instructing him to send someone to handle the scene before striding towards Li Ruodong. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I am fine." Her voice was weak and trembling. She was genuinely frightened. Having saved up some money from acting, she had just bought the car and was taking her first solo drive today. Seeing the red light while turning, she panicked and instinctively pressed the brake, only to accidentally slam the accelerator, crashing straight into him. "I am sorry. She stammered, her lips quivering, and before she could finish, she hurriedly added, "I didn't mean to. I wanted to stop, but my hand slipped and I pressed the wrong pedal." So what if she was a goddess? When panicked, she still confused the gas and brake pedals. Ji Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "You seem pretty familiar with that brake. I scored full marks on my driving test," she blurted out, looking up at him. As soon as she realized the teasing tone in his voice, her face flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze. "It's a new car, my first time driving it, so I'm a bit rusty. I promise it won't happen again next time." "Next time?" Ji Feng silently scoffed. "Don't worry, handsome, I'll take responsibility for this. I'll cover the repair costs and any losses." She spoke with determination, but as her gaze fell on Ji Feng's car with its crumpled hood and shattered taillight, it was a Mercedes. She had a little knowledge of cars and recognized the model at a glance, her heart sinking. At least 3 million Hong Kong dollars to start. Given the extent of the damage, it would take no less than hundreds of thousands to fix. But where would she get that kind of money? Her pay was pitifully low, running 7 or 8 minor roles a year, and she might not even scrape together 100,000. With that thought, the color drained from her face, and her eyes welled up, almost bringing her to tears. "There's no need to worry about compensation, it's really no big deal." Ji Feng waved his hand, his expression relaxed. "Just be more careful when driving. It's a small matter to bump into someone, but with you being so beautiful, if you end up with a scratch, that would truly be a loss." He smiled warmly, his unforgettable face radiating an irresistible charm. Li Ruodong's face flushed with heat, her heart fluttering like a bird trapped in her chest, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. His smile lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Suddenly, the screech of brakes sliced through the air. Before the car had completely stopped, the door was yanked open with force. Huang Sun rushed out, grabbing Ji Feng's arm and scanning him up and down, his voice tense. "Young master, are you hurt? Is anything wrong?" Receiving the call about the accident, he nearly dropped his phone in shock. He rushed over his legs, trembling with anxiety. Hong Kong had been unstable lately, and he feared Ji Feng might attract unwanted attention. He was even more worried about the only heir of the Ji family suffering any injury. The Ji family had only this one descendant. If anything happened, he wouldn't have enough to atone for it. Uncle Huang, I'm really fine. I was just rear-end, not even a scratch. With a sigh of relief, Huang's son slowly calmed down upon seeing Ji Feng standing steadily, smiling naturally. Ji Feng turned to Li Ruodong. I'll handle things here. You won't be of any help. Shall I give you a ride home on the way? Oh, okay. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had agreed without hesitation. She was getting into a car with a man she had just met. He surely wasn't a bad person, right? She glanced sideways, her heart racing. His jawline was sharp and clean, his profile like it had been carved by a knife. Her heart raced again, warming her fingertips. With looks like his and willingly refusing compensation, he definitely wasn't a bad person. After giving him her address, she kept her eyes down, but couldn't help sneaking glances to the side. Her face grew hotter, her ears turning crimson. When infatuation strikes, who cares about boundaries? Her mind was filled with wild thoughts. If he were to say, let's go to your place, should she nod or shake her head? When they finally reached her doorstep, he reached out and pressed the doorbell. Would her hand tremble when she opened the door? Refusal. But he was just too handsome. Reason and emotion clashed within her, her heartbeat quickening. In the end, she silently surrendered. Once he spoke, she would not hold back. As the car came to a halt, Li Ruodong spoke. First, would you like to come to my house for a glass of water? Don't worry, I live alone. Did I just say that? Ji Feng was momentarily stunned, struggling to keep up with the pace. So straightforward. You're the only one at home. Was this a test or an invitation? Forget it, it's too late. He smiled and declined. It wasn't that he lacked thoughts. This girl before him was vibrant and captivating, who wouldn't be tempted? But he was experienced and knew the boundaries. Indulging in a fleeting pleasure was not as good as leaving a lingering taste. Oh, she lowered her head and opened the door, her steps dragging slowly. Are you really not coming up for a bit? At the last moment, she turned back to ask, her voice as light as a feather. Maybe another day. It's definitely too late today. These words instantly lit up her eyes. All right. She nodded, then suddenly paused and added, by the way, I still don't know your name. Can I have your contact information? Her face flushed crimson, but she still mustered the courage to lift her head. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Feng directly revealed his name and exchanged numbers. Ji Feng. I'm leaving now, bye. As the car drove away, she remained standing in place, looking up at the empty street corner, reluctant to turn and enter the building. Until a gust of wind blew, her mind suddenly cleared. Oh no. Li Ruodong abruptly hugged her head, her whole being stiff under the streetlight. Rationality returned, akin to waking from a hangover. She felt nothing but embarrassment. Did I really take the initiative to invite someone upstairs and specifically emphasize that I live alone? She wished she could evaporate on the spot, her fingers growing cold with panic. He surely doesn't think I'm an easy person, right? How could he bluntly refuse? Should I call him to clarify things? But if I do call, would he think I'm being insincere, putting on an act? What if he ends up disliking me because of this? Ji Feng would never know that due to his refusal, Li Ruodong spent the entire night awake, counting the seconds until dawn. She tossed and turned, pondering through the night. Should I call Ji Feng or not? The sun had already started shining on the desk, and her phone lay quietly beside her, screen down, without having pressed a single unmade call. In the end, she chose a middle ground, sending a text message. Thank you for giving me a ride home yesterday. She chose her words carefully, neither too light nor too heavy, leaving room for interpretation. Li Ruodong was certain he would see it and surely reply. As long as he replied with a word, she could naturally continue the conversation, seamlessly inviting him to dinner, thus meeting him more casually. However, once the message was sent, it sank like a stone thrown into a dry well, not even a ripple in response. Her heart tightened, palms sweating, making her reluctant to touch her phone again. In truth, Ji Feng saw it. He just didn't reply. People often tend to toss aside what comes too easily. As for a girl like Li Ruodong, who was both beautiful and easily moved, Ji Feng had always adhered to the principle of three no's: no initiative, no response, no rejection. The phrase to catch by letting go was something he had mastered to perfection. He pushed his phone into the deepest drawer of his desk, stretched lazily, and looked towards the door. Li Yongnan had arrived. The other party had called early in the morning, agreeing to meet at the New Era building. Ji Feng was not surprised. The acquisition of Onqing Foods seemed to be a move to strengthen the Ji family's foothold in the instant noodle market, but in reality, it was a showcase to everyone. Ji Feng truly had this capability. One by one, old rivals were being incorporated. Li Yongnan could not sit still. It was only a matter of time. He never expected him to arrive so quickly. News had just been released, and he was already standing at the door. Li Yongnan was impeccably dressed, his tie fastened tightly, his suit pressed, without a wrinkle, looking like a young man at his first interview 30 years ago. Mr. Ji. Upon entering, he spoke, his voice low and his posture even lower. The deal with Onqing Foods had made him realize that Ji Feng, though young, was tough-minded and not someone who relied on luck. Anyone who underestimated him because of his youth would only suffer the consequences. Mr. Li, there's no need to be so formal. Ji Feng smiled, inviting him to sit down, casually pouring him a cup of hot tea. You came personally, it seems you've made up your mind. Yes. Li Yongnan nodded, his expression serious. When you first proposed cooperation, I didn't say it out loud, but I thought it was just a joke. It wasn't until I saw the news about Onqing Foods that I understood. What was truly laughable was me. What you wanted to build was never just a small factory, but a real business empire. So, I want to come back to work at your company. I just don't know. Would you still be willing to give me a chance? He fixed his gaze on Ji Feng, his throat moving slightly, his fingers unconsciously tightening on the fabric of his trousers. What he feared the most was Ji Feng smiling and saying, "Oh, didn't you say last time that you weren't considering it?" "Of course I'm willing." Ji Feng laughed heartily, standing up and extending his hand. "Welcome to join us, Mr. Li. With you at the helm, we'll soar to new heights." Li Yongnan hurriedly stood up, both hands grasping Ji Feng's hand, the palms slightly damp. "Thank you, Mr. Ji, for not abandoning me. Although I failed once, this time I will definitely give my all to help you sell instant noodles all over the world." The vision was too narrow. Instant noodles were just one type of food. Fixating on a single brand was bound to fail. For a company to thrive, it must expand its operations and diversify. For instance, Ji Feng had secretly launched a spicy strip production line in the factory. This product could generate more profit than instant noodles. But he had no intention of letting Li Yongnan take charge of the food sector. "Mr. Li, you don't need to worry about the food sector. What I value is your years of experience in managing a business, so I have prepared a new task for you. To incubate a fast food brand for the company formerly entering the catering industry." Li Yongnan was taken aback and blurted out, "Fast food?" "Yes." Ji Feng nodded heavily. "Did you forget? I mentioned before that I want to break into the catering circle. Fast food is my first weapon. There are many fast food options in the market, but the ones that truly stand their ground are all branded products, blocking the way ahead. Those international giants have been entrenched for years, controlling the distribution channel's reputation and supply chain. How can we barge in and snatch a share? It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. The general public is discerning, they recognize those few logos. How can we compete?" Ji Feng sighed, but suddenly smiled, his eyes carrying a sense of confidence. "Making hamburgers and fried chicken. Of course we can't compete. But what if we make Chinese fast food? In terms of food, we are the original masters. Combined, the entire world might not be enough for us to enjoy a single hot pot. Why should we let foreigners hold the pot and count our money on our own soil? People from Yin country must have their own fast food brand." Li Yongnan contemplated for a moment, his eyes gradually brightening as if kindled by a flame. "Mr. Ji, what flavor are we going to focus on?" "Hot pot." Ji Feng's lips curled up. "Steamboat lamb hot pot, chaozhou beef hot pot." The essence is always the word hot pot. Fast food emphasizes speed. Cooking in a large pot tends to misalign flavors, but hot pot is different. The main ingredients are just a few. All the differences lie in the broth and dipping sauces. We control the recipes ourselves, adjusting for regional tastes. Sweet in the south, salty in the north, spicy in Sichuan, and fresh in Guangdong. Mass production on the assembly line, very stable. This is something ingrained in the bones of the people of Yin country. Ji Feng laid out his strategy methodically, item by item. The more Li Yongnan listened, the more fired up he became. Visions of crimson and gold signs blazing across Hong Kong streets flooded his mind, then spreading onward to Tokyo, Seoul, and San Francisco. "We start in Hong Kong, with 10 flagship stores, all in prime locations. Initial capital 100 million HKD. You may draw on it at any time." Li Yongnan's heart jolted, his throat tightened as he shot upright, voice low yet thunderous. "Mr. Ji, this is mine to carry." His mind raced ahead. Hire staff tomorrow as scout, Cha Chan Tang's wet markets and night bazaars the day after, to master local flavors inside out. Before the words even settled, the office telephone rang sharply. Ji Feng snatched up the receiver. Lin Yi's voice crashed through. "Boss, it's happened. The United States has moved. Just issued an official announcement, releasing strategic petroleum reserves." With that move, Ji Feng's harvesting machine roared back to life. He spoke with lightning speed. "Alert all traders. Lock onto the markets. I'm on my way." After hanging up, he glanced up to see Li Yongnan already stepping back toward the door. Ji Feng raised an arm. "Come with me." Li Yongnan blinked, asked nothing, and hurried after him into the secure room. Inside, 6 or 7 traders snapped their heads up in unison, eyes burning with intensity, palms nearly sweating. They'd waited too long, held back too tightly. Rumors of Team 2's colossal windfall had already gone viral. Even in dreams, their fingers flew across keyboards. "The boss is here." Lin Yi lunged forward, barely registering, Li Yongnan trailing behind, his voice trembling. "The U.S. released reserves. The oil price just plunged. It's at 38 a barrel now. At this pace, 33 isn't fantasy. A $10 drop meant at least 2 billion HKD in floating profit on their $100 billion short position." Lin Yi's fingertips tingled, as if gripping a fresh bundle of banknotes. But Ji Feng shook his head. "Don't count money yet. The U.S. has only just flipped its first card. $30-something. Far from the bottom." Lin Yi's pupils contracted, his breath deepened, heavy with anticipation. Shorting meant the steeper the fall, the louder the triumph. He half wished oil prices would crash below zero. Li Yongnan stood silently in the corner grasping fragments. Crude oil, shorting, price collapse, but failing to grasp the mechanics. All he felt was air thick as taut wire, his own heartbeat pounding against his eardrums. 36. A trader called out the quote. Every gaze snapped instantly to the trading screen. The U.S. announcement had truly turned the oil market upside down. As one of the world's leading producers with vast strategic reserves, its mere declaration of release instantly tipped supply far beyond demand, sending prices tumbling. Scarcity commands value, abundance breeds worthlessness. But Ji Feng was different. He'd crossed over from another life. He remembered clearly how in his past life the U.S. had waged war while wielding oil like a chokehold, kicking prices around like a football. This was merely the opening gambit. Soon prices nosedived to 35 per barrel, then froze abruptly, entering a sideways consolidation. Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Already stabilizing. That tiny drop, $2 more than he'd expected, still left on the table. Mr. Ji, the International Energy Agency, has intervened. Official statement: emergency release of 2.5 million barrels. The downtrend reignites. A roar erupted from the trading desk. Eyes locked on screens, temples pulsing, faces flushed with feverish intensity. Broke 31. Before the echo faded, another trader slammed his palm on the desk. Major oil-producing nations jointly declare daily output to increase by 50,000 barrels effective immediately. Shell, ExxonMobil, and the other 4 oil majors simultaneously announce commercial inventory drawdowns. 3 hammer blows, delivered in perfect succession. These producers, regulators, and energy titans didn't comply out of goodwill. They'd been thoroughly fed. With incentives fully aligned and profits secured, who wouldn't join the feast? Having feasted high atop the rally, they pivoted seamlessly into the short camp, cutting deep once more. Capital obeys, but one iron law: where profit lies, there the blade falls. And so oil prices were ruthlessly driven downward. The futures market collapsed in an instant. Capital stampeded and fangs bared, scrambling for scraps. Thousands upon thousands of short orders poured down like monsoon rain. Oil prices surged downward like a breached dam. No turning back. Countless accounts liquidated within seconds. Some lost homes overnight, crammed into rented rooms, shadows of debt clinging to their backs. Below 30. Short positions surged 20%. 23. The 20 threshold has fallen. 19 a barrel. Quotes echoed relentlessly, vibrating the walls of the secure room. The air burned. Every pulse thrummed with raw adrenaline. Close out. Ji Feng stared at the flickering 19.00 foot on screen and uttered 2 words. Tap, 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 tap. Keyboard strikes exploded like torrential rain. Traders pent up for ages, fingers danced like lightning. Short positions withdrew in seamless rapid succession. Massive sums of cash flooded their accounts. Not mere trades, but Ji Feng's solitary coronation. 30 minutes later, position closure complete. Shirts soaked, yet every eye gleamed, every mouth curved upward uncontrollably. All turned as one toward Ji Feng, like soldiers awaiting the battle cry. Lin Yi approached unsteadily, opened his mouth, and the entire room fell utterly still. We closed at 19. Account balance, 15 Hong Kong dollars. 3 billion. Initial capital, 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. After fees, net profit, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. A sharp collective gasp pierced the silence. Li Yongnan, who hadn't spoken since entering, sucked in breath so violently it rasped dry and startling, echoing through the hushed chamber. The traders, though stunned, had braced themselves for such figures. Not Li Yongnan. He'd watched the entire spectacle unfold, knowing only the barest fundamentals of futures, yet witnessing real wealth gush into accounts in mere minutes. His mind went hollow with shock. He'd spent half a lifetime amassing less than 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Ji Feng lifted a finger and reclaimed 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Instinctively, Li Yongnan gripped the seam of his trousers, his Adam's apple bobbed. Had his entire life taken a wrong turn? Could wealth truly be conjured so effortlessly? Had his decades unfolded in slow motion? Only now did the traders notice the man in the corner and cast knowing glances his way. Li Yongnan's face flushed. He dropped his gaze, fingers nervously tracing the edge of his chair. Ji Feng observed it all, his lips lifting almost imperceptibly. Bringing Li Yongnan wasn't about consultation. It was about demonstration. When we say it falls, it falls. When we say it profits, it profits. Yet that sheer physical presence startled Li Yongnan on the spot. Futures trading runs deeper than any ocean. If you misstep, your fortune vanishes. But step true, and mountains of gold can't match what floods in. No sooner had Ji Feng finished speaking than sweat beaded on Li Yongnan's temples. He'd finally grasped the peril of this trade. His awe of Ji Feng deepened further. At just 24, Ji Feng danced on the razor's edge of futures, unshaken, immovable. How many seasoned Hong Kong veterans had shattered entirely on this very path? Mr. Ji, I yield. A true prodigy. In just days, you've amassed a fortune so vast that even non-stop printing presses couldn't keep pace with your speed. Li Yongnan blurted it out, each word sincere and unguarded. Before the final syllable faded, Lin Yi smiled and interjected, "That's nothing. Last time during Japan's stock market collapse, Mr. Ji harvested local retail investors, netting hundreds of billions in cash. Hundreds of billions." Li Yongnan sucked in a ragged, staggering breath, his tongue nearly tied. He stared blankly at Ji Feng, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What Ji Feng held in his hand was no mere promise. It was hundreds of billions in hard cash. No wonder he had casually tossed over 100 million as startup capital. A surge of warmth rose in his chest. Following Ji Feng was undoubtedly the boldest decision he'd ever made in his life. With hundreds of billions as bedrock, even the most insurmountable obstacle could be shattered open. Capturing market share, flood it with capital, customers would queue up unbidden. Li Yongnan strode away briskly, his back bearing an uncanny resemblance to his younger self, a man who'd once arrived at the docks barehanded, shouldering sacks of flour to carve out his destiny. Ji Feng granted all traders an extended holiday. Trading concluded, freedom for all. Each received a weighty cashier's check in hand, while astronomical dividends lay dormant in their accounts. Grinning ear to ear, they stepped out of the Neo-era tower. Their laughter reverberated off the glass facade in resonant hums. The entire building suddenly felt hollowed out. Elevator chimes now rang with startling clarity. Young Master, our 1.5 bowl instant noodles have gone viral. Daily sales hit 200,000 packs, and supply still can't keep up. Factories in mainland China are already under construction. Full production lines are being relocated there, with operations slated to commence next month. Distribution channels are fully unlocked. Multiple buyers are already camped outside the factory gates waiting for the first shipment. I plan to add 3 more production lines immediately to secure our foothold before competitors even register our move. Huang Sun reported with a perpetual upward curve to his lips, his very eyebrows radiating jubilation. Additionally, overseas markets are firmly secured. 70% of the Japanese market belongs to us, while in Taiwan virtually no rival can gain entry. Ji Feng nodded, voice calm and grounded. Don't let this fleeting flurry blind you. Without continual innovation and flavor, even the most renowned brand will inevitably be squeezed out. Instant noodles possess low barriers to entry and razor-thin margins. Anyone can grab a wok and start cooking. Selling well today offers no guarantee of triumph tomorrow. Understood. Huang San nodded vigorously, the creases on his forehead smoothing out entirely. He had long since assembled a dedicated R&D team in mainland China. Day after day, they tested flavors, refined formulas, and optimized manufacturing processes, even analyzing 17 distinct particle sizes for the scallion flakes in the soup packets. And the spicy strips? Ji Feng asked. Compared to instant noodles, spicy strips were the true national bullet. A product engineered to strike directly at the youth's palate, generation after generation, never missing its mark. Even Ji Feng himself, as a child with no pocket money, would run credit for a single pack, licking his fingers clean, then sucking the empty wrapper dry. 30,000 packs shipped. Multiple factories ran shifts around the clock. Mainland production lines were built concurrently with those for noodles, sharing steam infrastructure and warehousing. Huang Sen's eyes blazed with fervor as he spoke of the spicy strips. He had tasted the samples. Robust, chew-penetrating aroma, and heat, a lingering sweet aftertaste. Even he, a man whose sole culinary criterion was satiety, found himself devouring 3 sticks without pause. When even a lazy, picky eater reaches out willingly, you know the product is destined for wildfire success. Roll it out nationwide, immediately. Ji Feng paused briefly. Spare no expense on cost. First, distribute 100,000 free trial packs, street teams, campus campaigns, direct handouts, whatever delivers speed. Ensure that first taste imprints itself indelibly upon every tongue. Done. I'll set it in motion right away. New territories. As usual, Xiao Chun, fresh off his night shift, opted to save $2 on bus fare and ducked into a corner shop to prepare a quick noodle meal. The shopkeeper was a woman in her 40s, round-faced, sturdy built. Regulars affectionately called her Auntie Pang. Auntie Pang, 1 bowl and a half, braised flavor please. Xiao Chun pushed open the glass door and called toward the counter. Oh, perfect timing. The new variant just arrived this morning, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Neighbors say it's so fragrant it lures souls from afar. Won't you give it a try? With practiced ease, Auntie Pang lifted the plastic cover from the shelf and handed him a pack, her smile crinkling warmly with genuine enthusiasm. Ever since Ji Sure Lifestyle launched new products at regular interval, sales of instant noodles in her tiny shop had more than doubled. There was always a flavor tailored precisely to your palate. A new flavor. Xiao Chun glanced up and instantly decided yes, that one. Auntie Pang deftly retrieved the pack. Xiao Chun reached for his wallet as usual, but froze mid-motion when his gaze fell upon 2 unfamiliar small packets resting atop the noodle cup. Auntie Pang, I didn't order these. If you're forcing them on me, I won't pay. Auntie Pang raised her brows, shot him a mock stern look. Who's forcing anything? These are complimentary trial samples, courtesy of the manufacturer. Don't want them? Then I'll take them back. Her hand darted forward to retrieve them. Oh no, keep them. Who turns down free goods? Xiao Chun snatched them tight, terrified they'd vanish if he hesitated half a second. High cheese spicy strips. He'd never heard the name before, let alone tasted them. They're truly exceptional. Everyone who tried them 2 days ago walked out carrying several packs. Auntie Pang spoke with absolute conviction, not mere flattery. She herself was hooked. Curiosity prompted her first bite, but she couldn't stop. 3 straight days of non-stop consumption. Really? Xiaoqin remained skeptical, but tore open the package anyway. A bold, intoxicating wave of chili fragrance surged straight into his nostrils. On his first bite, he went gently. His tongue first registered a delicate tingle of heat, then a rich roasted aroma swelled forth, followed by a slow sweet finish, each chew deepening the allure. His taste buds felt as though a door had been violently thrown open. Absolutely brilliant. His eyes lit up. How much per pack? Give me 10 more. Just $1 per pack. Auntie Pang spread her hands wide. Come earlier tomorrow. You're holding the shop's last 2 packs. They sold out before noon. She'd ordered only sparingly, fearing poor demand, except for the free samples. Barely a few packs remained on the shelf. Yet the moment people tasted them, frenzy erupted. Every last one vanished within hours. She'd already resolved tomorrow she'd haul back several more cartons. Xiaoqin's face fell instantly. He clutched the 2 packs tighter and blurted urgently, reserve 20 for me tomorrow. I'll pre-order them now. Can't guarantee it. People are already lining up at the street corner. Auntie Pang shook her head, smiling. Good stock sold fast. That joy was real, not imagined. After some back and forth, they settled on 5 packs reserved for him the next day. Only then did Xiaoqin stride out, noodles cradled in one arm, spicy strips clenched fiercely in the other. The following dawn, before delivery trucks even arrived, Auntie Pang pedaled furiously on her bicycle straight to the Ji Feng lifestyle production plant. Logically, manufacturers delivered to retailers. But she'd resolved to arrive early. 1 extra carton was worth the effort. At the factory gate she froze. She'd thought herself early, yet a sea of people already choked the iron gate. Many faces were familiar. Shop owners and convenience store managers from neighboring blocks, each clutching empty baskets and thick wads of cash, all vying for spicy strips. Auntie Pang plunged into the crowd, terrified of missing out. Vibrant packaging, audacious flavor. Adults and children alike cried, 1 more pack, please. Overnight, high cheese spicy strips exploded across the city. By 10 o'clock that morning, Huang Sen's phone wouldn't stop ringing. Factory managers and regional warehouse supervisors dialed in one after another, voices growing increasingly frantic. All 30,000+ packs in inventory sold out. The manager reported urgently. Dozens remained camped outside the factory, refusing to leave without product. Huang Sen nearly leapt to his feet. Sold out in just 1 day. He'd anticipated success, but never imagined such meteoric, overwhelming demand. Production cost totaled less than 20 cents per pack. After channel allowances, net profit stood at 50 cents per pack. Single-day profit, 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, achieved despite widespread stockouts. Were production capacity to scale accordingly? He dared not even contemplate the numbers. He immediately ordered the entire factory must work overtime and expand production overnight. At the same time, he quickly reported to Ji Feng and initiated 2 new production lines. He added an extra note: the factories in the mainland must also get moving. Otherwise, the goods will never be sufficient. The production line of JIS snacks was operating at full speed. However, orders continued to pour in like snowflakes. Every day, there were people blocked at the warehouse door, unable to get their goods, or lingering in the factory, unwilling to leave. Only when the new production lines were gradually put into operation, doubling the production capacity and creating a surplus over demand, did these chaotic scenes slowly begin to calm down. High snacks became the most sought-after snack on the streets of Shangjiang. Everyone had a packet. Especially among students, if their backpacks weren't stuffed with a packet of high snacks, they felt inadequate even when jumping rope during breaks. Major newspapers in Xinjiang solemnly stated on the front page, "Spicy strips, a revolutionary taste of the era." Ji Feng couldn't help but laugh aloud when he read this line in the newspaper. It is said that Xinjiang is well informed, but right now it's just that they are experiencing a taste that is genuinely satisfying for the first time. Young master. Huang Sen pushed the door open and entered. With the success of the spicy strips, JIS Life firmly established its roots in the food industry. Ji Feng had previously instructed him to prepare for beverage and beer brands, but this time Huang Sen was not here to report progress. He was followed by a young man. The contours of his features bore some resemblance to Huang Sen. His gaze steady, his skin a sun-kissed wheat color, broad-shouldered and muscular with a body that was tightly honed. What stood out the most was the aura he exuded. Ji Feng immediately sensed that this person had seen blood. His name is Huang Feng. Huang Sen introduced. He is my uncle's grandson, and in terms of seniority, I am his elder uncle. His family is no longer around. He came to Xinjiang alone by boat to seek refuge with me. Huang Sen's family was not originally from Xinjiang. They had moved south from the mainland many years ago to make a living. He still had relatives back home, but after losing both parents, he was adopted by the Ji family and gradually lost contact with that side. It was only later that Ji Feng's father sent someone to inquire extensively before re-establishing contact. This kid has a background in special forces, he has been on the front lines with real guns, and has earned the title of Soldier King. His skills are absolutely reliable. He's perfect to be the young master's personal bodyguard. The incident where Ji Feng was rear-ended made Huang's son realize Xiangjiang may seem peaceful on the surface, but the undercurrents have never ceased. There hasn't been a reliable person guarding the young master for a long time, and trouble is bound to arise. He had already been secretly looking for someone, but it was hard to trust outsiders, and familiar faces rarely turned out to be truly solid. Now it was perfect. He was both a blood relative and a seasoned battlefield veteran, trustworthy and capable of handling the situation. Without further ado, Huang's son led him straight to Ji Feng's office. "Call him, young master." "No." Ji Feng quickly raised his hand to stop him. Upon hearing that Huang Feng was a veteran soldier, Ji Feng felt a chill in his heart and respected him deeply. He had always held great respect for soldiers, and he admired someone like Huang Feng who had faced gunfire and guarded the country. "I see Brother Feng is older than me, so you can just call me a Feng from now on." This. Huang Feng was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond, and instinctively looked towards Huang's son. He had come this time to seek a job. After retiring from the army, he faced repeated setbacks in finding work, and with the poor economy, his hometown was left with empty walls. With a determined heart, he crossed the sea to seek out this uncle he had never met. He had long heard that he was to be the bodyguard of the Ji family's young master, and he had also considered the rules, boundaries, and hierarchy. Who would have thought Ji Feng would be so easygoing, making him unsure of where to place his hands and feet? Wasn't it said that capitalists are haughty and narrow-minded? "Whatever the young master instructs, you shall do." Just as Huang Xin finished speaking, Ji Feng smiled and added, "Uncle Huang raised me since I was little. You are his biological nephew. We are family, no need to be so formal." "All right." Huang Feng nodded in agreement. Ji Feng took the opportunity to pull him down to sit. "Brother Feng, do you still have contact with your comrades from the army?" "Most of them are still in touch." Huang Feng thought for a moment and replied frankly, "Could you help me ask if anyone is willing to come to Xiangjiang? The treatment can be discussed, and their families can come along too. I want to form a bodyguard team. In the future, it might even expand into a formal security company." This thought came to me the moment I saw Huang Feng. Who better than seasoned special forces soldiers to understand what it means to prevent problems before they arise? Equipped and uniformly trained, they would be an elite force that could be deployed and strike hard. The more famous he became, the closer the risks loomed. In the future, his wife and children would need someone to protect them closely. Therefore, he had long wanted to build this team. He just needed a leader. "I will do my best to ask, but I can't guarantee everyone will be willing to come." Huang Feng didn't finish his sentence. He understood that not everyone was willing to leave their homeland and travel across the ocean. "It's all right. A soldier's comrades are fine. Other veterans will do as well. As long as their quality is high, the more the better. Once they arrive in Xiangjiang, the salary will be at the industry's peak. If their families are coming, I'll take care of their employment and children's education. If something happens during a mission, they'll cover hospitalization costs. If something unfortunate happens, I will take care of his entire family until they grow old." Before Ji Feng finished speaking, Huang Feng felt a shock in his heart. Is this truly a capitalist? He is clearly a brother willing to risk his life for his kin. Of course, Ji Feng, offering these conditions, was also paving the way for himself. When the soldiers have no worries, they will dare to fight for him. To ensure Huang Feng's complete peace of mind, Ji Feng immediately instructed Huang's son to withdraw 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The payment was made before departure. No dragging of feet, no worries, everything was clean and efficient. Once this matter was settled, Huang Feng turned around and dialed his old comrade's number. Meanwhile, Ji Feng collected himself to meet today's important guest, Wang Mingqi, one of the top 10 female heroes in Xiangjiang. In terms of fame, she was far less than those professional managers and working emperors who frequently appeared in the finance section. A PhD in finance with solid practical abilities. The reason for her low profile was that she had never switched jobs. While others relied on frequently changing companies to boost their resumes and raise their profiles, she had walked a single path until retirement. Ji Feng was preparing to form a private economic advisory group. Plainly speaking, it was his own think tank. The first thought that came to him was her. Dependable, capable, and with no flaws to speak of. She had just finalized her employment details with her previous employer and had yet to sign a contract. Without a second thought, Ji Feng offered her a high salary, determined to have her on his team. Wang Mingqi appeared in a sharply tailored professional outfit, her figure well-proportioned with clear and striking features, her light makeup enhancing her good complexion. Even the hottest female stars in Xiangjiang would struggle to outshine her calm presence. "Boss, I will spare no effort in building the team. You can rest assured about the professional aspects." As soon as Ji Feng explained his intentions, she readily agreed. "I will ensure that your private advisory group becomes a top-tier team globally." Ji Feng snapped his fingers, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He needed someone like her, doing what she excelled at while taking on the heaviest burdens for him. No matter how capable a person was, their energy was limited. All true leaders in this world have a discreet think tank behind them, helping them think through problems, safeguarding their bottom lines, and assisting them in strategic planning.
Miss Wang, may our cooperation be pleasant. Young Master Mr. Li Ju from Chengshun Group has sent a message wanting to meet with you. The news brought by Huang San made Ji Feng pause momentarily. Li Ju, the designated successor of Li Jia, is a few years older than Ji Feng, and they have never had any prior contact. Why would he suddenly want to meet? Did he mention the reason for the meeting? Ji Feng asked. Huang San shook his head, saying he only stated that Mr. Li has extended an invitation but did not elaborate further. Ji Feng tapped lightly on the edge of the table with his fingertip. An unsolicited gesture of goodwill must have ulterior motives. Li Jia's action likely contains a test, perhaps even a hidden agenda. Since the other party has reached out, there is no reason for him to shy away. When the soldiers come, there are generals to block them. When the water comes, there are earth to cover it. Reply, I'll agree. Qingshui Bay Golf Country Club. The largest and most luxurious golf course in Hong Kong, it is the preferred venue for private meetings among the elite. This sport, originally a British pastime, has been adopted by Hong Kong's wealthy, who have learned to appreciate its nuances. The open space allows for minimal noise when swinging clubs, and conversations are not hindered by eavesdropping. It's the most discreet place for business discussions and strategic planning. Ji Feng stepped onto the course and immediately spotted Li Ju. Ah Feng, how are you? Li Ju, dressed in casual sportswear and wearing a cap, smiled broadly as he approached. However, the way he called out Ah Feng made Ji Feng's eyelids twitch slightly. It was a familiar greeting that conveyed warmth. The issue is that the two have never met before. He is only a few years older, yet he uses this form of address as if their statuses and relationships have already been clearly defined. By addressing Ji Feng this way, it was clear he was telling Li Ju, we stand on equal footing, and you should not think of stepping over me. Li Jia's smile froze for a moment, but quickly relaxed again, remaining friendly. It was as if Ji Feng was an old friend of his. As the successor recognized by Li Jia, who will control the family business in the future, Li Jia's social skills are indeed not to be underestimated. I invited you over abruptly because I wanted to discuss a potential collaboration. As they sat down, Li Ju signaled to his assistant to bring 2 cups of coffee, getting straight to the point. Collaboration. Ji Feng lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes calmly fixed on Li Jia's face. Yes. Li Ju nodded, saying Chengshun Group boasts the largest chain retail network in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, Chu Chinshur. At this point, Chu Chinshur had not yet evolved into the Chu Chinshur Group that would span across food, daily chemicals, and proprietary brands. It was still a solid chain supermarket primarily focused on end sales. Nevertheless, after years of deep cultivation, it has become Hong Kong's #1 chain, with locations already expanding into Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and other Southeast Asian countries. I have great confidence in the growth potential of JIS products. If we partner up, JIS products could have its products fully distributed across Southeast Asia within 6 months. Initially, when he heard about Ji Feng acquiring Yongnan Foods, Li Ju thought it was a joke, merely an outsider making a fuss. It was later that he realized he was the one being kept in the dark. When Ji Feng secured Onqing Foods, it truly astonished him. After the merger, JIS products surged to become the #1 producer and seller of instant noodles in Southeast Asia. Following that, the production line for instant noodles was stopped, and they pushed the 1.5 bowl instant noodles, capturing directly 70% of the market in Hong Kong. They then launched high-eat spicy strips, which quickly went viral on the streets. Now spicy strips have expanded from Hong Kong to the Bay Island in Japan, even appearing on shelves in Indonesia and Vietnam. Li Ju felt a rush of heat in his heart. Others might think spicy strips are not a serious product, but as the designated heir of the Li family, his business acumen was 10 times sharper than the average person. He had already determined this product would eventually sweep the globe. More importantly, he had secretly investigated. Just in Hong Kong, high-eat spicy strips had a daily sales volume exceeding 500,000 packs, with a daily net profit of 250,000 HK dollars. And this was only in Hong Kong. The figures from other regions had not even been calculated yet. This was not just a snack, it was clearly a money-printing machine. The entry barrier for spicy strips is low, but establishing a factory, hiring workers, and running a complete production line takes at least half a year to get off the ground. By the time you sharpen your knives, the market will have already been tightly secured by JIS products. For newcomers to find a foothold, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. So he simply gave up on building his own and turned his gaze toward JIS products itself. How do we collaborate? Ji Feng knew full well that the collaboration Li Ju spoke of was not merely a standard channel agreement for Chu Chinshur to carry a few more JIS products. After all, both parties were already cooperating, with instant noodles and spicy strips already occupying the prime shelves of all Chu Chinshur stores. Li Ju chuckled awkwardly. Instant noodles and spicy strips have limited technical barriers, anyone can replicate them, and there is no way to achieve true monopoly. He continued to stabilize the market. It relies on steadfast allies. Chu Chinshur is this ballast. As the largest chain in Southeast Asia, it is currently aggressively entering the mainland market. Within a year, the number of stores in the mainland will surpass 2,000, and the expansion is accelerating. First outline the market, then reveal the assets. After such a big round, he finally peeled off the veil and showed his true intentions.
As long as Chu Chen-Shur commits, the entire system will exclusively sell products under JIS products. JIS products can firmly lock in its core market share. In exchange, JIS products must relinquish 55% of its shares and sign this strategic cooperation agreement, a deal that would take more than half of the equity. Even a con artist wouldn't dare to ask for such a thing outright. Ji Feng almost laughed. He acknowledged that Chu Chen-Shur had potential, but at present its market share in retail was less than 1/3, especially in the mainland where it was barely holding on, merely having sown the seeds. To demand 55% right off the bat is no different than coming in with a knife. Are you sure this is cooperation? Ji Feng stared at Li Ju and slowly asked, isn't it outright robbery? Li Ju shrugged his shoulders, a grin forming at the corner of his mouth. Feng, this is clearly cooperation. Chu Chen-Shur is personally backing you, and the opportunity is right at your fingertips. This industry has a low entry barrier. If we start our own brand, we could be on the market in 3 days. The fact that we are here to talk to you is purely because we find you likable. His words sounded cordial, but the underlying message was hard as a rock. Ji Feng threw back his head and laughed, saying, then you can do it yourself. Feng, not even this little courtesy. Li Ju's face darkened, his tone suddenly lowering, and his gaze turned colder. This courtesy of yours isn't worth that much. He pressed on. JIS products would only supply you goods. Are you willing to exchange 55% of Chu Chen-Shur's shares for it? Ji Feng retorted sharply. Did he really think that a family business was just a roadside stall that could be taken away at will? Feng, don't think the sky is blue and the ground is flat. When your father was alive, he had to give way to the Li family. As soon as he said this, Ji Feng felt enlightened. So this was their plan, to see him as a lone piece of meat on the chopping board to be cut and slaughtered at will. Your father's reputation was not so great that it could overshadow all of Hong Kong. Ji Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. Are you so willing to sacrifice that your father is aware of it? Or is it that everyone in the Li family has cultivated a thick skin? Li Ju's words acted like needles, awakening Ji Feng in an instant. It turned out that there were not just 1 or 2 people eyeing him. They all regarded him as a soft persimmon, easy to squeeze. He had to stand firm, not by crying poor or shouting injustice, but by making it clear to all of Hong Kong Ji Feng is not a target that just anyone can trample on. Bang! Li Ju slammed his palm onto the rosewood desk, his knuckles whitening, his brow furrowed into a rigid knot. He had expected Ji Feng to bow his head, but never imagined the man would not even blink. Ji Feng, 3 days from now I'll be waiting for you to kneel and hand over your shares with both hands. A threat. Ji Feng didn't so much as twitch a brow. He even found it faintly absurd. Does he truly believe the Li family remains what it was 20 years ago, the same Li clan whose mere footfall once made all of Hong Kong tremble? Far from it. From the moment Ji Feng stepped across the threshold, his resolve was already set. He would use this very provocation to spread the word. Whoever dares move against Ji's daily life must first weigh their own strength, bone by bone, ounce by ounce. Li Ju hurled the phone down, fury surged straight to his temples. Immediately delist all Ji's daily life products. Notify Behui Yongfeng and Hualien. Effective today, not a single item from Ji's daily life shall cross the threshold of any of their stores. Having roared these orders at senior executives from Chu Chen-Shur, he swiped his finger across the screen and dialed another number. The receiver rang only twice before being answered. Young Masterly, has the sun risen in the west today? On the other end was De Quan, the head of the XINZ-DY syndicate known on the streets as Brother Quan. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Ju skipped all pleasantries and named his price outright. I want every factory under Ji's daily life shut down. No worker must dare step foot inside a workshop. Can you deliver? Even De Quan, however formidable, was merely a contractor in the eyes of the Li heir. Hearing the sum, he instantly agreed. Money hits the account. Men hit the ground. Shutting down a few factories. Child's play. As for whom they were crossing, De Quan never asked. He took payment and fulfilled the task. That was the unspoken law of the world. Wire the funds, now? He hung up. Turning to the young men beside him, De Quan tilted his chin sharply. Who owns Ji's daily life? Before striking, one must first know the gate. It's that spicy strip brand. His underlings rushed to answer. The boss is Ji Feng, the sole son of shipowner Ji. Upon hearing this, De Quan exhaled in quiet relief. Had shipowner Ji still been alive, he might have hesitated. But now, a green boy guarding an empty throne, what hesitation remained? He did not believe Ji Feng could stir up any real storm. Swallowing injustice like a mute, then swallow it he would. Mobilize everyone. Starting today, not a single bolt shall turn in any Ji's daily life factory. At De Quan's raised voice, his men instantly bristled with energy. Don't worry, Chief. You'll hear glass shattering by tomorrow. Shatter what glass? De Quan barely opened his mouth before correcting himself. Pick out a few ringleaders. Beat them within an inch of their lives. Once the workers are terrified, who'll dare cross the factory gates? The factories will collapse on their own. He scoffed, shaking his head. Smashing buildings was laborious. Breaking people was effortless. Understood. His men snapped in unison, jaws set, eyes gleaming. Xian Ji Yuan Tower. Inside Ji Feng's office. Huang Sen's temples throbbed violently, his face flushed deep purple. The Li family truly thinks we're corpses. When open robbery failed, they colluded with several major chain retailers to pull every Ji's daily life product from shelves. All three giants moved in concert, backed by Chu Qinshe, to encircle and suffocate Ji's daily life. And just like that, 60% of the market vanished in a single stroke. What choked Huang Sun most was Li Ju's brazen demand for equity, right there face to face. Who would have dared utter such words while shipowner Ji still lived? Once the tea cools, the guest departs. Once the wall crumbles, every brick rains down upon the young master's head. Everyone assumed that without his parents' protection, Ji Feng was nothing but a soft, pliable target, ready to be squeezed and shaped at will. Yet Li Jiaqing and old Ji had once sworn brotherhood, and now faster than flipping a page, Li turned feral, lunging first to tear flesh. Not a shred of old loyalty remained. Uncle Huang, don't let anger rise. In business, what face remains? My father is gone. Now they breathe easier. Ji Feng leaned back in his chair, voice calm. He knew the Li family's nature as if carved into his bones. Wolves in tailored suits, eyes fixed solely on the thickness of banknotes, not the thinness of human decency. How thick that decency ran depended entirely on how heavy the money weighed. Just as he outlined his countermeasures, Huang Sen's phone rang. He snatched it up, and his hand jerked violently, veins pulsing fiercely along his temple. Rage nearly erupted through the crown of his skull. Young master, men from XINZDUI stormed our factories, beating workers, threatening them one by one. Step foot on the job again, and your entire family suffers. These past years, Hong Kong stood on the cusp of transition. Britain had long since withdrawn its oversight of Triads, abandoning them to drift unchecked. Now those gangs strode arrogantly through the streets. Even red lights bowed before them. Workers refused to return. More than half have already tendered resignations. They were ordinary folk who dared provoke a triad. They fled, not towards safety but away from danger. The factory paid well and offered generous benefits. Who wouldn't want the job? Yet living proof lay before them. A handful who refused to quit were dragged into alleyways and beaten. 3 ribs shattered, still hospitalized. Losing one's livelihood was safer than losing one's life. Receiving a beating was preferable to having one's whole family marked. No one dared cross the factory threshold, not even once. Ji Feng's brows drew sharply downward, frost crystallized in his gaze. No need to guess, it was Li Ju's doing. A coordinated blockade was one thing, but enlisting Triads to strike from the shadows. If left unaddressed, who among Hong Kong's workers would ever dare sign a contract with Ji's daily life again? Immediate production halt. All workers placed on paid leave. His knuckles tapped the desk, slow, steady, resonant. Uncle Huang, represent the company at the hospital to visit the injured. 20,000 Hong Kong dollars per person, settlement fees. We guarantee the safety of their families. Tell them this beating will not go unanswered. I will reclaim justice myself. Every arrangement must appear in the press, so all may witness Ji's daily life keeps its word. As soon as Huang Sun departed, Ji Feng dialed a call. Moments later, Huang Feng entered, pushing the door open. A phone. Brother Feng, where are they? Ji Feng lifted his eyes, sharp, unwavering. 5 have already landed. Another dozen have pledged allegiance. But with families in tow, travel takes time. They'll arrive in a few days. Huang Feng always delivered with precision. Within less than a day, 5 men stood on Hong Kong streets. Comrades who had once faced death side by side. At a single summons, all answered, boarding planes before packing suitcases. These 5 formed the legendary quintet, their mission, to dismantle an enemy stronghold defended by over 100 men. As Huang Feng spoke, his lips tightened, but his eyes burned with unyielding ferocity. Ji Feng had briefly worried their numbers were too few to dominate the field, until that sentence settled in his mind, and his heart sank firmly back into place. Triad thugs might swing clubs and shout bravado, but pit them against men who'd crawled from mass graves. They belonged to different generations. Bring these 5 brothers in. I have instructions. Huang Feng nodded and exited. 5 men entered immediately. None were tall or broad, some even slight, but each stood like a spear, upright, motionless, utterly still. Ji Feng said nothing. Yet the instant their eyes met his, cold, precise, silent, as though blades still sheathed in steel, he knew these men were untouchable. This is our employer. Huang Feng gestured toward Ji Feng. Ji Feng memorized each face in turn. I called you here because I entrust you with a task. He spoke plainly without preamble, laying bare his plan, action, and bloodshed. The 5 exchanged glances, swift, silent, then nodded as one employer. We accept without reservation. In their minds, Triad bosses were never anything but scum. Carrying out this operation, it was no crime. It was righteous retribution, a duty none could decline. The night was heavy and dark. In the new territories at the clubhouse named Deep Sea Whale, located on Heo Mapping Zinz's turf, Daquan leaned sideways on the sofa, a cigar clenched between his lips with a dancer on each side. His hands were far from innocent, provoking the two to giggle coquettishly, twisting their waists to evade. Boss, those tough guys are all sent to the hospital. Now all the workers in JIS lifestyle factories tremble at the mere mention of your name. Who dares to show up for work? The junior approached with a beaming smile. As soon as the workers hear the words Daquan, they immediately hand in their resignations and run faster than rabbits. No one in Xiangjiang dares to step foot in JIS factories anymore. The factories can only halt operations, and in the future, don't even dream of recruiting anyone. Before the words finished, another junior chimed in. Who is my boss? Everyone on Xiangjiang knows his weight. Those mud-legged fellows wouldn't dare stir under my boss' nose even if they had 100 guts. Daquan grinned broadly, smoke puffing from his nostrils, unable to hide his pride. The two scantily clad girls beside him quickly cast admiring glances and purred, Brother Daquan, you're so handsome. My heart is about to stop. He chuckled, tightening his grip beneath their arms. Tonight, he'll make your hearts race even more. The two shyly lowered their heads, yet pressed their bodies closer into his embrace. What's the situation with JIS lifestyle? Daquan inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke as he asked his men. They went to visit those beaten and hospitalized, even made the newspapers, threatening to fight us to the death. The junior sneered dismissively. Fight to the deaths. Immediately someone slammed the table, veins bulging on his neck. Boss, just say the word, and he'll lead the men to raid their broken factory. Let's see if they still want to fight or rest. Before he finished, Daquan's sharp gaze swept across the room like a blade. Halting operations is enough. Smash the factory. Do you want them to hate you even more? He glared at the reckless junior, his voice low but ruthless. What is the Underworld? It's not just about throwing punches, you must also know when to advance, retreat, and leave room. The man scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. You're the wise one, boss. We just run errands, we don't understand these nuances. Daquan was not afraid of Ji Feng turning hostile. He knew very well this was all underly just instruction, only to paralyze the factory, not to cause chaos. If they truly smashed the factory, pushing Ji Feng into desperation, it would only backfire. Come, drinks. I'll toast to you all first. The juniors raised their glasses, the clinking of glass clear and sharp. The matter of Ji's factories was nothing more than idle chatter for them, not worth a single hair's weight. They had done such jobs countless times before. Just as the glass was lifted to the lips. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open, splinters flying. 5 men in black suits strode in their steps, synchronized faces expressionless. Damn, who gave you the guts to kick the door? Are you tired of living? Daquan's men jumped up to curse, one grabbing a wine bottle from the table and smashing it towards the forehead of the man at the front. What a perfect chance to show face. The boss was right behind watching. No matter who they were, smash first and ask later. But just as the bottle was raised, the man lifted his leg and kicked hard, the top of his foot smashing into Daquan's chest. Ugh! He flew back like a kite, with its string cut crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, curling up in pain, his breath trembling. Who is Daquan? The leader Daxiong scanned the room, his voice booming enough to make the chandelier hum. Daquan and his men froze, their drunkenness not yet faded but their minds utterly stunned. Damn it! Chop them up! Daquan finally snapped back to reality, springing up with a roar like thunder. His men snapped to attention, grabbing wine bottles, fruit plates, and stools to charge forward. But in that instant, 5 dark shadows burst through the private room door, led by Daxiong. With a wave of his hand, all 5 simultaneously pulled out guns from their pockets. Xiangjiang's strict regulations made heavy weaponry difficult, but a few handguns were still accessible. Anyone moves, I'll shoot him first. Daxiong raised his gun, his voice sharp as ice scraping glass, echoing back and forth in the room. The black muzzle gleamed dull, louder than any shouting. The room fell into sudden silence. Daquan's men froze in place, holding their breath. They were gangsters, yet usually just shoving, smashing venues, collecting protection fees, or occasionally drawing knives to draw blood. Faced with real guns and live ammo, life hanging by a thread, who would still pretend to be tough? One by one their necks shrank, eyes on their noses on their hearts, pretending to be mute. Who is Daquan? Seeing no one dared to speak, Daxiong repeated, his gun slowly sweeping across. It's him. It's him. The moment the words fell, 7 or 8 fingers pointed at Daquan, so fast, there wasn't even half a second hesitation. Daquan froze on the spot. I'm your big brother. Not even half a second of hesitation. He forced a smile to twitch at the corner of his mouth, more pitiful than tears slowly standing up. You strangers, I Chun, who apologize if I have been remiss. No need to pull out weapons, let's sit down for tea and talk it over. He tried to uphold the leader's dignity, but 5 gun barrels were all aimed at his forehead. A wise man knows when to yield. If he didn't bow now, he might soon bow in a coffin. Bang! Daxiong stepped forward and smashed his right fist solidly into Daquan's lower abdomen. Daquan groaned, muffled, curling up and rolling onto the sofa, gasping from the pain. Take him away. Daxiong nodded back. Immediately 2 men stepped forward, each grabbing one arm, forcefully dragging Daquan outside. Brothers, let's talk this through. Don't be like this. Daquan struggled and howled. Then 2 sharp slaps landed crisply, making his ears ring and stars flash before his eyes. He was dragged away like that.
Only stunned juniors remained in the private room along with two trembling dancers who could barely stand. On the rooftop opposite the Chung Kong group, building Daquan was thrown onto the ground grimacing in pain. Ouched! Just as he looked up, he met Ji Feng's smiling face. Brother Daquan, sorry to keep you waiting. Who are you? He struggled to push himself up, seeing Ji Feng standing calmly, then glancing around at the men awaiting his orders. His heart sank instantly. Don't recognize me. Ji Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold. You beat my workers, burned my factories, and now you ask who I am. Ji Feng. Daquan's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale. He never dreamed the one who brought him here was Ji Feng himself. If you dare lay a hand on me, Shinzi will not let it go. Hamabang won't accept this either. A sneer sounded nearby. De Xiong grabbed Daquan by the collar and dragged him to the edge of the rooftop, pressing him down forcefully. It was Li Ju who instructed me. I haven't even spent all the money yet. I will give you everything. Please spare my life. I beg you. The bravado of a leader shattered in the face of death. Tears streamed down his face, his pants soaked his throat hoarse from pleading, yet no one responded. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed into his back. He lost his balance in an instant, his body uncontrollably tumbling forward. Ahead there was only the void filled with rushing wind. He flailed his arms and legs, his nails scraping white marks on the concrete floor, but it was futile. In the end, his whole body soared into the air, plunging into the depths of the night. Last night, a falling incident occurred on the rooftop of the tall building across from the Changsha group. The deceased Chun, who nicknamed Daquan, is a leader in the number gang. Forensic assessment: fatal skull fractures from the fall, dead on the spot. The deceased has a unique identity, whether the cause of death is suicide or homicide remains undetermined by officials. However, internal police lean towards the belief that he was likely involved in a gang conflict. The morning news briefly aired the news of Daquan's death. The fall happened in the early morning. There were no surveillance cameras or witnesses at the scene. No one saw Ji Feng and his men arrive. The case had no leads. Daquan had too many enemies. Moreover, in the underworld, it was not uncommon for people to die over territory, business, or face. The police typically just went through the motions. But Li Ju, watching the television image, felt a sudden chill. He immediately thought of Ji Feng. Just before, he had hired Daquan to smash Ji Feng's factory, injuring workers and forcing the entire production line to halt. Then Daquan fell from the rooftop of the building opposite the Changsha group. Suicide? Absolutely impossible. Daquan, no matter how crazy he was, would never climb to such a height to jump down. There was only one answer: Ji Feng had a hand in this. Otherwise, why did he die right under the nose of the Changsha group? This was a blatant demonstration. All the gangs in Xiangjiang were shaken by this incident. According to information leaked by Daquan's subordinates, 5 people had come that night speaking Mandarin with quick, efficient movements that did not resemble typical gangsters, and they were armed. Such people were certainly not those nurtured by local organizations. Whispers of this incident quickly spread, with the number gang being the most vigilant. Daquan was one of the elders who held the top seat in their organization. If he was quietly erased, it was equivalent to a public slap in the face to the gang. Yet before they could grasp the clues, those who had followed Daquan were all found. This time there was no bloodshed. The individuals were invited into the hospital, bringing cash, lowering their heads, and apologizing. What happened afterward no one spoke of. When outsiders asked, they clung to one phrase: you can provoke anyone, but never touch those associated with the Ji family. Those people, like shadows, silent and elusive, but you cannot escape their reach. The rumors escalated, growing more bizarre and unsettling. That same day, the number gang issued a death decree. No one was allowed to touch Ji Feng, let alone his factories. Before long, the entire black market of Xiangjiang tacitly upheld an unwritten rule: Ji Feng's factories were off limits. The workers understood their jobs were important, their boss was tough, and since the other side did not dare to make a scene, who would voluntarily leave? The factory resumed operations within a week. New Era Building. Ji Feng's office. Wang Mengqi handed over a neatly organized document. Currently, the Li family's shares in the Changsha group are stable, but the Heji Li family only holds 33% of the shares. The remaining shareholders are quite scattered, with Wei Li holding the largest share at 13%. Additionally, HSBC holds 23%. Ji Feng raised his eyes to look at her. How does HSBC still have shares in Heji? When Li Jiaqing bought Heji, wasn't it to swallow the shares held by HSBC as well? Li Jiaqing was able to take over Heji because he relied on that 27% stake held by HSBC, becoming the largest shareholder and eventually sitting as the chairman of the board. Logically, after this transaction, HSBC should have cleared all its shares in Heji. After Li Jiaqing took over, Heji's stock price soared, but the board's foundation was unstable, so they actively requested HSBC to invest in expanding the shares. That was the first operation after Fan Ji ascended to the position. Over the years, HSBC gradually reduced its stake from the initial 30%, leaving 27% today. After finishing speaking, Wang Mengqi paused, then pulled out another document. Ji Zong, if you want to take action against Heji, I suggest you first contact HSBC to secure their shares. Also,
When I investigated Heji, I found that Wei Li along with several minor shareholders quietly registered a new company a year ago, secretly transferring many of Heji's businesses over. From the existing evidence, Li Jiaqing is completely unaware of this. Ji Feng leaned slightly forward. Wei Li could actually do this under Li Jiaqing's nose without spilling any hints. This person truly has some skills. Li Jiaqing doesn't know. How did you find out? Ji Feng's gaze shifted, curiously fixating on Wang Mingqi. He simply couldn't understand. How did Wang Mingqi pry the secret from Li Jiaqing, who was completely in the dark? There is an accounting expert in the staff team. No matter how beautiful the books are, they can't withstand an expert scrutiny. Wang Mingqi tilted her head, her tone light. I casually enlisted a few reliable private detectives to keep an eye on this company. Upon investigation, the backer was indeed Wei Li along with a few minor shareholders from Britain. Impressive. Ji Feng raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. I told you I will assemble a top-notch advisory team for you. Wang Mingqi smiled, her eyes slightly raised, revealing an uncontainable pride as she looked at Ji Feng. That demeanor was like a newly balanced, elegant lady in high heels, yet still wanting to sway her tail a bit. Tap, tap, tap. Ji Feng lightly tapped 3 times on the table edge, paused, and then lifted his eyes. Arrange a meeting with Wei Li and those shareholders on the list. See you tomorrow. Got it. Wang Mingqi turned and walked out. Ji Feng did not return to the office, but headed straight to the New Century Fund. As soon as Lin Yi saw him push the door open, his pupils instantly widened, and he blurted out, "Boss, are we moving?" All the operators looked up in unison, their eyes bright. They had been buried in piles of reports day in and day out, and were itching with anticipation. The moment Ji Feng appeared, the atmosphere tightened like a drawn bow. Heartbeats quickened, blood surged. What does movement signify? It means real money is about to flow in. Losing money, that option was out of the question. In their minds, Ji Feng was the unwavering anchor in the turbulent stock market. Following him meant only profit, never loss. Ji Feng nodded at Lin Yi, everyone into the safe house. Brothers, lock the doors, turn off your phones from now on. Let the wolves lead the hunt. After Lin Yi finished shouting, the operators immediately dialed their phones, briefly explaining personal matters, and then surrendered all electronic devices, filing in. Everyone breathed rapidly, their eyes blazing with intensity like hunters starved for an entire season, just waiting for a command to pounce on their prey. Lin Yi watched Ji Feng's back as he entered the safe house, and whispered, "This time, who are we biting?" Hutchison Whampoa, in Chung Kong Group. NJI Feng raised 2 fingers and gave them a light, deliberate flick. N split into 2 teams. Team 1 acquires Chung Kong shares, 30 billion HKD allocated, buying every available share without drawing attention. Silence is paramount. A chorus of traders responded in unison, understood, and they well knew both Hutchison Whampoa and Chung Kong were Li Jiaqing's domains. Yet what of it? Who was Li Jiaqing? And when Ji Feng spoke, even a man seated upon mountains of gold had no choice but to carve out a piece, by force. And Team 2 focuses on Hutchison Whampoa, 50 billion HKD authorized. Execute immediately. Proceed. In the Peninsula Hotel. Wei Li and several minority shareholders of Hutchison Whampoa arrived as scheduled. Exclusively British nationals entrenched in the company since its early days, their seniority etched deep into decades of service. Especially Wei Li, in 15 years rooted in Hutchison Whampoa, his resume thick with pioneering achievements. And precisely because his contributions weighed so heavily did he choke on this indignity. Why should Hutchison Whampoa bear Li's name? It should have been his. And deeper still ran an ingrained arrogance, the disdain for Chinese capital, the refusal to bow before it or serve under it. So he secretly rallied other British shareholders, erecting roadblocks within Hutchison Whampoa, deliberately undermining Li Jiaqing at every turn. In Wang Mingqi. Never heard of her. In New Century Fund. Not even a whisper. In they accepted the invitation solely because the summons had been delivered directly to Apollo Company. That firm was a shell they themselves had jointly established, known only to their appointed agents, and to themselves, no third party aware. That Wang Mingqi could deliver the invitation precisely, there sent a jolt of unease through them. 3 parts instinctive guilt. And to refuse. Unthinkable. And even knowing full well this might be a banquet of betrayal, they had no choice but to enter the private dining room, heads held high yet hearts clenched. They dared not gamble. And more than that, they feared she held damning evidence ready to place it squarely before Li Jiaqing's desk the moment they walked away. Not few perfunctory, meaningless pleasantries were exchanged. Then silence fell thick and absolute. Inside the private room, stillness reigned so profound one could hear the clock's second-hand ticking. And click. And the door opened. And with a sharp metallic click, the door swung inward, shattering the suffocating hush. Wei Li and the others snapped their gazes upward in unison. And their eyes lit instantly. And Wang Mingqi strode in on stiletto heels, her sharply tailored business suit accentuating a slender waist and upright shoulders. Her features were cool and incisive, long hair cascading down to her waist, radiating an aura of mature, unspoken authority. And several middle-aged men swallowed audibly, their eyes involuntarily riveted. But the next moment, Ji Feng entered from behind her, instantly commanding every gaze. And he wore a light gray shirt, sleeves rolled neatly to his forearms, his expression relaxed, utterly unburdened. They recognized that face. The front-page headline, scion of the Ji family, sole heir to shipping magnate Ji Chuanwang, the so-called second-generation tycoon, who'd assumed control of a vast maritime empire while still young. At least that was how they'd heard it told. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wang Mingqi. Her voice rang clear and bright. Then she stepped aside, lifting her hand to gesture toward Ji Feng. This is my employer, Ji Feng. This dinner was initiated by him, and I extended the invitation on his behalf. Few words, but they cut like a blade through polite veneer, laying bare the true mastermind beneath. Mr. Wei Li, esteemed guests, good day. Ji Feng offered a slight formal nod to the group, his steps unwavering as he moved straight to the head seat and sat. Serve the dishes. He gave only a brief curt nod to Wang Mingqi. She turned, instantly calling softly toward the doorway, whereupon a waiter entered without delay. Unable to contain himself, Wei Li leaned forward. Mr. Ji, forgive my bluntness. What is the purpose of this meeting? Foreigners traditionally avoided serious business over drinks. Since he'd broached it, Ji Feng saw no need to hedge. I intend to acquire Hutchison Whampoa. The words landed like stone. Silence descended, absolute and heavy. Before Wei Li could react, two others scoffed aloud. In Chinese capital. Dare to swallow Hutchison Whampoa. Preposterous. Yet Wei Li's pupils contracted sharply. He blurted out, "You've acquired Hutchison Whampoa's shares held by HSBC," and he himself had tried. Fan Ji had refused outright. The bank intended to hold those shares indefinitely with no intention of liquidation. Yet nothing in this world is truly immutable. If Ji Feng dared utter those words, he must have pried open a door long bolted shut. Correct. Ji Feng answered without hesitation. His eyelids didn't so much as flutter. Wang Mingqi stole a sidelong glance at him. Her boss was a consummate performer, lying barefaced yet smiling with such disarming candor. He was surely a veteran in matters of the heart. No draft needed to charm a woman. At the thought, a flush warmed her ears as she quickly lowered her lashes, concealing the faint rose blooming across her cheeks. Wei Li stared at Ji Feng for a long, searching moment, finding not a single fissure in his composure. Inside, he cursed Fan Ji's ancestors back through 18 generations. A Brit betraying Britons, to fawn over Chinese capital instead. Ni's arm bent so far it nearly reached the North Atlantic. Shame upon all Britain. May his entire family swing from the gallows. So, you wish us to cast our votes in your favor. He suppressed his fury, striving for calm in his tone. He assumed Ji Feng held leverage, this gathering a calculated trap, forcing them to choose sides. No. Ji Feng shook his head, clean decisive. Not seeking our support. Fan Ji blinked, bewildered. Then, what do you want? He simply couldn't fathom any motive beyond alliance building. Ji Feng met his gaze, a faint, enigmatic smile, curving his lips. Because you dare not imagine it. I intend to purchase your shares. The air itself seemed to vanish. The private room grew unnervingly silent, so still that even breathing felt strangled. Have you lost your mind? Wei Li slammed his palm onto the table, eyes blazing red, ready to tear Ji Feng limb from limb. The other shareholders turned ashen, chests heaving, rage coalescing into something almost tangible, poised to erupt. Mingqi. Ji Feng remained perfectly still, only extending his hand toward Wang Mingqi. She handed him a thick stack of documents without pause. Slap. Paper struck the table before Wei Li with such force that teacups trembled. Lower your eyes. My smile remains, but my voice is now ice. Ji Feng said, his tone unchanged yet chillingly precise. He paused, then added with unhurried gravity, Apollo Company. I imagine Mr. Li Jiaqing has been thinking of it quite often. Wei Li's jaw locked rigid, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The others turned deathly pale, their fingers tightening unseen beneath the table. Go through this material, page by page, meticulously. Ji Feng tilted his chin toward the dossier. Wei Li reached out and opened it. Page after page revealed meticulous financial transaction records. Naviri interlocking accounting relationship. Every hidden transfer, every concealed discrepancy they believed buried beyond reach, was laid bare in stark black and white, each punctuation mark gleaming with cold finality. When he closed the file, two veins pulsed violently at Wei Li's temple. He fixed Ji Feng with a taut, strained voice. Are you threatening me? I am a British citizen, under full protection of British law. Ji Feng's brows drew low, a flash of contempt. Still dreaming of the Victorian age. Nonsense. Mingqi, make a complete copy of these files. Deliver them directly to Mr. Li Jiaqing's desk. Right away. Wang Mingqi pulled out her phone, her finger already hovering over the dial pad. Wait. Before Wei Li could speak, the other shareholders lunged forward in unison, hands outstretched to stop her. Wei Li's claim of legal protection was pure bluster. In Chinese capital was no longer the pliant, easily manipulated entity of old. Today, even Hong Kong governors weighed their words carefully before engaging with it. Once this matter falls into Li Jiaqing's hands, imprisonment is a certainty. Shelter. Wake up. The return of Hong Kong is imminent, and the British are busy courting local Chinese businessmen. They wouldn't bother to support a few discarded pawns. Not to mention the people from the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Their eyes are sharp and their hands steady. Mr. Ji Wei can still negotiate. Wei Li glanced at the pale faces of his partners beside him. His throat moved and his voice became hoarse. He dared not gamble, nor could he afford to drag this out. Prison food is not something everyone can swallow. You want us to price this batch of Hysan shares? Ji Feng smiled slightly. Everything was already in the lines of his palm. He raised a finger. 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. No way. Is this amount enough to send a beggar away? As soon as he finished speaking, several round-faced, pot-bellied British old fellows shook their heads vigorously, their neck fat trembling. Wei Li clutched the corner of the document, his knuckles turning white. Currently, Hysan's market value starts at 500 billion. Just the land held in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and the mainland far exceeds the book value. We collectively hold 21% of the shares, conservatively valued at 100 billion. What's the difference between your offer of 10 billion and a family raid? Ji Feng shrugged and smiled. A family raid. Not a word of it was incorrect. If this were a person from the yen country, he would have negotiated at market price. But you are British. How much grease have you skimmed off in Hong Kong over the years? Enough to fill several Victoria harbors. Being able to pay to buy out is already leaving some face wanting to demand a premium. There's no way even the cracks in the window have been sealed with cement. This price is very fair. Fair. Wei Li was so furious that the temples on his head throbbed, and the faces of the others turned the color of liver. They wished they could overturn the table on the spot, but as soon as their hands lifted halfway, they froze. If they turned hostile now, it would be themselves who would end up in jail. Mr. Ji, don't forget that Li Jiaqing is the largest shareholder of Hysan. As long as we transfer the shares to him, you can forget about touching Hysan for the rest of your life. If he hears that you are interfering, he will probably raise the price to buy it overnight. Wei Li's mind was still sharp. Surviving years of entanglement with Li Jiaqing and Hysan without falling was never due to luck. In fact, this person remained on the board of directors until his death, and only after he passed did Li Jiaqing gradually take over his shares, ultimately leading to the merger of Hysan and Cheung Kong. Oh, Ji Feng countered casually, picking up a teacup, leisurely refilling it, and took a sip. You have worked with him for so long, you should know what he believes in. He only believes in one thing, the weight of money. You say he is the largest shareholder. Even if he knows I'm here, he remains the largest shareholder. If you truly send you all to jail, the stocks will automatically be managed by the board, and he is the one who speaks the loudest in the board. Suppress me. That would be easy. So the question arises. Is he willing to spend real gold and silver to buy your shares, or would he rather let the board hold them on his behalf, doing the job without spending a dime? In the end, there are only two paths. One involves spending money, and the other does not. Given Li Jiaqing's temperament, even if he has to take on more risk, he would never choose the former. Wei Li's mind was as clear as a mirror. His face darkened to the point where ink could drip from it. Transferring shares at a low price to Ji Feng would at least allow him to secure some cash. But if he really went to negotiate with Li Jiaqing, he would definitely end up in prison. If there were a third option, it would be to agree to even harsher acquisition terms from Li Jiaqing. Weighing the three options, only Ji Feng's offer was barely acceptable. The private room fell silent again. Wei Li and his group maintained their stern expressions, their minds swirling as they weighed the situation on the edge of a knife. Imprisonment or losing a bit of profit. This wasn't merely a business decision, it was a matter of life and death. What made it hardest to let go was that little greed. Foreigners seeing profits have always been unwilling to loosen their grip. The waiter brought out plate after plate of Cantonese hot dishes. Ji Feng didn't wait for them to begin and helped himself to a piece of pig trotter. Try this, it's rich in collagen, great for the skin. And 2 pieces of pumpkin, it replenishes energy and builds strength it needs to support in all the right places. He kept piling food into Wang Menqi's bowl, causing her to lower her head to examine herself, fingertips brushing over her cheek, smooth and radiant. She raised her eyes to the mirror. Her shoulder, waist, and leg lines were flawless. Does my skin look bad? Is my figure crooked? After a hearty meal, the cups and plates gradually cooled. Wei Li and the others remained frozen in their chairs, unable to utter the word, good. Ji Feng set down his chopsticks and slowly wiped his mouth. It's fine if you all can't make up your minds right away. I still need to meet Li Ju, so I won't keep you. Before his words fell, he had already stood up. Wang Mengqi immediately followed. Wei Li and the others suddenly sprang up, reaching out to block the door. Mr. Ji, we will sign. There was no choice. He didn't believe Ji Feng had truly arranged to meet Li Ju, but he dared not gamble. What if he really had? The business world is a gamble. True and false, real and fake, it all depends on who dares to overturn the table. And Wei Li, holding the handle, didn't even have the courage to overturn the table. What he feared was not losing money, but losing his freedom. So he gritted his teeth and nodded. Pleasant cooperation. Ji Feng immediately put on a smiling face, tightly grasping Wei Li's hand. He even winked at Wang Mingqi. The 6 agreements had already been prepared. Wang Mingqi personally handed one to each person. The total deal price was 1 billion Hong Kong dollars distributed according to their respective shareholding ratios. Wei Li and the others felt like their spines had been pulled out trembling as they signed their names. The sound of the pen scratching the paper was even louder than the signing itself. Once the contracts were collected, Ji Feng held 21 of the shares, officially becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of Hysan. He walked out of the Peninsula Hotel with Wang Mingqi. In the car on the way back, he turned his head and directly said, "Help me arrange a meeting with Fan Ji." "Boss, I guessed you would look for him. It's already arranged for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the racetrack club," Wang Mingqi replied with a smile. A glimmer of light flashed in Ji Feng's eyes. Having a consultant who understands the rhythm and hits the point is a huge relief. Well done. The bonus has doubled. The headquarters of Chung Kong Group. The chairman's office was brightly lit all night. Li Jiaqing and Li Ju, who should have finished work, were now sitting side by side behind a wide desk. The head of the securities department was reporting with his hands down. "Mr. Li, young Master Li, someone is currently buying Hysan shares, and there has been unusual activity in the market. From monitoring until the close, 1 million shares have been acquired." Li Jiaqing's eyelids twitched and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be a raid? The supervisor shook his head quickly. It doesn't seem like it. If it were a real raid, they wouldn't make such a big show of buying at the start. The normal tactic is to build positions quietly and wait until they have enough chips to raise it, drawing the snake out of its hole. Buying like this in broad daylight is like ringing a bell and notifying us, "I am taking action." Li Jiaqing's brow furrowed, and Li Ju blurted out, "Does someone want to be a shareholder?" The supervisor nodded. Currently, the signs do indicate this possibility. But even if they genuinely want to invest, they shouldn't do it this way. It's too eye-catching, too abnormal. I really can't figure out the opponent's hand. Whether it's a sell-off or a takeover, making such a high-profile entry does not make sense. As a veteran in securities, he had been staring at the screen for 30 years, and this was the first time he couldn't see through a move. Don't mention him. Li Jiaqing himself was also baffled, feeling a strange unease in his heart. No matter what the opponent is planning when the market opens tomorrow, we absolutely cannot let them do as they please with Hysan shares. The securities department must immediately intercept with full force. At the same time, find out who exactly is behind the scenes controlling this. The next day at the horse racing club, the people of Shangjiang have horse racing ingrained in their bones. The wealthy raise horses for the sake of dignity and grandeur. Ordinary folks place bets for the thrill and luck. Some wealthy individuals with old grudges simply turn the racetrack into a battleground using a horse and a match to settle scores. Fan Ji is one of those seasoned players. This place was the meeting point. He chose himself. As a few polite words were exchanged, Ji Feng gestured for Wang Mingqi to present the prepared book. "Mr. Fan, last time I gave you Dream of the Red Chamber. This time, it's Journey to the West." The cover was plain, the paper yellowed, the kind you could buy 3 for $10 at a street stall. But Fan Ji didn't even blink, his face full of smiles as he eagerly accepted it with trembling fingers. "Enfant, I've loved the 4 great classic novels since I was young, and Journey to the West is especially dear to my heart." His tone was familiar, like chatting about daily life. Of course he liked it. What he cherished was not just the story, but the thoughtfulness tucked within the pages. Indeed, a Swiss bank check lay quietly behind the front page, amounting to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The figure was familiar, yet his heart skipped a beat. With another 100 million entering his account, his trust in Ji Feng deepened. Who wouldn't appreciate a friend who was generous and decisive? He paused, slightly suppressing the upward curve of his lips, and looked at Ji Feng. "Enfant, your company is being targeted by the Li family, and I've always disdained Li just tactics of coercive buying. I'm willing to help you out with this." After Wang Mingqi invited him on behalf of Ji Feng, he had already gathered the information that night, knowing every move Li Ju made. "This little matter, how could I trouble Mr. Fan?" Ji Feng chuckled lightly, getting straight to the point. "The reason I invited you today is that I have some ideas regarding the Hysan shares held by HSBC. You want to move on Hysan?" Fan Ji blurted out, his brows furrowing sharply. He had expected Ji Feng to retaliate, but he never imagined the other party would directly reach for the Li family's lifeline without batting an eye. "It's not just a want. It's already in motion." Ji Feng shrugged. "My team has been busy acquiring stock lately. All the shares of the British shareholders underway Li are now under my name. Now I am the 3rd largest shareholder of Hysan." Fan Ji's throat moved, momentarily speechless. He understood better than anyone what Hysan meant to the Li family. To move on Hysan is to turn the tables. He had thought Ji Feng would at most play a guerrilla-style game with the Li family, but it turned out he had already planted the battle flag at the enemy's main gate. But then he thought, Ji Feng truly had this confidence. His cash flow was frighteningly abundant. Recently, the operations in the international crude oil market had earned him a fortune, and Fan Ji had personally reviewed the transaction records. He fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. Helping Ji Feng would offend Li Jiaqing. Siding with Li Jiaqing could mean missing out on a partner that could turn things to gold. Right now, the Hyson shares in HSBC's hands had become a critical point that both sides were eyeing closely. Mr. Fan, you know my abilities in the stock market. Seeing he had not responded for a while, Ji Feng added fuel to the fire. The New Century Fund is about to launch a round of private placement HSBC, and you personally, would you be interested in hitching a ride? A free opportunity to make money. No one knows how Ji Feng manages to never miss, but the facts are there. You won't find another in Xinjiang, nor a third in the world. More importantly, he understood the weight of this statement. Ji Feng could bring HSBC into the game, stabilizing his position in the bank. But that was still working for someone else, and the bulk of the profits would go to the bank. If he invested his own money, every cent earned would go directly into his own pocket. Fan Ji's eyes lit up, his heart racing. I'll phone what HSBC longs for is someone like you. We are certain, having Hyson in your hands will be far better than in Li Jiaqing's. Fan Ji extended his hand, his palm warm and decisive. Ji Feng met it, their grip firm and strong. Mr. Fan, trust me, this move will be one HSBC never regrets. It's done. With real money being poured in plus the blueprint for Ji Feng's private placement laid out. Fan Ji, the old expert, was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing. There was no turning back for him. His shoulder was firmly pressed onto the same war chariot as Ji Feng. Li Jiaqing. Without even a moment's hesitation, he was thrown into the corner. In the face of money, who isn't a negotiable chip. Wang Mingqi then sat down with Fan Ji to discuss details. There was no haggling over price. Fan Ji offered genuinely, even quietly, pushing it down a notch. 60 billion Hong Kong dollars signed off in one stroke. In the office of the chairman of the Changsha Group, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Huang Yonghe almost crashed in. He had been beside Li Jiaqing the longest, always a trusted advisor. President Li, something big has happened. His voice was tense, sweat beading on his forehead. HSBC just issued a joint statement with the New Century Fund. The deal has been finalized. They sold all their Hyson shares to the New Century Fund. What? Li Jiaqing sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide as if they might burst. How is that possible? What kind of company is the New Century Fund? He personally visited 3 times attempting to negotiate for those stocks, only to be politely refused by Fan Ji each time. How could it suddenly be given to an unknown company? The boss of the New Century Fund is Ji Feng, that Ji family. Ji Feng. Ji Feng. Li Jiaqing scoffed, unable to contain himself. What does he have to buy with? Is he filling in numbers with air? He knew exactly how much the shares held by HSBC were worth. The Ji family had long been burdened by debts and was nearly at rock bottom. He had allowed his son to seize the shares precisely because he was sure of this point. Huang Yonghe did not respond, only shook his head gently. He himself was also confused. He looked at the still-dazed Li Jiaqing, swallowed the second half of his words. And that's not all with HSBC. At the press conference, the New Century Fund announced that all shares held by Wei Li and other British shareholders have also changed hands. Along with the buying spree in the secondary market, they now hold 49 of Hyson's shares, solidifying their position as the largest shareholder. A special board meeting will be held next week to reorganize the team. They will continue to accumulate shares in the market. Li Jiaqing froze, his face instantly turning purple, his fingers digging into the rosewood table, knuckles turning white. Those foreign devils. Have they gone mad? Wei Li, bastard, may you die a miserable death. His curse was hoarse, every word soaked in blood. He never dreamed that there would truly be someone brave enough to turn his plans upside down and seize Hyson right before his eyes. President Li, now is not the time to lose your temper. Huang Yonghe stepped forward, his voice low, yet steady. We must buy shares immediately to maintain control. Otherwise, once the board is reshuffled, we won't even be able to speak. This statement hit like a bucket of ice water. Li Jiaqing inhaled sharply, his gaze regaining its sharpness. Yes. Yes. Hurry up. Inform the securities department to buy aggressively. The highest bidder wins. Immediately schedule meetings with all Hyson small shareholders, negotiating one by one. With a 5 premium. Orders were issued one after another, sharp and forceful. Hyson he could not afford to lose. I'll go now. Huang Yonghe turned and strode out, the sound of his leather shoes hitting the floor echoing like a drumbeat. At the same time as Li Jiaqing issued his orders, the entire Xinjiang was already in an uproar. In the market tea house, an old man holding a fried dough stick was stunned. Hasn't he Ji already changed its surname to Li? How did a new century emerge? Ordinary people were left perplexed. However, those in suits in Central dropped their coffee cups, staring at their phone screens, gasping in shock. TJIS shares had always been scattered. Li Jiaqing relied on numerous votes back, then not a complete takeover. Yet in the past, no one dared to touch it. Now someone not only dared to touch it, but directly flipped the table. Li Jiaqing had deep roots in Xinjiang. Who would dare to move against him? Yet someone truly moved against He Ji, silently, without even a splash of water, and managed to sit in the position of the largest shareholder. As soon as the news broke, all the old foxes in the circle couldn't sit still. Who had the audacity to confront the Li family? The name, Ji Feng, was dug up and chewed over repeatedly overnight. At Global International. In the chairman's office. Su Wentian sat behind a large mahogany desk, the current chairman and the son-in-law of the late shipping king. After the shipping king passed away, the family fortune was divided into 4 parts, with each of the 4 daughters and sons-in-law receiving a share. Su Wentian took over the heaviest portion, the shipping sector, becoming the helmsman of global international shipping. He closed the Ji Feng dossier that he had just read and pushed it across to his son Bao Wenqi sitting across from him. Having married into the Bao family for many years, he didn't find it awkward that his son took his mother's surname. After all, he was fundamentally an outsider and didn't obsess over surnames. This young man is truly remarkable, Su Wentian exclaimed. Bao Wenqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately flipped open the dossier to read it closely. During his lifetime, the shipping king was a director at HSBC, and his shares were evenly divided among his children. The bank naturally knew Ji Feng's background. All records were clear: time, amount, operation, path, source of funds, every detail intact. The more Bao Wenqi read, the quieter he became, his fingertip resting on the paper, not turning it for a long time. Shorting the Japanese stock was a lethal strike. Swallowing Onqing food was decisive. Betting on crude oil futures and flipping the situation. Even more astonishing was that at the outset, all the funds were borrowed from the bank. To pull off such a feat, rolling out hundreds of billions in real gold and silver in the stock market. Meanwhile, the 4 branches of the Bao family split the fortune, with each receiving just over 100 billion HKD. When Ji Feng took over the family mess, the debts were suffocating. In just a few months, not only did he fill the gaps, but he also merged Yongnan Food and Onqing Food into a Ji's life, firmly grasping the instant noodle market in Xiangjiang. He asked himself. Bao Wenqi suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. If it were him, he would have been driven to sleepless nights by news of the shipping lanes being cut off, let alone having the energy to plan the larger picture. Not to mention declaring war on Li Ju and the entire Li family over an old grudge. Just based on his accuracy in the stock market, he's enough to establish a foothold. Su Wentian's gaze was heavy as it fell on his son's face. What's most crucial is that he is the same age as you. The road has just begun, and who knows what lies ahead. Bao Wenqi's ears turned warm, as if someone had exposed his shortcomings right in front of him. That familiar yet awkward feeling returned. Other people's children had become his comparison group. I am too far behind him. He didn't put on a brave face or make excuses. This was one of the rare moments of clarity he had. There's no need to bury yourself in the mud. Such a person is rarely seen in a century. Su Wentian smiled, lifting his teacup and blowing on it. You are of similar age, but if you can get closer, it will only benefit us. Dad, do you mean we should support Ji Feng? Bao Wenqi looked up. The shipping industry was currently facing a biting cold wind, and global international's finances were becoming increasingly dire. Since the shipping king's departure, the Bao family's influence had receded like the tide. The business community in Xiangjiang had long lost its former heft. Su Wentian wanted to turn the tide, but always lacked the fire and leverage. Fanji had just leaked the news the New Century Fund was about to launch a private placement. As long as they could connect with Ji Feng, perhaps the decline could be reversed. No one wanted to fall from the cloud into the mud. I still hold some Heji shares. Su Wentian leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Exchanging them for a personal favor is worth it. This statement carried a gamble. Losing meant just a few pieces of paper. Winning, however, meant the entire Bao family would have a chance to take the stage again. The stakes were light, but the returns were heavy. Oh, why not gamble? The Heji contest had already ignited in the open. Li Jiaqing stood before cameras surrounded by reporters, stating emphatically, the Li family will never let go of Heji. Chung Kong Holdings will fully acquire the circulating shares, and if necessary will not rule out injecting funds to expand the shareholding. But the premise of injecting funds to expand the shareholding is to first secure the position of the largest shareholder. At this moment, they hadn't even touched the top position. Thus, Li Jiaqing immediately raised the stakes, a premium of 5% per share, sweeping the entire market. Chung Kong Holdings funds surged into the stock market, buying up shares like the wind. HJI's stock price soared, reaching 110 Hong Kong dollars per share. Investors in Xiangjiang were smiling from ear to ear. Those quick on the draw rushed to buy and sell, and money fell into their pockets. Yet over on Ji Feng's side, the acquisition suddenly slowed down, the buying action visibly contracting, as if the cash flow had reached its limit. Li Jiaqing felt a surge of heat in his heart, convinced that Ji Feng was on the verge of collapse. He immediately intensified his attacks. At the same time, he contacted each wealthy person holding Heji shares in Xiangjiang to propose a buyout. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity to make a hefty profit. When the wealthy received Li Jiaqing's offer, they turned around and approached Ji Feng, stating bluntly, selling to you is fine, but you have to offer more than Li Jiaqing. It was clear they were trying to drive up the price. They wanted to take a hefty cut at this critical moment. They were certain Ji Feng would grit his teeth and raise the price. After all, it was just a step away. If the shareholding broke 51%, Heji would be his. Unexpectedly, Ji Feng flatly refused. This left everyone dumbfounded. Shouldn't he be holding on to his chips and seizing the controlling stake in one go? Why then did he let go? Could it be he really ran out of money? Various speculations spread rapidly among the wealthy. In the end, all those shares were absorbed by Li Jiaqing. His holdings quickly rose to 46%. Just as he was racking his brain on how to surpass, Ji Feng, the head of the securities department, hurriedly barged into the office, his voice trembling. Chairman, the New Century Fund has started to reduce its holdings. Just dump 200,000 shares. Reduce holdings. Dump. Li Jiaqing was immediately stunned. What was Ji Feng plotting? Clearly holding a strong position that suffocated the Li family, he only needed to hold a board meeting for Ji to be in his control. Yet at this moment he was offloading shares. Wasn't this handing the opportunity right to him? Had he lost his mind? It was obviously impossible. But what was the purpose of this move? Li Jiaqing was baffled. Not only him, but also the wealthy in Xiangjiang watching this battle. None could make sense of it. Clearly having the upper hand, he actively dismantled his own platform. Was he bored with the situation and needed some excitement? Dad, don't ponder whether he's gone mad, just hurry and take the shares. Li Ju urged, his voice cracking with anxiety. Huang Yonghe immediately chimed in. Mr. Li, first secure the position of the largest shareholder, tighten the board's power, and put everything else on hold. No matter what Ji Feng is up to, this gap is the only window for Li Jiaqing to reach for Ji. As long as he surpasses the shareholding, he will be in an invincible position. Once he breaks 51%, no matter how capable Ji Feng is, he won't be able to turn the tide. At that point, bringing in a third party and using Chung Kong Holdings to dilute the opponent's shares, all of this would be a backup plan. Li Jiaqing understood this clearly. He shook off distractions and decisively ordered, take all the stocks Ji Feng is dumping. No matter the amount, we must not let the stock price collapse. New era building. Safe house. Lin Yi hurriedly entered, speaking rapidly. Boss, the Li family has started hoarding. The batch I threw out was almost entirely swallowed by them. Should we continue to throw more? The Li family reacted extremely quickly. 2 million shares cleared in the blink of an eye. What about Changshe? Ji Feng asked. All their attention is focused on Ji. They remain completely unaware of our actions regarding Changshe. The 5 billion in funds has been exhausted. Currently our shareholding has reached 43%. Ji Feng listened and slowly exhaled. The plan has succeeded. Openly repairing the road while secretly crossing the river. What he wanted was control over Ji, but it didn't necessarily have to come directly from Ji. Strategically, it could be achieved through another route to reach the same goal. Over 150 billion Hong Kong dollars had been invested. Finally, he arrived at the position he desired. Continue to throw more. This time 5 million shares. Ji Feng waved his hand. The money to buy Changshe must come from Li Jiaqing with both principal and interest returned. Tap, tap, tap. The trader's fingers danced rapidly. The keyboard clicked like rain. 5 million shares of Ji stock quietly flowed into the secondary market. Li Jiaqing's shareholding in Ji has firmly reached over 50%. If only a little is thrown out, he may not buy it back. But once a large batch is dumped, Li Jiaqing will have no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow it all. Otherwise, if the stock price crashes, all his previous investments will be lost in an instant. At this moment, Li Jiaqing had already been led by the nose, unable to act independently. Soon after, the entire market fell into confusion. Ji Feng, who had just aggressively entered the market and completely seized the initiative, began to continuously reduce his holdings in Ji. Originally deemed out of the game, Li Jiaqing unexpectedly turned the tables amidst frantic buying and firmly established his footing. All changes stemmed from Ji Feng's hand. No one could comprehend the scheme he was concocting. This bizarre trend continued until the market closed. Summarize the situation for me. Ji Feng leaned back on the sofa, speaking to Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly retrieved the data and immediately replied, Boss, the market has closed. The account balance is 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. The principal was 50 billion Hong Kong dollars, netting 70 billion Hong Kong dollars. Global International Building. Bao Wenqi hurriedly burst into the office. Father, the market has closed. Ji Feng has sold off Ji stocks in bulk, all of which have been fully bought by Li Jiaqing. He now holds 53% of the shares. Currently, Ji Feng's remaining shares combined with the portion we just transferred total only 41% control. Su Wenxin's brows furrowed. What exactly does Ji Feng want? Bao Wenqi's face turned ashen. He simply cannot digest Ji. In his eyes, Ji Feng must have lost his mind. Clearly having the upper hand, all he needs to do is convene a board meeting for a reorganization, and victory is within reach. With over 100 billion in cash on hand, why not dilute the shares? As long as he remains patient, he will eventually uproot the Li family. Yet he chooses to act contrary to this, personally stuffing the chips into the opponent's pocket. What else could this be but insanity? Su Wentian was equally perplexed. Given Ji Feng's past prowess, he would never make such a basic error. Yet the facts were indeed so. This matter is definitely unusual. Father Ji Feng is purely acting recklessly. The opportunity for a turnaround is gone. Bao Wenqi asserted decisively. Next, Li Jiaqing can dilute his shares at any time. All the money invested will be wasted. While various parties were still speculating, Li Jiaqing had already convened a press conference under the watchful eyes of the public. At the scene, he wore a calm smile, staring directly into the camera as he announced, "Through this round of capital market operations, we now hold 53% of Hege's shares, officially becoming the largest shareholder. Next, we will initiate the board restructuring process. Hege will enter the Li family's era from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, the executives behind him applauded in unison. Reporters rushed to ask questions. "Mr. Li, the New Century Fund still holds 41% of Hege's shares. Are you worried they will act again?" Li Jiaqing laughed heartily. The founder of the New Century Fund, Ji Feng, is ultimately too young. His operations are riddled with loopholes, at most a child playing house. His gaze sharpened as he pointed at Ji Feng. A child is still a child. No matter how he jumps around, an adult can still keep him in check. This naughty boy cannot stir up any waves. He is only fit to obediently listen to discipline. Every word was like a knife, unreservedly cutting at the spine. Li Jiaqing showed no restraint. He aimed to publicly undermine Ji Feng. Although this move drained a significant amount of the Li family's liquid capital, it rendered them unable to take action against Ji Feng in the short term. But Li Jiaqing needed to catch his breath. Once he regained his composure, he would definitely make Ji Feng pay the price. Reporters below were rapidly taking notes. There were even bold reporters asking Mr. Li regarding Ji Feng's actions against Hege, will you impose severe punishment? Li Jiaqing smiled slightly, his tone relaxed yet sharp. If a child misbehaves, he naturally needs a spanking. His father is gone, and there is no one to teach him the rules. So as an old friend, it is only reasonable for me to discipline him on behalf of his father. Li Jiaqing spoke confidently. He was mocking Ji Feng, saying this kid was like a weaned child in need of strict discipline. Strategist Huang Yonghe rushed in like a gust of wind, leaning close to his ear, speaking in a very low voice. "Mr. Li, something big has happened. The New Century Fund just finished their press conference. Lin Yi personally announced that they hold 43% of Changshe Group's shares. They even stated their intention to increase their acquisition, willing to pay a 10% premium per share." "What?" Li Jiaqing sprang up from his chair, as if scalded. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring fixedly at Huang Yonghe, his lips stiffening. "This is impossible." His voice tightened, anger surging to his head. He shouted, "Where did they get 43%? What about the securities department? Are these people blind?" Cough, cough. Huang Yong's face turned pale, coughing violently, his finger almost poking into his own eyelids as he gestured to Li Jiaqing. "Where's this?" The scene of the press conference. The reporters' cameras are all rolling. "If you stomp your feet here, tomorrow's headline will be Li Jiaqing loses control and crashes." Whether to intervene or not, it actually no longer made a difference. The moment the New Century Fund's announcement was made, Li Jiaqing and the Li family were already nailed to the pillar of shame in Hong Kong. Li Jiaqing swallowed hard, forcibly swallowing back the latter half of his angry curses. He took a deep breath, tugging at the corners of his mouth, and forced a miserable smile at the dozens of bright eyes below. "Thank you all for your hard work. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so the press conference ends here. Thank you." He turned and walked away. The reporters were unwilling to let him go. The phrase 43% was crystal clear. Everyone heard it. "Mr. Li, may I ask if this is the action of the New Century Fund? The 43% you mentioned refers to Changshe Group's shares, right? Will this acquisition affect your control over Hege?" Questions fell like hail. Li Jiaqing's temple throbbed, his chest felt tight. Each question felt like a dull knife scraping back and forth at his heart. His blood pressure spiked. After finally shaking off the barrage of questions and returning to the office, a loud bang echoed. He grabbed the desk lamp and smashed it to the ground, shards of glass scattering everywhere. "Is the securities department just for show? Ji Feng has been secretly stockpiling assets, and none of you caught even a whiff. Have you been feasting so lavishly that you've drifted all the way to the Pacific Ocean?" Such an earth-shattering upheaval would have driven even the formerly mild-mannered Li Jiaqing to the brink of madness. Li Ju clenched his fists, blood surging to his temples. "Father, let's fight Ji Feng to the bitter end. What does that callow youth, whose father vanished years ago, know of the Li family's might? Does he truly believe we're made of paper?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, slap, a sharp resounding blow struck his cheek. Li Ju stood stunned, his hand still suspended midair, his face burning with searing pain. "Father, why did you strike me?" "I struck you precisely because it had to be done." Li Jiaqing's eyes blazed crimson, his voice cracked like torn silk. "Had you not been insatiable in greed, forcing the takeover of Ji Group lifestyle, would Ji Feng have overturned the board so swiftly?" His gaze was glacial, cold as a drawn blade. Li Ju opened his mouth, then closed it again, silent. Yet inwardly his thoughts churned like a storm-tossed sea. "I reported every step to you. I had your nod before lifting a finger." Seeing his son bow his head, without reply, Li Jiaqing sank heavily into the sofa, pressing his knuckles hard against his temples. It's all clear now. Ji Feng's high-profile acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa wasn't about gaining control. It was a feint to lure the tiger from the mountain. He used Hutchison Whampoa as bait, to divert the entire securities department's attention, leaving them blind to the anomalous fluctuations in our group's share price. Today he offloaded Hutchison Whampoa, and we bought it. Ostensibly a strategic duel, but in truth he's draining the very lifeblood from our accounts. Huang Yonghe articulated each point with crystalline precision, step by step, link by link. From the moment the Li family fixated on Hutchison Whampoa, the chessboard had already been silently upended by Ji Feng. Building a road in plain sight, while secretly crossing the Chunsong Pass. Currently Chung Kong Holdings holds 43 of Chung Kong Group. With just one decisive move, Ji Feng could easily surpass the Li family's stake. Meanwhile, the Li family's liquid reserves had long since been exhausted, leaving less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. That sum wouldn't even suffice to fill a single tooth cavity. Mr. Li, 3 paths lie before you. First, ally with Hutchison Whampoa and Ji Feng to hold Chung Kong Group at all costs. Second, abandon Chung Kong entirely. Focus all resources on seizing Hutchison Whampoa and let Ji Feng stride unchallenged into Chung Kong's headquarters. Third, cede Hutchison Whampoa, bow your head in surrender, and trade it back for Chung Kong. Huang Yonghe stood before Li Jiaqing, whose face had turned ashen, laying out each option with unflinching clarity. Father, we cannot yield. Borrow if we must. Fight to the last breath. Li Ju shot upright, his voice raw and ragged, like a gambler staking his final chip in a feverish, desperate wager. Before the echo faded, Li Jiaqing roared, silence. The entire office fell deathly still. He sat motionless, fingers pressed hard against his brow bone. The first path, utterly impossible. In this climate, merely avoiding creditor sieges or predatory raids by rivals is already miraculous. Who would dare risk total ruin by pouring real capital into this bottomless abyss? As for the second, absolutely unthinkable. Chung Kong is the Li family's lifeline, the bedrock painstakingly laid brick by brick over decades. Precisely because Hutchison Whampoa remained perpetually elusive, the Li family channeled its full energy into Chung Kong, the Hong Kong Electric Company, which monopolizes power supply across Hong Kong. The telecommunications network jointly controlled by 3 major Nanyang conglomerates, and countless real estate projects and land banks across mainland China, all registered under Chung Kong's banner. Its share price may appear modest, but in terms of asset quality, liquidity, depth, and resilience against systemic shocks, Chung Kong far outstrips Hutchison Whampoa. To relinquish it would erase over a decade of labor in an instant, 10 times more devastating than losing Hutchison Whampoa. Only the third path remained, to bow, to hand over Hutchison Whampoa, already secured, sealed, and certain, transforming the Li family into the laughingstock of Hong Kong's drawing rooms and tea houses. The Li family was truly spent. Their cash flow had snapped. Worse still, Ji Feng had swallowed over 7 billion Hong Kong dollars whole. To persist would be to fund Ji Feng's campaign with the Li family's own fortune. Li Jiaqing's eyes were webbed with blood vessels, his sockets inflamed red. This old master of Hong Kong's turbulent tides, the man who'd navigated typhoons and treachery for half a lifetime, felt his throat tighten, his sinuses burn for the first time. It was unbearable shame. The Li family had been pinned down, firmly, irrevocably. We yield. 3 words forced through gritted teeth, each weighing 1,000 jin. Father, Li Ju's voice leapt skyward, then crumbled into a hoarse whisper. If we yield, where will the Li family's dignity rest? A sigh escaped him. Li Jiaqing sank deeper into his chair, shoulders slumping. Dignity lost can be reclaimed. Chung Kong lost means the Li family becomes an empty shell, its entire legacy built over 15 years paved straight into Ji Feng's ascent. Ji Feng, he is a wolf. May he meet a wretched end. Shuiqing 1. The Hong Kong Golf Country Club. Li Ju had summoned Ji Feng here, ostensibly to discuss cooperation, but in truth to force him to surrender control of Ji Group lifestyle. After Li Jiaqing formally conceded defeat, he entrusted Fan Ji to mediate and arrange official negotiations with Ji Feng, who promptly designated this very club as the meeting venue. Last time your family strutted here in triumph. Today I'll ensure you leave utterly stripped bare. Brother Feng, this game has left all of Hong Kong dumbfounded. Fan Ji held his coffee cup, a grin breaking through. The proudest decision of my life was believing in you, transferring my shares, and never pulling back. You flatter me, Mr. Fan. Ji Feng stirred his coffee, his expression guilelessly mild. All I ever wanted was to run my business in peace. Had Li Ju not struck first at Ji Group lifestyle, I'd never have dared gamble everything. Fan Ji's lips twitched. He paused. 2 seconds of silence. You certainly know how to gamble. Li Ju was reckless, but compared to you, yours is a raiding strategy, direct, merciless digging 3 feet deep into ancestral graves. Li Ju was outrageous, pure banditry. Winners need no justification. Losers cannot defend themselves. The Li family had lost, and swallowing their humiliation was non-negotiable. As they spoke, a soft knock sounded at the door. The Li father and son had arrived at the club. Li Ju's face was ashen, grim as if he'd just attended a funeral. Just 1 week earlier he'd stood right here, towering over Ji Feng with arrogant disdain. His words had been blunt. Within 3 days you'll be kneeling, begging me for mercy. Now, how the tables had turned. It was he who now knelt pleading for grace. That bitter draft scorched his throat. Only he knew its acrid depth. Rage and hatred boiled within him. He nearly lunged to tear Ji Feng apart on the spot. Mr. Li, good day. Ji Feng rose to greet them. Li Jiaqing, the old fox, had mastered the art of facial composure. His smile was thick and warm, his palm moist, and inviting, his tone soft. Ah Feng, you are truly a prodigy of your generation. Were your father watching from beyond, he'd surely smile in eternal peace at your extraordinary accomplishments today. You honor me too greatly, Mr. Li. Ji Feng clasped both hands warmly, his smile unwavering. A child's rash missteps demand discipline. Yet I beg your magnanimity, sir, to grant leniency and spare the spanking. Polite words, each laced with venom. A smiling face, yet not a single muscle flickered at the corner of his eye, as though their bond were forged in childhood camaraderie. But inwardly, Li Jiaqing had already cursed his own ancestors thrice over. That press conference, where he'd mocked Ji Feng aloud, now branded itself onto his soul, an indelible scar etched into the remainder of his days. Mr. Li Jun, pleased to see you again. Ji Feng turned toward Li Ju. Oomph. A cold snort burst from Li Ju's nostrils. He turned sharply to stare out the window, refusing even a glance. Ji Feng merely smiled faintly, unruffled. Li Ju was still green. That impetuous display betrayed a profound lack of the deep calculating composure required to one day command Chung Kong Group. After the pleasantries, they sat down and got straight to the point. Mr. Li, given the situation, let's not beat around the bush. Ji Feng sat upright, his tone calm. I will exchange all the shares of Chung Shun Group in my hands for the shares of Hyson under your name, along with Chu Chin Shi. The entire business, including the stores and warehouses, will be transferred to us. Acquiring Chu Chin Shi is not to humiliate Li Ju. After all, it is the #1 daily necessities chain in Hong Kong. Securing it would be a surefire gain for Ji Shi. A phone business doesn't work that way. Li Jiaqing's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a benevolent look as he said slowly, Chung Shun's stock price is less than 60 Hong Kong dollars, while Hyson's is 120 Hong Kong dollars per share. You want to trade your 43% for my 53% plus Chu Chin Shi, the largest retail network in Hong Kong and even Southeast Asia. This deal would leave me with nothing. I am a businessman who I won't engage in a deal that results in a loss. He had accepted the situation, but the old fox would not really give in. He was still waiting to negotiate, leaving some room for maneuver. Then let's not talk about it. Ji Feng spread his hands and smiled. To be honest, I prefer Chung Shun over Hyson. How much land does it hold in the mainland? In the next 10 years, conservatively estimated, it could multiply tenfold from its starting value. Hyson's land in the mainland doesn't even amount to a fraction of Chung Shun's. On the surface, acquiring Chung Shun's controlling stake seems like a loss, but as the old saying goes, loss is a blessing. Whether to talk or not, the initiative is in his hands. He wasn't afraid of Li Jiaqing storming out. At worst, he could give up Hyson, invest more money, and completely acquire Chung Shun, uprooting the Li family. Hyson wouldn't worry about not being sold. There were plenty of people lining up to acquire it. Aren't you afraid of confronting me, Hedene? Li Jiaqing finally couldn't hold back, his lips curling downwards and his voice growing serious. Then go ahead and try. Compete. Can you, Li Jiaqing, really compete? Not to mention the 12 billion Hong Kong dollars lying dormant in the trading account. Just the demand deposits in his several banks exceed 20 billion. Combined, that's over 30 billion. What do you plan to use to compete with him? Use words. At this moment, Fan Ji interjected. Ah Chung, I must remind you, Ah Feng indeed has 200 billion in his bank account. Combined with the trading funds, he can mobilize no less than 300 billion. As the words landed, the color drained from Li Jiaqing's face. Fan Ji never joked. But where did these 300 billion come from? Ji Feng. The Japanese stock market crashed, international oil prices plummeted. Ah Feng's predictions are frighteningly accurate. Fan Ji unraveled the knot in Li Jiaqing's heart. Li Jiaqing stood frozen, unable to speak for a long time. He hadn't wanted to concede, but Ji Feng's move left him speechless. It felt like a weight pressed against his chest. 300 billion Hong Kong dollars. Was he willing to risk his life for it? Each generation surpasses the last. Li Jiaqing sighed. Ah Feng, go your own way. That 300 billion isn't just a number, it's a mountain pressing down on old Li's back, forcing him to bow his head and surrender. He knew this time he lost wholeheartedly. They mistakenly regarded Ji Feng as a down-and-out youth trapped in old constraints, thinking he was barely scraping by with the mess his father left behind. Little did they know that mess had long been cleaned up. The current Ji Feng was no less powerful than any old established family in Hong Kong. The agreement was hastily finalized. With the signing of the contract, Hyson and Chu Chin Shi now belonged to Ji Feng. The Li father and son left quietly, their backs conveying a sense of desolation. Ji Feng stood confidently in front of the cameras, facing the media. Journalists had been waiting outside the golf club for a long time. The news had already leaked. Li's father and son were coming to negotiate. Seeing the two of them dejectedly getting into their car, without a word, the reporters grew anxious. Who won in this battle between Li and Ji? I communicated smoothly with Mr. Li Jiaqing, and we have reached an agreement. He exchanged all the shares of Hysan and the controlling stake in Chu Chenshur for the shares of Chengshun Group that we hold. The agreement is effective immediately. Special thanks to Mr. Li Jiaqing for his strong support helping me successfully take over Hysan. With the dust settled on the Liji dispute, Li Chaoran voluntarily relinquished Hysan, which initiated a complete reorganization and officially renamed to New Era Real Estate, with Ji Feng holding over 90% of the shares. Chu Chenshur under Chengshun completed the delivery, fully integrating into Jishi's retail sector, and the youngest tycoon in Hong Kong, Ji Feng, emerged with a fortune exceeding 800 billion Hong Kong dollars and a panoramic scan of his assets. Li Jiaqing withdrew from Hysan, his account shrinking by 300 billion Hong Kong dollars, with all major newspapers and electronic platforms in Hong Kong covering the headlines. Ji Feng once again became the center of the storm. Whether in the entertainment section, financial section, or in-depth reports, any news lacking Ji Feng made the front page appear thin and powerless. Under the media's hype, Ji Feng became a living legend in the eyes of countless young people in Hong Kong. At 24 years of age, his fortune approaching 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. This number is enough for one to dream for 10 years. Young men regarded Ji Feng as a benchmark, dreaming at night of signing acquisition agreements and cutting ribbons for new developments. Girls saw him as a real-life fairy tale character, young, tall, decisive. Even Li Chaoran bent his back in front of him, truly a knight riding in on a moonlit night. In Wireless Television City, in the makeup room, Li Ruodong was touching up her lipstick in front of the mirror. She was about to record a program, but her gaze was unfocused, her brows knitted with suppressed frustration. It had been a full 9 days. Every day she sent a text message, but it sank like a stone without even a ripple. In her love-struck mind, she thought, has he grown tired of me? But then she turned around and stopped herself. If he really disliked me, how would he have taken the initiative to pay for my car repairs? How would he have personally sent me home and even left his number with me? I invited him up to sit, and he clearly said next time. Each detail replayed in her mind, she ultimately convinced herself that he liked her. As for herself, she was already deeply ensnared, forgetting to look for an escape route. As soon as the makeup artist finished and left, she immediately pulled out her phone and opened the messaging interface. The screen was clean, with only her 9 sent messages lying there in solitude. Still no response today. She stared at the bright screen, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Could it be that I dialed the wrong number? As that thought crossed her mind, her heart hung in suspense. What are you daydreaming about? A voice rang out from beside her. It was Xiaoli, an actress from Wireless' own training program, who was co-hosting a variety show with Li Ruodong, and the two were quite familiar with each other. You've been walking like you're stepping on cotton, and your face says don't mess with me. What's up? Did you have a quarrel with your boyfriend? Xiaoli's eyes lit up, her gossip instincts kicking in. In the makeup room, the other female artists turned their heads in unison. Women, by nature, love to gather around and focus on fresh gossip. Wherever there is a hint of drama, there they are. Not at all. Li Ruodong forced a smile and waved her hand lightly. She hadn't even touched the fringes of romance. Oh, what was there to argue about? Your expression has already betrayed your thoughts. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and smiled, her eyes bright with excitement. I've caught you a few times, you bowing your head and furiously tapping on your phone. Quick, spill it. What does your partner do? Is he better looking than the new male host in our station? Yeah, but why are you quarreling? Sisters will help you with advice. A man who can make Atong care is definitely not ordinary. Does he catch more eyes than this guy in the newspaper? As soon as the words left her mouth, someone unfolded a copy of the Hong Kong Daily, pointing at the front page photo, waving it in front of Li Ruodong. Her gaze halted. She reached out and snatched the newspaper, bringing it close for a detailed look. The person in the photo was none other than Ji Feng. Isn't he handsome? He is currently the hottest figure in Xiangjiang. Reporters have written that he is the youngest tycoon in Hong Kong. Tycoon? Li Ruodong was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xiaoli. She had no idea who Ji Feng was. She hardly ever read newspapers, didn't browse the news, and rarely watched TV, so naturally, she had never heard of this name. Absolutely. Xiaoli nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Ji Feng, the youngest son of the Ji family, 24 years old, just took over the family business. Recently, he forcibly acquired Li Karen's Hui. Even Li Jiaqing fell into his hands. JIS lifestyle brand is under his name as well. We eat instant noodles and snack on spicy strips, all produced by their factory. His net worth is 800 billion HKD, the #1 young financial magnate in Xiangjiang, no exaggeration at all. As Li Ruodong listened, her mind buzzed. Ji Feng is actually a big boss. The person I crashed into during the rear-end collision is the richest young man in Xiangjiang. It's no wonder he didn't reply to my message. He must have been busy flexing his muscles, with Li Chaoran too preoccupied to glance at his phone. While she was still in shock, she instinctively sought a way out for herself. A girl beside her suddenly interjected. I heard Ji Feng is still single. Whoever can be his girlfriend would be truly destined. Young, good-looking, and wealthy, a real dream lover. This statement was like a stone thrown into a pond. Others immediately brightened up, saying, if only I were his girlfriend. Wake up. What status does he have? How many top-tier female stars are queuing to submit their resumes? Do you really think you can squeeze in? Forget it. We are just small fries, we don't even know which way his company's entrance faces. Li Ruotong's expression suddenly darkened. A sense of crisis gripped her chest. With Ji Feng being so desirable, competitors could line up from Wan Chai to Causeway Bay. Just sending a few messages wouldn't be enough. I must take action immediately. She stood up abruptly. Shall Li help me ask the director for a leave? I have an urgent matter and need to leave right away. She turned and headed towards the door. Shao Li grabbed her arm, saying, Are you crazy, Ruotong? The recording is about to start. The live broadcast is in 2 hours. If you leave now, the supervisor will have your skin. Although the show isn't a major segment, if she leaves there won't be enough time to find a replacement. If anything goes wrong, she could face reprimands, or worse, be sidelined and blacklisted. It's not just a scare tactic. I can't worry about that. This is really urgent. Li Ruotong shook off her hand and kept moving. Bursting out of the TV station, she rushed home, changed her clothes, and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the New Era building. Now that she knew Ji Feng's identity, she naturally also knew which building he worked in. Hello, miss, whom are you looking for? The two receptionists at the front desk greeted her with polite smiles. I'm looking for Ji Feng, she replied. The two girls instantly froze in place. Looking for our chairman. Do you have an appointment? Appointment. Li Ruotong was taken aback, frowning slightly. Do I really need to make an appointment in advance? Yes, it's necessary. The chairman's schedule is very full, who he meets, and at what time must be arranged in advance. I didn't make an appointment. Could you please make a call to ask for me? The two receptionists exchanged glances, their tone polite yet firm. Sorry, but without an appointment we really can't arrange that. Why not contact him directly? If you're a friend, a phone call would be the easiest way. Just then Ji Feng's phone on his desk suddenly rang. He was leaning back in his chair reviewing several advertising proposals. The new beverage from JIS lifestyle brand was about to launch, and this wave of promotion was crucial. The competitor was a global giant like Coca-Cola, and he couldn't afford to be careless for even a moment. He set aside the documents and swiped the screen open. Hello, this is Ji Feng. Ji Feng. It's me, Li Ruotong. Her voice was soft and slightly trembling. Do you remember me? Of course, beautiful lady, how could I forget? Originally, he planned to leave her hanging for a couple of days, playing a little hard to get. But then the situation on the Li family's side changed abruptly, and he was caught up in dealing with it, putting her matter on hold. He had actually planned to reach out first. If he delayed any longer, the young girl would send messages every day, and if they fell into silence, she might just give up. How could he let such a living beauty slip away from him? He could not afford to make such a foolish mistake. Ji Feng had always been law-abiding, never straying into illegality. But he never expected that this beautiful lady would take the initiative to call him first, exactly what he wanted. I'm downstairs at your company. Can you come down to meet me? I want to see you. She had thought long and hard before finally saying those words, biting her lip. After all, this was her first time feeling drawn to someone, and she hadn't even tried holding hands yet. How could she dare to speak up easily? You're at the New Era building. Ji Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Wait 2 minutes, I'll have Huang Feng come down to get you. In the lobby, Li Ruotong had just put away her phone when the elevator door opened with a ding. Huang Feng, dressed in a sharply tailored dark gray suit, walked steadily towards her with clear eyes. Miss Li Ruotong, this way, please. He gestured with a simple, measured movement. Li Ruotong quickly nodded, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the strap of her bag. She grew up in an old district with 7 or 8 siblings crammed into 2 old houses. Later she became a flight attendant and did some minor roles, seeing a bit of the world, but she had never stepped into a place like this. High ceilings, cold marble, with a faint scent of cedar lingering in the air. Knowing Ji Feng was the helm of the Ji family, she acted on impulse to come here. But now standing here, she instinctively softened her breathing. Lowering her head, she followed Huang Feng into the elevator. Does she really know the chairman? She can't possibly be his girlfriend, right? The two receptionists had just watched Huang Feng leave and immediately leaned in, lowering their voices. They recognized Huang Feng, Ji Feng's trusted aide, the nephew of Huang's son, someone dependable. To have Huang Feng personally come down to greet her, she was certainly not an ordinary visitor. I haven't heard that the chairman is dating anyone. I think it's very likely. That lady just now, her looks and temperament, tsk. Li Ruotong's face was indeed flawless. It's over, I won't even have a chance to dream. Wake up. Does the chairman really have an eye for you? Aren't you also scrolling through his social media every day? We're both of the same caliber, so let's not mock each other. In the top floor office, as soon as the door opened, Li Ruotong saw Ji Feng standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his profile tall and straight. He turned around holding a cup of water and offered it to her. What made you think of coming to find me, eh? Li Ruotong took the cup, her fingertips feeling cool. Being looked at by him made her ears subtly flush, and the words she wanted to say got stuck on her tongue. She lowered her eyes, gripping the cup tightly, her palm growing sweaty. Her heart raced back and forth, and finally she steeled herself and looked him in the eye. Ji Feng, I sent you a lot of messages. Did you really read them? I did read them. She was instantly stunned, her throat tightening and her eyes dulled. Why didn't you reply to me? If you don't like me, just say it directly. She bit her lips, staring straight at Ji Feng, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Ji Feng tilted his head and smiled. If I were going to reply to you, would you have come here yourself? What help do you need? This is certainly not something that can be said aloud. The fact that you came looking for me means you already have feelings for me. What about you? Do you like me or not? Li Ruotong's voice was soft, yet every word was earnest, as if making a vow. Just as she finished speaking, he suddenly leaned forward, cupping her face with both hands, and kissed her. No declaration, no matter how loud, could compare to the decisiveness of this kiss. Li Ruotong froze, her mind blank, her pupils dilated, forgetting to breathe, as her heart pounded like a drum, thudding painfully against her eardrums. No need for words. 1,000 words were already on their lips. He pulled her into his embrace, turning to head toward the rest area in the office, planning to settle unfinished business once and for all. Just then Li Ruotong's phone in her bag rang sharply. The sound hit her like a bucket of ice water. She snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed hurriedly, pushing Ji Feng away, fumbling to take out her phone and answer. Li Ruotong, where are you? Did you disappear into a crack in the ground? The recording is about to start, and you just vanish into thin air. You have 10 minutes. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you'll have to bear the consequences. Dare to embarrass me. Do you believe I can make you disappear from this industry completely? A series of coarse reprimands laced with a hint of gunpowder exploded from the receiver. Sister Wang, Li Ruotong instinctively tried to explain. She recognized that voice. Wang Jinhong, the program group supervisor, and her immediate superior. Cut the nonsense. Just 10 minutes. Who do you think you are? Have you really hooked up with a big shot? Or climbed into the bed of some married man? Each word was piercing, every sentence stung. After Wang Jinhong finished scolding, she hung up with a snap. Li Ruotong held her burning phone, her fingertips cold, standing in place, dazed for 2 seconds. Who called? Ji Feng frowned and asked. He heard it, though not the entire sentence clearly, but that aura of hostility was palpable, cutting through the air like a sharp blade. His earlier good mood shattered in an instant. How dare they yell at her? Did they think Ji Feng was just a decoration? Our station supervisor. I was supposed to go record the program, but I wanted to see you, so I ran straight out of the studio. Her voice was weak, and she suddenly panicked. Leaving her post temporarily would delay the recording, and not only would the supervisor be furious, but the higher-ups in the station would definitely take notice. This newly started path of hers might just be cut off. Feng, I have to go back immediately. He firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. I'll take you. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens, I'm here. In that moment, the heavy stone in her heart truly fell. Looking at his profile, she suddenly felt that no storm could be that terrifying. She gently leaned her face against his shoulder and nodded. Ji Feng let her go, turning and shouting towards the door, Brother Feng. Get the car ready, we're going to the wireless television station. Creak, creak, creak. 7 shiny black Benzes came to a synchronized stop at the entrance of the wireless television station. The security guard at the gate was taken aback upon seeing this spectacle. It was too imposing. Their cold and hard aura was even more weighty than that of the station's director, Xiao Yifu. The car doors opened in succession. A dozen bodyguards in black suits, crew cuts, and expressionless faces poured out, quickly lining up, and finally marched to the front car, bowing their heads and opening the rear door. Ji Feng took Li Ruotong out of the car, glanced up at the towering building, and spat out 2 words, go in. Huang Feng raised his hand and waved. Immediately 3 or 4 men stayed behind, while the remaining dozen men followed Xiong Kaishan, the burly man who always charged to the front, striding into the lobby of the television station. Stop. What are you doing? The television station isn't a place you can enter casually. The security guard did not forget his duty and rushed forward to block them. Get out of the way. Xiong Kaishan's voice erupted, tightening the air. His gaze was like a knife slicing through. The security guard felt a chill at the back of his neck, a shiver running down his spine. He was just a regular person standing guard for a paycheck. How could he have faced the fierce energy of someone who had truly emerged from the flames? That glance was so piercing it felt as if his ancestors' tablets were flashing before his eyes. His legs went weak, his hands suspended in the air, and he no longer dared to move, watching helplessly as Xiong Kaishan led the group into the building. Feng, isn't this a bit too much? Li Ruotong clung tightly to Ji Feng's arm, her voice lowered, her fingertips a bit cold. Ji Feng smiled, gently patting her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to cause trouble. These are my bodyguards. I can't go into my own studio empty-handed, can I? The group quickly made their way towards the studio, following Li Ruotong. The security guard finally came to his senses, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and reported upwards. He had a feeling anyone who could gather a team of bodyguards in black suits and have a row of Benzes parked outside the door was definitely not an ordinary character. No matter if they are here to negotiate or cause a scene, reporting it up is always the right move. The call quickly reached the general manager's office. Fang Menghua picked up the receiver. The wireless television station is nominally owned by Xiao Yifu, but all daily matters have long been handed over to her. Madam, a group of people just forcefully barged in, heading straight for the studio, and the security couldn't stop them. Fang Menghua furrowed her brow. What's their background?
Everyone knows who stands behind Xiao Yifu in Xiangjiang. Even in chaotic times, no one dared to touch Wireless. She was genuinely taken aback. Their identities are unclear. The security said they are all trained bodyguards, all in black suits, surrounding a young man and a girl. Outside the television station, there's a whole row of Benzes, all their cars. Fang Ming's heart sank, and she immediately stood up. Send people to the studio right now. I'll arrive in 5 minutes. At the same time in the studio, all machines had stopped. No one dared to cough, no one dared to look up, only the air conditioner hummed. Everyone shrank their necks, afraid of catching Wang Jinhong's eye. This supervisor was tough-tempered, ruthless, and had strong backing. She was Fang Ming's cousin and a favored mistress of Xiao Yifu. From the lowest roles to the top stars, there was no one who was not afraid of her. Names like Lu Dehua, Li Ming, and Guo Fuqing, even if they angered her, would still have to bow their heads and apologize. One word of displeasure from her could lead to being shelved, recast, or terminated. 3 steps to complete the process. What status? What position? In her eyes, they were merely paper dolls on a stage, easily replaceable. She had long made it clear it's easy to support you, but replacing you is even simpler. Everyone in the studio had heard that phone call. Li Ruotong's scolding voice was crystal clear. Some gritted their teeth in secret, while others let out a quiet sigh of relief. Those gritting their teeth were waiting for her schedule to open up, hoping to step into her shoes. The only one who felt relieved was Xiaoli. She was Li Ruotong's only true friend in this circle. Why was she the only one? The reason was simple. Being too beautiful made it hard for others to genuinely get close. Go. Tell the artists department to come here right away. Wang Jinhong slammed her phone down on the table, still furious. For the first time in over a decade of dominance at Wireless, she was faced with such direct confrontation. In her eyes, Li Ruotong was no longer an artist, but a thorn embedded deep in her flesh. All of Li Ruotong's announcements are to be suspended immediately. Have the legal department draft a letter to sue her for absenting herself from the recording without cause. Calculate the penalty at the maximum rate, make her pay until she's broke. Wireless signs artists never just one contract. Management contracts, variety show commitments, drama series, engagements, film roles, layer upon layer, each binding the next with ironclad precision. Breach penalties ran into the tens of millions. The clauses were woven as tightly as a spider's web. Once signed, she was effectively nailed to the network, switching employers. Only possible if someone dared shoulder the astronomical compensation herself. Such was the unspoken law of Hong Kong. On stage, stars blazed with dazzling brilliance. Off stage, they were merely pawns clenched in unseen palms, manipulated at will. The actresses, whispering in corners, instantly lifted their lips and softened their eyes the moment they heard all assignments suspended. Opportunity. Modest perhaps, but even a mosquito carries meat. They arrived empty-handed. Simply stepping into Li Ruotong's role was nothing short of miraculous fortune. Listen well. This is what happens when you act recklessly. Wang Jinhong's gaze swept the room, her words laced with shards of ice, each syllable barbed and biting. A public execution. To frighten the monkeys, they slaughtered the chicken before them. Li Ruotong became that sacrificial fowl. Boom. A muffled explosion shattered the air as the studio door was kicked inward, shuddering violently, its frame trembling. Xiong Kaishan strode in, flanked by a disciplined entourage. Uniform black suits, shoulders rigid as steel, footsteps synchronized like drumbeats. They numbered many, and their eyes burned colder still. Wolves in tailored suits, radiating such oppressive stillness that chests tightened and breaths grew shallow. Everyone in the studio froze, instinctively recoiling, barely daring to inhale. Even Wang Jinhong stood stunned, her throat bobbing once. Before anyone could react, Xiong Kaishan's men had already formed a silent half circle around her, subtle, yet sealing 7/10 of her escape routes. At that moment, Ji Feng entered calmly, hand in hand with Li Ruotong. Huang Feng and 3 other bodyguards followed at a measured pace, for living walls steady and immovable, anchoring the pair at their center. Atong. Xiaoli recognized her first. Li Ruotong stood slightly, turned, her fingertips gently clasped by Ji Feng's ears, flushed pink lips pressed shyly downward, as delicate and timorous as a fledgling just leaving its nest. She cried out involuntarily. Every gaze in the room snapped toward Li Ruotong. Li Ruotong, you wretched woman. What are you doing bringing these people here? Hiring thugs to play gangsters and scare me. The moment Wang Jinhong saw her, her spine straightened, brows knotted in fury, spittle flying from her lips onto the floor. Let me make one thing clear. I'm not afraid of you. Get over here and kneel, now. Her voice pierced the air, shrill and razor-edged, scraping raw against eardrums. Ji Feng's brow furrowed faintly, a glacial chill rose in his eyes. As Li Ruotong stirred to speak, he lightly tightened his grip on her wrist, stopping her mid-motion. Then he lifted his gaze, locking it unflinchingly onto Wang Jinhong's still-moving mouth. I'm speaking to you. Have you gone mute? Get over here this instant. Who gave you the gall to stand me up again? Oblivious to the blade beneath her feet, Wang Jinhong raged louder, each word venomous, each syllable dripping poison. Such foul speech deserves silence. Ji Feng's voice remained low, but it scraped like iron dragged across stone. Who exactly are you to address me so? Who, slap?
A stinging blow landed full across her face, clean, brutal, merciless. Xiong Kaishan shook out his wrist and flicked a glance to his men. Two stepped forward, hoisting Wang Jinhong's limp form. Before she could even steady herself, another slap cracked across her mouth, deliberately targeting her lips. Her gums split instantly, blood streamed down her chin. Silence swallowed the studio whole. Not even an actor dared swallow. I said filthy mouths should stay shut. Ji Feng spoke again, his tone flat and precise, measured as a ruler. This time no one dared dismiss him. The air thickened leaden and suffocating. Li Ruodong washed blood well steadily from Wang Jinhong's lip, her heart clenching. She tugged Ji Feng's sleeve urgently. Off, Feng. Stop. If you keep going, something terrible will happen. Stop, now? A sharp command tore through the stillness. Fang Menghua rushed in, face ashen, temples pulsing with visible veins. To assault someone inside TVB studios. And her own cousin at that. Such audacity dwarfed even heaven itself. Slap. Yet her words fell like stones into a deep well. No echo, no reply. Xiong Kaishan didn't even lift his eyelids. He struck again, then again, then again. Their eyes held only one directive. Unless Ji Feng spoke, the sky itself could collapse. They would strike without pause. I ordered you to stop. Have you gone deaf? Fang Menghua's fingers trembled violently, her voice cracking. Daring to cause trouble at TVB. Who gave you dogs the nerve? Arrest them all. Break their legs. She hadn't brought security guards, but Triad enforcers loyal to Xiao Yifu himself. Several drew short clubs and switchblades, surging into the studio in a flash. Huang Feng stepped forward, shielding Ji Feng, and Li Ruodong hand darting into his jacket, his pistol drawn with flawless fluid speed. The other bodyguards mirrored him instantly, guns drawn, barrels aligned in unison toward the entrance. Dozens of dark, silent muzzles stared back like impassive, watchful eyes. The intruders skidded to a halt, faces bleached, white breaths frozen mid-inhalation. Inside the studio, silence reigned so absolute that the soft drip of blood striking the floor echoed like thunder. Fang Menghua stared at the weapons, her lips quivering. These men drew firearms without hesitation. Who were they? Shouting orders at those beside me, and threatening broken legs. General Manager Fang, your authority certainly rings loud. No wonder junior executives at TVB walk with noses in the air, hurling obscenities like seasoned street brawlers. Clearly they learned their craft directly from you. A sardonic curve touched Ji Feng's lips. His words, barbed and precise, struck Fang Menghua like a scalpel. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, sharp, decisive. Xiong Kaishan halted instantly, withdrawing his hand from Wang Jinhong without another touch. Wang Jinhong was already unrecognizable. Her lips split wide, blood flooding her mouth, several teeth missing, impossible to count. Truth be told, Ji Feng had never intended violence. But Wang Jinhong's tongue was too vile, spitting slurs at Li Ruodong right before his eyes. She'd earned every blow. Fang Menghua studied Ji Feng's brow, faintly furrowed. His face stirred vague recognition, yet eluded her memory. Is he the Mr. Ji Feng from today's front-page headline? A hushed murmur rippled among the terrified actresses nearby. It is him. Ji Feng, the richest man in Hong Kong. Even more imposing in person than in photographs. And his bodyguards carry sidearms. The whispers reached Fang Menghua's ears. Her mind lit up with sudden clarity. Of course. She'd seen his photograph in Ming Pao that very morning visiting Li Jiaqing. Mr. Ji, your esteemed presence at TVB is most welcome, but this spectacle seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Having identified him, her bravado evaporated. Even the thought of breaking legs vanished like mist. Absurd. Who was he? A titan commanding hundreds of billions. While her husband Xiao Yifu commanded respect abroad, standing before Ji Feng, he wouldn't even register on the scale. Inappropriate. Ji Feng smiled faintly. I was speaking with my girlfriend when your call came, immediately launching into abuse directed at her. Then you issued an ultimatum. 10 minutes, or she'd see consequences. To ensure her safety, I had no choice but to escort her here myself. Yet the moment we entered, your supervisor continued hurling insults, right before my eyes. If I tolerated that, how would the world speak of me? That Ji Feng cannot protect those close to him. Then how could I hold my head high in Hong Kong? Girlfriend. Every head in the room swiveled in unison toward Li Ruodong, standing quietly beside Ji Feng. Crew and cast alike sucked in sharp collective breaths. None had imagined the quiet extra, running lines in the background, would in the blink of an eye become the cherished center of Hong Kong's most formidable power broker. This luck. The people who once rushed to seize resources and secretly envied her striking appearance are now grinding their back teeth in frustration. Fang Menghua has finally grasped the situation. Mr. Ji, it's all a misunderstanding. She has no idea that Miss Li is your girlfriend. The person has already been taught a lesson. For the sake of Uncle Lu, can we let this matter pass? She mentioned Xiao Yifu trying to downplay the incident. Ultimately, she still wanted to protect Wang Jinhong. In her heart, she had already noted down Ji Feng. Wang Jinhong is family, reprimanding a subordinate is a common occurrence. No matter how one puts it, Li Ruodong is still an artist under the wireless label. In private matters, who are you to overstep your boundaries? Xiao Yifu's face. Ji Feng's voice deepened as he coldly retorted, "Is it bigger than Li Jiaqing's?" Fang Minghua's face turned pale in an instant. This remark was akin to dismantling the latter altogether. "Mr. Ji, Miss Li is ultimately one of ours at Wireless. Have you truly considered her future with this kind of behavior today?" Fang Minghua put away her smile, her tone turning serious. "The contract is in black and white still in our hands. Xiao's financial strength may not compare to yours, but in the realm of Hong Kong entertainment, our words still hold weight, and friends recognize this principle. You may not have as much money as you do. However, Li Ruotang's contract is tied to Wireless. On the surface, we won't touch her, but there are plenty of underhanded methods. If she still wishes to establish herself in this industry, she better think carefully about whether offending Wireless is worth it. Of course, if you really want to promote her as a golden canary, just pay to terminate the contract. Then we will hand it over without a word. I've heard that JIS advertising business is thriving while Wireless is the #1 television station in Hong Kong." Fang Minghua ultimately did not take Ji Feng seriously. One reason is his youth. The second is their belief that no matter how capable a businessman is, he cannot extend his reach into the ironclad domain of a television station, the most critical point. He is not yet seen as an equal to Li Jiaqing. Underestimating him is a natural reaction. After all, Ji Feng has only just emerged for 3 months. Even though Ji Feng managed to snatch the contract from Li Jiaqing, most of the wealthy in Hong Kong privately believe he simply got lucky, succeeding more due to fortune than skill. In their hearts, they still trust Li Jiaqing more. "Are you threatening me?" Ji Feng's lips curled slightly, but his eyes held no warmth. "Who would dare to threaten you? It's merely a reminder. Only through harmony can wealth be generated right." Fang Minghua smiled without a hint of vulnerability, deftly throwing the words back to Ji Feng. She believed she had Ji Feng all figured out. The current Wireless television station is no longer the omnipotent entity it once was. Its ratings dominance has long since loosened. However, in terms of scale, foundation, and resource depth, it still holds the top spot in all of Hong Kong, firmly surpassing the other companies. With stock prices stable and ownership structure solid, she simply does not believe Ji Feng can truly meddle. So her confidence was unshakable. Conversely, for Ji Feng, without Wireless as a platform for advertising, JIS promotional efforts would be instantly choked. At least in Hong Kong, advertisements would be nearly impossible to release. "I hate when people use reminders as soft blades." Ji Feng shrugged his tone airy. Originally, he had planned to take back Li Ruotang's contract and let her terminate it with Wireless. But seeing Fang Minghua's expression, it was clearly out of the question. This woman not only refused to back down, but also retaliated with a show of strength. It piqued Ji Feng's interest. This matter had become interesting. "Brother Feng, checkbook." Huang Feng responded promptly, pulling out a checkbook from his suit pocket and smoothly handing it into Ji Feng's open palm. Ji Feng took a pen, swiftly filled in the amount 1 million. He tore off the check, flicking his wrist, and the slip of paper landed squarely on the shiny floor tiles. "Dexiong, make sure this foul mouth never utters another word for the rest of his life. He'll cover the medical expenses." "Is that it?" Fang Minghua's stance clearly indicated that she was not finished. If Ji Feng were to turn around and leave at this moment, the Hong Kong business community would only see him as a fledgling making empty threats. Bow to Xiao Yaifa's concubine. Outsiders would consider him, this newly minted tycoon, to be all bark and no bite, flimsy as a noodle. His acquisition of the contract from Heji was to tell everyone Ji Feng is not someone you can trample on casually. Once he backs down, all his previous efforts will be in vain. A failing to establish authority will make him a laughingstock. Naturally, there will be a line of people waiting to cause trouble. Human nature is like this. What is feared is the horizontal force. What is respected is the ruthless. It's more realistic to fear you than to submit to you. Do you dare? Fang Minghua was taken aback, then immediately screamed sharply like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. She never expected that Ji Feng would be too lazy to even follow the rules. "Dexiong, don't start a fight here. It's bloody and it's unpleasant." "Understood, boss." Xiong Kaishan nodded and gestured to the two brothers restraining Wang Jinhong. "Take them away." "Stop. Leave that person here." Fang Minghua shouted fiercely, her voice fracturing. Despite being harsh, she was notoriously protective of her own. Otherwise, how could her cousin Wang Jinhong have walked around Wireless for so many years, acting as a supervisor, flaunting her power and suffocating those beneath her? But her words fell on deaf ears. The gangsters she brought had just started to encircle the path when the gun barrels were already pressed against their temples. That icy chill instantly froze all thoughts. "Manager Fang, whatever game you want to play, I'm here to play along. This is just the beginning, we'll take it slow." As he spoke, Ji Feng tightly grasped Li Ruotang's wrist, walking away with his head held high. "Ah!" The scream tore through the air, sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle. Everyone in the recording studio stiffened, cold sweat pouring down. Wang Jinhong was dragged back, blood pouring from her mouth, collapsed on the floor like a heap of discarded meat. As everyone caught sight of Wang Jinhong's appearance, there was not a shred of pity. They only felt exhilarated. This woman has done evil for many years. Is she deserved this day? There were countless actors publicly humiliated, slapped in the face, and forced to kneel by her. Pity her. In your dreams. Moreover, in today's Hong Kong, it is an unspoken understanding within the circle offending a big boss, and getting beaten to a pulp is not news. For Wang Jinhong to survive this, she had already gotten off easy. Send her to the hospital. Fang Menghua roared at her subordinates, her face pale, eyebrows twisted, hatred practically oozing from beneath her skin. The next morning, Qing Shui Bei Ji Feng's villa. The harsh ring of the phone shattered Ji Feng's dreams. He reached for his phone on the bedside table and pressed the answer key. Caller ID Wang Mingqi. Boss Xiao Yifu and Mrs. Li have arrived. They are at the company. Ji Feng had no plans to go to the company today, but Xiao Yifu insisted on bringing Mrs. Li along to see him. Their identities were too significant, and Wang Mingqi did not dare to make decisions on her own, so she called to ask for instructions. Xiao Yifu and Mrs. Li. Ji Feng was taken aback. What did he come here for? And he specifically brought Lu Yanchun along. Lu Yanchun, the widow of Li Xiahe, commonly referred to as Mrs. Li in the industry. With a tough wrist and a clear mind, she is recognized in the circle as an iron lady. After Li Ziahe's passing, she took over all the family business, and through a few astute investments, she forcefully pulled the Li family back to prominence. Back then, the wireless television station was jointly founded by her husband Li Xiahe and Xiao Yifu. Although the Li family no longer intervenes in the station's daily operations, their name still sits at the top of the shareholder list. Have they mentioned what they want from me? They haven't said, but they insisted on seeing you. If you don't want to meet, I can go and turn them away right now. Wang Mingqi spoke decisively. It was likely about yesterday's incident. Ji Feng publicly taught a lesson to Xiao Yifu's people at Wireless and confronted that Mrs. Xiao face to face. This matter had spread. Since they came in person, Ji Feng had no reason to avoid seeing them. Let them wait a moment, they'll be there shortly. The call ended, and he lifted the blanket to get up. What's wrong? Li Ruodong half opened her eyes, her voice still laced with sleepiness. After leaving the television station last night, the two had dinner together, marking the beginning of their connection. Later, it was only natural that he returned to his home. When feelings ran deep, the lights went out, and they spent a passionate night together. Otherwise, he should have been at his workstation by now. Sha Yifu and Mrs. Li have arrived. I'm heading to the company. Off. Upon hearing the name Sha Yifu, Li Ruodong instantly became alert. As an artist under the Wireless banner, she always held a sense of reverence for this powerful figure. Remembering how Ji Feng stood up for her yesterday, her heart tightened. Could it be that they were here to settle scores? But she didn't truly understand where Ji Feng stood or how high his status was. Should I accompany you? No need. Ji Feng shook his head with a smile and gently kissed her forehead. Get some more sleep. You were quite exhausted last night. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ruotong's cheeks flushed bright red, and her mind involuntarily conjured up those heated images, instinctively shrinking back under the blankets. Her shy and evasive demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Ji Feng. Just relax, don't worry about anything else. An hour later, Ji Feng pushed open the door to the company. Wang Mingqi had long been waiting at the elevator entrance. Where are they? He asked as he walked. In the reception room. With the boss absent, she couldn't recklessly bring them into the office, so she could only settle the two esteemed guests in the reception room first. Please have them come to my office. With that, Ji Feng headed directly to his floor. The upheaval from yesterday was neither too big nor too small. Sha Yifu brought Mrs. Li along, clearly intending for her to act as the intermediary. She was the largest shareholder of Wireless, and the incident occurred right under her nose, making her presence reasonable. Secondly, she had long-standing ties with the Ji family, having a close personal relationship with Ji Feng's father, making her words both pleasant and weighty. Most critically, the Li family was the true stabilizing force behind Ji Feng. Click. The office door swung open. Wang Mingqi led Sha Yifu and Mrs. Li inside. As the two stepped in, the door quietly closed behind them. Ji Feng, who had initially been stern-faced, relaxed his expression upon seeing the visitors, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he quickly stood to greet them. This smile was clean and unforced. Had he not known about the underlying tension between him and Sha Yifu, anyone could have believed it to be a heartfelt warmth. Speaking appropriately based on the audience, changing his demeanor according to the occasion. This was not mere acting, but a way of life for an old hand in the industry. Uncle Lu, Mrs. Li. He extended his hand, shaking theirs warmly, his grip firm yet gentle. Sha Yifu's expression remained calm as water, a subtle aura of unapproachable authority surrounding him. Mrs. Li, however, was different. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and her words carried warmth as she immediately directed some of her warmth toward Ji Feng. You young man, you really dared to make a move. You even dared to provoke Li Jiacheng's Hanjing. Your guts are bigger than the sky. If your father were alive, he would be slapping his thigh and laughing out loud. Though her words seemed like praise, they subtly pushed Ji Feng's deceased father into the spotlight, clearly reminding him, during your father's time, we had all met, shared drinks, and recognized kinship. However, when the Ji family was in mourning, the Li family only sent a driver to deliver a bouquet, not even entering the wake. How they had been quietly watching the Ji family's finances and waiting for the assets to be liquidated was already well known in the industry. She was afraid Ji Feng would turn against her, so she first elevated the memory of his father to turn the coldness into old friendship. I wasn't being bold. Ji Feng lowered his gaze, his voice softening, his shoulders slightly slumping. Without a father, anyone can step on me. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. A rabbit? What does that make Li Jiacheng? Mrs. Li chuckled softly in her heart, but her expression remained unchanged. You can bite, but you shouldn't bite your own kind, don't you think? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Feng understood. The main topic had begun. Everyone took their seats. Mrs. Li lifted her teacup to take a sip before continuing. About yesterday's incident at Wireless, it was a bit excessive. Wang Jinhong may not have held her tongue, and reprimanding her a bit would have sufficed. Why go so far as to cut off someone's tongue? Did he think that if Feng Minghua hadn't blocked him with contract terms, hadn't threatened to blacklist all the artists under his name, a simple sorry would suffice? Ji Feng remained silent. Mrs. Li then continued. You probably don't know Wang Jinhong is Feng Minghua's cousin and also a relative of Uncle Liu's. For a minor role to escalate things to this extent is truly unreasonable. Regardless of how you feel about Uncle Liu, he is still your elder. With such a ruckus, how will he maintain his authority within the station? Ji Feng's eyelids lifted slightly. He understood. This was not mediation but a show of allegiance. The Li family held the majority shares in Wireless, sailing in the same boat as Sha Yifu. Speaking on his behalf was akin to protecting their own interests. So what do you mean, Mrs. Li? He asked. Mrs. Li's gaze swept over Sha Yifu's still cold profile before she slowly stated, Feng, you are now in charge of the Ji family's affairs. You should understand one principle. At our level, everything revolves around connections. You made a move at Wireless, and I'm not going to hold it against you. After all, it's an old friendship with your father. But you've harmed someone from Uncle Liu's family and made Feng Minghua lose face in public. This kind of humiliation cannot be compensated with money. He leaned back into the sofa, tapping his fingers rhythmically on his knee, his gaze slowly shifting between Mrs. Li and Sha Yifu. Suddenly he chuckled lightly. Face. I've already given it. 1 million in medical expenses, not a cent less. Sha Yifu's expression darkened immediately. Is my face worth only 1 million Hong Kong dollars? What else? Ji Feng retorted. The atmosphere suddenly tensed akin to a tightly drawn bowstring. Mrs. Li hurriedly interjected. Feng, Uncle Liu is your elder. Showing respect is also a matter of face. Ji Feng turned his head, smiled at her. How should I show respect? For a woman, it's not worth it. Her tone was gentle, yet every word struck home. For the sake of my reputation, have that girl personally apologize to Mrs. Li and Wang Jinhong. You accompany her to the hospital, the media will be arranged, and the photos will be published, the matter will be settled. Uncle Liu's face will be restored. And what about my face? Ji Feng's voice was soft, but felt like shards of ice scraping against glass. How could she dare to suggest such a thing? It was utterly absurd. Accompanying her for a checkup, taking photos, and having them published. Who gave her the illusion that this matter could be resolved according to her script? Ji Feng simply couldn't understand. Why did people always perceive him as a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed? Mrs. Li glanced at Ji Feng, seemingly unconcerned by the anger veiled in his words, smiling brightly. Uncle Liu is your elder. As a junior, you should understand some rules. Respect your elders and honor the worthy. Elder. Ji Feng scoffed, suddenly pointing at Sha Yifu with a grave expression. What kind of elder is he? Calling him Uncle Liu really makes him think he can control me. Bang. Sha Yifu slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing the cups to rattle. You young punk, keep your temper in check. Your father would have shown me courtesy when he was alive. I'm here today to give you face, not to ask for your approval. Believe it or not, if I just move my lips, that woman of yours will never set foot in the entertainment industry of Xiangjiang again. Sure, I want to see who dares to take this hot potato. The contract is in my hands. Do you have any idea about the penalty for breach? As soon as the words left her mouth, Mrs. Li immediately chimed in, her tone soft, yet laced with sharpness. Uncle Liu is a partner of the Li family. Disrespecting him is equivalent to disrespecting the Li family. You better weigh your words carefully. Don't be misled by the gang affiliation he flaunts. He commands respect in the Xiangjiang entertainment circle, but in terms of foundation and financial power, he's nothing but a facade. Even though he has connections to a gang, compared to the Xiang family, a long-established giant in the film industry, he falls significantly short. His audacity to act tough relies entirely on the Li family's backing. The Li family is a genuine top-tier aristocracy. Long before the likes of the Shuang, Li Gua, and Zheng families rose to prominence, the Li family had firmly secured its place among the four great families. Though they are not as influential as before, they are still a well-rooted three-generation wealthy family, the strongest support for Xiao Yifu. Let's just wait and see. Ji Feng shrugged, his expression relaxed. It was initially just a small matter. Wang Jinhong spoke without restraint, and Ji Feng imposed a light punishment. The whole issue of cutting tongues was purely due to Feng Menghua's own words backfiring. The situation escalated to this point of irreconcilable differences solely because they refused to back down. Had any one of them uttered a soft word or offered an apology, this matter would have been resolved long ago. Yet each of them stood their ground, convinced that he could be easily intimidated, barging in and throwing tantrums. Why should Ji Feng tolerate that? If you insist on this, then don't blame me for being ungrateful and disregarding your father's face. Mrs. Li's voice turned cold. Ji Feng suddenly stood up, spread his arms, slightly raised an eyebrow, and smiled coldly. I've been waiting for you to say this. He then raised his voice and called out, Mingqi, show them out. After being escorted out of the office, Xiao Yifu and Mrs. Li headed straight back to the wireless television station. Upon entering, Feng Minghua was already waiting inside. Did it work? Did that kid relent? She stood up to ask. Bang! Xiao Yifu heavily sat down, slamming his palm on the table edge, causing the pen holder to tilt. Relent? He's completely out of control. He didn't even respect Mrs. Li's face and directly threw us out. What? Feng Minghua was stunned. He dares. The Li family is a true aristocracy. In terms of foundation, even Li Jiaqing would have to stand down. Back when they started by selling powder, when the 4 major inspectors fell, the Li family remained unscathed. On the surface, it seems they have faded away, but in reality, they have cleansed their image and are still holding a substantial gray territory with their gang obeying their orders. They are truly the kind who dare to overturn the table and are unreasonable. How could Ji Feng not take the Li family seriously? He dares. Xiao Yifu gritted his teeth and sneered. Not only does he dare, but he even spat in my face right in front of me. He probably thinks that since the Li family has stumbled once, the Xiangjiang industry should now be dictated by him. Just from the resentment in his words, one could tell how much hatred this old man held towards Ji Feng. Then let's blacklist that woman of his. Feng Minghua's tone turned stern. Let's pull in all the TV stations, cut off her advertisements, and stifle her broadcasts. I want to see how long she can hold on. Those who seek their own demise often share a common flaw. They overestimate their strength. They always believe that a punch thrown will force the other party to the ground. Little do they know they haven't even touched the other party's ankle. What does it mean to be a mantis trying to stop a car? Feng Minghua is just that. But Xiao Yifu is clearly not the kind of character who underestimates others. He smirked, the corner of his mouth curling. We must let him broadcast. Why? Feng Minghua was taken aback. Isn't it foolish to forego free money? We can team up with a few stations and raise the stakes. For a price of 1 million, we can demand 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Want to make a name for yourself? Then obediently pay up. If not, the advertisement won't even make it through the door of the studio. When it comes to ruthlessness, it's still Xiao Yifu, the old fox, who is the best. Feng Minghua's eyes lit up. Exactly. Spot on. If he doesn't pay up, he won't get to air a single advertisement on wireless. The more she thought about it, the more appropriate it felt. Ji Feng could either remain silent and not promote, or grudgingly spend more money. Spending more money equates to admitting defeat. In either case, he's at a disadvantage. However, Xiao Yifu knew well that this tactic would only make Ji Feng feel nauseous for a while. It wouldn't cause any real injury. He slowly turned to look at Mrs. Li. He had long seen that he and Ji Feng were not on the same level at all. If it truly came down to it, he would still need the support of the Li family. Mrs. Li is willing to back him up, even at the risk of angering Ji Feng. Xiao Yifu knew that she was not after the small favor of wireless. Li's Winery is the leader of the liquor industry in Xiangjiang, with its Shengli beer almost monopolizing the entire Hong Kong market. Meanwhile, Ji Feng's Ji family has officially launched beer, equivalent to barging into the Li family's dinner table and snatching food. How could the Li family wait until he places his beer bottles on the shelves before taking action? There's also another matter that Xiao Yifu was aware of. Li's real estate was eyeing the Kowloon walled city. That place is the Kowloon city, the largest slum in Xiangjiang. The Hong Kong government has long set a demolition plan, and during the public bidding, Li's real estate submitted a bid. In the end, they lost to Li Jiaqing's Hutchison Whampoa. Now that Hutchison has been swallowed by Ji Feng and renamed New Era Real Estate, the city project naturally falls into his hands. The Li family has long been calculating how to snatch this piece of meat back from Ji Feng. This time, backing him was merely a pretext to tear their face apart first. Mrs. Li exchanged a glance with Xiao Yifu and said, Uncle Lu, the Li family will not stand by idly. With that, she stood up and left her seat. Xiao Yifu nodded, saying no more. What follows is no longer within his purview. Mrs. Li walked out of the wireless television station's door. She got into the back seat of her Rolls-Royce. Madam, Mr. Li is already waiting. Shall we head over now? The driver turned slightly, his tone respectful. Let's set off immediately. The engine rumbled softly as the sedan drove towards the Chengshun building. Chengshun Group Chairman's office. Li Jiaqing and his son Li Ju sat at both ends of the long table. Dad, is the Li family really standing up for Xiao Yifu against Ji Feng? They had already received news about Mrs. Li and Xiao Yifu exiting the New Era building. For Xiao Yifu, Li Jiaqing scoffed. He's not worth that much. The Li family tearing this face is merely to present a token of loyalty. A letter of commitment. Li Ju was taken aback. That's right, Li Jiaqing nodded and continued. They are aiming for the walled city. Back then, when competing for development rights, the Li family put in a lot of effort only to ultimately lose to us. That sense of unwillingness has lingered ever since. Now Hui Qi has returned to Ji Feng, and the walled city project has changed hands. The Li family's hands are itching again. But to snatch it from Ji Feng's hands, they can't do it alone. What led to their defeat back then? They lost due to lack of connections in the development sector. That is their Achilles heel. If they want to turn the tables, they must borrow our connections. No cooperation. This matter simply cannot be accomplished. Li Ju finally understood after hearing this. The enemy's enemy is an ally. Even though the Li family and the Ji family had fought fiercely in the past, now the Li family actively approached Ji Feng, indicating their stance to Chengxi. Then let's give the Li family a push and fight Ji Feng to the end. Just thinking about Ji Feng's face made Li Ju itch to throw a punch. Now that there is a real chance to deal with him, how could Li Ju contain himself? Li Jiaqing waved his hand, his tone calm. We can't rely solely on impulse. For matters without benefits, don't rush to take sides. Helping the Li family to bite Ji Feng will yield us nothing. Such foolishness is unacceptable. That piece of land in the walled city is in Kowloon, and its value is apparent. If developed, it could easily start at 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, if not more. We must seize this opportunity to establish a foothold and genuinely share in the profits. That's the proper way to go about it. What do merchants care about feelings? Here we do not subscribe to the notion that the enemy's enemy is my friend. Securing profits is the ironclad rule. To team up with the Li family against Ji Feng. Sure, but the premise is that the money must come in first. Xiao Yifu is quick in his actions. With his gold-plated reputation, he can pull in several TV stations in Hong Kong to jointly pressure JIS Lifestyle. While TVB and ATV have always been rivals, ATV is particularly unwilling to assist Xiao Yifu. But since the Li family has nodded, face must be given. Moreover, it's not like they're banned from airing advertisements, it's just a collective price increase. Everyone is a businessman. Who doesn't want to earn more? Furthermore, Ji Feng is known for being extravagant. There are already those calculating to take a larger cut. If one station raises its prices, Ji Feng can walk away, but now several stations are banding together to raise prices, leaving Xiao Yifu and the Li family to bear the pressure. Where in the world can you find such a cheap deal? They are sure with only these few screens in Hong Kong, if you don't agree, the advertisements will only rot in their hands. It's a real-life version of a palace coup. But if Ji Feng truly swallows his pride, he wouldn't be Ji Feng. The stack of notifications handed to him by Huang Sun was scanned briefly. With a flick of his fingers, the papers were sent straight into the trash. Xiao Yifu's move won't injure bones, but is quite annoying. Reply: tell them to get lost. All advertising placements must be halted immediately. TV stations are indeed crucial. Thus, Ji Feng has been contemplating the establishment of a self-built platform. Holding the channels ensures he won't be at the mercy of others. Currently, the two most powerful stations in Hong Kong are TVB and ATV. TVB has weakened in recent years, while ATV has quietly secured half the market. Coincidentally, ATV was just taken over and reorganized last year. Its equity is as solid as a rock, making it impossible for outsiders to intervene. A strong acquisition. Almost impossible. In terms of foundation, ATV is far less solid than TVB. Thus, Ji Feng's gaze is firmly fixed on TVB. While purchasing it is difficult, it's not unsolvable. As long as the Li family loosens its grip, TVB will eventually bear the surname Ji. Understood. Huang Sun nodded in agreement. He knew too well his young master's temperament suffering losses. That was never the case. With Xiao Yifu forming alliances to surround him, Ji Feng had long prepared his contingency. He remained calm, reporting on the current situation of JIS Lifestyle, as usual, mentioning the expansion plan for JIS Lifestyle stores before exiting the office. As soon as the door closed, Ji Feng's phone rang. Boss, something happened at the walled city. The walled city, located in the heart of Kowloon. Originally a military camp established during the Qing Dynasty, built during the Daoguang era. Later, when the Qing court could no longer maintain its defenses after the dynasty fell, it completely became Hong Kong's largest slum. It is also an area that the Hong Kong government has long struggled to control, where even the police dare not venture deep. A no man's land rife with gang activity, turbulent currents, and frequent violence. Chaos is its defining characteristic. To restore its image, the Hong Kong government is determined to demolish it. After 2 years of bidding, Hui Qi finally won the contract. According to the agreement, the old site of the walled city would be transformed into a park, and Hui Qi subsequently acquired a large surrounding area of land, establishing a fully equipped new community. Just this deal alone netted them several billion Hong Kong dollars. Now that Hui Qi has come under Ji Feng's command, it has been renamed New Era Real Estate. Along with the project of demolishing the walled city to build a park and all the surrounding land rights, it has all fallen into Ji Feng's hands. Ji Feng kept a close eye on this matter. To ensure a smooth relocation, the company specially assigned personnel to form a communication team that visits residents door to door, listening to their difficulties, discussing conditions, and finding common ground. As the car drove towards the walled city, there was no sign of relaxation on Ji Feng's face. Just moments ago, a major incident had erupted in the walled city. A fire had suddenly broken out without warning. The old houses there, mostly built decades ago with wooden structures, were dry and flammable. The alleys were so narrow that turning around was difficult, and the electrical wires were haphazardly connected. Even a decent fire extinguisher was hard to find. Once the fire started, there was no time to even fetch a bucket of water, let alone organize a rescue. The extent of the damage was already predictable. Coincidentally, the negotiations for relocation compensation were stuck in a deadlock. The residents knew that behind New Era Real Estate was Ji Feng, and they were aware of his wealth. Thus, they banded together to pressure for higher prices, starting with exorbitant demands. In the middle of it all were locals from the community. In the walled city, having no community association would truly be strange. New Era Real Estate had no way out. No matter how rich Ji Feng is, he cannot be a target for extortion. Thus, both sides remained deadlocked, unwilling to budge. But just then a fire broke out. New Era Real Estate could hardly wash away the blame. At the outskirts of the walled city, from afar, thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Fire trucks had already arrived, and the flames were mostly extinguished. Only charred beams and broken rafters were smoking, with firefighters meticulously searching the ruins inch by inch. Ji Feng's car stopped outside the cordon. Bodyguards filed out of the vehicle, quickly surrounding him. Outside, people were crowded together. Some victims with disheveled hair were wailing. Some relatives were kneeling amidst the rubble, crying out for their loved ones. And there were several negotiators sent by New Era, their foreheads injured and clothes torn, blood smeared across half their faces. The crowd was accusing them of arson. Before the words had even finished, fists were already flying down. Had it not been for the firefighters and police intervening in time, those few people might have lost their lives on the spot. The scene was chaotic, as if boiling water was bubbling. Huang Feng opened the car door, and Ji Feng stepped out, his gaze sweeping over the devastation, his brow furrowed deep in thought. Amid the broken walls and remnants, charred beams jutted skyward and sparks crackled amidst the ashes. Calling it purgatory would be no exaggeration. Mr. Ji. Zhang Yong pushed through the crowd and rushed over. His tie askew, and the hem of his shirt had come untucked from his waist. He was not a veteran of Hoi Ki. When Ji Feng took over New Era Real Estate, he was introduced by a headhunter to serve as the general manager overseeing all daily operations. Upon hearing of the incident, he abandoned the meeting and rushed to the scene, intending to stabilize the situation and calm emotions. Alas, it was already too late. He stood barely 100 meters away when the negotiator was surrounded and beaten. Had his security detail not physically restrained him, he himself might not have escaped unscathed. What's the situation now? Ji Feng asked. Zhang Yong's Adam's apple bobbed. The fire has been contained. Firefighters are conducting final inspections. Roughly 1/4 of the building collapsed and burned completely. Some people didn't make it out. Exact casualties haven't been confirmed yet. All our personnel have been branded arson suspects. The beating was brutal. Had police not stormed in, several men might have died right there. He raised a finger toward an employee curled on a stretcher nearby. Noticing Ji Feng's silent, fixed gaze upon the injured man, Zhang Yong drew a breath and lowered his voice. Mr. Ji, this fire doesn't feel right. How so? Ji Feng turned his face slightly. The attackers insist with absolute certainty that the moment our people emerged from the burning building, flames erupted. Whoosh, as if ignited by command. Our people would never set fire to anything. If this were mere coincidence, it would be uncanny beyond belief. Why did our team enter that building, of all places? Why did the inferno erupt the instant they stepped outside? Why did the first flicker of flame engulf the entire floor in roaring conflagration within seconds? Most critically, they watched from outside as fire blasted violently outward from a first-floor window. Within 10 seconds, the entire level blazed white-hot. An accident. What accident burned so swiftly, so uniformly, so precisely? And when they entered the building, they smelled faint traces of gasoline. Gasoline. This fire had been deliberately lit. Ji Feng's gaze sharpened like a blade. He gave a terse, solemn nod, then turned to Huang Feng. Brother Feng, dig into this. Thoroughly. Consider it done. Huang Feng's voice was low, steady, no wasted words. For veterans like them, former special forces, such investigation and pursuit came as naturally as breathing. Infiltration, surveillance, evidence interception. Their military training had forged these instincts into reflex. He immediately turned back to Zhang Yong, speaking with crisp urgency. Evacuate all injured to hospitals. Immediately. We cover every expense. Save lives first. Understood. Zhang Yong responded and moved without pause. He knew full well delay was fatal. The Kowloon Walled City Redevelopment Project was a high-priority initiative directly supervised by the Hong Kong SAR government. Even its budget had been formally approved. A single misstep in on-site crisis management would escalate straight to the highest echelons, and no one could contain the fallout. The night deepened. Above the walled city, acrid smoke still hung heavy, a nauseating blend of charred timber and plastic fumes. Yet alleyways bustled as usual. Vendors pushed carts, hawkers shouted, gamblers slapped cards, men squatted by walls puffing cigarettes. Those who lived here were the most desperate souls in Hong Kong. the ones with nowhere left to retreat. Years of hardship had calloused their nerves, pain and death were no longer matters for contemplation. Here human life weighed less than discarded paper. A neighbor who shared half a bottle of cooling tea with you yesterday lies motionless in the stairwell today, grief confined to 2 sobbing cries from his family no more. By a street corner stall, several bare-chested men sat in a tight circle. Their arms, tattooed with swirling indigo-black ink, rippled with muscle as they moved. Bottles of ice-cold beer clinked against concrete. Playing cards snapped sharply into the air, a laughter boomed raw and unrefined. All were veteran members of local Triad factions, men who lived off rent collection gambling dens and smuggling contraband. If anyone hated the walled city demolition, it was them. To outsiders, it was a ghost town. To them, it was a golden nest. Damn it! Who lit that fire? I'll dig up his ancestors' graves. A thunderous roar sliced through the din. Every head snapped around in unison. On the stone steps across the way sat a gaunt man, his left cheek bisected by a jagged scar stretching from browbone to jawline. When he spoke, the taut skin seemed ready to split anew. "Gentlemen, mind lending me a light?" He reached into his pocket for a cigarette, fumbled repeatedly for a lighter, then simply tilted his chin toward the group. "Here." Someone tossed over a silver lighter. With a sharp click, he ignited it, dragged deeply, and the tip flared crimson halfway down. Then with practiced ease, he returned it, shook 5 cigarettes from the pack, and passed them around one by one. "Thanks, brothers, enjoy." They accepted, lit up, nodded politely, but knuckles stayed loose, yet alert shoulders, subtly lowered eyes sweeping his wrists, waist, ankles. Not a single inch relaxed. "That scar wasn't ornamentation, it was earned." "Never seen you before, brother." "Not from the walled city?" asked a man whose chest bore a coiling serpent tattoo. The scarred man shook his head. "From out of town, collecting debts." Before the words fully settled, he slammed a fist onto his thigh and cursed, "That degenerate gambler owes my boss 1 million. Now he's just ash in the rubble. If you're going to burn someone down, why pick him? 1,000,000 yuan, gone up in smoke. Whoever did it, I'll slaughter his entire bloodline." Each word dripped venom. Ash trembled and fell in fine dust along his seam. "Don't touch the arsonist, you won't survive it." A lanky tattooed man beside him blurted out, then instantly recoiled as his comrade slammed an elbow hard into his ribs. "Shut your mouth, or you'll get yourself killed." The man shrank, throat convulsing, and dared not utter another syllable. They all knew in silence who had lit the fire. "Brother, even loan sharking demands discretion. These gamblers living here, they can't repay 100 yuan, let alone 1,000,000. Everything's on credit." The same man hurried to interject, drawing hard on his cigarette, as if smoke could erase what had just been said. But the scarred man ignored the deflection. He ground the butt beneath his heel, then locked eyes with the speaker. "When a debtor dies in fire, debt becomes void. But the arsonist bears the debt. That's simple arithmetic. Or do you fail to grasp such logic?" His words held no flaw, yet the smiles on those men's faces slowly stiffened, hardened, froze. "Ask no questions you shouldn't ask. This is none of your concern. Don't invite disaster upon yourself." Every syllable carried glacial cold. The scarred man barked a dry, hollow laugh, smoked the cigarette down to a scorching filter, then rose and crushed the ember underfoot. Then he raised a hand, pointing toward the shadowed mouth of the alley. In an instant, 7 or 8 black figures surged from darkness, swift and silent. "Who the hell are you?" Instantly wary, the tattooed men leapt up, grabbing iron rods and knives from beside the table. Too late. They were already encircled, 7 or 8 matte black gun barrels pressed unerringly against foreheads, kidneys, and napes. "Keep your mouth shut. Drop everything. Hands behind your heads, kneel. Otherwise, accidental discharge isn't my decision to make." A cruel twist tugged at the scarred man's lips, his voice scraped like ice shards across sheet metal. Barrels gleamed coldly, a suppressor's absorbed sound with lethal efficiency. Even if fired, no report would escape. Fear rooted them in place. They obeyed, releasing weapons, clasping hands behind heads, dropping to knees, breathing shallowly. "Are you cops? Talk too much." In one fluid motion, the scarred man delivered a precise knife hand strike to the man's neck. Mid-sentence, the body went slack and crumpled. The others moved with practiced speed. Within seconds, the remaining men lay unconscious on the ground. Minutes later, a drab, weathered minibus slid silently into position. The captives were loaded swiftly into the rear compartment. The vehicle turned and sped toward the harbor, stopping finally beside an unremarkable fishing vessel. On the deck, Huang Feng had been waiting patiently. A scarred man strode forward briskly and peeled off the gelatinous prosthetic mask from his face. The scar faded, revealing a sharply chiseled visage, jawline as taut and precise as if carved by a blade. His name was Yang Chun, a specialist in shadows infiltration, disguise infiltration, and extraction of intelligence, each skill honed to perfection. "All targets are secured. The intel we extracted confirms who set the fire." Huang Feng clapped him firmly on the shoulder, then turned toward the cabin hatch and shouted, "Lao Si, you're up next." "Got it." With a sharp creak, the hatch swung open, and out stepped a broad-faced man, whose perpetual smile radiated unshakable warmth. Yang Zhengwo, nicknamed Lao Si. Years ago, he'd served alongside Yang Chen Xiongkaishan and Huang Feng in the same covert operations unit. Their team's crack marksman and an interrogator without peer. Splash. A bucket of seawater crashed over their heads. A searing bone-deep shock jolted them awake. Gasping, they blinked open their eyes. To salt-laced wind, the low roar of waves, limbs bound tight with coarse rope, and before them, the ever-smiling Lao Si. Rage flared like wildfire. You dare abduct men from the walled city. Have you grown tired of breathing? After all, men bred in the walled city carried sterner bones than those raised elsewhere. Had they been foot soldiers from any other gang, they'd have crumpled to the deck begging for mercy, not dared glare with such defiance. Lao Si continued smiling, his gaze slowly sweeping across one flushed, trembling face. Calling you brave is courtesy, calling you reckless is truth. He lifted a finger pointing toward the distant sea, black churning, an endless fissure yawning beneath the night sky. Do you know where you are? Every year, countless souls vanish into these waters, devoured by fish, swept away by currents, leaving not even bones behind. One more won't tip the scale, one less won't leave a trace. And no one will come looking, not one who vanishes are mere street thugs. Who would believe such men could stir the attention of those above? Their faces blanched instantly. This was no idle threat. They knew the underworld well, had witnessed too many disappearances firsthand, bodies never recovered, ashes never claimed. If they perished aboard this vessel tonight, word would never reach shore, and their own boss might not even recall their names among his ranks. Lao Si's smile remained unchanged, yet his gaze locked unflinchingly onto one man's face. The very one who'd slipped first during Yang Chen's interrogation. Now his lips were tinged blue, his brow slick with cold sweat, the most violently shaken among them. Speak now. What truly happened at the walled city fire? Who lit it? They exchanged glances, then chorused in unison. Gunfight real estate did it. Oh, a sly curve lifted Lao Si's lips. How remarkably united you all are. Answers stamped from the same mold. One at a time. No rushing. He paced calmly to the tattooed man and halted. Who lit the fire? Gun real estate. The reply burst forth, rigid, strained. Loyalty worthy of praise. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his right leg snapped forward, a blow as heavy and final as a pile driver. A crushing pressure slammed into the man's chest. He flew backward, throat convulsing into a choked guttural cry. Thud. He plunged headlong into the sea. Bound hand and foot, he barely managed a feeble thrash, just a few splashes, before the waves swallowed him whole. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. The water smoothed motionless once more. Those remaining on deck watched paralyzed as their comrade vanished before their eyes, breath shallow, palms drenched in icy sweat. Who lit the fire? Lao Si turned again, voice calm, unbroken. This time the man he named shrank into himself, stammering, I truly don't know. Crack. A single kick sent him tumbling into the dark water. He was indeed a strong swimmer. Even bound at the ankles, he flailed fiercely for a long moment, but strength waned, body sank, and he rose no more. Lao Si had already read the lie in his darting eyes and jerking Adam's apple. His face betrayed him before the falsehood even crossed his lips. With 3 corpses already claimed by the sea, yet he still feigned ignorance. Proof enough that the man behind the fire terrified him far more than death itself. Lao Si tilted his gaze to the next man's smile, unwavering. Your turn. Sirs, please. We truly cannot speak. If I do, my entire family will be slaughtered. His voice cracked, his knees buckled, nearly collapsing him to the deck. Crack. Another kick hurled him into the abyss. Only the first tattooed man remained. He trembled like parchment in gale winds, teeth chattering uncontrollably. 3 living men, gone in seconds beneath black water. His mind teetered on the edge of madness. As Lao Si took one step closer, he urinated uncontrollably, soaking his trousers. That smiling face, no longer human in his eyes, but the grim visage of Yama, Lord of the Dead. You saw how the first 3 met their end. Lao Si spoke slowly, deliberately. Life or death? Choose. In truth, he'd never expected the first 3 to speak truthfully. From the outset, his focus had narrowed to this last man, the one most consumed by fear. For terror piled high thins the walls of silence until they shatter. The first 3 had merely been stones hurled against that wall. I don't want to die. He wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please. Don't kill me. Who lit the fire? I. His eyes darted wildly, not with fear of Lao Si, but of another name. Yet in that instant, Lao Si raised his foot, death exhaled hot against his nose. In that single second, raw survival instinct obliterated every taboo. It was Brother Gio. Brother Gio's men set the fire. He screamed the words raw-throated. Lao Si lowered his leg, voice level. Who is Brother Gio? The boss of the walled city. The supreme leader of the walled city triad. Every soul there answers to him alone. Brother Gio prepositioned gasoline ready to ignite the moment Gun real estate's people stepped out of that building. He spilled everything, like beans from a tipped jar. Why did he burn it? I truly don't know. He was merely a runner, a low-level lackey who'd never so much as wiped Brother Joe's ashtray, let alone dared inquire into the boss's intentions. Mercy, I've told you everything, I swear. He pounded his forehead against the deck, thud after thud, desperate hollow. Lao Si said nothing, turned and walked back into the cabin to report to Huang Feng. We've confirmed it. The fire was set by Brother Gio, the Triad supreme leader of the walled city. Self-sabotage. Huang Feng nodded. Well done. Clean up here and rest well on your way home. At dawn the next day, Zhang Yong entered the office building dark circles, bruising the skin beneath his eyes. He hadn't slept a wink. To prevent further chaos, he'd spent the night painstakingly placating every faction within the walled city, successfully averting any larger outbreak. Yet the harder he tried to evade trouble, the more relentlessly it sought him out. No sooner had he stepped into his office than his secretary hurried in, handing him an urgent fax. An official letter from the Hong Kong government's Urban Planning and Management Department. Following the catastrophic fire at the walled city, resulting in numerous casualties and intense public outcry, and given that the cause remains undetermined, all development activities by Exine Real Estate within the walled city are hereby suspended effective immediately. Resumption of said activities and determination of whether Exine Real Estate shall retain responsibility for the project shall await formal conclusions from the official fire investigation. Zhang Yong stared at the page, his face darkening, clouded with fury, so profound it seemed to leach moisture from the air. Development has come to a halt. On the surface, they claim to wait until the cause is clarified before deciding whether to lift the suspension, but what if this cause takes a year and a half to conclude? Wouldn't the project be left in limbo all this time? Will the New Era Real Estate still undertake the development? This sounds polite, yet conceals a sharp edge. Are they planning to replace us? The situation is urgent. Zhang Yong dared not delay and immediately dialed Ji Feng's number. Mr. Ji, I've just received notice that the city development has been urgently halted. We'll discuss restarting once the fire investigation results come out, but the tone suggests impending trouble. It is highly likely that even the development rights will be reclaimed. He understands how heavy this burden is. The initial investment alone amounts to nearly 20 billion. More crucially, this project was not even secured by Ji Feng himself. If they truly decide to turn against him, he may not even have the weight to speak. Understood. Ji Feng's tone was calm. The halt had long been anticipated. However, the direct move against the project ownership clearly indicates that someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Let's keep the city development on hold for now. I will handle it. After a few instructions, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Wang Mengqi and Huang Feng were sitting across from him. Mengqi, find out who handled this notice. Is there anyone else behind it? After issuing the command, he pondered for a moment and added, also arrange a meeting with their supervisor for me. All right. Wang Mengqi responded and got up to leave. Only Ji Feng and Huang Feng remained in the room. Ji, what is this person's background? He turned to ask. Huang Feng was just reporting when Wang Mengqi entered, interrupting the conversation. Ji Feng only knew that he was the mastermind behind the arson case. I found out. His real name is Wang Aju, the boss of the Chaozhou gang who has been entrenched in the city for 20 years. He is ruthless and cold-hearted. In the past, even other major gangs avoided him. The Chaozhou gang is one of the oldest gangs in Xianjiang. Many of the prominent forces today have split off from it. At its peak, it spanned across 3 districts, but now it is left with only this small territory in the city. Tap, tap, tap. Ji Feng's fingertips drummed on the table. How Feng should I take people to deal with him? I guarantee he won't see the sun tomorrow. Huang Feng's eyes were resolute, showing no hesitation. In the eyes of a soldier, Ji is merely an ant obstructing the way. Killing him is not difficult. The challenge lies in what comes after. Ji Feng shook his head. If he falls, the city will be thrown into chaos immediately. With no leader, we won't be able to move, control, or negotiate. That would be the real trouble for us. It's easy to act, but difficult to conclude. What he wants is not ruins, but a controllable order. An uncontrollable city will only hinder the demolition. He also needs to nurture a local force that will obey his commands. Some things require someone to bear the brunt visibly, such as forced evictions, clearing the area, and maintaining order. Brother Feng, go and feel out a few of Ji's key subordinates. As night fell, a sleek black BMW slowly drove out of the city gate. The driver was in his 30s, casually resting one hand on the steering wheel, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as he drove with an air of arrogance. His name is Du Lu, and people in the city call him a Lu. He is one of the more notorious characters under Ji. However, recently things haven't been going well for him. He ranks as a prominent figure in the gang, yet among the leaders, he is the youngest. At this age, he naturally feels a bit out of place. He has no shortage of skills and is willing to work hard. Especially for the dirty work that no one else wants to do, he often takes the lead. Yet the more he excels, the more he is suppressed by those veteran figures. He can't swallow this anger. He has already clashed with several old timers. Ji intervenes to mediate, but each time the balance tips in favor of the elders, he is always the one at a disadvantage. Just earlier, they had another fallout. The cause was how to divide the territory after the city was dismantled. The The old men immediately wanted to take his territory for themselves. Those territories were earned by him with his life street by street. They had never even stepped foot there, yet they wanted to reach out and divide it. No way. In the end, it ended with smashed glasses and no one left with any dignity. Feeling blocked inside, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, heading straight for a bar to drink a couple of glasses, find some women, and douse his anger. The car had barely traveled 2 kilometers out of the city. In the rearview mirror, a black car silently crept up. In the blink of an eye, it accelerated, clearly aiming to overtake. Alu sneered, slamming his right foot down. What scrap metal dares to race? He surged forward, and the black car indeed did not pass him. However, it didn't fall behind, either, like a dog that wouldn't let go, clinging tightly to his rear. After a stalemate of less than half a minute, a gray delivery van suddenly appeared at the intersection, a head angled across the road, blocking it completely. If he didn't brake, now he would crash in the next second. Damn. Tired of living. As his curse faded, he slammed his left foot on the brake and jerked the steering wheel with his right hand. Screech. The ear-piercing shriek tore through the air. On the asphalt road, 2 dark tire marks emitted white smoke, skidding to a stop half a meter in front of the delivery van. The rear of the BMW swung around half a circle and barely stabilized. It was close, the front almost pressed against the windshield. Huh. Ales' chest heaved as he let out a long sigh of relief. In an instant, rage flared up. He pushed the door open and jumped out of the car, pulling out a machete from the trunk. Who the hell parked in the middle of the road? Get down. Tired of living. The blade pointed straight at the delivery van, and his voice echoed in the street. Just as the words fell, the van door swung open with a loud bang. The person inside leaned out with a grin, raising a gun that was steadily aimed at his forehead. Gun. Ales' back turned cold and his hair stood on end. All his anger dissipated, and one thought remained: Ron. Who in the underworld does not have a few enemies? He didn't even think about it, only convinced that it was a rival hiring someone to settle the score. He turned and bolted towards the BMW. But just as his left foot lifted off the ground, bang, the black car crashed hard into the back of his car. The sound of twisted metal had yet to fade when the car door swung open with a loud crash. Yang Chun and Xiong Kaishan jumped out, their movements swift like leopards. Almost simultaneously, the 4th man from the delivery van also stepped out. 3 guns, 3 angles pinned him in place. Guys, don't shoot. Let's talk. Alu relaxed his grip, the machete clattering to the ground, his hands raised above his head, his knees trembling. How much did you take? I will double it. Money is negotiable. Don't shoot. Get in the car. The 4th man did not move his gun, but raised his chin towards the delivery van. Huh. Alu was bewildered. Get in the car. Isn't that equivalent to sending himself to death? Bro. Really don't need to fight. I'll pay. Can we leave me a way out? His throat tightened, his voice almost breaking into tears. Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor. When he was out fighting, he was more afraid of dying than anyone else, trembling down to his bones. What are you babbling about? I told you to get in, so get in. Xiong Kaishan shouted, his voice deafening as the gun barrel pressed against his lower back. Don't you understand human language? I understand. I'm getting in right now. Inside the carriage, Ali's back was drenched in sweat, clinging to the seat cover. Street scenes blurred past the window as his heart thundered against his ribs like a war drum. He could even swear he heard death's footsteps, measured, deliberate, treading upon his eardrums. Through years of charging into battle, dodging blades and bloodshed, he'd never so much as blinked. Yet now, for the first time, he trembled on the verge of soul-shattering terror. His throat constricted. He longed to beg, to scream, "Don't kill me." But Lao Si's gun barrel pressed unyieldingly against his temple. Only one word escaped silence. He dared not draw a deep breath. The car jolted along until it shuddered to a halt beside the iron railings of the harbor. Drowned at sea. What mortal grudge could warrant such an end? Remember the ones who ordered this. Should I rot in the depths, I'll claw my way back, just to sink my teeth into you. The car door crashed open with a metallic clang. Lao Si shoved the muzzle downward and roared, "Get out, now? I truly don't want to die." Ali's voice tore raw from his throat, erupting in a wail of pure despair. Regret. Regret joining the syndicate that day. Regret provoking that man that night. Regret lighting every single flame with his own hands. His entire body felt hollowed, stripped of bone, leaving only trembling. Get down. Lao Si had lost all patience. He drew back his leg and kicked, hard, square into Ali's lower back. Alu flew forward, crashing onto the ground, limbs collapsing beneath him. It wasn't feigned weakness. He truly couldn't rise. His knees shook violently, his palms slick with sweat, even his fingertips quivered uncontrollably. An elegant silver-gray yacht rested at the dock, its hull so polished it mirrored human figures. Huang Feng strode briskly from the pier's head. Lao Si instantly raised a hand in greeting. Over here. Huang Feng glanced at Alu curled helplessly on the ground, then at Lao Si, and frowned. It's just dinner. Must you frighten him half to death? Dinner. Alu froze, lifting his gaze in bewildered confusion. Who said dinner? We had to shake him up before he met the boss. How else would he grasp the weight of our boss's words? That's what makes things run smoothly. Lao Si grinned, brimming with self-satisfaction. Good grief.
If he's this rattled, how's he supposed to hold a bowl steady? Huang Feng shook his head in disbelief. You may frighten him, but reducing him to damp panic, rendering him speechless. Had luck not held, he'd never have made it aboard the yacht's deck. Alu, is that right? Huang Feng looked down, lips curling faintly. The boss is inviting you to dinner, not sending you to your grave. Yet inwardly he recoiled, this cringing wreck. Dare he be called a commander? Which I did a Feng use to judge him fit for responsibility. Wah! Alu burst into full-throated sobs, tears, and snot smearing his face. He'd utterly broken down. Dinner. Since when did dinners involve armed abduction, a gun barrel jammed to one's temple, and being dragged to the shoreline like condemned cargo? This was sheer kidnapping, with burial at sea implied. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated. Soon under Lao Si's icy glare and impatient prodding, Alu wiped his face and was half carried, half dragged aboard the yacht. Though a known figure within the syndicate, such a vessel, this gleaming, imposing yacht, he'd never dared board, nor even approach closely enough to snap a photograph. Now, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, he was consumed by awe and dread who precisely warranted such an extraordinary display. At last he was ushered into the cabin. A long table draped in snow-white linen gleamed with polished silverware, steaming dishes exuded rich aromas. Ji Feng sat at the head, chopsticks poised, expression serene and unruffled. You've arrived. He lifted his gaze, tapping the tabletop lightly with his fingertips. Sit. Eat with us. This, sir. Alu stammered, limbs flailing in search of composure. The young man across from him looked strangely familiar, yet no memory surfaced, no context emerged. This is our boss, Ji Feng, Huang Feng announced, chairman of New Era Real Estate. Mr. Ji, sir. It's an honor. Alu bowed hastily, voice trembling. He knew that name well. Ji Feng, Hong Kong's youngest billionaire, a titan whose influence eclipsed half of Central. Do you know why you're here? Ji Feng lifted a piece of braised pork, placed it gently in his mouth, and smiled. A soft, quiet question. No, I don't know. Alu shook his head violently, the hairs on his nape stood rigid. Then, like a flash of wildfire, the blaze in the walled city surged into his mind. The fire had been ordered by Uncle Gio, but the men who lit it, chosen by Alu himself, delivered by his own hands. There was no escaping that truth. Oh, Ji Feng sighed softly, then tilted his chin toward Lao Si and Huang Feng. Instantly both men drew their weapons, twin barrels clicked coldly into place against Ali's temples. I despise lies most of all. You just lied to me. Each word struck like a nail driven into his eardrum. Alu froze, skin bleaching to ash. Uncle Gio forced me. I never wanted to send men to set that fire. I swear. Li family sent emissaries to negotiate with Uncle Gio. If he stirred chaos in the walled city to harass New Era Real Estate, they'd deliver $100 million worth of contraband. Immediately, no strings attached. I truly meant no offense to you. I'm merely a messenger. Please spare my life. I'll do anything you command. From this day forward, my life belongs to you alone. What does it mean to shift allegiance with the wind? Ji Feng witnessed it firsthand. No coercion needed. Alu spilled every secret, unspooling truth after truth like beans from an overturned jar. $100 million worth of contraband. Did the Li family swallow a leopard's gall to dare such audacity? Ji Feng waved a hand. Lao Si and Huang Feng holstered their weapons. Ali's shoulders slumped, he nearly collapsed. Where's the cargo? In the ship offshore. The Li family scheduled the handover for 3 days from now. Alu dared not omit a syllable. Every word was stark, unvarnished truth. Tap, tap, tap. He set down his chopsticks, fingers drumming softly along the edge of the table. In that instant a plan coalesced, clear, sharp, inevitable. To become my dog, you must obey my command, without hesitation. His gaze locked onto Alu. Alu nodded frantically like a bird pecking grain. He was no relic of Uncle Gio's old guard, rigid, stubborn, doomed to extinction. After decades in the underworld, he understood one immutable law: cling to outdated codes, and you'll be swept into the gutter like refuse. To survive and thrive, you must latch onto power. And Ji Feng was the thickest, strongest pillar of all. Billionaire wealth flanked by men capable of dismantling adversaries barehanded, utterly beyond comparison with street-level syndicate youths. He knew precisely where his advantage lay. I'll install you as the dragon head, but henceforth you serve me, exclusively. Otherwise, Ji Feng paused, lifting his eyes toward the window, where the ink-black sea shimmered with cold, fathomless light. The fish have grown hungry lately. I understand. I truly do. Alu responded without pause. Whether he'd ever truly wear the dragon head's crown remained uncertain, but the hunger of those fish, that he believed without doubt. If Ji Feng's men ever caught wind of treacherous thoughts, escape would require vanishing into a crevice so deep, not even ghosts could track him, or face a death too grotesque to imagine. Ji Feng rose, lifted a delicate white porcelain bowl, and extended it toward Alu. Hold your bowl steady, and eat well. Yes, Mr. Ji. Alu accepted it with both hands, snatching up his chopsticks and shoveling rice into his mouth, his trembling fingers causing them to slip repeatedly, yet he dared not stop. He was terrified, beyond measure. This Ji Feng
still younger than himself, radiated a pressure more suffocating than a gun barrel pressed to his temple. Ji Feng observed the man before him, sweat-soaked clothes, quaking legs, chopsticks shaking in his grip, yet still forcing food into his mouth with desperate mechanical urgency. A faint smile touched Ji Feng's lips. "Brother Feng, come with me please." The walled city. Night had fallen deep. The aging residential blocks where Uncle Nine resided had at last fallen silent. Just 2 days prior, chaos had reigned. No matter which developer took over, demolition of the walled city was inevitable. The Hong Kong government had already signed off, and no force on earth could halt it. Yet once raised, their roots, centuries deep and unbroken, would be severed forever. The elders grew frantic, scheming to carve up Aile's territory amid the turmoil, to secure themselves an escape route. Aile refused outright, and vanished entirely for 2 full days. When persuasion failed, they descended en masse upon Uncle Nine, pressuring him to intervene and rein in Aile. Day after day, visitors flooded his door. Uproar never ceased. Uncle Nine harbored a different calculation. His exit strategy was already set: the $100 million shipment promised by the Li family. If delivered smoothly and paid in full, he would vanish overseas without delay, washing his hands of the trade forever. What became of the walled city thereafter held no bearing on him. "Young Masterly, have your arrangements been finalized? My men will collect the goods tonight." Uncle Nine dialed Li Mingyang. Li Mingyang's father had been the second brother of Li Xiaohe, overseeing the Li family's shadow enterprises during his lifetime. After his death, his son inherited the mantle and now commanded the entire gray market chain. Rest assured, Li Mingyang's tone was glacial, laced with faint disdain. He ended the call without another word, flinging his phone onto the sofa before nodding curtly to his underlings. "Notify the warehouse. The walled city shipment is ready for pickup." "Young Masterly, this $100 million cargo, you truly intend to hand it over to the walled city free of charge?" His subordinate frowned, impatience blazing in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Li Mingyang. "I only wanted a few days' peace." Li Mingyang slammed his fist onto the table, face flushing crimson. "That old woman forced this task upon me. Damn it. Generations of Li family legacy, now subject to the whims of an outsider who married in. One day she falls into my hands. I'll make her die, not knowing how or why." The Li family was long fractured, not a monolith. When the 3 brothers assumed control, their elders passed one by one, and Li Xiaohe ascended naturally to the helm. But upon his death, the household erupted. The eldest branch moved first to seize power, only to be met with swift, ruthless action from Madame Li, who drove them wholesale out of Hong Kong, stripping their shares in Li Group properties down to the last share. At the time, Li Mingyang was still young, powerless against such overwhelming force, and watched helplessly as Madame Li tightened her grip over the Li family. Yet with age came hardened resolve. Madame Li's 2 biological sons wore tailored suits and posed as legitimate businessmen. All dirty work, the grueling clandestine tasks, were thrust solely upon him. Never granted the spoils, only burdened with every atrocity. Who could stomach such injustice? "Move out, deliver the cargo." Roaring the order, Li Mingyang flicked his sleeve and strode toward the door. To confront Madame Li Heaton, he lacked both the means and the leverage. She and her branch held controlling equity in Li Group properties. Any real contest would leave him utterly obliterated. Those curses were mere catharsis, empty venting. "They've arrived. Head to the harbor immediately to receive the cargo." No sooner had Uncle Nine hung up than a sharp knock shattered the silence. Thud, 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 3 heavy urgent raps. "Who dares disturb us at this hour?" Uncle Nine's eyelid twitched. He signaled sharply to his side. "Open the door." His man sprang up, darted to the entrance, hand just brushing the doorknob. "You?" His voice died mid-sentence. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Then he collapsed rigidly, blood gushing from a bullet hole in his temple, staining the floor dark crimson in seconds. De Xiong stood framed in the half-open doorway, twin pistols leveled, kicking it wide before surging inward. 10-odd men poured in behind him, movements precise, gazes cold and lethal. Before the guards inside could even draw their blades, gun barrels were already locked onto their foreheads. Suppressors muffled the fire, gunshots whispered like sighs. Within 20 seconds the room reeked of iron-rich blood. No one stirred. Uncle Nine had barely edged toward the window when an icy barrel pressed hard against the nape of his neck. The metal seared his skin, sizzling audibly. A blister rose instantly on his temple. "State your name. You dare raise arms against me on walled city soil? Have you grown tired of living?" Decades of underworld survival lent his voice a tremor, but beneath it ran unbroken steel. 3 seconds. Walk out that door now, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Fire a single shot here, and I'll ensure not a single bone leaves this room intact. Bang! A crimson mist exploded from his left knee. A shriek tore through the air like a slaughtered pig. "F you. You little bastard. You dare shoot me. I'll kill you all." Bang! His right leg burst open. Uncle Nine convulsed violently, veins bulging across his temples, screams choking into guttural gasps. His eyes rolled white, consciousness slipping away. Not another curse escaped his lips.
Every soul on this floor has drawn their final breath. Speak. Where did the Li family arrange delivery? De Xiong thrust the muzzle forward, the chill of polished steel piercing deep into Uncle Nine's scalp. His mind raced yet yielded no clue who had betrayed him. But seeing the assailant's finger tense upon the trigger, he blurted Gulf Harbor. Bang! A bullet pierced his skull. His pupils contracted violently, lips parted mid-breath, then froze slackening as his body crumpled lifelessly to the floor. He died without ever grasping one truth: these men wouldn't even let him finish a lie. 2 hours later, Li Mingyang sat on the rosewood sofa in his villa, fingertips just lifting a warm cup of pu'er tea, when his phone rang. Young master, disaster. The voice on the line was taut, stretched thin as a bowstring. The cargo's been seized. No one escaped. Get out now. Police are en route to your location. His subordinate spoke so fast he nearly cracked breath. Ragged. Who authorized that call? Drop the phone now. A thunderous shout split the air, followed by crashing furniture, dull thuds of fists and feet, and several choked groans. Li Mingyang's knuckles loosened. His teacup nearly slipped from his grasp. His eyelids spasmed uncontrollably, his temples pulsed violently. A cold weight settled deep in his chest. This was the end. Before the echo faded, boom. The heavy walnut front door exploded inward, splintering into jagged shards. Black-clad figures surged in like a tide, weapons trained in unison on the center of the room. The lead officer stepped forward, flashing his badge with sharp authority. The arrest warrant fluttered wildly at its edges. Li Mingyang, you are under formal arrest for grave criminal offenses. Take him. 2 towering officers seized his arms. Steel cuffs snapped shut around his wrists with a metallic click. He didn't even have time to lift a hand before being dragged bodily from the house. He's out. Shoot now. Out front, a crowd had materialized. Cameras raised high, flashes bursting like lightning on glass, relentless and blinding. Step back immediately. No unauthorized personnel permitted on site. An officer shoved forward, voice tight with suppressed fury. Reporters pressed closer. Microphones thrust inches from Li Mingyang's face. Mr. Li, what charges are you facing? Officer, could you clarify the nature of the allegations in this case? The next day, at the horse racing club, people from Hong Kong love to gamble, especially on horses. In high society, betting is merely a sideline. What truly matters is owning, training, and personally leading the horses to the field. Every week, without fail, there is a race, and the sound of hooves on the grass is the heartbeat of this city. Ji Feng came here not to place bets, nor to watch the horses. He was waiting for someone, Wu Zheng, the director of the Development Management Office. It was he who pressed the pause button on the City Fortress project of New Era Real Estate. Ji Feng had already figured out the details. Wu Zheng and Li Jiaqing had been partners for years. When Li Jiaqing secured the City Fortress project from Hanjin, Wu Zheng was the driving force behind it. This time the halt was ostensibly due to fire safety inspections, but in reality Li Jiaqing had colluded with the Li family to cut him out, promising Wu Zheng 100 million Hong Kong dollars in consulting fees after the deal was done. Nothing was written down, just spoken. Wang Mingqi had tried to meet him 3 times before, but was turned away each time. This time he agreed to see her simply because Wu Zheng was 61 years old and had only 3 months left in his term. Everyone understood that this was his last chance to make money. As soon as he sat down, Wu Zheng didn't even offer tea and got straight to the point. Manager Ji, I can't help with the City Fortress matter. The fire has just been extinguished and you haven't cleared your involvement. If you continue, who knows what trouble might arise next. My advice is to back off or you might end up losing everything. This statement was a direct support for Li Jiaqing and the Li family, forcing him to withdraw voluntarily. Absurd. A project worth over 100 billion and he was expected to just walk away. Was he supposed to just watch the money flow into someone else's pockets? Absolutely not. Director Wu, we might not be unable to reach an agreement. Ji Feng's lips curled slightly, his tone as light as a casual chat. The price offered by Li Jiaqing is indeed substantial. But do you really dare to accept it? If you do, can you sleep at night? The Independent Commission Against Corruption is no joke. Wu Zheng's face turned pale. There was no recording of this matter, only 2 glasses of wine and 3 sentences shared between him and Li Jiaqing at the dining table. How did Ji Feng know? A chill ran down his spine as he turned and began to suspect Li Jiaqing. It wasn't difficult to investigate. Li Jiaqing's secretary had just changed cars, and Ji Feng had someone send over a card with the password being the new license plate number. That night, the call records and memo photos landed in Ji Feng's email. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Wu Zheng looked down, fiddling with his cufflinks, his gaze evasive. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Ji Feng lowered his gaze, his voice as cold as ice, splitting. If the project truly falls into the hands of the Li family and Li Jiaqing, I will go to the commission tomorrow and submit the materials. Wu Zheng's expression darkened immediately. Ji Feng was right. If he was investigated, the money would be unattainable. This bomb was buried deep but could explode at any moment. Even if he took the money and fled Hong Kong, his family was still here. His son was still working under him. What exactly do you want to do? Wu Zheng stared at Ji Feng, his voice tense. A cooked duck was flapping its wings, who could remain calm. Mingqi,
Ji Feng snapped his fingers glancing at Wang Mingqi. Wang Mingqi immediately handed over 2 documents neatly placed in front of Wu Zhang. Mr. Wu, I have always recognized your capabilities. Although you are nearing retirement, experience isn't something that accumulates with time, it is built with real money. Therefore, I would like to invite you to serve as a development consultant for New Era Real Estate after your retirement. The annual salary, you can review it yourself. Ji Feng smiled as he opened the contract. The sound of paper flipping was soft. This, Wu Zhang stared at the figure, his eyelids twitching. 200 million Hong Kong dollars. A 5-year term. The contents of the 2 contracts are identical. I have already signed and affixed the official seal of New Era Real Estate. You just need to sign, get it notarized, and the contract will take effect immediately. Ji Feng spread his hands, pushing the 2 contracts side by side to Wu Zhang. The contract is in your custody. It will take effect whenever you decide. Before you sign, it doesn't even exist. This trick seemed fresh at the moment. In fact, it had long been a well-worn strategy. Especially in the United States, it was already an open secret. Wu Zhang raised his eyes to Ji Feng, his throat moving. His heart was in turmoil. So it can be done this way. Practically flawless. Mr. Well, let's talk about the City Fortress project again. New Era Real Estate was originally Hanjin. It is one of the top real estate giants in Hong Kong, with a solid foundation and ample resources, making it the most suitable developer. Otherwise, why would the project be given to Hanjin in the first place? There were indeed some complications, but everyone could see those injured in the hospital were all taken care of by New Era. This alone proves that this company can handle the situation. Handing the City Fortress over to them is the most prudent choice. Wu Zhang was very clear-headed. He didn't hesitate and nodded right away. Collaborating with someone like Ji Feng wouldn't lead to a tarnished reputation. He wouldn't have to worry about receiving calls at midnight, even after retiring. Once I retire and go back to work, who can stop me? What about the Li family and the Li family? Ji Feng asked again. Wu Zhang understood the implications. This was to prevent him from playing both sides. The Li family just had a scandal involving some powder. Their accounts definitely can't withstand scrutiny. The strength and qualifications of the Li family's Chung Kong group fall short. Ji Feng smiled, stood up, and shook hands with Wu Zhang. I entrust the contract to you. New Era Real Estate awaits your joining. I also look forward to rejoining New Era. After some small talk, Wu Zhang dialed a phone call in front of Ji Feng. The development of the City Fortress project is immediately halted and will be fully taken over by New Era Real Estate. No need to hold a meeting to discuss. Go to the hospital and see who is managing the injured. What else is there to argue about? After leaving the horse racing club, Wang Mingqi couldn't help but give Ji Feng a thumbs up. She genuinely admired this boss. Capable, resourceful, and meticulous, it was no wonder he was so successful. Li Jiaqing, that old hand, doesn't have the skill to match yours. It's not that he's inferior to me, he simply doesn't want to use this trick. That old man is quite clever. He fixated on Wu Zhang, wanting to use him as leverage to expand his influence. Otherwise, would he not consider this kind of revolving door tactic? Before his words fell, he had already turned to instruct Wang Mingqi call Zhang Yong and let him move, reminding the Li family. Just as he finished giving orders, Huang Feng's call came in. Feng, I just received news. Li Mingyang is dead. The Li family is swift. They are keeping an eye on their own people. Hurry and keep a close watch on Li Mingyang's wife to ensure her safety. That night, Li Jiaqing had just heard the news about the resumption of the City Fortress development. Mr. Wu, have you forgotten our original agreement? Why did you suddenly reverse the decision to pause? He gripped the phone, his voice suppressing his anger as he questioned. On the other end of the line was Wu Zhang. Mr. Li, New Era Real Estate is innocent. It is only natural to resume development. Wu Zhang spoke casually, as if discussing the weather. As for our agreement, it was just a joke, not to be taken seriously. If I really took the money, my reputation of decades would be ruined. You? Li Jiaqing choked, unable to utter a single word. We've known each other for so many years, you. Before he could finish, he was abruptly cut off by Wu Zhang. Among old friends, there's no need for traps. I have to hang up, I have too much on my plate. Wu Zhang was not a fool. As soon as Ji Feng left, everything clicked for him. Old Li was playing a double game. Clearly, it was aimed at catching him off guard. Otherwise, why could Ji Feng openly discuss terms while he had to sneak around? Even more suspicious was, how did Ji Feng know about that agreement? Wasn't the source none other than old Li himself leaking information? Such a person cannot be trusted. Wu Zhang didn't confront him on the spot, showing him enough face. He pressed a button, ending the call. A busy tone buzzed. Bang! Li Jiaqing violently threw his phone to the ground, the screen shattered, fragments scattering. Dad? I found it. Ji Feng met Wu Zhang today. Li Ju rushed in, panting. It's Ji Feng again. That little rascal, why does the Li family always fall into his hands? Li Jiaqing's forehead twitched with veins, his roar making the window frames tremble slightly. Dad, shouldn't we? Li Ju gritted his teeth, just opening his mouth, when Huang Yonghe stumbled in. Mr. Li. New Era Real Estate has raised prices across the board. Every land parcel we were watching, they have followed suit. As soon as the news arrived, Huang Yonghe was momentarily stunned. This batch of land from Changsha Group totals over 8 billion. To raise this amount, the group had to mortgage most of its shares to the bank.
Just as the transaction was about to be finalized, New Era suddenly barged in to cause trouble. They won't be able to acquire the land. That rascal Ji Feng. Dad, we can't tolerate this. If he dares to step on us, well, let his fortress project rot in his hands. Li Jia's fists clenched white. Ever since provoking Ji Feng, the Li family's smooth sailing had completely ended, facing obstacles at every turn. Let's give up on the fortress project. Li Jiaqing slowly sat down in a chair, exhaling deeply, finally speaking. This is Ji Feng's warning. If we lay a finger on the fortress accounts again, those lands will forever be out of reach. He has cash on hand able to swallow it whole, we do not. If we can't secure the land, just the interest alone would cost us billions. Don't think that bank loans don't accrue interest. If the land isn't acquired, the money still needs to be repaid, leaving no return. Competing with Ji Feng on price. There's no need to think. There simply isn't that much liquid cash on hand. Dad, to bow down like this. It's too humiliating. Li Ju had been accustomed to being dominant since childhood. With the Li family's eldest son reputation, how could he endure such humiliation? But this time he truly felt suffocated. The Li family has suffered too much. Right now we need to recuperate, not confront him, Heaton. Li Jiaqing closed his eyes, his voice heavy and hoarse. Hung Ji was acquired, draining the Li family's foundation. Not only did they lose Hung Ji, but their cash flow was nearly depleted. To recover it would take no less than 2 years. Go tell the Li family. Li family is withdrawing from the fortress project. He waved his hand at Huang Yonghe. Then he took out his phone, found Ji Feng's number and dialed. The ringing sounded 3 times. It connected. Mr. Li, it's quite late for a call. Is there something? On the other end, Ji Feng's voice was lazy, as if just waking up. Ji Feng lay lazily on the sofa, his head resting on Li Ruotong's legs. Opening his mouth to catch the lychee, she offered the juice sweet and cool at his fingertips. This wasn't a business discussion, it was clearly indulging in the bowtie slap, even too lazy to bother with the world. What a downfall. Off phone. About the land in the fortress, I admit I didn't consider it thoroughly. I apologize to you, and I promise never to touch it again. There's no need for an apology. In business we are all merchants, I understand. Understand? You dare to secretly intercept the land parcel I was eyeing and collude to raise prices against me. Is this what you call understanding? Li Jiaqing's teeth clenched, yet he forced a dry smile. Off phone, I'm truly softening you. I beg you to show mercy and withdraw that bidding, okay? Mr. Li, this is quite interesting. Since we are merchants on the trading floor, each relies on their own abilities, you should understand this. New Era real estate acquiring land is only natural. If you think the land is good, offering more money is also voluntary. How did it become raising prices? I understand nothing. And only natural. You say you aren't targeting me, but do you believe that yourself? Off phone, name a number. Li Jiaqing bit down on his back teeth, enunciating each word. I've heard that Changsha Group still holds some shares of Hong Kong Enterprises. Ji Feng didn't answer, but countered with a question. Tomorrow morning, the equity transfer agreement will be delivered to you on time. Sounds good. Once the documents arrive, I'll have my team withdraw the orders. The call was cut off. Ji Feng laughed heartily, his laughter echoing against the living room ceiling, buzzing. What's wrong? Why so happy? Li Ruotong tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Recently, she had been completely sidelined. Work halted, her days tranquil, as if simmering in warm water. Every day at home, making soup and ironing clothes, she gradually turned the phrase Ji Feng's woman into a habit as natural as breathing. That old fox Li Jiaqing has bowed down again. He smiled, his eyes crinkling. He hadn't expected that just by releasing a hint and raising the bid slightly, the other party would be unable to sit still and come to him to soften. And on top of that, he casually snatched away the Hong Kong Enterprise shares from the other party. Don't think that withdrawing a bid would cost tens of millions in deposits. Li family's 8% stake in the Hong Kong Gas Company is worth at least 800 million. Hong Kong Gas, officially known as Xinjiang Natural Gas Energy Company, monopolizes over 80% of natural gas and oil supply in Xinjiang. It is a solid energy leader in Xinjiang. Moreover, it is one of the few high-quality core assets from British capital at present. Ji Feng had been eyeing it for quite some time. Impressive. Li Ruotong may not have understood everything, but seeing him so animated made her smile, as well stretching out her hands to give him 2 thumbs up. Of course, there's even better stuff. Before he finished speaking, Ji Feng swept her up in his arms. Li Ruotong gasped, her ears instantly burning red, stomping her feet at him. You rascal. Rascal. Then let me show you just how mischievous I can be. He strode towards the bedroom, his steps steady, the person in his arms as light as a feather. A silent confrontation began the moment the door closed. At the same time, in the Li family's second villa, the morning hall was set up in the center of the living room, incense and smoke curling. Yang Li knelt before her deceased husband's coffin, wiping tears while adding paper money to the fire pit. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Several men barged in, dressed flamboyantly, flowery shirts, bell-bottomed pants, and slicked-back hair. The leader even had half a cigar in his mouth, smoke swirling, looking utterly out of place. Yang Li glanced up, her face instantly turning pale, her fingers instinctively tightening around the paper money, her knuckles turning blue. She recognized that person.
Wang Nan, the trusted aide of Li Mingyang, the left-hand man of Mrs. Li's son and the second branch of the Li family specializing in those unspeakable tasks. What are you doing here? Her voice trembled, yet she still forced herself to ask. Wang Nan slowly exhaled a puff of thick smoke, grinning widely as the ash from his cigar fell. Madam Chun, we come at the order of young Master Li. The young Master Li he mentioned naturally referred to Li Mingyang. Young Master Li has passed, and now all the shares of Li real estate under his name belong to you to inherit. However, young Master Li instructed before he passed that this shareholding is too heavy, fearing you cannot bear it alone. He said that Li real estate is the foundation of the Li family, and since young Master Li is no longer here, this bone must be returned to the family. You? Be sensible, will you? Although there were no vulgar words, each word was like a knife scraping at the seams of her bones. In the world of the wealthy, where is there any familial affection? Blood brothers can turn against each other over inheritance, so how much more for a newly widowed sister-in-law, especially one without a son or support. Mrs. Li was determined to swallow Li real estate. This real estate giant worth 50 billion, the only obstacle now was Chun Li. First they would give her a way out, then cut off her retreat. As long as she was willing to sign over the shares, the Li family was willing to spare her life. But money, not a single cent would be given. The Li family has always taken without giving. If she stubbornly held on and refused to yield, then she should not blame them for making her leave quietly. After all, she had no parents, no children, and according to inheritance law, the shares would eventually revert to the Li family's accounts. That's why Wang Nan dared to bring people in boldly. Those are my husband's shares. Why should I hand them over? Chun Li glared at Wang Nan and the others, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. She had long suspected that her husband's death was closely related to Li Mingyang. She was even clearer that her husband had a facade of harmony with Mrs. Li's family, but would never willingly send the hard-earned shares into the mouths of wolves. Is Li Mingyang even human? My husband is his cousin. His body is not even cold yet, and they're already eager to pressure a widow. Does the Li family have no humanity left? She suddenly broke down, her scream piercing and tragic, tears mixed with resentment pouring down. Wang Nan's expression darkened, his brows tightly furrowed. Slap. A resounding slap struck her, and Chun Li stumbled against the corner of the coffee table. You ungrateful wretch, do you want to be given face or not? Refuse to hand it over. Fine. Let's help you exit with some dignity, so you can accompany him soon. He gestured to the few subordinates behind him. Take her on her way. Got it. Several of them responded with laughter, leisurely pulling out hemp ropes, weaving knots as they closed in on her. With the man dead, the woman in deep sorrow would naturally end her life in the most logical manner. What they were about to do was merely to perform this act for the heavens. What do you want? Don't come closer. Don't touch me. Chun Li retreated repeatedly, her back against the wall, her whole body trembling like a piece of paper in the wind. She understood the rope and read the emotionless smiles in their eyes. Oh. Several hands suddenly grabbed her arms, and instinctively, she screamed, her nails scraping harshly against the floor. Let me go. Help. Help. The coarse hemp rope tightened around her neck in an instant. She struggled desperately, her toes leaving the ground, her throat being choked tightly. The feeling of suffocation washed over her like a tide, inch by inch, filling her nostrils, ears, and temples. Her mind went blank, leaving only one thought: today, she would truly die here. At that moment, bang! The door was kicked open, and a dark figure rushed in like a whirlwind. The hand pulling the rope was kicked away, and the person gripping her shoulder had not even reacted when they crashed heavily to the ground. Even Wang Nan, who was puffing on a cigar, was forced down by a grip on the back of his neck, the cigar rolling into the ashtray, burning with a faint smell of char. Who are you? Wang Nan gasped, his voice filled with panic. Smoking a cigar? Do you even deserve that? Xiong Kaishan bent down to pick up the extinguished cigar, flicking it with his thumb, the remnants falling away. Without raising his eyelids, he gestured to the people behind him. Take everyone back. Clean it up as per the old rules. Got it. He turned to glance at Chun Li, who was slumped on the ground, her chest heaving violently, shaking his head with a sigh. It said that the world of the wealthy is deep as the sea, and indeed it is soaked in blood. The boss is a good eye. In ordinary families, when conflicts arise, it is usually just breaking dishes, smashing doors, and shouting. But the Li family is different. Their blood ties are fake, but their schemes are real. The titles are affectionate, but the knives are swift. Chun Li shrank into the corner of the wall, seeing Xiong Kaishan approaching, instinctively retreating, her fingers digging into the wall, her knuckles turning white. Don't be afraid. Xiong Kaishan spoke flatly. The boss said you can't die? From now on, you're safe. Who is your boss? She asked hoarsely. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. He shrugged. When he wants to see you, he will come. Until then, your life is our responsibility. He didn't want to care about this unfamiliar woman. But since the boss spoke, he could only comply. Copper Ring Bay. In front of a top-notch private club hidden behind a parasol tree, disguised Yang Chun sat in a black car with fake plates, his eyes fixed, locking onto the revolving door. They had already figured out the situation. The owner of this club was Li Mingyang, who came here every day, without fail, always staying until the latter half of the night. This mission originally had only one task: Send Li Mingyang on his way. For the Li family, Ji Feng never considered anything like merger or settlement as an option. What he wanted was to completely erase the Li family from Xianjiang. A family that thrives on sucking blood. How many wrong souls are buried beneath the accounts are simply impossible to tally. Ji Feng never claimed to be a good person, but if he could truly seek justice for those trampled into the mud, he wouldn't mind handing over a knife himself. In the blink of an eye, the club's door swung open and a group of people surged out. Li Mingyang, dressed in a glaring red suit, had his arm around a girl with a slim waist and long legs strutting down the steps. Yang Chen's hand moved like lightning, drawing his gun, pushing the door, and raising his arm, the gun's muzzle steadily aimed at Li Mingyang's chest. Virum. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, the sound of an engine exploded. A motorcycle shot out like an arrow from a dark alley, and the person on the back seat leaned forward, firing the gun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp sounds rang out, and Li Mingyang crumpled to his knees, the front of his suit quickly soaked in dark red. The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. But the motorcycle suddenly skidded to a stop. The person on the back seat jumped out quickly, crossing to Li Mingyang's side, crouching down, raising the gun, and firing another rapid burst. This time, even the convulsions stopped. The engine roared again, the motorcycle's figure disappearing around the corner in an instant. The entrance was thrown into chaos. Yang Chun pocketed his gun and closed the door, stepping on the gas, the car shooting out like an arrow. After driving a few hundred meters, he still gripped the sweat in his palm, his mind blank. What was happening? How many people had Li Mingyang offended? Do they have to line up to make their move? He pulled out his phone and called Huang Feng. Brother Feng, how's the situation on your end? Not going well. As soon as he showed up, 2 motorcycle guys came out and knocked Li Mingyang down on the spot. What? Did you see their faces? Hey. Huang Feng's voice abruptly rose. No. They all wore helmets, not even a strand of hair was exposed. The news quickly reached Ji Feng's ears. Who did this? He asked bluntly. Li Mingyang was dead. Mission accomplished. It wasn't someone from their side who took action, which instead spared them a heap of trouble. However, the black hand that emerged halfway took him by surprise. No leads. It's as if they crawled out of the earth. The incident was too sudden. The intelligence line that Huang Feng had just started was not yet dense enough. All right, understood. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Let's take a breather. Ji Feng had merely asked casually and did not intend to pry deeper. In today's Xianjiang street shootouts, black violence and sudden deaths are common occurrences. Li Mingyang had a somewhat special identity, but no matter how wealthy one is to a desperate person, they are merely a chunk of meat. That's precisely why he had taken the initiative to build his own bodyguard team early on, able to protect his life and act as a hidden hand, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. He glanced at his phone screen, 1:07 a.m. Instead of calling, he directly sent a message to Lin E. Tomorrow all operatives must be in place, and the operation begins. With Li Mingyang gone, the chess pieces against the Li family were officially set in motion. Still busy at this late hour, Li Ruitong's voice lazily drifted from behind her body, slumping like it had no bones. Even her eyelids were too weary to lift. I'm done. Ji Feng put down his phone, rolled over, and pulled her into his arms, saying, and then. Before he could finish, she hurriedly covered his mouth. No way. You need to behave yourself. You're tearing the ground up. Ji Feng was taken aback, then chuckled softly. Being clever is one thing, but this body truly gave him the confidence of a man. Li residence. The night was deep, yet Mrs. Li remained seated on the living room sofa, the lights bright as day. She had just received a personal notification from Li Jiaqing. The Li family was withdrawing from the city project. She immediately smashed her teacup and cursed for half the night. But she had no intention of letting go. She was determined to acquire that piece of land. For now, she needed to clean up the mess at home. After Li Mingyang was caught, she immediately decided to ensure he could never speak again. At this moment, she was anxiously waiting for a response from Yang Li. If she could acquire the shares in Yang Li's hands, the Li real estate would completely be under her name. At that point, she could focus on dealing with Ji Feng. With the downfall of the 9th master of the city, the position naturally needed to be filled by someone else. In any case, Ji Feng could forget about taking that piece of land smoothly. Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang. Mrs. Li grabbed the receiver. Before she could speak, a low and restrained voice came from the other end. Mrs. Li, I am the inspector from the police station. Your son, Mr. Li Mingyang, has just been assassinated on the street by a mysterious rider. Please come to the police station as soon as possible to identify the body and assist us in the investigation. What? Mrs. Li trembled all over, suddenly springing up from the sofa, her fingers stiff, her knees shaking. Something happened to her son. He was her only flesh and blood. Moreover, he was the successor she had personally trained and nurtured. Her mind buzzed and her vision darkened, almost unable to believe it. Panicking, she hung up the phone and rushed out the door, heading straight for the police station. At the entrance of the morgue, she immediately recognized that familiar yet pale face. Son. She rushed over, tightly embracing the already cold body. Wake up. Talk to Mom. Look at me. Mrs. Li, please accept my condolences. A nearby officer quietly reminded her. My son.
You're gone, am I alive or dead? She screamed as if her throat were being torn apart, her whole being felt drained of strength, her vision blacking out as she collapsed to the ground. Mrs. Li, a staff member exclaimed in shock. Seeing her convulsing, frothing at the mouth, no one dared to approach recklessly. Call an ambulance. Li Mingyang, the only son of the Li family, was attacked and killed on the street. Mrs. Li fainted in grief and was sent to the hospital. The hospital confirmed she suffered a sudden stroke. Ji Feng closed the newspaper. He truly did not expect that good news would come crashing in at once. With 2 pieces of news breaking consecutively, it was equivalent to delivering 2 heavy blows to the market. How could the stock prices remain stable? He immediately drove to the safe house. Lin Yi had long been waiting and approached to report boss as soon as the market opened. Li real estate and Li liquor industry collapsed directly. Team 1 and Team 2 have acted according to orders, buying up Li real estate at low prices, simultaneously bottom fishing Li liquor industry. No upper limit, buy as much as possible. Ji Feng issued his orders decisively. Li real estate and Li liquor industry were the 2 strongest brands the Li family had on the table, both listed companies. They were also the true valuable assets of the Li family. Mrs. Li was the chairman of Li real estate, and Li Mingyang was the president of Li liquor industry, with the mother and son each controlling a sector. Now one met a sudden death on the street, and the other suffered a stroke and lay in the ICU, throwing the company into chaos. The executives didn't even dare to draft plans, only running to the hospital clutching documents, seeking Mrs. Li's decision. Should they save the market or hold on? Time passed second by second. Yet Mrs. Li had not yet awakened. By the next morning, the headlines across the city were already trending. New Era Real Estate announced they had completed the acquisition of 68 of Li Real Estate's shares. Ji Family Life announced they had acquired 53 of Li Liquor Industries shares. Shareholders holding stocks in both companies were welcome to come and handle the transfer procedures. Ji Feng acted swiftly, shaking the entire Xinjiang. The situation had already become clear. Li Real Estate and Li Liquor Industry were now firmly under Ji Feng's control. The Li family had been utterly defeated. When Mrs. Li opened her eyes from her coma, the person standing by her bedside was neither a trusted employee nor a longtime confidant. As for her closest kin, they had all scattered, leaving her alone by the sickbed. Ji Feng looked at the twisted corners of her mouth and eyes still staring at him as if she wished to devour him, and gently curled his lips. Mrs. Li, how could you let your health deteriorate like this? You. Her eyes bulged, her throat rolled with curses, but her tongue was stiff and tangled, unable to spit out a complete sentence. In the end, saliva dripped down her chin. You. Wait. For. It. Blood debt, blood repayment. These words were all she could muster with great effort. Her face turned a deep crimson, the whites of her eyes filled with blood vessels, as if they were about to burst. The old lady clearly believed Ji Feng was the one who killed her son. Old lady, that accusation is unjust. To speak frankly, I indeed had the thought of dealing with Li Mingyang. But it wasn't me who took action. The real killer has already been caught. It was done by the South Vietnamese gang. The cause was your son robbing their warehouse, and they came to collect a debt. Li Mingyang's move was indeed ridiculously foolish. Once Li Mingyang had an incident, logically, he should have immediately stopped and played dumb. Yet he greedily accepted Li Mingyang's mess in secret. Once the supply was cut off, he panicked and turned his ideas on the South Vietnamese gang, directly raiding their warehouse. How could they not turn hostile? Now that all suspects have been apprehended, the South Vietnamese influence has been completely uprooted, and the testimonies are ironclad. All entertainment venues under the Li name have been sealed, and the gang is in complete disarray. Only Mrs. Li was temporarily exempt from investigation due to the lack of direct evidence and a sudden stroke. As for Lease Real Estate and Lease Winery, they managed to avoid this round of scrutiny with clean accounts. I came today to discuss things with you properly. Given your current condition, managing the company affairs personally is likely becoming difficult. Without a reliable person to take over, it would be better to transfer the shares of Lease Real Estate and Lease Winery to me, take the money, and live a peaceful retired life. Ji Feng spoke sincerely, as if persuading an elder in his own family. Buying her shares was indeed the simplest solution, but it was not the only way out. He was already the largest shareholder of these 2 companies. If he truly wanted to eliminate the remnants of the Li family, it would only be a matter of shifting assets around with some effort. Get lost. Mrs. Li was still unaware that Ji Feng had secured the position of major shareholder. She shouted angrily, spitting with fury. I won't sell. Not even if it kills me. This was her last show of defiance. Sigh. Ji Feng gently shook his head, letting out a breath. People. Even at this point, she still gritted her teeth and held on. He truly did not understand what it meant to go with the flow. Seeing her attitude, he no longer lingered, standing up to smooth down the sleeves of his suit before turning to leave the hospital room. The negotiation had collapsed. Then he could only take the longer route, shifting assets from one hand to another, taking it slow. After all, Lease Real Estate was already in his grasp. It was merely a matter of time before he reaped the rewards. On the way back to the New Era building, Wang Munchi called.
Boss, the shares of wireless television have been transferred to the newly established New Era Media Company. However, our dealings with Xiao Yifu have not gone smoothly. He is adamant about not selling his shares. His concubine Fang Minghua is even more relentless, stating directly, "If you don't want to sell your shares, then it's up to you to figure it out." With the Li family collapsing, the Xiao family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. After hearing this, Ji Feng chuckled softly. Old Xiao was indeed stubborn to the core, still wanting to drag things out, relying on dividends to scrape by. Having been ousted from the management of wireless television, he still clung to his shareholder identity. Like that elderly lady in bed, he refused to acknowledge the reality. As for Mrs. Li, Ji Feng truly had no way to deal with her for the time being. Even if he acted against her, those shares might not smoothly fall into his hands. She was now all alone, willing to risk her life, so what threats could she possibly fear? This matter could not be forced. But Xiao Yifu was different. That old man was most afraid for his life. He'll handle it. After saying this, Ji Feng directly hung up the phone and immediately dialed Huang Feng's number. "Have a Lu come see me right away." The current Lu was no longer that young punk collecting protection fees on the street. He had firmly secured the position of head of the city gang, and following Ji Feng's wishes had led the establishment of a new city development company, ostensibly for demolition and real estate, but in reality doing what was necessary under the guise of legality. Currently the gang was making a lot of noise, but once the wind changed, those who shrank back would survive longer. The louder they shouted, the more ruthlessly they would face their downfall. Ji Feng had already calculated this move. With Ji Feng backing him, Lu quickly subdued all factions in the city, consolidating power, and within a few months had tightened his grip on nearly half of the underground underbelly of Kowloon. He had become the hottest new leader in the gang. Yet Lu knew very well he was just a dog. Ji Feng's dog. At first he held on to other thoughts until he personally witnessed a few elders who opposed his rise to power disappear without a trace after just one night. No one even dared to mention their ashes. In that moment, he understood completely: the one who helped you ascend could also cause your silent downfall. As a well-behaved dog, there was food to eat, face to maintain, and territory to hold. But if he had crooked thoughts, he might find himself unable to open his eyes one day after falling asleep. Thus he decisively laid bare his heart and completely became Ji Feng's blade. After receiving the call from Huang Feng, Lu did not dare to delay for a moment and rushed straight to the New Era building. When Ji Feng saw him, he nearly laughed out loud. Too proper. The gang also emphasized culture, at least their appearance had to look the part. All members dressed in formal suits. However, L's outfit looked awkward in every way, especially that hair. A leader should have the demeanor of a leader. Don't you think your hairstyle looks both awkward and ridiculous paired with your outfit? Ji Feng teased with a smile. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish, Huang Feng was already laughing uncontrollably. Which leader styles their hair in a slicked back fashion and dyes it like cotton candy? People who know you will recognize you as the head of the new city of strangers will definitely think you are a hairstylist named Tony. Lu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Sorry. The barber said this hairstyle exudes presence. I'll change it right away. And those gold chains around your neck, take them all off. Wearing so many, do you think you're a dog on a leash? Huang Feng added. Lu came from humble beginnings, having grown up in the dirt, and entered the gang early on, inevitably carrying a bit of that just struck it rich rusticity in his taste. You are the leader, representing the face of the entire gang. You must be composed, stand tall, and command respect. Ji Feng sighed and turned to Huang Feng, saying, enroll him in a class to learn properly. Not just him, all the heads need to go. Etiquette, attire, management, all must not be lacking. For the gang to survive until tomorrow, they must follow modern rules. If they cling to the old ways of the underworld, they will eventually be crushed by the times. Lu frowned. School. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. But this was Ji Feng's order. He did not dare utter even half a no. All right, let's get down to business. Ji Feng's expression turned serious as he looked directly at Lu. Xiao Yifu, the old man, refuses the toast and insists on the penalty drink. Since he does not want to save face, we shall give him a chance to save face. This task is up to you. Let him experience what fear truly means. That night, Xiao Yifu with his concubine Fang Minghua left wireless television and drove home. The people Wang Mingqi had sent during the day had made him feel like he was sitting on needles. Since Mrs. Li had a stroke and Ji Feng boldly announced the acquisition of lease real estate, he understood. The tide had turned. With the support gone, he lay in the hospital, having lost control of the company. How many days he had left was uncertain. What could he use to fight against Ji Feng? Yet he was unwilling. The family business he had worked a lifetime to build was about to fall apart before his eyes. At over 80 years old, with death looming, he clung to everything before him more tightly than anyone. The people Wang Mingqi sent demanded to buy the shares of wireless television, including Xiao's film industry, in the package. Xiao Yifu still flatly refused, giving no room for negotiation. He was well aware. At this moment, cashing out and retiring peacefully was the safest route. But greed held him back. He could not loosen his grip, nor could he calm his heart. His concubine Fang Minghua was even bolder, directly throwing the people out the door. Though she spoke defiantly, I want sell. What can Ji Feng do to me? But as soon as she finished speaking, a chill ran down her back. She was afraid, truly afraid that Ji Feng might turn against them. It had only been a short 2 weeks, and Ji Feng was no longer the Ji Feng who could be manipulated at will. Xiao Yifu had his former Triad associates investigate and learned that the Kowloon walled city territory had long been taken over by men elevated by Ji Feng. Its original network completely dismantled, now operating under the banner of Xinqiang Company. A new syndicate had emerged overnight, its grip on half of Kowloon secured by an ocean of cash. Neither the Underworld nor the authorities could rein in Ji Feng, not even Xiao Yifu himself. He was terrified, so terrified he couldn't sleep soundly at night. Husband, what are you so afraid of? After all, you're a knighted subject of the British Crown. The name Sir Xiao commands recognition across all of Hong Kong. Would Ji Feng dare lift a finger against you? How could he ever show his face in this circle again? Feng Menghua tilted her chin upward, brimming with unshakable confidence. She was certain Xiao Yifu's reputation carried enough weight. Should Ji Feng truly strike, he would sever his own future. Such a move, she believed, Ji Feng would never dare make. Let us hope it remains so. Xiao Yifu sighed deeply, weariness etched heavily into his brow. He was utterly exhausted. To prevent Ji Feng, leveraging his status as a major shareholder, from interfering with TVB, Xiao Yifu had quietly replaced every department head with loyalists, then embedded his most trusted confidants in pivotal positions, ensuring the entire television network answered to him alone. Even if Ji Feng walked through the door in person, not a single person could be summoned, nor a single order issued. Screech. The car jolted violently to a halt, skidding sideways as though nailed to the asphalt. Idiot driver. Do you want to send me straight to the afterlife? Feng Menghua was hurled forward by inertia, erupting into furious rage. Accustomed to arrogance, she had grown even more imperious after marrying into the Xiao family as a concubine, treating Xiao Yifu's lawful wife with open contempt and disdain. Rumors had long circulated that the first madam had died from sheer indignation, driven to her grave by Feng Menghua's relentless provocation. Mr. Xiao, madam, the road ahead is completely blocked. Sir. The driver stammered, trembling fingers pointing rigidly forward. Click. The massive freight truck ahead suddenly blazed with searing white light, blinding, merciless. Son of a bitch. Who dares block our way? Has he grown tired of living? You, get out now and tell him to clear off. Feng Menghua bellowed. Madam, outside. But the driver remained frozen in the driver's seat, paralyzed. His face drained of color, his fingers dug deep into the steering wheel, voice cracking with terror. Outside? What about outside? Stop playing ghost and get ready to die? Just as Feng Menghua screamed, she twisted her head and froze solid. From the shadowed mouths of the alley, dense ranks of figures poured silently in from both sides, swiftly encircling the vehicle. Each held a steel pipe. Each wore a sharp black suit and gleaming black Oxfords. Had those pipes been replaced with axes and topped with bowler hats, they would have stepped straight from the silver screen, the very embodiment of the Axe Gang. A muscle twitched at Xiao Yifu's lip, his Adam's apple bobbed sharply. Reverse. Now. Before the words left his mouth, bang, a deafening explosion shook the chassis. A brutal force slammed into the rear with savage intensity. An SUV had rammed them from behind, impact so violent it threatened to flip the entire car. It was over. Xiao Yifu's mind went blank. His heartbeat thundered against his eardrums like war drums. Escape was impossible. On both sides, black-suited faces pressed close to the windows. Tight-jawed, narrowed eyes reflected in the glass, their murderous intent coalescing into something almost tangible. Xiao Yifu growled low at the driver. Lock all 4 doors. No one dared open a door. No one dared draw breath. Feng Menghua's arrogance had vanished entirely. She trembled violently in his arms, nails digging deep into his forearm, breath held tight, terrified that the slightest tap on the window would see her dragged out screaming. Bang! The first steel pipe crashed onto the roof, making the windows shudder with a hollow hum. Then came a torrent of muffled thuds, relentless, rhythmic, unyielding. This was no kidnapping, it was annihilation. Glass shattered. The sunroof caved inward. The hood buckled and warped. Within seconds, that priceless luxury sedan was reduced to a twisted heap of scrap metal beneath dozens of swinging pipes. The mere presence of those inside the car had tensed the entire street. Mr. Xiao, a voice called out. Our boss has spoken. Unless you accept Mr. Ji's terms, will remain here. Until you do. Having finished the demolition, the man leaned casually against the window, smirked, tossed the message toward Xiao Yifu, and strode away. With a roar, the freight truck surged forward. Behind them, the sedan gunned its engine. The 2 vehicles vanished in an instant. Within 5 minutes, the street lay eerily empty. Only Xiao Yifu and Feng Menghua remained seated inside their ruined automobile. A long silence followed. Then Xiao Yifu sucked in a ragged breath and shouted, voice trembling, call for help. Now, get us home immediately. For a man of his age, his heart still beat with astonishing resilience. A testament to decades forged in chaos, his courage hardened into iron over years of survival did not crumble easily. Yet Feng Menghua had trembled so violently her lips stuttered. Now inexplicably she seemed to have forgotten she'd just wet herself. Moments later, she dialed home. Drivers and bodyguards rushed to the scene and escorted them back to the mansion. Unbelievable. Do they take us for clay dolls? They dared smash our car. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than Fong Menghua erupted into furious stomping, spittle flying. Her fury so absolute that she appeared wholly unrecognizable from the ashen-faced woman who moments earlier had clutched the armrest, too terrified even to breathe aloud. Xiao Yifu stood silent, face dark as storm clouds. This was no act of petty vengeance. It was a blade drawn and bared. Refuse today, and tomorrow the point would press against his throat. Master, madam, someone delivered a lacquered brocade box, insisting it be handed to you personally. The housekeeper placed it gently before Xiao Yifu, hands folded respectfully. Xiao Yifu's brow furrowed. Who sent it? The housekeeper shook her head. No name given. Only that he is an old friend of yours, and that you would surely delight in this gift. Ordinarily, actors vied to carve their names onto gift boxes. This time, not even a single character appeared. The moment his fingertips brushed the lid, a chill slithered up his spine. He held his breath and began unwrapping, then froze mid-motion. What is it? Let me see. Fong Menghua leaned in. But before the words fully escaped her lips, a shrill, piercing scream tore from her throat as she stumbled backward. A bomb. Beep. 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 Inside rested a crude hand-assembled explosive, its red digital display ticking with terrifying speed. 8. 7. Xiao Yifu's mind roared, then locked rigid. When awareness returned, the countdown had already slipped into its final 5 seconds. Despite his 70-odd years, he moved with the explosive grace of a leopard, launching forward in a single bound, snatching the box and thrusting it into Fong Menghua's arms with ruthless, unhesitating precision. Fong Menghua, as if possessed, clutched the box and shrieked in abject horror. Xiao Yifu sprinted for the door, bellowing as he ran, "Get down. Smother it beneath your body." The meaning was unmistakable. He intended her to take the blast. Human nature, once the fuse is lit, reveals itself in its rawest, most unforgiving form. To him, Fong Menghua had never been a true wife, merely a garment worn longer than most. Had his vitality held, he would have replaced her thrice over with newer, fresher attire. Where was affection to be found? In crisis, even a son might be shoved aside. What then of a concubine? Beep, beep, beep. Fong Menghua collapsed on the ground, clutching the box, her ears filled with the drum-like beating of her heart, her vision darkening as her soul seemed to float out of her head. However, the anticipated loud bang never came. "I am your great father raising you this big." A bizarre yet heart-wrenching children's song suddenly sprang from the box. Not exploded. Fake. Her eyes widened almost to the point of breaking, and she stood there dumbfounded. On the floor, a pool of yellow stains slowly spread, a nauseating smell assaulting her nostrils. Fake. Xiao Yifu turned back, his gaze sweeping over the puddle and then landing on Fong Menghua's pale face. His first reaction was not to offer comfort, but to immediately cover his nose with his hand, frowning in disgust, without any concealment. A fake bomb scared you this much? What a disgrace. He started scolding her harshly. Fong Menghua was stunned, her gaze fixated on Xiao Yifu's face. Who was it that shoved that thing into my hands and then vanished without a trace? Who was it that told me to lie down while they themselves shrank back, forcing me to press down on that thing and disassemble it with my own hands? She suddenly felt it was absurd. She actually chose such a person. Yet absurd as it was, she could not turn away from the reality. Reality was reality. Xiao Yifu completely ignored her, moving to sit in a corner, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Angry. Of course he was. But before his anger could ignite, his heart had already turned cold. It was fake this time. What about next time? Ji Feng really dared to act. He was afraid. At his age, what was he after? Wasn't it just for stability? No matter how much money he made, if he lost his life, even a mountain of cash wouldn't warm him up. This was precisely the effect Ji Feng wanted. Don't think that holding on to shares meant you could rest easy. You won't sell? Fine, then it's just a matter of flipping the table. Even if he didn't touch your life, giving you daily surprises that prevented you from sleeping, eating, and filled your eyes with shadows, in less than half a year you would collapse. Evidently, Xiao Yifu couldn't withstand it. The next morning, at the New Era building, Ji Feng saw Xiao Yifu for the second time. Gone was the arrogant old man from before. This time he came alone. His eyes sunk in redrimmed dark circles under his eyes, thick as if smeared with ink, and he looked utterly deflated, as if all his strength had been drained. He hadn't closed his eyes for a whole night. Every time he shut his eyes, he dreamed of Ji Feng swinging an iron rod at his head or a ticking real bomb being shoved under the door. After waking up 3 times, he simply dared not sleep again. The most terrifying thing wasn't being scared by others, but scaring himself to madness. The fear that Ji Feng had planted within him had already taken root in his mind, sprouting and growing denser, tightening around him to the point he could barely breathe. He was like a bird that flapped wildly at the sound of a bowstring. He had thought this old man could at least hold out for 10 days or half a month. Unexpectedly, in just one night, everything collapsed. Looking at Ji Feng now, calm and composed, his eyes shining intensely, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if he had just finished a thrilling match. Xiao Yifu felt a mix of emotions. This kid over 30 years younger than him could be called his grandson without any loss. Yet now he didn't even have the courage to speak up. The underworld and the legal world. He could no longer afford to care. Mr. Ji, I am old, I can't take this anymore. I concede. His voice was dry like sandpaper rubbing against wood. I won't live for many more years, I'll give you what you want. I only asked to keep a share of the TV station for my children to have a way out. The old man still couldn't let go. That was the fortune he had built over half a lifetime, from nothing to something, piecing together his platform line by line. Just let it go like this. His heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Mr. Xiao, if you keep bringing this up, let's just end it here for today. Ji Feng's tone was light, but his words were like ice. After all this effort, still leaving you with a backdoor. Not sending you to the crematorium is already showing mercy, and you still want to haggle. He shrugged, feigning indifference. I'm not in a hurry, I can wait. The words "I can wait" made Xiao Yifu's mouth twitch violently. The nightmare from last night resurfaced, churning his stomach. Anger couldn't be suppressed, and fear was even harder to contain. He truly didn't want to live this way anymore. But if he really continued to wait, he was afraid he wouldn't make it to next spring. He would end up lying in a coffin first. Gritting his teeth, he tried to muster the last bit of strength. Mr. Ji, a cornered rabbit will bite. The sentence was cut short. A rabbit is a rabbit and a person is a person. The only similarity is that they are all made of flesh. One bullet will take them down. Ji Feng stared at him, his gaze devoid of warmth. The threat lay bare on the table. Xiao Yifu's throat moved, but ultimately no more words came out. I concede. All for you. That's more like it. Ji Feng smiled warmly. You're getting old, but it's time to rest. If you cling to your position, a young person will kick you off one day. The joke felt like a knife stabbing repeatedly at his heart. Xiao Yifu wanted to explode in anger, but the flame barely flickered before it was extinguished, leaving only a bitter smile frozen on his face, completely chilled. Ji Feng then had Wang Mengqi draft a formal contract. The two parties signed and sealed it on the spot. He purchased the remaining shares of the TV station for 100 million Hong Kong dollars along with Xiao's film company. Thus, the TV station was completely under his full control. Leveraging the cinema resources held by Xiao's film company, he suddenly ascended to join the ranks of the four major cinema giants in Hong Kong. Although Xiao's film company had long ceased production and investment, they still held on to their cinema line without selling it firmly and securely. Ji Feng clearly remembered that batch of cinemas had ultimately fallen into the hands of the Xiong family before Mr. Xiao passed away, but this time he had snatched it right from under their noses. Immediately send someone to take over the TV station and Xiao's company. All related personnel of Xiao Yifu and Li family are to be dismissed and paid off that same day. Those people were neither core members nor were they free of potential risks. What if one day they colluded internally and externally, biting back and ruining the big picture? Ji Feng would never raise a tiger to trouble. Short on manpower, then hire at a high salary. No one, then promote out of turn. As long as the money is in place, is there really no one capable of shouldering the responsibilities? Gather all the information on the cinemas in Hong Kong. I want to be the #1 cinema boss in Hong Kong. At the Deepwater Bay Villa, Ji Feng was having breakfast at the dining table. On his plate were several dishes personally cooked by Li Ruodong. She had now become steadfast, cooking every morning, frying eggs, toasting bread, and making porridge, embodying a model housewife in her daily life. These people are too adept at adapting to the wind. Li Ruodong returned from a phone call, pulled out a chair to sit down, picked up a piece of green vegetable, her tone filled with helplessness. As soon as the news of Ji Feng's acquisition of the TV station and Xiao's company was released, it merged into the newly established New Era Media. This news spread like wildfire, and within a day Li Ruodong's phone was almost too hot to hold. Artists who once coldly rebuffed her now scrambled to call and apologize. Her former supervisor at the television station, who had publicly humiliated her, spoke with a choked voice and faltering words, nearly ready to kneel in penitence. His sincerity was more convincing than any tearful performance on screen. Even those distant acquaintances, people she'd met only twice at dinner gatherings, suddenly called her little sister Ruodong and insisted we should have kept in closer touch, their forced warmth raising goosebumps. Li Ruodong frowned, deeply shivering inwardly. What's so surprising about that? Ji Feng finished his last sip of milk with unhurried composure. You are mine, and I am now the owner of wireless television. Of course they rush to curry favor. Such is the way of the world. When you are weak, they trample you without hesitation. When you grow strong, they instantly lick the tips of your shoes. Don't take it to heart. If you don't wish to see them, there's no need to feign courtesy. If you don't wish to respond, simply hang up. Her sudden shift in status and lack of experience navigating such scenes made her bewilderment entirely natural. Ji Feng spoke not to teach her cunning, but to assure her refusal requires no justification. Her confidence stands firmly behind her. Eat up, Mrs. Wireless television. Later you'll accompany me to the station for an official appearance. Before the words left his lips, he placed a neatly cut sandwich onto her breakfast plate. After breakfast, Ji Feng escorted Li Ruodong directly to the wireless television headquarters. Inside the building, security had already been completely overhauled. Wang Mengqi had arrived ahead of schedule with her team, while all personnel loyal to the Li and Xiao families were swiftly removed and replaced by fresh faces. In the backstage corridors, actors whispered among themselves, treading more lightly than usual. The boss had changed, and so had the roster. Who wouldn't feel uneasy? Especially those artists who regularly dined and played mahjong with the former executives sat on edge, fearing they might be next on the dismissal list. All artists, report to the lobby in 5 minutes to welcome Mr. Ji. Keep your expression sharp. Anyone slouching will pack their own bags. The head of the artists department bellowed, so loudly the elevator trembled. The crowd sprang up hastily, smoothing their lapels and suppressing their anxiety as they hurried toward the lobby. Within moments, the hall brimmed with figures. Among the female artists, Guan Jilin stood out conspicuously, tall and poised at the very front. Among all actresses currently signed to Wireless, she held the longest tenure, the most frequent bookings, and the greatest fame. Her makeup was exquisite as a classical painting, her aura formidable and commanding. As her gaze swept across the others, her eyes lifted slightly at the corners, her lips unmoving. Yet arrogance shimmered in 3 parts coldness and 7. Indeed, she possessed true weight. He co-created the iconic Wang Feiheng character with martial arts legend Jet Li, then collaborated with another kung fu icon Jackie Chan on a film. Both works achieved critical acclaim and box office triumph, sweeping Hong Kong and propelling his popularity and prestige to new heights. Just as anticipation hung thick in the air, the main entrance parted to admit a dozen black-suited bodyguards stepping in with measured strides. For a fleeting instant, the sea of people startled them, their brows instinctively furrowed. Yet in less than a breath, they split seamlessly into 2 lines, clearing a straight, solemn path. Then Ji Feng entered slowly, hand in hand with Li Ruodong. Why so many people? Ji Feng's gaze swept the room, his brow faintly furrowed. Wang Mengqi, accompanied by Huang Baiqing, the newly appointed general manager, stepped forward to greet him. Sir, everyone is gathered here especially to welcome you. This is our new general manager, Huang Baiqing. Huang Baiqing bowed deeply, voice clear and reverent. Mr. Ji, it is an honor to meet you. Very well. Ji Feng nodded. Let's discuss matters in my office. This way, Mr. Ji, and this way, Miss Li. He stepped aside, lifting his hand with impeccable, almost ceremonial deference. He knew full well Li Ruodong was a contracted artist, and that she had once been personally blacklisted by Xiao Yifu. On his first day in office, he revoked that ban himself. She was the boss's woman, perhaps soon to become the future madam. Not a single misstep could be tolerated. The entourage swiftly ascended in the elevator. Those left behind in the lobby could no longer contain themselves. Our new boss is truly handsome. Handsome. He's rumored to be worth nearly 10 billion HKD, among Hong Kong's elite tycoons. Good heavens, such wealth. Look at Li Ruodong, what incredible luck. Dating the boss, she may well become madam one day. Indeed, don't you recall? To protect her, he ordered someone to break Wang Jinhong's leg on the spot, then tossed 1 million HKD as medical compensation. Utterly unyielding. Whatever drama or film she wishes to shoot, just one word from the boss. Still calling her a big star? She's already the madam. Amidst the lingering chatter, Guan Jilin remained rooted in place, her eyes flashing with a cold, sharp envy. She was now a top-tier Hong Kong actress. After several films, she had firmly claimed the title of Goddess of Hong Kong, the pure moonlight adored by countless young men. Yet she understood better than anyone, stars are merely performers upon a stage. In youth, flowers and applause never cease. But once time passes, audiences turn away without a second glance. Even the money earned disperses like dust in the wind. Compare that to Li Ruodong, still so young, yet already aligned with Hong Kong's youngest billionaire. Only a marriage certificate separates her from the innermost circle of old money. Whereas the wealthy men surrounding her were old enough to be her father, yet none ever uttered the word marry, only offering patronage and fleeting indulgence. That inner imbalance tightened like creeping vines. Everyone returned to your posts. At the command, the crowd gradually dispersed. Guan Jilin turned and walked straight toward Zhang Ziyuan, the newly hired deputy general manager. Mr. Zhang, could you do me a small favor? Miss Guan, please say the word. Zhang Ziyuan was an outsider appointed from above, no prior ties to her, but he treated Hong Kong's leading actress with impeccable decorum. I'd like to meet Mr. Ji. She glanced around, assured of privacy, and lowered her voice. Miss Guan, may I ask, do you have a specific matter to discuss with him? Zhang Ziyuan pressed immediately. I'm interested in auditioning for the lead role in the station's upcoming drama. Her tone was restrained, yet every word carried unmistakable weight. Zhang Ziyuan understood instantly. Having clawed his way up through the industry years ago, he could read such intentions blindfolded. She sought leverage to ascend. I'll certainly convey your request when I see Mr. Ji, but whether he agrees to meet you, I dare not promise. Mr. Zhang, I sincerely thank you. Please ensure Mr. Ji knows I am utterly sincere about this role. Inside the office, Huang Baiqing briefed Ji Feng on the current state of the television station. Wireless television's position was far from secure. It had long shown signs of decline. During Xiao Yifu's tenure, his obsession with balancing power fractured the station into rival factions, each refusing to yield, secretly vying for dominance. At first, competition remained healthy, but gradually curdled into internal strife and resource-wasting infighting. Worse still, the old man was notoriously stingy, counting every cent, even those lodged in the crevices of a wardrobe. He would split a mere 10,000 HKD into 8 separate portions before spending it. Wireless television had always been parsimonious, reluctant to invest, its programs growing increasingly shoddy. Its dramas were hastily assembled with even basic costume makeup and set design reduced to bare minimums, thus allowing Asia Television to seize the opening. I will inject 100 million HKD immediately, entirely into equipment upgrades and studio renovations. All outdated practices are suspended, effective immediately. I drafted the reform plan overnight. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ji Feng withdrew a stack of papers from his briefcase. Huang Baiqing promptly took them and began examining each page with meticulous care. The core principle was embodied in a single character division. It meant severing all ties with the former chaotic one-size-fits-all organizational structure. Departments would now be carved along professional lines. Drama division for television series, news division for journalism, variety division for entertainment programming, and so on. Old Mr. Xiao is far too stingy. With salaries squeezed so tightly, who would ever give their all? Indeed, the old man lacked foresight. Cutting actors' fees was one thing, but throttling production budgets to the point of suffocation was another entirely. Props were borrowed sets cobbled together. Without adequate funding, how could quality ever emerge? Worst of all was the heavy-handed insertion of advertisements into television dramas, so intrusive it bordered on absurdity. Mainland China would later adopt branded sponsorship, yet theirs came in the form of subtle interstitials, voiceovers, or corner logos. Here, ads were crudely forced into dialogue itself. Light-hearted skits could be interspersed throughout, neither disrupting narrative flow nor compromising audience retention. Actors' compensation must increase immediately. Ji Feng knew full well one cannot expect a horse to gallop tirelessly while denying it pasture. Only when wages are truly commensurate will talent commit heart and soul to performance. This truth required no debate. Huang Baiqing nodded vigorously. Sir, the proposal is solid. I'll restructure the entire organization precisely as outlined. He was genuinely convinced, not by theory, but by the tangible, incisive removal of redundancy, the streamlining of workflows, and the deliberate introduction of interdepartmental competition, incentive-linked bonuses, and dynamic accountability that reawakened morale. In that moment, he finally understood why Ji Feng, still in his early 20s, had ascended to this position. They then finalized the first wave of actionable projects, beginning with strategic realignment. 2 dramas would commence filming simultaneously, both starring Li Ruodong, Xiao Longnu, and Wang Yuyan. Even the titles alone evoked the wistful dreams of an entire generation. Next came outdoor variety programming, a concept fully 2 decades ahead of Hong Kong's existing formats. At present, every show revolved within studio walls, either seated interviews or stage-bound performances. No one had yet envisioned pulling the camera into alleyways and mountainsides to capture authentic rhythm and seize viewers' attention through raw vitality. Ji Feng laid out 2 detailed conceptual outlines without hesitation. Huang Baiqing flipped open the first page and read aloud the title, Go Brothers. Then the second, Ultimate Challenge. He recognized them instantly. These would become 2 of the most enduring, battle-tested templates in variety television history. Ji Feng offered only foundational concepts. The fleshing out of details was deliberately entrusted to directors and producers. Huang Baiqing stood frozen as though struck by lightning, his eyes wide, unblinking. After decades in the industry, he believed he'd seen every trick in the book, only to discover that innovation could be this audacious, this unbound. Clutching the proposal, he bolted from the office to assemble his team without delay. Meanwhile, Li Ruodong, learning that Ji Feng was scheduled for a private meeting with Wang Mingqi, volunteered to stroll around Causeway Bay and departed gracefully. Sir, we've mapped Hong Kong's cinema chains comprehensively. Jiahe controls 30%, Yongxing 10%, while Jingu Palace holds the largest share, 35%. Both Jiahe and Yongxing are backed by their own film studios, ensuring a steady pipeline of productions. Acquiring either would be nearly impossible, like attempting to uproot a vital organ. Only Jingu Palace offers even the narrowest opening. It currently holds only a controlling stake in City Cinema, but internal chaos there has reached boiling point, making dissolution highly likely. Wang Mingqi concluded her briefing. Jiahe and Yongxing required no further elaboration. Their cinemas were inseparable from their film production lifelines. Acquisition would be both arduous and counterproductive. Jingu Palace, however, stood on shifting ground, making this the optimal window for intervention. It was also the sole cinema chain opportunity currently within Ji Feng's reach. Jingu Palace Cinema operates 31 theaters across Hong Kong, 8 large-scale, 10 medium-sized, and 13 small venues. A full acquisition would conservatively command no less than 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Ji Feng gave a slight, thoughtful nod. Hong Kong's film industry was currently at its zenith. Annual box office revenue had firmly surpassed the 50 million Hong Kong dollars threshold. Owning the territory's largest exhibition network meant profits would remain robust, even without producing a single film, simply by distributing and sharing revenues from other studios' releases. Lei Jueshu and Jinggu Palace's owner was no fool. He would never part with such a cash-generating asset lightly. Even if he were willing, Ji Feng couldn't raise 300 million Hong Kong dollars, not to mention the owner's outright disinterest in selling. Thus, an alternative path had to be forged. Shortly after Wang Mengqi's departure, several senior executives filed into the office for individual briefings. Ji Feng strongly preferred onion-owned face-to-face meetings over large assemblies. Fewer people meant bolder, more candid speech. Diverse perspectives allowed him to piece together the company's true, unvarnished portrait, and issues could be dissected and resolved in real time. Vice President Zhao, overseeing advertising sales, presented the preliminary progress on TV channel sponsorships. Mr. Ji, having concluded his report, he rose to leave, but paused abruptly at the door, recalling a request Guanjilin had made earlier. Noticing Ji Feng's gaze lift toward him, he quickly added, "Actually, Mr. Ji, Guanjilin approached me just now, hoping to meet you in person to discuss securing the lead female role in our newly confirmed drama." Oh, an image flashed in Ji Feng's mind. The luminous, expressive eyes, the irresistible aura of mature allure. Among Hong Kong's actresses, Guanjilin was an unavoidable name, not merely for her beauty, but for the whirlwind of rumors swirling around her, truths, half-truths, and sensationalized tales, such as the widely publicized golf scandal that had once shaken the city. Show her in. When a beauty takes the initiative to call, turning her away would be unforgivable churlishness. Yes, sir. Vice President Zhao hurried off, heading straight for the talent department. Mr. Ji has agreed to see you. Please proceed to the executive suite on the top floor immediately. Upon hearing this, Guanjilin's eyes lit up instantly, her voice brightening. Thank you so much, Vice President Zhao. Don't mention it. Hurry along, don't keep Mr. Ji waiting. With a dismissive wave, Vice President Zhao turned and strode away. She immediately opened her compact mirror and touched up her lipstick, smoothed her temples, and subtly adjusted the neckline of her blouse. Glances from colleagues barely registered. Her fingers discreetly tugged the collar lower, then she strode upward in stiletto heels, unwavering and unhurried, to the top floor. TSK, barely settled in, and the fox spirits already pounced. Look at the way she walks, hips swaying like willow branches in the wind. Uninitiated viewers might think she's auditioning on set. Her natural advantages are undeniable. We'd kill to get that close. Exactly why I can't stand her manner. If she succeeds, her tail will be wagging all the way to the heavens. She may charm wallets, but hearts. Mr. Ji won't be so easily fooled. She's mere second-rate goods, hardly worthy of serious consideration. Miss Li had barely stepped out this door before being overtaken. Knock, knock, knock. 3 crisp raps echoed outside the executive suite. Enter. The door swung inward slowly. Guanjilin glided inside. The office was vast, serene, and still. Ji Feng sat upright behind his broad desk, his gaze calm, direct, and sweeping, measuring her with quiet, unhurried precision. Good afternoon, Mr. Ji, I'm Guanjilin. She announced her name with poised confidence, her spine straightening, subtly, shoulders drawing back, her posture sharpening into elegant definition. Good afternoon. Ji Feng inclined his head slightly, gesturing for her to sit, then asked directly, Vice President Zhao mentioned you wish to speak with me personally about the lead role in our new drama. Yes. Her reply was crisp and assured. Leaning forward just slightly, she narrowed the physical distance between them. She was no longer the wide-eyed novice testing uncertain waters. She was a seasoned performer, wholly aware of her power. What do men like? What do they avoid? And when are they most easily softened? She knows it all in her heart. The saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without parting with a child. She is willing to display her most valuable assets. But she didn't expect that Ji Feng didn't even raise his eyelids. He simply said, I have already put a stop to that new drama. Oh. She was momentarily taken aback, then immediately smiled brightly. It's okay. She raised the corners of her lips toward Ji Feng, her eyes sparkling with a mix of probing and invitation, almost unabashedly. Mr. Ji, I'm not just here to compete for the leading role. I am more eager to ask for your personal guidance. Guidance? Ji Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Guanjilin nodded, her tone brisk. I always feel that my performance lacks a breath, and I really hope to receive your instruction. Before her words even finished, her gaze lifted bright and filled with a hint of testing and invitation, almost unmasked. Mr. Ji, are you free tonight? How about coming to the hotel and helping me refine my lines and emotions on your own? What a tempting proposition. Having said this, to refuse would only make her seem too reserved and distant. In terms of acting, I do have some insights. Ji Feng paused, his tone calm. Since Miss Guan has sincerely invited me, I won't stand on ceremony. Guan Xiling's eyes curved into crescents, her smile reaching her eyes. Then I will wait for you to pick me up tonight. It'll be at the front desk of the company. As soon as the person left, Ji Feng's expression returned to its usual calm. Beauty was merely a fleeting illusion to him. He opened the box office data report organized by Wang Mengqi, swiped his finger across the phone screen twice, and dialed Lin Yi's number. All operators report to duty immediately. Target Kowloon real estate. Build positions in batches, no limit on funds. Lei Juqin was indeed a significant figure in the Hong Kong film industry, but filmmaking was never his main business. The Golden Palace Cinema was merely a subsidiary of Kowloon Real Estate under his control. The true foundation of Kowloon Real Estate lay in real estate development, property management, and the Kowloon Bashi chain supermarkets. The cinema business ranked third, and they also held a portion of shares in New City. Was it possible to openly take over the Golden Palace? It was simply out of the question. Thus, he could only find another way. Targeting Kowloon Real Estate was the most effective strike. Although it was not a premium blue chip, it was the lifeblood that Lei Juqin truly held in his grasp. Compared to losing a cinema, he would never sit idly by and watch Kowloon Real Estate collapse. What Ji Feng chose was precisely this weak point. As for Lei Juqin, one could only say he was out of luck. Who made him hold on to the Golden Palace, this cash cow? Those who possess treasures inevitably invite disaster. Kowloon Real Estate Headquarters Chairman's Office. Lei Juqin slammed the phone down, his face dark as thunder. That call was from Huang Beiming. Huang Beiming, Shirtian, and Maijia co-founded New City. Due to issues with equity distribution and dividends, there had been undercurrents for several years. Maijia held the largest share, whereas Huang Beiming and Shirtian combined didn't even match him. However, in terms of actual performance contributions, the two supported nearly 70% of the revenue. Yet when it came time to divide the profits, they only received a pittance, which would irk anyone. As the major shareholder, Lei Juqin was reluctant to see New City fall apart. That was the most stable cash flow on his books. Therefore, he had tried several times to mediate, hoping to mend the rift. But when money is involved, who is willing to take a loss? After a long time, there was no progress. Just now, Huang Beiming made it clear he was withdrawing from New City. Shirtian followed closely behind. Once the two left, the core team would inevitably flee en masse, leaving New City as nothing but an empty shell. With the cash cow about to topple, how could Lei Juqin not be furious? Chairman, we discovered anomalies before the market closed. The head of the securities department, Li Chun, hurried into the room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What anomalies? Lei Juqin looked up. Li Chun handed over a neatly printed client summary. This is a comparison of the opening and closing prices over the past 2 weeks. In the past, our opening prices stabilized between 33 and 35 Hong Kong dollars, while the closing prices generally fell between 35 and 38 Hong Kong dollars with minimal fluctuations. But today, the opening was 36 and the closing shot up directly to 46. Lei Juqin stared at the report, his brows furrowing tighter. He may not be well versed in financial terminology, but he knew one thing: when calm waters suddenly erupt, there must be hidden undercurrents beneath. Kowloon Real Estate's main business is property management and the Kowloon Bashi retail system. Such consumer service companies usually have stable stock prices with fluctuations always within reasonable limits. It is impossible for it to inexplicably spike nearly 30% overnight. A sudden surge in stock prices can only happen if the company just announced a monumental positive development, but we haven't issued any announcements at all. As soon as Li Chun finished speaking, Lei Juqin's heart skipped a beat, instantly sensing something was off. Is someone manipulating things behind the scenes? There are indeed two possibilities. One is that someone has set their sights on us, using the momentum to short sell, raise prices, then strike, targeting us when our cash flow is tight. The second is that they aim to take control, quietly laying the groundwork for a full acquisition. Lei Juqin's throat tightened, his chest felt as if it were gripped by an iron claw. Rage surged to the top of his head. The equity of Kowloon Real Estate was already loose. As the chairman and largest shareholder, he held less than 30% of the shares. If someone was determined to launch an assault, he lacked both ammunition and allies. Can he withstand it? Absolutely not. What should we do now? His voice was heavy, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. If we want to prevent a takeover, the only way is to initiate a share buyback. But if the opponent is simultaneously short-selling while accumulating shares, and we pour all our cash into the buyback, we will end up lacking the strength to stabilize the stock price. So, there's really no perfect solution at the moment. The enemy is hidden while we are in the open, not knowing whether the opponent is here to stir up trouble or to seize power. Either way, it's a deadlock. Bang! Lei Juqin slammed his palm heavily on the mahogany table, causing the pen holder to jump and papers to fly everywhere. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he shouted at Li Chun, "What I want is a strategy, not empty talk. You say there's no way. Then why are you sitting in this position? Just to pass the time?" With the situation at New City still unresolved, turning around to find his own stronghold being stabbed again, while this person only threw out a sentence, "There's nothing I can do." His anger erupted, burning red in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You have 10 minutes to come up with a feasible plan. If you can't do it, don't come through this door tomorrow. Good for nothing." The next morning,
Peninsula Hotel Presidential Suite. Scattered across the carpet were torn velvet straps, broken lace underwear, and the sheets were wrinkled like crumpled paper. Last night's battle was intense. Guan Zhiling had engraved the word perform into her bones, initially lowering her gaze to hold her breath, her fingertips trembling slightly, then half pushing, half fielding, her waist twisting gently. Later her breath became scorching, her nails digging into his back. Finally, completely losing control, her gasps carried a reckless fervor. No wonder she was known as the Heart Hunter of Hong Kong. She managed every nuance flawlessly. Ji Feng was very satisfied. Dingling. The phone rang. He reached for the mobile phone on the bedside and pressed the answer button. Boss Kowloon Real Estate is making moves. As soon as it opened for sale, they started buying up aggressively. It was Linny calling. Li Chen ultimately persuaded Lei Jukin. Rather than waiting to be hunted down, it was better to buy back shares first and tighten control. Thus, just after the collective bidding ended, Lei Jukin's funds surged into the secondary market like a tidal wave. What's the stock price? Starting from 46, it has already surpassed 50. Both buyers and sellers were scrambling, naturally driving the price up. Keep buying. Before the market closes for lunch, we must raise the stock price to 60, making him suffer every minute. The call ended. Ji Feng turned to his side, his gaze landing on the person beside him. Her lashes were thick and closed, breathing very lightly, but her left eyelid subtly trembled. Stop pretending I saw your lashes move. Guan Zhiling awkwardly opened her eyes, her hair sprawled on the pillow, her voice slightly hoarse. Mr. Ji, were you just manipulating stocks? She had woken up early. She heard every word clearly. Lei Jukin. After pondering for a while, she suddenly remembered. The one from Kowloon Real Estate, the Lei Dong who was steady in both the legitimate and underworld. Looking again at Ji Feng leaning against the headboard, fingers casually resting on his knee, without even a frown, Guan Zhiling felt a jolt in her heart. He answered succinctly. He never intended to hide it. Especially towards a woman who only saw attachment and calculation. To conceal, it would only seem guilty. I want to acquire the Golden Princess cinema chain. As for Lei Dong, he is not very likely to sell. Then we can only invite him to loosen his grip a bit, and when he is convinced, he will naturally offer it up willingly. Guan Ziling's pupils constricted, breath stopping. The Golden Princess cinema chain, the largest cinema chain in Xinjiang. If he really acquires it, coupled with the Shaw cinemas already in Ji Feng's hands, over half of the screens in Hong Kong would then be under his command. With such channels, who wouldn't become popular? Just a matter of a single word. The more Guan Zhiling thought about it, the more she felt it was the perfect move to speak first. Mr. Ji, I want to be the female lead in the movie. You do have the skills, but the position of the female lead cannot be secured just by talent alone. There are many intricacies involved. Guan Zhiling understood the implication immediately. Without hesitation, she leaned over directly. In the hotel private room, the fire ignited once again. Kowloon Real Estate. Securities Department. Chairman, the other side is still buying up. The stock price has already reached 52. Li Chun hurriedly walked to Lei Jukin's side, his tone urgent and heavy. The chairman, Lei Jukin, had a face as hard as iron, pale and gray. They're likely aiming for control. If not, they probably want to swallow our company whole. Li Chun expressed his judgment in a lowered voice. Lei Jukin tapped his fingers on the table, his voice taut. How much stock do I need to hold to sit firmly in the chair? At least 45. The shares of Kowloon Real Estate were notoriously scattered. If he truly held 45, the opponent would have to come up with even more shares to turn the tide. In the current situation, that was basically a dream. Buy it all. Lei Jukin shouted, his throat bobbing. To him, Kowloon Real Estate was not just a business, it was his lifeline. Losing it, it would be easier for the sun to rise in the west. With a command, all the traders dove into the market without regard for cost, only scrambling for shares. The stock price soared as if riding a rocket. Seeing this momentum, retail investors couldn't hold back any longer. Those chasing prices, leveraging borrowing money to enter, all rushed in. In the exchange, buy and sell orders piled up like smoke. Chairman, it's at 61. Li Chun burst into the office, his forehead slick with sweat. Starting from 57, for every 1 point increase, we throw in 30 million. Should we continue? Lei Jukin felt a tightness in his chest, as if gripped tightly. That was all his money, every cent earned through hard work. How much stock do I hold now? 37. He stared at the number, his brow furrowing tightly. The later it went, the crazier the price got. To close the 8% gap to 45, he would have to spend even more capital. But thinking about the day when the seal changes hands, the office gets new management, and even the tea room has a different surname. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Keep buying. Understood. Li Chen turned and ran, not even hanging up the phone. Boss, it broke 60. When Lin E called, the midday sun had just climbed up the glass curtain wall of the Peninsula Hotel. There are 20 minutes until the market closes. Stop, Ji Feng said. Leave a little breathing room for Lei Dong. As his words fell, all trading orders immediately halted. Report the figures. 800 million invested, acquiring 9%, current price 61, all accounted for. Lin E spoke rapidly, as if reporting bullets being loaded. Let's disperse, wait for my call in the afternoon. The peaches are ripe, it's time to pick them.
After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed Wang Mingqi. Mengqi arranged a meeting with Lei Jukin. 1 o'clock sharp at the Peninsula Hotel, don't be late. Just as Ji Feng ordered the halt, news reached Lei Jukin. Boss, the other side has stopped. Stopped. Lei Jukin had just relaxed halfway when Li Qin's next words hit him. They'll likely resume trading after the market closes and continue to hit us hard. We need to prepare sufficient ammunition. 8 percentage points this morning, 900 million. Lei Jukin had just entered the market today, and as soon as he did, he encountered the rocket's tail flame. While others were picking up shares at low prices, he was stubbornly holding on at high prices. Each share cost him 10 or 15 more than Ji Feng, and the balance was like a cracked riverbank. Damn it. He slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump 2 inches high. Find out. If you can't uncover who is pushing the knife behind the scenes before the market opens in the afternoon, all of you pack up and get lost. His mind was filled with questions, each more pressing than the last. He had no clue who he had offended. There were plenty of enemies, but to have such financial power and dare to target him specifically in the stock market, Lei Jukin thought hard, but couldn't come up with a name. Just as he was in a frenzy, the secretary burst into the office, not even bothering to knock. Chairman phone. The mobile phone was still in her hand, ringing incessantly, and she quickly handed it over. Who? Lei Jukin grabbed it, his voice heavy. Right now his account seemed to have opened the floodgates, money flowing out rapidly, and he was burning with anger. Hello, Mr. Lei, I am Wang Mingqi, Mr. Ji Feng's personal financial advisor. Ji Feng. Lei Jukin's brow furrowed. He was certainly familiar with this name, the most eye-catching figure in Xinjiang recently. First, he swallowed several old-brand food factories, then forcibly pried away the Heisen Group from Li Jiaqing. Then he turned to encircle Li's family, Li's real estate, and Li's brewery were all swallowed whole. Even the wireless TV station in the hands of the old Shah was taken into his pocket. Not to mention the sudden emergence of Julong sweeping through the surrounding gangs, employing ruthless and precise tactics operated behind the scenes by Ji Feng. A veritable black eel entrenched in Xinjiang. Why was he looking for him? What did he want? Why did you call Lei? Chairman Lei, you must be very curious. Who is secretly buying Julong real estate stocks? Wang Mingqi spoke in a lively tone as if chatting about the weather. Lei Jukin's pupils constricted and his voice suddenly dropped, laden with venom. Was it you who did this? The New Century Fund's involvement is precisely Mr. Ji Feng's intention. She spoke in a steady tone. Today's call is to invite you to meet Mr. Ji. 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the Peninsula Hotel. Director Lei, you won't refuse, will you? With a loud crash, his phone shattered on the ground. He violently kicked over his chair, shouting so loudly that the entire floor shook. Bastard! Who do you think you are to negotiate terms with me? Li Chun and the others froze in place, barely daring to breathe. Lei Jukin was filled with questions. Why would Ji Feng come to him? He had never dealt with this person before. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At the Peninsula Hotel, Lei Jukin took his seat on time, facing Ji Feng, who was accompanied by Guan Zhilin. Chairman Lei, right on the dot, true to your word. Ji Feng wore a smile, his tone amicable. Lei Jukin forced a smile in response. This person before him was far too young. Young enough to be his son. Yet this youthful face had stirred up a violent storm in Hong Kong. Not a tiger, but a leopard, silent when still deadly when in motion. It would bite anyone who blocked its path. Mr. Ji, let's get straight to the point. Why did you invite me here? Lei Jukin made his point clear. I believe I have not offended you. You indeed have not offended me. At this, the color drained from Lei Jukin's face. Not offended. Then why were you stepping on me so hard? Do you understand the rules? But I am a businessman purely focused on opportunities. Ji Feng picked up his teacup and gently blew on it. With the shares of Julong real estate being so scattered and its stock price so low, how could I possibly let this window pass? He spoke candidly, as if buying stocks was as ordinary as shopping for groceries. Logically, this operation was entirely justified. Business is like this, especially in the stock market and finance, where no one shows mercy. Look at our counterparts in the United States. One moment they're clinking glasses and calling each other brothers, and the next they can wipe your account clean and cash out. There are no eternal allies, only eternal loopholes. Whoever reveals a flaw will be cut down, friend or foe. The same goes for Hong Kong. That man known as the financial vulture Lu Fuxiong specifically targets companies with chaotic equity structures, suddenly investing heavily, forcing the other party to hand over control and then cashing out at a high price. How many wealthy individuals have been stripped of their assets by him, yet Lei Jukin has remained unscathed on the fishing platform. You? Lei Jukin's temples throbbed, his veins bulging. He stared fiercely at Ji Feng, his gaze sharp as a knife, wishing he could pierce through him right then and there. Why did you call me here? Are you planning to buy the shares from me, intending to swallow Julong real estate whole? Let me be very clear, no way. Julong real estate will never be sold to you, Lei Jukin. If you want to go head-to-head with a hard acquisition, then bring it on. Let's see who ends up laughing in the end. He stepped forward, his voice shaking the coffee table. Chairman Lei, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm not even considering acquiring Julong real estate. Lei Jukin was taken aback. What? If you're not acquiring Julong real estate, then why are you buying up shares like a madman? Ji Feng spread his hands, his tone as light as discussing the weather. To you, Kowloon real estate is a prized possession, but to me it's neither a quality asset nor particularly valuable. Put simply, it's tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. Lei Jukin's expression darkened, his throat tightening. Then what do you want? To make a profit. Ji Feng smiled and continued, I currently hold 9% of Kowloon real estate shares. Chairman, Lei, would you like to buy them back? As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jukin abruptly looked up and Guan Jilin straightened up in surprise. Lei Jukin's mind buzzed. Buy back shares of his own company, then turn around and sell them to the original owner. What kind of scheme is this? Guan Jilin was equally confused. Wasn't this about the Jean Palace Theater line? Why suddenly throw the shares to Lei Jukin? At the current price, 61 Hong Kong dollars per share. If Chairman Lei agrees, the deal can be made at any time. Ji Feng's tone was calm, as if he were merely asking whether to have tea today. Are you out of your mind? Lei Jukin could no longer contain himself, nearly poking Ji Feng's nose with his finger. 61. Am I Lei Jukin some kind of fool? At most 40. Not a penny more, or it's off the table. Try listing it at that price. You won't find a second fool in all of Hong Kong willing to take it. He knew all too well. Kowloon real estate might not be top-notch, but its valuation was clearly established. 61. That was an outrageous premium. How anyone who took it would lose. Chairman Lei, don't be too absolute in your words. You will agree. After Ji Feng finished speaking, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. Boss. Immediately contact all traders and take action. Clear all holdings of Kowloon real estate now. Within half an hour, the stock price must be driven down to 55 Hong Kong dollars. He hung up the phone without even raising an eyebrow. Lei Jukin stood frozen in place as if nailed to his chair. Right in front of him, he was directing someone to crash his own company's stock. Am I Lei Jukin invisible? As soon as the order was given, Lin Yi's side immediately executed it. Thousands of Kowloon real estate shares poured out like a torrential rain. The market was instantly bewildered. The orders came too fiercely, too urgently, and too illogical. The stock price plummeted. 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks. Retail investors were initially stunned. It was still just past noon. Why had the wind changed so drastically? At first, some thought the morning's upward trend was decent and tentatively picked up a few shares. The impact was minimal. But as the sell orders grew larger, the buy orders dwindled and a gap opened up in the market. In less than 10 minutes, the stock price reached 58 Hong Kong dollars. At this point, the old stockholders realized there was a big player hammering down the stock. This was not just fluctuation, it was a targeted strike. Nobody dared to act as the buyer. Panic flared like a flame. Everyone grabbed their phones and began to sell off. Kowloon Real Estate's securities department. Li Chun had just leaned back in his chair for a 5-minute nap when he was jolted awake by the traders who burst in. General Manager Li, there's trouble. Someone is aggressively dumping shares. The stock price has dropped below 58 Hong Kong dollars. This news hit him like a thunderclap, sending chills down his back. This is bad. The advice he gave Lei Jukin was to seize the opportunity to acquire shares and secure the position of the largest shareholder. All actions were based on the premise that the other party was eyeing the juicy Kowloon real estate. Now that the other party suddenly started dumping shares, real trouble had arrived. He grabbed his phone and quickly dialed Lei Jukin's number. Peninsula Hotel. Lei Jukin had just pressed the answer button. Chairman, something big has happened. They are starting to crash the market. Do I need you to report that? That kid issued the order right in front of me. Lei Jukin's brow furrowed tightly. He actually wanted to call back immediately, but in front of Ji Feng, he gripped his phone tightly and didn't dare to press the button. Afraid of being laughed at, it's embarrassing to speak out. A typical case of valuing face over life. The stock price has already plummeted and retail investors are all fleeing. It's now dropped to 58 Hong Kong dollars per share. Li Chen's voice trembled. Lei Jukin waved his hand. Isn't it good that it's dropping? Returning to the original price is exactly what we want. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chen almost choked. Sitting opposite him, Ji Feng's lips twitched, nearly unable to contain his laughter. You can say that. This man who had once made a name for himself in the docks with his fists is truly clueless about the capital market. Even kindergarten children understand that a drop can lead to a stampede. He treats it like a discount sale. Ji Feng was perplexed. After so many years, Kowloon real estate had not been torn apart by the market makers or devoured by short sellers. It's as if heaven had been watching over them. Chairman, the stock price is plummeting. Investors are losing trust, and shareholders can't sit still. They will soon follow suit. You bought at a high price to push up the stock price, and now it's been halved. All your shares are at a loss. Investing real money only to see it shrink overnight. Total loss. The most critical issue is that if this wave of collapse goes out of control, it will be a domino effect. The market value could evaporate dozens of times overnight. Stocks could turn into worthless paper. If it gets worse, a letter from the exchange, and Kowloon real estate will be delisted. Li Chen's words pierced Lei Jukin's heart, deliberately choosing the most painful points to strike. The moment the words loss of money came out, Lei Jukin's face changed drastically. So how do we suppress it now? His voice tightened, his palms sweaty. We can only buy
grit our teeth, and by let them cut us. At this moment, there was no other choice. To stabilize the stock price, he could only watch helplessly as the opponent took money from his own pocket. No choice. The initiative was not in his hands. Even if the opponent loses a bit, it would only hurt their skin. If Kowloon real estate goes public, it would be a death blow. It's not a mutual destruction, it's a clean cut that leaves you breathless. It has dropped below 53 Hong Kong dollars, and the opponent has pulled back. The trader's voice came through the receiver clearly. Lei Jukin heard it loud and clear. Ji Feng had previously only said suppress to below 55, and now seconds later the target had already been breached. Not even half an hour had passed. Chairman Lei, can we talk now? Ji Feng picked up his coffee and gently blew on it. Lei Jukin hung up the phone, his face turning purple, anger burning in his eyes, but he couldn't utter a word, just stared at Ji Feng intently. A fixed price of 800 million. Deal. Ji Feng took a sip of coffee, his tone as calm as if he were asking about the weather. You're too ruthless. Lei Jukin clenched his teeth, his jaw grinding. Ji Feng raised an eyebrow. Ruthless? What can you do? You? Stunned into silence. 800 million. No deal. If you keep crashing, I will keep buying. If I suffer, you won't gain anything either. After all, he was a tough character forged in the docks, not losing his edge, still daring to go all in. Do you still have money to buy? Ji Feng chuckled softly, tapping his fingers on the table. You just poured 10 billion into the stock market. How much do you have left in your account? I can bear this little loss. But if Kowloon real estate collapses, what will you use to bear it? After finishing, he leaned slightly forward, his gaze heavily fixed on Lei Jukin's face, like a giant beast quietly watching a sparrow flapping its wings. The cash Lei Jukin could use was only 600 million. And once it collapses, this amount wouldn't even suppress a ripple. It's important to know that he wasn't the only one waiting to buy at the bottom. There were also countless retail investors and major shareholders holding equity, ready to jump ship at any moment. If he held on stubbornly, those people wouldn't help support him. They would only seize the first opportunity to stab deeper. Lei Jukin knew nothing about the stock market, but after decades in the underworld, he had long seen through the weight of the saying, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Chairman Lei, I don't have time to waste here. Since you insist on holding on, then we have no need to talk further. Seeing that the time was right, Ji Feng stopped saying more. While speaking, he pulled out his phone and directly dialed Lin Yi's number. Boss. He deliberately switched to speaker mode. Lin Yi's voice came through clearly from the other end of the line, every word landing in Lei Jukin's ears. It was this pressing momentum. Lin Yi continued to crash it as planned. Don't. The last string snapped. Lei Jukin hurriedly shouted to stop it. I promised the conditions you proposed. But I really don't have that much cash. 600 million in cash. Can I squeeze out another 100 million Hong Kong dollars totaling 700 million? Is that acceptable, eh? With each word he spoke, he felt himself collapsing a bit more. After half a lifetime of struggle, it was the first time he tasted the meaning of being utterly powerless. The mountain made of cash felt so heavy he struggled to even lift his eyes. 800 million. Not a cent less. Ji Feng said firmly. Ji Feng, I have already humbled myself. Leave me a way out, and we can nod and greet each other in the future. In the future? No need to meet again. He was unyielding, not yielding an inch. After all this fuss, would he let himself suffer? For the gap of 1 billion, use the companies under Kowloon real estate as collateral. Kowloon 8 masters, that one will do. No way. Upon hearing this, Lei Jukin's face tensed immediately. Ridiculous. Kowloon 8 masters was the hardest bone of Kowloon real estate, holding nearly 60% of the operation rights in Hong Kong. On the surface it was silent, but in reality it made money every day. Over 80% of the people in Hong Kong rushed back and forth along its tracks. A stable net profit of 400 million a year, impervious to storms. To exchange a hen that lays 4 golden eggs a year for a 1 billion IOU. Even a pig knows not to do that. If Kowloon 8 masters won't do, then the Golden Princess Cinema line. No way. Lei Jukin blurted out. Bang. Before the words finished, Ji Feng slammed his palm heavily on the table. Guan Xilan's body trembled violently. Lei Jukin's eyelids twitched violently. Lei Jukin, are you refusing to drink the toast, and instead asking for punishment? This won't do, that won't do. Are you really trying to test my patience? His eyes were like knives piercing through, and he raised the still-connected phone to his lips. Crush it. Smash Kowloon real estate's shares to smithereens. Don't. The Golden Princess Cinema line. I will give it. The Golden Princess Cinema line plus 700 million, I'll transfer it to you right now. He panicked. Before Ji Feng could change his mind, he hurriedly threw out the Golden Princess Cinema line, fearing the other party would insist on Kowloon 8 masters. Compared to Kowloon 8 masters, this line could ultimately be sacrificed. Ji Feng felt relieved in his heart, but his face remained as taut as iron. He had always focused on the Golden Princess Cinema line. Bringing up Kowloon 8 masters was just to set a reference point, so Lei Jukin could weigh the pros and cons himself. In business, it's about psychology, not just numbers. If someone comes in straight to the bottom line, it instead raises doubts about whether it could go lower.
But if you first show a sky-high price, and then take a step back, the other party feels like they've picked up a bargain and willingly takes the bait. A cold sneer escaped his nostrils. After hanging up on Lin, he immediately called Wang Mengqi, draft a contract, and sent it to Peninsula Hotel. Lei Jukan also called for his lawyer at the same time. About an hour later, both parties arrived, and the funds were transferred. 700 million Hong Kong dollars plus the Golden Princess Cinema line exchanged for all of Ji Feng's shares in Kowloon real estate. As the pen fell to the paper, Lei Jukan stood up and left. His back hunched, his steps unsteady. This day marked the darkest turning point in his life. He vowed in this lifetime he would never set foot in the Peninsula Hotel again, afraid that when he walked in, blood would drip from his heart onto the carpet. Outside the Xian Yicheng Film Company building, Ishida closed the last cardboard box and, carrying it in his hand, slowly walked out through the glass revolving door. 10 years of his life were invested in this building. Today he personally closed this door. He was no longer a director at Xian Yicheng, nor was he one of the three giants. His chest felt heavy, as if a wet cotton ball were pressing down on it, suffocating and oppressive. Where does the road ahead lead? He couldn't answer that himself. Huang Beiming had left early, taking his plans to register a new brand. And he couldn't even gather enough registered capital. His 3 films had all flopped at the box office, his finances reduced to zero, unable to even pay the office deposit, let alone lend a helping hand to Maijia and Huang Beiming. The old grievances had long blocked the path to cooperation. He stood beside the car, exhaling deeply again and again. Just as he stuffed the cardboard box into the trunk, a business vehicle, its engine still running, was parked askew at the roadside. As the door opened, Huang Baiqing walked over quickly, his leather shoes tapping on the concrete ground. Mr. Ishida, our boss would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Your boss? Ishida raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Huang Baiqing's face. The chairman of New Era Media, Ji Feng. Huang Baiqing spoke slowly without a hint of insincerity. He was also puzzled. Why did Ji Feng specifically want to meet this low-key, nearly invisible elder? But when the boss speaks, there must be a deeper meaning. Moreover, the film's dark alley and floating life that Ishida produced back in the day were still mentioned by critics. Though not as flamboyant as Maijia, nor as high-profile as Huang Beiming, no one in the industry dared to say that Ishida was outdated. New Era Media. Ishida's brows slightly furrowed. His mind raced through the film landscape of Xiangjiang, TVB, Golden Harvest, Shaw Brothers, Jingong. That name was not among them. Does this company really exist in Xiangjiang? Huang Baiqing immediately replied, it was just established 3 months ago. But we have acquired TVB, all Shaw Brothers cinemas and Jingong's main distribution lines have also merged in. It's now called New Era Cinemas. We manage half of the screens in Hong Kong. Ji Feng, 24 years old, the youngest billionaire in Xiangjiang. Money for filming is not a problem. In the New Era building, the 38th floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows of Ji Feng's office reflected the light of half the city. The lemon tea promoted by JIS Life, I want you as the spokesperson. The endorsement fee is 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Guanzalin had been acting like a chirping sparrow these days, and Ji Feng consequently offered a substantial reward. Her expression dimmed at first. Advertisement. After all this time, just to change a poster. But upon hearing 1 million, her eyes immediately brightened. This amount was too tempting. Her current pay for a film was stuck around 780,000. Even top stars like Chung Long only capped at 150,000. One advertisement, 1 million in revenue. Very few in the industry dared to offer such a price. Thank you, darling. She tiptoed up to kiss him, her lips still carrying the coolness of mint candy. Ji Feng wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her fully into his embrace. You really are a rare find. In her pink dress with black stockings almost hidden her charm, combined with a wild spirit. Which man could resist? Just as his fingers slipped to her waist, Guanzalin's ears suddenly flushed, her fingers gripping his wrist, her voice trembling softly. Don't. This is the company. The door is locked, and no one can come in. Before the words fell, bang, the solid wooden door was crashed open half a foot. Guanzalin straightened up, a strand of hair disheveled. Huang Feng froze at the doorway, his forehead veins twitching twice, cursing himself inwardly for being too careless. He turned to slip away, but collided with Ji Feng's disdainful glance. Ji Feng cast a sidelong glance at the chuckling Guanzalin, rolled his eyes, and sighed silently. Brother Feng, what's going on? Mr. Huang brought Ishida here. They just entered the lounge. Now Huang Feng was not only Ji Feng's bodyguard captain, but also took care of daily affairs. Call them over. Understood. As Huang Feng hurried out, Ji Feng contemplated he needed to quickly find a dedicated secretary, preferably a woman. After all, Huang Feng was a man somewhat rough in temperament and had trained in martial arts for years, handling tasks efficiently, but he lacked the subtlety to read the room. It wasn't that he was foolish, but his thoughts weren't that meticulous. If it were a female secretary, she would have already sensed that this moment was not suitable for interruption. Darling, don't frown. Tonight I'll go to your house and keep you company, okay? Guanzalin saw that Ji Feng's brow had not relaxed, took a couple of steps closer, her voice sweet as if wrapped in honey. With her words laden with implications, she casually brought up the matter of going to his house. Ji Feng glanced at her. How could he not understand her little schemes? She wanted to be recognized. She wanted to enter the Ji family. Clearly, she hadn't realized the position she occupied. In his eyes, Guanzalin was merely a canary pleasing to the eye, but marrying her. No way. She and Li Ruodong were never on the same level in Ji Feng's eyes. Their identities were worlds apart, and their weights couldn't even be compared. I'll get you a villa to live in from now on. Ji Feng spoke flatly. I have serious business to discuss now. You should go back. Regarding the advertisement, someone will contact you. Okay. Guanzalin responded with a crisp tone, picked up her bag, and turned to leave the office. But her heart felt like it had been clenched, empty. That earlier going to your house was merely a test. If Ji Feng were willing to take her back, even just once, it would mean there was still a chance for advancement. She had thought even if he refused, at least she should come up with some excuse to coax him. Who knew Ji Feng would not beat around the bush, directly tossing out a villa, treating it as a mere arrangement. The meaning was clearer than ever. You are to be kept outside. Guanzalin approached Ji Feng, aiming to marry into a wealthy family and become Mrs. Ji. Such an outcome was something she could never swallow. She would never give up. The position of a wealthy wife was something she had her eyes set on. Not long after, Ishida and Huang Baiqing entered Ji Feng's office one after the other. This is our boss at New Era Media, Mr. Ji Feng. Huang Baiqing introduced them sideways. Ji. Mr. Ji, hello. As Huang Baiqing relayed the message, Ishida rushed over, fearing to waste even a second. Upon seeing Ji Feng in person, his first reaction was too young. But he dared not show any hint of disrespect on his face. Instead, his palms were slightly sweaty, his throat tight. Even his greeting came out stammered. He knew very well who this person was. Billionaire status that had made Li Jiaqing too afraid to look up for years. The collapse of the Li family was instigated entirely by him. Such a figure he couldn't afford to offend, nor had he ever dealt with. He feared that a wrong glance or a misplaced word could lead to disaster. I trouble Mr. Huang to specifically invite you here because I have heard about the recent situation at Xian Yicheng. I have always admired your abilities. Among the three helmsmen of Xian Yicheng, in terms of management skills, you are recognized as the top one. Among the three giants of Xian Yicheng, Maijia leaned towards directing. Huang Baming excelled in screenwriting. Both relied on talent. Ishida also directed, acted, and produced, but the one truly holding Xian Yicheng together was him, the big manager. From daily operations to project coordination, and as the producer for most films, it was all under his control. Compared to artistic talent, his organizational skills, execution ability, and overall control were the real deal. Now Xiangjiang was not short of talented individuals. Famous directors were plentiful, and screenwriters were numerous. As for investment vision, Ji Feng dared to say second, but no one would claim first. But truly understanding the entire film process and being able to command the scene like a great manager, they were rare. So today he invited Ishida with a clear purpose. New Era Media is a company I recently founded. It oversees Hong Kong's largest cinema chain, New Era Cinemas, a terrestrial television network, and New Era Film Studio. What we need most urgently now is a chief steward capable of overseeing all operations, someone deeply versed in the essence of cinema and thoroughly familiar with every stage of film production. Mr. Sure, I believe no one else is more suited for this role than you. Would you consider joining New Era Media as its general manager? Ji Feng spoke calmly, utterly devoid of pretense or condescension. I can truly do it. Sure. Tian froze, eyes widening instinctively as his fingers tightened around the hem of his shirt, as if fearing he had misheard. It was utterly unexpected. He had just been laid off, and now almost immediately an immense responsibility was placed squarely before him. And not just any company, it commanded Hong Kong's premier cinema chain and the nation's top-rated television network, a true titan of the film and media industry. Absolutely. Ji Feng nodded decisively. Your salary will be set above market rate, plus an annual profit-sharing bonus from the company. The film division falls entirely under your purview. For any film bearing your name as producer, you shall receive 10% of its net box office revenue. Sure. Tian's Adam's apple bobbed as he silently swallowed. These terms were extraordinarily generous. Mr. Ji trusts me. I will not let you down. I will build New Era Media into Hong Kong's foremost media conglomerate, without fail. Sure. Tian straightened his spine and spoke each word with unwavering resolve. With such determination, Mr. Sure, I am fully at ease. Ji Feng smiled in response, and casually opened a drawer withdrawing a neatly bound screenplay. This is a script I wrote, the inaugural feature film of New Era Media, our grand opening project. Take a look. Do you have a director in mind who would be right for it? Ji Feng decided to take matters into his own hands and wrote a story titled Citywide Alert. Sure. Tian opened the first page and read it word by word. The plot of the story quickly became clear. An ordinary mountain patrol officer stumbled upon a conspiracy by tomb raiders and was dragged into an ancient tomb. Poisoned and on the brink of death, he was saved by the medical doctor and cure. After waking up, his body underwent a transformation, granting him strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary people. From then on, he solved major cases and was assigned to protect and cure, only to realize that the attackers were the very tomb raiders from that time. They had mutated into monsters, kidnapping and cure only to force her to develop an antidote. In the end, the male lead, with the assistance of the female lead, personally brought an end to all the mutants. This was a film that would later be praised and commercially successful. Ji Feng merely localized it. The pacing was tighter, the dialogue more authentic, and the ancient tomb setting catered to the tastes of the Hong Kong audience. The groundwork for a series was also well laid. For this film, I approve a budget of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. 10 million. Shishin's finger trembled, almost crumpling the paper. His heart felt as though it had been struck by something. At that time, the most expensive films in Hong Kong only cost around 7 million. 10 million could buy 3 medium-budget films. Yet Ji Feng was using it to shoot a debut for a new company. Such audacity was not something everyone dared to have. Boss, I'll recommend someone right away. He blurted out, Suku, just out of New City, currently available. His directorial skills are absolutely solid. I'll call him over right now. Suku, one of the 7 wonders of New City. He had already made a name for himself with the best partners too, having dipped his toes in both comedy and martial arts. Though he hadn't reached the pinnacle of fame, his reputation was solid. In the future, he would ascend to the top chair of directors in Hong Kong, relying on the series of Wong Fei-hung films. Having shot several, they became widely known. Initially, when New City disbanded, Lei Jukin wanted to team up with him for independent work, even partnering with Golden Princess Cinemas as support. But now with Golden Princess under new ownership, Lei Jukin had thrown himself into Kowloon properties, leaving no room to care about Suku. He was left hanging in midair without a place to land. Ma Jiao was also preparing to exit the industry. He and Huang Beiming had always been at odds, so he naturally wouldn't step into the other's company. When Shishin's call came in, Suku was stunned. Shi Tian had just left his original company a few hours ago, and now he was already the general manager of another company. What shocked him even more was that this New Era Media was the very company that had just swallowed Shaw Brothers and Golden Princess. He heard they were going to spend 10 million on a film. Suku didn't even have time to change his coat before rushing to the New Era building. 10 million. That figure exploded in his mind. He had never dealt with such a large sum. With the money in place, the set, action, direction, and special effects could all be done exactly as envisioned in his dreams, no longer needing to skimp on $3,000 just to shoot a fight scene on the staircase. Moreover, in Hong Kong, no film had dared to name such a price until now. Whoever it was would not hesitate. Which director in the world wouldn't want to personally helm such a project? Arriving at the New Era building, Shi Tian was already waiting for him in the lobby. After a few pleasantries, Shi Tian said, "The script is ready, written by the boss himself. The female lead has been decided as well." Suke's brow instantly furrowed. After 20 years in this industry, he hated 2 things the most: outsiders interfering in the creative process and being forced to include people in the cast. Don't make that face. Mr. Ji is spending 10 million on a film. What's wrong with letting his own woman play the female lead? In the elevator, Shi Tian noticed his expression was off and quickly lowered his voice to remind him. It didn't matter if he frowned in front of him. If the boss saw, at best they would fall out on the spot. At worst, he could be directly blacklisted. Getting someone dismissed was still somewhat dignified. If it were to be recorded in the future, if the film was submitted for approval, no one would pass it, and if the theater refused to screen it, no matter how talented one was, it would be futile. I accept the female lead. At worst, I'll just train her for a few more days. But has the script been set? What kind of decent script can someone who has never acted write? This was what truly weighed on his mind. I read it 3 times, solid, powerful. If you shoot it, it will definitely make a splash, propelling you straight to the top of Hong Kong's director chair. Shi Tian spoke with conviction. The two entered the office, and Suku immediately spotted Ji Feng. After shaking hands and sitting down, he got straight to the point. I want to see the script first. With doubts, he flipped through the pages one by one. Closing the last page, he looked up, his voice steady. Mr. Ji, I'll take this film. I will ensure it is completed to your satisfaction. On the surface, it was still an action film, but it was by no means a tired formula. It blended the essence of urban martial arts, the blood of gunfight films, the soul of superheroes, and the breathing rhythm of modern action films. The 4 elements intertwined without piling up, showing off, or splitting apart, with each scene grounded in logic. Director Su, feel free to shoot. The main structure will remain unchanged, but the details are up to you. Ji Feng spoke concisely. He believed in the Cole boss's approach: delegate the tasks to experts and let them do their jobs. As long as they didn't go off the rails, they could do whatever they wanted. The female lead is set. The male lead must be chosen from our own company. The rest of the roles you decide. If the money isn't enough, I can always add more, but nothing can be half-hearted. Props must be real, shots must be fierce, and any fake or showy elements are strictly prohibited. The agreement was signed on that very day. Suku officially joined New Era Media. Although he didn't have an independent studio, he secured a share of the box office profits. He was momentarily stunned. In this day and age, even first-tier stars earned fixed salaries, and directors were paid daily. Profit sharing. Unheard of. This contract effectively treated him as one of their own. Of course, the duration was also quite substantial, 15 years. The chain was tightly locked with no room for escape. Soon under Ishida's coordination, the citywide security drama commenced casting across the entire metropolis. Television stations simultaneously launched their respective production projects. Li Ruodong joined the crew immediately and began filming The Divine Eagle and The Heroine. Preparations for the variety show were also formally underway. Everything proceeded steadily and methodically. During this period, Guan Zhilin personally visited to vie for the female lead role in citywide security. Ji Feng declined outright. No circumlocution, no hesitation. Leaving only one sentence for our next project: you will be our top priority. Hardly had the media division stabilized when Ji Feng summoned Wang Mengqi for an urgent meeting. The conference room door closed behind them. The moment Ji Feng entered, every attendee rose instantly. He strode briskly to the head of the table, raised a hand gently downward in quiet dismissal of formalities, then seated himself with calm authority. Let the meeting begin. Mengqi, please deliver your report. Wang Mengqi stood at once and placed a meticulously organized dossier squarely before Ji Feng. Sir, the largest shareholder of Hongqi Group is the Norrell's family, holding 37% of its shares. We currently hold 28% of Hongqi's equity. Ji Feng had long calculated his acquisition of Hongqi shares from Li Jiaqing, not as an end in itself, but as a strategic step towards seizing control of Hongqi Group. As Hong Kong's preeminent energy conglomerate, it supplied nearly 80% of the city's petroleum and natural gas. In the wake of the British capital exodus, it remained one of the few premium assets yet to be absorbed by Chinese investors. Opportunities like Hutchison Whampoa's window were rare, truly once in a lifetime. When meat is already in another's mouth, wresting it away is near impossible. Thus, Ji Feng focused solely on those high-value assets still up for grabs. Hongqi was precisely such an asset, the safest, most promising, and most strategically vital target. To secure Hongqi, acquiring the Norrell's family stake alone is insufficient. We face a formidable rival. Lu Fuxiong, chairman of Huarun Real Estate. Since the beginning of this year, he has been steadily accumulating Hongqi shares and now controls 20% of its total issued capital. He has repeatedly approached the Norrell's family in private, seeking to purchase their entire stake outright and achieve immediate controlling interest. In the original timeline, Lu Fuxiong indeed emerged as the ultimate victor. With Hong Kong's return to China imminent, the British Norrell's family grew anxious to repatriate and swiftly liquidated all their Hong Kong holdings. Lu Fuxiong seized the opportunity, snapping up the Norrell's Hongqi shares, meanwhile exploiting Li Jiaqing's intense focus on the Kowloon walled city development and the resulting strain on his cash flow. He launched a stock market assault against Chung Kong Holdings. Ultimately, he wrested the remaining equity from Li Jiaqing. His approach toward the Li family was even more decisive, launching a surprise takeover of Li Xiaoji's coal mining company, aggressively acquiring its shares, then exchanging them for equity in the Li family's portfolio. Thus, he cemented his position as Hongqi's largest shareholder. Immediately afterward, he leaked rumors that Hongqi's petroleum operations faced insurmountable obstacles, triggering a sharp stock price collapse, then swept up the depressed shares en masse, ultimately raising his stake to 78%. His maneuvers were flawless, ruthless, precise, and utterly without mercy. But with Ji Feng now entering the arena, Lu Fuxiong's playbook could no longer be replicated. To Ji Feng, Lu Fuxiong was the hardest obstacle, standing squarely across the path to acquisition. These two reports detailed due diligence on Lu Fuxiong's corporate holdings, Imigo Electronics and Huarun Real Estate. Both companies possess tightly knit equity structures and highly concentrated ownership, no glaring vulnerabilities. A hostile takeover would have minimal chance of success. Wang Mengqi added. Lu Fuxiong's repeated successes stemmed precisely from targeting firms with fragmented shareholding and chaotic governance. He would never leave such weaknesses in his own domain. Sir, I recommend prioritizing negotiations with the Norrell's family. Securing their stake would make you the largest shareholder. Subsequently, you could dilute Lu Fuxiong's equity through rights issues or new share offerings, effectively squeezing him out entirely. Additionally, our advisory team has prepared a contingency plan, engineering a trap in the secondary market to lure him into accepting a poisoned position, forcing him to redeem it using Hongqi shares. Here is the full operational blueprint. Wang Mengqi handed the document over. Ji Feng skimmed several pages, then shook his head. This gambit won't work. Lu Fuxiong has spent decades as a financial predator, amassing countless enemies, yet cultivating extreme caution as a survival instinct. A scheme so obviously baited would be spotted instantly. He'd never take the bait. A master hunter guards his feathers above all else. He would rather forego 10 opportunities than risk one misstep. When he strikes, it is always with absolute certainty. Therefore, setting such a trap was futile. To counter Lu Fuxiong, we must devise a subtler strategy. Ji Feng paused in thought, but no superior alternative came to mind. Dispatch agents to contact the Norrell's family immediately to determine whether they're truly willing to sell at what price and whether other bidders are already in the picture. Lin Yi, enter the market now. Aggressively acquire Hongqi Group shares. Buy every available lot. The Norrell's family, among the earliest colonial-era power brokers to settle in Hong Kong. Their reputation had never been sterling. When the elder Norls first arrived in Hong Kong, he bore the unmistakable insignia of empire, serving as commissioner of the Hong Kong police force. The family's fortune was built brick by brick during that era, much of it laundered through the infamous four great detectives who handled their darkest transactions. Under Weg Norls, the family tightened its grip on Hong Kong's energy lifeline. Yet fate intervened. When the Iron Lady stumbled in Beijing, her fall did more than shatter the Hang Seng Index. It rattled the very foundations of British capital in Hong Kong. Their golden age ended abruptly. The family's influence plummeted. Weg knew full well their origins were steeped in colonial privilege, and with Hong Kong's impending return lingering too long, risked reckoning with buried histories. He had long resolved to retreat to the mother country. Most assets had already been discreetly transferred overseas. Only Hongqi Group's equity remained still clutched tightly in his hands. Lu Fuxiong had coveted this prize for months, visiting repeatedly, openly declaring his intent to buy. But price? The Britons were shrewd, demanding 10 times the value for a penny's worth. And this was Hongqi Group, a crown jewel. Weg demanded an astronomical sum. Lu Fuxiong gritted his teeth and bargained, dragging negotiations interminably, still unresolved to this day. At precisely 9 o'clock this morning, Weg entered his office. His secretary knocked and announced, "Sir, a guest has arrived, claiming to represent the chairman of New Century Fund." New Century Fund. He knew it well. And he knew its young founder Ji Feng, a ruthless, razor-precise force on the stock exchange, feared for both his acumen and his audacity. Hearing the fund was preparing its inaugural round of financing, he had even pondered brokering an introduction. Who wouldn't want to profit? Without hesitation, he instructed his secretary to usher the visitor in. And so Wang Mengqi met Weg Norls. "Mr. Norls, it is an honor. I am Wang Mengqi, personal economic advisor to Mr. Ji Feng and his sole authorized representative on this matter. I am here today to inquire about your intentions regarding the sale of your Hongqi Group equity. May I ask, have you reached any agreement with a buyer?" Weg's eyes flashed with sudden keen interest. Lu Fuxiong was wealthy, undoubtedly among Hong Kong's elite financiers. But compared to Ji Feng, he paled in significance. Ji Feng was a true titan, commanding staggering liquidity, a player whose wealth flowed like oil from a gusher. "Mr. Ji Feng, are you also interested in the shares of Hongqi held by our Noers family?" He feigned surprise, but his tone betrayed a hint of eagerness. Wang Mengqi nodded. "To be honest, Mr. Ji currently holds 28% of Hongqi Group's shares." Noer's eyes shifted slightly. "So Mr. Ji intends to take full control of Hongqi." "Indeed, that is my intention." Wang Mengqi looked him straight in the eye. "I wonder, Mr. Noers, are you willing to transfer your shares to Mr. Ji?" Wega frowned. "Mr. Lu Fuxiong from Huarun Real Estate has been negotiating with me regarding an acquisition, and the talks have already begun." Upon hearing this, Wang Mengqi didn't even raise an eyebrow. She had thoroughly investigated before coming. There was simply no such deal. The foreigner was merely putting on a show. A single word: raise. "Mr. Ji is very sincere. Hongqi monopolizes the oil and gas supply in Xinjiang, being the only energy giant in the entire Hong Kong. If you want to acquire all the shares in your hands, the amount will naturally be substantial. We would like to hear what your psychological price is first." After a long detour, they finally got to the point. Wang Mengqi held up 5 fingers. Weg's eyes lit up and he blurted out, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Before his words faded, Wang Mengqi's fingertip nearly poked him in the nose. 5 billion. Is he still dreaming? Has Ji Feng gone mad? Or are you getting carried away? 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. She coldly interrupted. No, no, no. Wega shook his head like a rattle drum. The shares I hold are worth at least 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Lu Fuxiong offered 80 billion, and I didn't even bat an eye. Please inform Mr. Ji. Anything below 100 billion is non-negotiable. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. That is quite a bold stance. The entire valuation of Hongqi Group is just over 200 billion. He opens his mouth and bites off half. Does he think he holds half the empire? Wang Mengqi felt a churn in her stomach, but merely tugged at the corner of her mouth. Naturally, they didn't reach an agreement. However, Noers smiled broadly. Good prices are never begged for, they are forced out. The harder the clam and the snipe fight, the more the fisherman profits. He was eager for Ji Feng and Lu Fuxiong to clash, while he sat back waiting for the fish to jump into the net. As soon as Wang Mengqi left, Noers immediately called in his secretary. Spread the news. Ji Feng has his eyes on the Hongqi shares in our hands. The wind must rise before the fire can blaze brightly. Next, it will depend on how those two scramble, raise their bids, and grit their teeth. Back at the New Era building, Wang Mengqi recounted the meeting in detail. The nature of foreigners seeing money will never change in this lifetime. After hearing this, Ji Feng did not get angry, but instead he smiled. Well, now we don't have to rush to buy the goods from Noers. Wang Mengqi was taken aback and looked up at him. Ji Feng tapped the table with his fingertip. Mr. Lu is very clear-headed. As soon as I get involved, Wega will immediately raise the price. More buyers make the seller bolder. He wishes for both sides to fight to the death, so he can raise the price even higher. The more anxious we are, the bolder he becomes. Conversely, it also makes outsiders understand one thing: this share is not something anyone can take easily. With that, he leaned back, tapping the wooden table with his knuckles 3 times. The most urgent task now is to secure Lu Fuxiong as the major shareholder. Once he takes the main seat, nowheres will naturally soften. I may Gao Electronics, Huaran Real Estate. Are any of these not hard currency? The door suddenly pushed open. Li Ruodong walked in with her bag. Wang Mengqi, quick to notice, immediately stood up and smiled as she retreated. Why the frown? Do you have mountains of worries? She approached and gently brushed his forehead with her fingertips. Today the crew took a vacation and she calculated the days rushing over without even touching up her makeup. Is the filming going smoothly? Ji Feng reached out to pull her into his embrace. Especially smoothly. The script is solid and the director understands the actors. But I still prefer variety shows run brothers. Had me laughing until my stomach hurt. Her voice was bright, her eyes sparkled. She was tired but found it sweet. If you like it, just keep filming. His palm was warm, slowly sliding over her hair. Just as he was about to lean down to kiss her earlobe, she suddenly tilted her face up and said, Feng, you must be careful recently. Always let Brother Feng follow you when you go out. What happened? Zhang Zihao was acquitted and will be released next week. There are rumors outside that he might resume his old profession, specifically targeting wealthy individuals. She grasped his sleeve, her tone extremely low. You are currently the most eye-catching rich man in Xiangjiang, I'm afraid. He has his eyes on you. Zhang Zihao. As soon as that name popped up, Ji Feng's eyes darkened. The gold shop blood case, the armored car, Gunfight, the son of Li Jiaqing was kidnapped, and the robbery of old Guo from Zinhongdo. Each one was a headline that burned in the papers back then. The most troublesome gangster in Xiangjiang in 30 years, if few dared to mention his full name. Ji Feng stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. A thought emerged, dark yet precise. Lu Fuxiong, this time you really won't have it easy. He'll clear the scene for the Hong Kong entertainment actresses. Don't worry, if he really dares to come, Brother Feng and the others would welcome him. He patted her shoulder. Go to the lounge and rest for a bit. After I finish this call, I'll take you to shop in Causeway Bay and eat that wonton noodles you've been talking about for a long time. Upon hearing shopping, Li Ruotong's eyes instantly lit up as she turned around excitedly and entered the inner room. Ji Feng then took out his phone and pressed the dial button. Brother Feng, I need you to run an errand. Huaran Real Estate Office. Fat Lu Fuxiong hung up the phone, his brows furrowed tightly. He immediately summoned the team specifically formed for the acquisition of Hongqi and shouted at them. You all didn't know that Ji Feng cleaned out all the shares held by Li Jiaqing. What are you still talking about acquiring Hongqi? Are you trying to acquire heir? The news just confirmed over the phone. Ji Feng had already quietly taken all of Li Jiaqing's shares. Li Jiaqing is now empty-handed without a single bargaining chip left. Meanwhile, Lu Fuxiong's carefully prepared sniping Chengxing plan has completely turned into a one-man show with no audience. Ji Feng has already boarded a flight to London, heading straight for the Knowers family. You all are doing great. You didn't even know how many cups of coffee he drank before boarding. Did he only think of cleaning up after he had already stamped the seal of Hongqi? Lu Fuxiong was so angry that he stamped his feet, the floor vibrating, his face jiggling, and the oil on it almost splashed 3 meters away. Each member of the team hung their heads in silence, even lowering their breathing. None dared to raise their heads to respond. The portion of Hongqi shares held by Lease Real Estate will eventually be swallowed whole by Ji Feng. The delivery has not yet been completed, so move quickly and find a way to break the deadlock. This deal has been under their watch for almost 2 years, and they absolutely cannot let go. Chairman Mrs. Lee still holds all the shares of Lease Real Estate and Lease Winery. We can negotiate for these two first, and then secretly raise the stock price. Use this to trade with Ji Feng for Hongqi. If he resists, we can sell off and cash and then bleed him dry. Lu Fuxiong's pupils constricted as he immediately perked up. The two assets of Li combined far outweigh the shares of Hongqi. By leveraging this, Ji Feng has no reason not to yield. As for whether Mrs. Li would sell, he smirked. Just because the old lady wouldn't sell to Ji Feng doesn't mean she wouldn't sell for money. Prepare the car. Let's go to the private hospital now and see Mrs. Li. Copper Lantern Bay, Zhang family's villa. A fiery red convertible abruptly stopped in front of the iron gate. As the engine fell silent, several men rushed out from inside, their footsteps swift and purposeful. Brother Hao, you finally came out. Did you eat well inside, Oi? That detective surnamed Chun, I'll make sure he regrets it. The crowd surrounded the man in the red and white checkered short-sleeve shirt, vying to offer cigarettes, pat his shoulders, and lift the car door. The person getting out was none other than Zhang Zihao. Suffer. I had a single room in the detention center, and the food was better than at home. You should have seen that Chen's face in court. It was greener than pickled peppers that had been brined for 3 years. Still trying to convict me. Does he deserve it? Zhang Zihao laughed loudly, his laughter causing the leaves of the parasol trees to flutter down. 3 months ago, during that armored car robbery, he had made off with a total of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. It was his first big score. He didn't know how to hide or save, and he immediately dove into the gambling den to splurge. As a result, the serial number on the money led straight to the card table, and he was caught on the spot. He stubbornly refused to admit it, and his lawyer tore the evidence apart piece by piece. This morning, the judge ruled in court insufficient evidence, and he was acquitted. As he stepped out of the courthouse, cameras flashed like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Of course, this glory was only something he took seriously. Brother, how what about that, Shun? Should we deal with his whole family? Before his subordinate finished speaking, Zhang Zihao's expression suddenly turned cold, his throat tightening as he was about to respond. Enough. Gui Yanfang, holding a fresh green bamboo branch, casually got out of the car and interrupted him. She raised her hand and lightly slapped it on his arm. This was an old custom. Before stepping over the threshold, one should use a new branch to sweep away bad luck. In many southern places, people believed in this, but those who did often carried a bad omen themselves. The lawyer just called it. The claim against the police station has been initiated, and the compensation will be no less than 8 figures. What's the point of revenge? Making the police station pay is what relieves the anger. As soon as Gui Yanfang finished speaking, Zhang Zihao immediately nodded vigorously. Right. My wife is really clever. He wrapped his arms around her and turned to shout at his subordinates. All you do is throw punches and grab weapons. Can't you think a little? Learn from my wife. Why bother with those filthy cops? Making the police station pay me is what really shows strength. Right. Sister-in-law is amazing. I'm just a rough guy. How can I compare to my sister-in-law's brains? Brother Hao is truly blessed to have such a smart wife. A chorus of compliments buzzed around. Zhang Zihao was grinning from ear to ear, holding Gui Yanfang as they walked towards the villa. I'm going to change into something nice, celebrating my release tonight, and I'm treating. We'll eat at the big restaurant until we're full. I've been cooped up inside for months and my bones are almost moldy. I must go crazy today. Just as he stepped onto the 3rd step of the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. The front door was being hammered with a sound that shook the heavens. The force was so heavy that it felt like a hammer kicking the door. Who is it? In a hurry to die? Can you afford to break the door? One of his subordinates cursed and rushed over to open the door. Click. As the door opened a crack, before he could finish his curse, it got stuck in his throat, and he instinctively swallowed dry saliva. There were people everywhere. About 20 of them, all dressed in black suits, white shirts, and meticulously tied ties, their faces covered with sunglasses, standing neatly with icy stares that could cut through frost. You guys. He just opened his mouth when the man at the front raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face, sending him staggering against the wall. Then a group of people filed in, their leather shoes hitting the marble floor, sounding like drums. Zhang Zihao, who was just going up, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his heart sinking. Which gang are you from? Gui Yanfang stepped forward to ask. New City Company. The leader snorted and cast a glance around the living room, fixing his gaze on Zhang Zihao. He pointed a finger. That's the one. Before his words fell, several subordinates had already sprinted towards the staircase. Instinctively, he knew it was time to escape. Zhang Zihao felt the same. But just as he turned to step away, his foot slipped, his knee hit the edge of the step, and he fell straight down, seeing stars. As he tried to push himself up, the New City people had already surrounded him, pinning his arms down and forcibly dragging him downstairs. Brothers, my husband doesn't know you at all. He hasn't offended you. Gui Yanfang's voice trembled in urgency. She had certainly heard of New City Company. The new ruthless force emerging in Xiangjiang had already swallowed half of Kowloon. But why had they suddenly come knocking? And they specifically wanted to capture Zhang Zihao. What exactly do you want? Zhang Zihao's heart raced, but he shouted defiantly, what are you acting tough for? Don't yell so loudly. Why are you running? The other party sneered. Someone wants to discuss a business deal with you. Come with us honestly. Zhang Zihao deliberately stuck his neck out and yelled, you think you can just take me? I, Zhang Zihao, am not someone you can call upon whenever. Before his words fell, the leader swiftly pulled out a gun, pressing the muzzle against his forehead. Stop the nonsense. If you say another word, I'll blow your head off. After all, these were men of the underworld. Even in a sharp suit, their nature was still that of bloodshed. Reasoning, not a chance. With the gun against his forehead, it was a good day for him. If they truly angered him, fists and kicks would be the norm. Zhang Zihao's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In my life, I hate having a gun pointed at my head the most. Bang! The leader raised his hand and fired a shot at the floor. Oh! Debris flew with chips burst up high, and Gui Yanfang screamed in shock. The gun was then pressed back against Zhang Zihao's temple, icy and bone-chilling. If you dare to let out another sound I want, just keep it to this. It'll really blow you away. Zhang Zihao finally lowered his head. He had killed before. He had also fired a gun. But at this moment he was so scared that his entire body tightened. Fearful for his life, feeling real and helpless. The man truly dared to pull the trigger. Especially with the barrel pressed so clearly against his forehead, the heat from the gunpowder, scorching his skin, made his lower back tighten, almost causing him to lose control. He let the New City people shove him into a car, driving away. Only Gui Yanfang was left pale-faced and helpless, along with Zhang Zihao's stunned subordinates. Kowloon, the Dafahao clubhouse, now the base of New City Company. Alu hung up the phone and turned to shout into the private room, Brother Feng, they're here. as expected of a ruthless thug tough as nails, pointing a gun to his head and still daring to talk back. Huang Feng's mouth twitched after hearing this. Bring him in. Zhang Zihao was pushed into the private room, the hood pulled off, and lights flickered in front of him. Huang Feng stared at him, feeling a wave of frustration. It was just looking for someone who did it have to be done like a scene from a Hong Kong kidnapping movie. Afraid the neighbors wouldn't know he was in the underworld. The words clean slate were practically written on his face. Brother Feng, you all chat. Alu stood up and stepped back, his movements crisp and efficient. He understood listen to what needs to be heard and not ask anything that doesn't concern him. What good could Huang Feng expect from bringing a desperate man? Was he expecting him to pray for others? As the door to the private room closed, only Zhang Zihao and Huang Feng remained seated face to face. Mr. Zhang, I invited you here today to discuss a business deal. Huang Feng got straight to the point. Zhang Zihao's brow twitched. A business deal? Why was someone pointing a gun at my head? With a black bag thrown over me, I felt as if I had run into a human trafficker. What kind of business? He smiled coldly, his tone hard. I don't do business. The only deals worth discussing with me can be counted on one hand. What do you want to rob me? He had learned the ropes in the gang since he was young, knowing only how to wield a knife, smash places, and seize territory. Robbing a bank was a new skill he had only mastered in the past 2 years. Business. He hadn't studied much and was even afraid of signing a contract wrong. The only business he had ever handled was helping his family guard a tea shop. When he was little, that little money wouldn't even be enough to brew 3 bowls of herbal tea. I don't rob. Huang Feng smiled, pulling a photo from his pocket. But this matter may not be any worse than robbery. He slapped the photo down on the table, a frontal shot of Lu Fuxiong. Do you recognize him? Zhang Zihao picked it up, glanced at it, and shook his head. I've never heard of him. There were too many wealthy people in Xiangjiang, and the only name he remembered was Li Jiaqing. After all, his advertisements were everywhere. Lu Fuxiong, a wealthy tycoon in Xiangjiang, his fortune is on par with Li Jiaqing. Oh, Zhang Zihao raised his eyes. You want to rob him? Not rob, it's kidnapping. Huang Feng swallowed hard, nearly biting down on his molars. What other words did you have in your mind besides rob? This man is our boss' old rival. The boss doesn't want bloodshed, he just wants him to suffer a bit. Mr. Zhang is surely familiar with this kind of work. Before he finished speaking, he pushed over a check, 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Zihao's gaze fixed on the paper, his pupils suddenly constricting. A full 200 million. As long as you take this job, 200 million will be credited immediately. After that, how much ransom you want, how to negotiate, and how to release the person, all will be up to you. Nothing to do with Xinqing at all. Of course, this matter will be entirely your personal undertaking. Zhang Zihao stared at Huang Feng, his voice dry. Do you really dare to let me kidnap someone? The money belongs to me, and the ransom will also belong to me. His mind was buzzing. Risking half his life to rob an armored car had only yielded 100 million. Kidnapping someone and the deposit alone was double that. Could the ransom still go into my own pocket? Could such a thing as falling gold bricks from the sky really exist? That's right. Huang Feng nodded firmly. The boss just wants him to disappear for a few days. The rest, no questions asked, no interference, no recognition. Boss Zhang, do you dare to take it? Without a word, Zhang Zihao grabbed the photo and the check, stuffing them into his pocket. With the money right in front of him, hesitating for half a second was a waste. I accept this business. Lu Fuxiong's movements I will keep an eye on. Just wait for my notice. Huang Feng filled 2 glasses with wine and handed one to Zhang Zihao. Mr. Zhang, may our cooperation be successful. Successful. 2 days later. Zinjiyuan building. Yang Chun hurriedly pushed open the door and burst into Ji Feng's office. Boss, the private detective just reported Lu Fuxiong has completely acquired the Li family's liquor and real estate businesses from Mrs. Li. The contract has just been signed, and he's still lying in the hospital. Our people have not taken their eyes off him for a moment. Ji Feng had personally set up the intelligence network earlier. Yang Chun was the overall person in charge of this line. From the first meeting between Lu Fuxiong and Mrs. Li, all interactions, calls, and financial transactions were tracked within Yang Chun's network. Finally, it has come to fruition. That Lu guy was truly dragging his feet. Ji Feng scoffed. He wasn't in a hurry, he was just waiting for this moment. Waiting for Lu Fuxiong to grasp the equity in his hands. He turned to Huang Feng. Let's take action. Got it. Huang Feng's lips curled up, his phone already pressed to his ear, the dialing sound crisp and clear. At the same time, Lu Fuxiong had just signed the papers and was humming a tune as he walked out of the hospital entrance. The old lady was bedridden after a stroke, but was still very stubborn. Fortunately, he used both soft and hard tactics, first paying the hospital to give her special attention, then moving her into a single room for rest. In reality, this was a form of de facto imprisonment coupled with mental pressure. It depended on how Lu Fuxiong would play it. For someone who had long been playing golf and used his club as a scepter, how could the old lady withstand his force? As he reached the car, he turned back and waved to a few subordinates. Return to the company and stand by. When I walk in tomorrow, I want to see a complete sniping plan. As he finished speaking, he opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The first thing he asked the driver was, have the flowers for Miss Li been delivered? Recently, he had been pursuing Miss Li Jiasen, last year's beauty pageant champion and the public girlfriend of an Aijinjing. He had spotted her at a banquet that night and went home sleepless. After that, he sent flowers, everyday gifts, dates, and even managed to sneak into the old man's birthday banquet to stalk her. An Aijin. He couldn't even be bothered to remember the full name. The Ni family was merely living off a pen name in his eyes. Not even a bottle of vintage whiskey from the Li family cellar was worth as much. Although Li Jiasen had not given an Ni, Jean was already at his breaking point. Which man could endure having his girlfriend pursued like this? Their arguments were growing fiercer. The Ni family wore a face of disdain, looking down on her, as if she were a joke. Li Jiasen's heartache widened. Lu Fuxiong knew clearly the timing was right, only a final push was needed. It's been delivered. The driver replied succinctly. Drive to Miss Li's house. He waved his hand and pulled out his phone to call his secretary. Book the top floor box at Yunding. I want to invite Miss Li to dinner tonight at 7. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Yet his mind was calculating another matter: how to pry Ji Feng out of the Li family business. Ji Feng had 2 listed companies under his name, Zhenjiuan Real Estate and Lease Real Estate. The former was originally Hanjing, but he had swallowed it whole. Now holding over 70% of the shares, it was like an iron barrel, utterly unapproachable. There was only this narrow opening with Lease Real Estate left. To be honest, Lu Fuxiong felt a bit uneasy. He had participated in many sniper battles, but this one was even tougher than when he had swallowed Huarun Real Estate. The difficulty lay in, Ji Feng was too stable. The only chance for a turnaround was to raise the stock price and then pressure him with a crash, forcing Ji Feng to buy back the shares he held at a high price, and then suggest using Hanki's equity as a trade. But this move was too risky. Ji Feng wasn't a fool. How could he let Lu Fuxiong treat the stock price like a kite? Lu Fuxiong was pondering how to increase his odds. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes. The tires bit into the asphalt, raising 2 billowing clouds of black smoke. Lu Fuxiong was caught off guard, his forehead hitting the back of the front seat with a thud. Damn. A purple bump immediately rose on his forehead, and he covered his head, cursing. What the hell are you doing braking? Do you want to kill me? The driver, however, paid no attention to his shout. His eyes were fixed on the van blocking the road ahead. It had come in without warning, abruptly halting in their path. To avoid it, the driver had slammed the brakes. Mr. Lu, that car is suspicious. Call the police quickly. The driver felt a chill. Who stops a car like that? What's wrong? Lu Fuxiong rubbed his forehead, unconcerned. Who cares? It's just a piece of scrap metal. Just as the words left his mouth, the side door of the van swung open with a loud clang. 5 dark figures jumped out, their heads covered, holding not handguns, but submachine guns. They rushed to the car, guns pointed squarely at the body. Mr. Lu, what should we do? The driver's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Stay calm. Lu Fuxiong felt sweat rolling down his face, but his mind remained clear. Lock the doors. This car is a bulletproof model. I paid a fortune for it. As long as we're inside, bullets can't penetrate. He trembled as he pulled out his phone. Would he say he wasn't afraid of being kidnapped? That would be a lie. His hands shook violently, pressing all the wrong buttons. The emergency number in Shangjiang isn't the same 3 digits as in the mainland. Just as he struggled to redial, outside a few men shouted 3 times, yet there was no response from inside the car. The car doors remained tightly shut, and no one replied. Zhang Zihao opened fire. Damn it, let's force our way in. He shouted at his men. Bang! Bang! Bullets rained down on the driver's seat. He didn't dare shoot Lu Fuxiong. He needed him alive for ransom. The driver. It didn't matter. Yet the anticipated scene of shattering glass and bloodshed did not materialize. A burst of bullets left only spiderweb-like scratches on the window, which did not shatter at all. Brother, how it's bulletproof? One of the underlings stomped his foot in frustration. This thing can't be smashed open. We don't have time. The old man is inside making a call. Should I retreat now? Someone's legs felt weak, fearing that if they waited too long, the police would close in from the back. Damn. Zhang Zihao spat. Give me the explosives. Are you going to hide like a turtle? Do you think I don't have other options? He was already a ruthless character who would later be dubbed the King of Thieves. Return empty-handed. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. He understood better. If he missed this opportunity, it would be as hard as climbing to the heavens to move against Lu Fuxiong again. Moreover, this job wasn't a spurofement decision. It was a paid job with a client specifically requesting a person. If he took the money but failed to deliver, not only would he break the rules of the underworld, but the other party would never let him off easily. He had heard from his wife that the client was from Xinjiang, a newly emerging gang in Xiangjiang rooted in the walled city, full of seasoned players. If he truly provoked them in Xiangjiang, he wouldn't even have a place to breathe. Setting all that aside, inside the car was a lucrative target with a haul that could be worth at least 10 billion. Little brother, quickly bring out the explosives from the van. The explosives were homemade. They had all crafted them by hand. Their power was no joke. They might even be more potent than the regular stuff. Zhang Zihao grabbed the explosive package without hesitation and slammed it against the car door. The driver witnessed the whole scene. His face turned ashen. His voice broke as he screamed at Lu Fuxiong, "Explosives! Explosives!" Lu Fuxiong, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly looked up and was met with the sight of a dark, sticky mass on the window. His hand trembled, and the phone clattered to the ground. His mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. He was still human, not made of iron. Who isn't afraid of explosives? Moreover, that thing was right under his nose. If it exploded, he might not even leave behind ashes. How could he not feel weak? A glance outside showed the few thugs retreating in unison. Lu Fuxiong's heart tightened, nearly leaping out of his throat. They're going to light it. What should we do? It was a critical moment. Zhang Zihao had just raised his gun, aiming directly at the explosive package. Lu Fuxiong no longer cared about his dignity. Survival was more important. Don't ignite it. He shoved the car door open, stumbling out, and shouting at Zhang Zihao, "I'll get out." "I'm getting out now." Zhang Zihao grinned, stepping forward, grabbing Lu Fuxiong's arm, and pulling him back. "If you had been so straightforward, why bother with the hassle? Don't worry. I keep my word, as long as the money arrives, not a single hair on your head will be harmed." Lu Fuxiong was forcibly shoved into the van. "Brother, what about the driver?" one of the underlings asked while climbing into the car. Zhang Zihao didn't respond. He simply raised his hand and shot. Bang! It hit the explosive package directly. Boom! The deafening sound. The shockwave sent the underlings tumbling backwards. The car was instantly blown apart, burning into a twisted lump of iron. The driver was left with not even a shadow. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Lu Fuxiong turned to look at the pile of charred wreckage, his lips turning blue, cold sweat streaming down his temples. He realized too late. If he had been half a second late getting out of the car, it would have been him lying there. Everyone got into the car. The engine roared, and the van spun around, speeding away. Inside the car, Lu Fuxiong huddled in a corner, afraid that these desperate men might turn on him, quickly saying, "Gentlemen, please, I only ask for my life, or I'll pay. I have money. The money is yours. This matter is between heaven and earth. I will not leak a single word." Zhang Zihao smiled. This fat man was smart. "Ransom, how much are you willing to offer?" Lu Fuxiong blurted out, 10 billion. 10 billion. Zhang Zihao was taken aback. Did he just throw out that number? He had originally planned for a cap of 5 billion, enough for his brothers to live comfortably for 10 years. He didn't expect the other party to double it. Seeing Zhang Zihao frown, Lu Fuxiong thought he found the offer too low and immediately raised it 20 billion. "Don't harm me, let me go back. I'll have my wife raise 20 billion immediately, not a penny less." Just then, several police cars roared and screeching to a halt at the intersection of the outer ring road. Inspector Chen Qian opened the door and jumped out. She had just received the order of vehicle explosion on the outer ring road, hurried to the scene. But as she looked around, she was bewildered. Where was the explosion? Wasn't it said that a car exploded? Where's the car? She turned to stare at the officers behind her, her expression heavy. "Are you sure it's here?" The officers were also confused, nodding blankly. "This is the location reported by the command center." What a joke. If it really exploded, where is the car? There should be some remnants like parts, debris, oil stains, or scorch marks. But all she saw was an empty expanse, not even a tire mark in sight. Immediately called back to headquarters to verify the coordinates. Chen Qian turned to the officers, her tone decisive. The only evidence left on the ground were 2 tire tracks, the sole indication that a vehicle had passed through. But this proved nothing. Such marks are too common on highways. On any main road, one can find dozens of them. Inspector Chen, headquarters, just confirmed. This is the place. An officer raised the phone just as his words fell. Chen Qian snatched the phone from him, her movements swift. "This is Inspector Chen Qian. I have arrived at the explosion site you reported. There are no traces of explosion or burn, nor any destroyed vehicles here. Immediately retrieve all surveillance footage from the incident area to verify if an explosion actually occurred." She was already suspicious. It was likely someone had nothing better to do and was treating the police call as a joke. This kind of blunder was not her first encounter. When she had just become a probationary inspector, someone had called 999 frantically, claiming to be kidnapped. She had rushed into the apartment only to find the person lying on the couch, eating chips, grinning, and saying, "Let's see how fast the police respond." "Sorry, Inspector Chen Qian. The surveillance equipment on that road broke down 3 months ago and hasn't been repaired since." Under the jurisdiction of the ever-setting sun, systemic neglect had long become the norm. Equipment lay dormant, work orders piled up, and no one intervened or inquired. Our resignation to decay had become the default protocol. Chen Qian's lips tightened. She ended the call without a word. Lifting her gaze, she swept across the ceaseless river of traffic, then lowered it to fix upon 2 faint tire marks etched into the pavement. Seeking eyewitnesses. It was like fishing for a single needle in a harbor. There remained only one path forward: return to the reporting party for a face-to-face interrogation. She slipped silently into the vehicle, her voice cold and unyielding. The scene had been rendered so immaculately clean because moments after Zhang Zihao departed, others arrived to haul away the obliterated car, scraping even the ash from the ground until not a trace remained. Someone had covered it all. And those who did were seasoned veterans, former special forces operatives whose very instincts were forged in the art of concealment and evasion.
Had time permitted, even a sliver more Chin might never have spotted those 2 shallow grooves at all. Why go to such lengths? Every order originated with Ji Feng. Off phone. Zhang Zihao has struck. The car exploded violently, and Lu Fuxiong's driver was killed on the spot. I've dispatched personnel to clear the scene. The police made a perfunctory sweep and walked away empty-handed. Huang Feng's voice crackled through the receiver. At the words exploded car, Ji Feng's brow furrowed faintly. Does this man wish the entire city to know he's abducted Lu Fuxiong? He's grown tired of living. Fortunately, he'd anticipated precisely such chaos, deploying operatives to follow in Zhang Zihao's wake and contain the fallout. Otherwise, the entire operation would have collapsed on the spot. Is there truly no lead whatsoever on the police side? Hard to say for certain, but even if suspicion arises, they'll be utterly incapable of piercing the truth anytime soon. Ji Feng nodded once. Burn every piece of physical evidence. Erase every trace. Personnel stand ready. Now, we wait for Zhang Zihao to take center stage and perform. Hua-Rin Real Estate. Inside the CEO's office, Wang Tongwan bent over documents, her hair drawn back with fastidious precision. She and Lu Fuxiong had met while studying overseas. Courtship returned to Hong Kong marriage. Each step followed without deviation. Back then, she sold her ancestral home and mortgaged every asset she owned to raise Lu Fuxiong's first round of startup capital. Together, they founded Mei Gao Electrical Appliances, scaling it from a roadside stall to a listed company on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Later, the acquisition of Hua-Rin Real Estate was executed entirely under her command. Lu Fuxiong stood where he did today not by chance, but because she built the ladder, steadied the handrail, and steered the helm. Every ruthless lightning-fast maneuver on the stock market, ostensibly executed by Lu Fuxiong, was in truth her own strategic hand placing each decisive move. A formidable will. Genuine mastery. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone jolted sharply. Without lifting her eyes, Wang Tongwan snatched the receiver with her left hand, while her right continued signing the final line of the document. This is Wang Tongwan. Wife, I've been kidnapped. Save me quick. Lu Fuxiong's voice shrieked, distorted with panic through the receiver. Her fingers stilled, her brow knitted slightly, but she neither rose nor flinched. Though married in name, that thin veil had long since shredded, irreparably, when Lu Fuxiong first amassed his first 10 million. Once wealthy, he cycled through women faster than suits. At first, he hid them from her. Later, he brazenly hosted parties at their mid-levels villa, with staff trained to bypass her floor entirely. She had felt the chill, endured humiliation, but shed not a single tear for him thereafter. The last vestige of affection dissolved into silence. Wang Tongwan had sentenced this marriage to death long ago, in her heart, though her lips had yet to utter the verdict. When Lu Fuxiong called, pleading for rescue, her throat constricted, and a sharp, icy laugh escaped. So now you remember you have a wife. Wife, lives are at stake. Stop playing games. This isn't the time. They're actually willing to kill. At least I'm your son's father. Do it for the child's sake. He pleaded breathlessly, voice trembling, palms slick with sweat, yet inwardly recited fiercely, that woman long drained of spirit surely won't watch me die with open eyes. Mrs. Lu. Zhang Zihao took the phone, his tone measured and unhurried. My name is Zhang Zihao. You've just heard Mr. Lu's plea. Call the police. Then he'll never see daylight again. Silence crashed down on the other end, so absolute it chilled the air. After a long suspended pause, Wang Tongwan spoke. Don't harm him. Name your terms. 23 years of marriage. Even love exhausted, she could not stand idle. The phone remained on speaker mode. Lu Fuxiong heard every syllable clearly. The moment Zhang Zihao finished speaking, his back drenched in cold sweat, his pulse hammering against his eardrums. Only when he heard Wang Tongwan utter, "Don't harm him," did he exhale violently, shoulders collapsing in exhausted relief. 20 billion Hong Kong dollars, in cash, all in old banknotes. Wang Tongwan's face paled to ashen gray. I need time. 20 billion in physical currency. What bank could disburse it instantly, let alone restrict it to obsolete notes? Mei Gao Electrical dealt heavily in cash flow, but its accounts held nothing near that sum. Hua-Rin Real Estate retained modest liquidity, insufficient even to fill a thimble. She would need to mobilize funds across institutions, negotiate emergency loans, and orchestrate overnight transfers. Granted. Begin immediately. I await your confirmation. Zhang Zihao's voice dropped low and lethal. My people are watching you. Any deception or police interference, and Lu Fuxiong dies on the spot. Wang Tongwan responded without hesitation. The money will be secured. Only spare his life. His safety ensures every cent arrives intact. I'll await your word. Don't keep me waiting too long. With that, Hao Gu severed the call and tossed the phone to a subordinate. Turning toward Lu Fuxiong, slumped in the corner, face glistening with oil and sweat, eyes darting wildly, he scoffed. Your wife. Truly remarkable. How many times have you worn green hats abroad? How many years have you strutted unchallenged? Yet she still clings to your life with gritted teeth. Lu Fuxiong managed a bitter smile, his throat parched. Hearing her repeat, "Don't harm him," seared his chest.
A sudden scalding realization what he owed her ran far deeper than he'd ever imagined. Set sail. Zhang Zihao jerked his chin toward a subordinate. The fishing boat's engine roared to life. Mr. Liu, until the funds clear you'll accompany us at sea for several days of fresh fish and salt-laced wind. Meanwhile, the moment the call ended, Wang Tongwan dialed Fan Ji, the senior executive of HSBC, on his private line requesting one thing only: urgent withdrawal of a massive volume of legacy Hong Kong banknotes. Not a single word mentioned Lu Fuxiong's abduction, not out of fear of Zhang Zihao's threats, but dread of leaks. If news broke that the chairman had been kidnapped, both Mei Gao Electrical and Huarin Real Estate would plummet into collapse by morning. As a major shareholder herself, the financial loss would be severe, but worse was the risk of opportunistic predators seizing the chaos, hostile takeovers, predatory short squeezes. Lu Fuxiong had spent years ruthlessly manipulating markets, amassing enemies by the dozen, each awaiting this precise moment to strike mercilessly. At that very instant, Ji Feng received the report. Scarcely had Yang Chen finished recounting the sequence when Ji Feng arched a brow. 20 billion. Zhang Zihao's mouth truly knows no bounds. He recalled the man well. Zhang Ziqiang, the thief king, whose most audacious ransom demand in decades had been the abduction of Li Ju. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now, thanks to Ji Feng's intervention, Zhang Ziqiang had doubled the sum outright. Yet Ji Feng felt no concern, only quiet satisfaction. After all, Zhang Zihao was never meant to survive. Those billions would inevitably find their way into Ji Feng's own vaults. Where are Zhang Zihao and his men now? All aboard the vessel. Yang Chen responded instantly. Maintain tight surveillance on the police. Report any movement to me immediately. At the entrance of the New Era building, Su Ku turned off the engine and looked at Li Lianjia, who was hesitating to get out of the car in the passenger seat. Come on, stop dawdling and get out. The two had met years ago in the United States and had since become close friends. The male lead of this film must possess genuine martial arts skills. Superficial posturing would not hold up on camera. More importantly, the boss intended to build a long-term franchise in the superhero genre. The main character could not be just anyone. After auditioning several candidates, all were rejected. In the end, Li Lianjia was the first person he thought of. Can it really happen? Li Lianjia still gripped the car door handle, his brows knitted in concern. Jia has made it very clear. Yongsheng is afraid of offending them and won't dare to work with me. I'm truly worried about dragging you down. He had become famous after coming to Hong Kong with the Shaolin series. As a result, he was set up by his former agent in collusion, with Jia signing a contract that was nearly unreasonable. He was unwilling to accept it and confronted them, leading to a public fallout. Jia even sent people to confine him at home, threatening that anyone who dared to use Li Lianjia would be challenging Jia. He had no choice but to flee to the United States to avoid the storm. He thought he would take a 2-year break before returning to Hong Kong with a new agent, but unexpectedly he was injured in a street attack recently. Both the underworld and legitimate businesses were causing him trouble, and he had packed his bags just waiting for a ticket back to the mainland. Unexpectedly, Su Ke suddenly came to invite him to play the male lead in a movie. He had been indecisive. After much persuasion from Su Ke, he reluctantly agreed to come. But when he arrived at the building entrance, his feet felt as if they were nailed to the seat, unable to move an inch. Jia had deep roots controlling both the underworld and legitimate businesses. His former agent had lost his job and livelihood because of him. He was afraid that this time he would drag Su Ke into the mud. What do you mean dragging down? Don't worry, the sky won't fall. In the end, with Su Ke's genuine reassurances, Li Lianjia followed him into Ji Feng's office. He had just returned to Hong Kong and had never heard of Ji Feng's name, let alone seen him in person. When he opened the door and saw him, he was stunned. He was so young. Is he the big boss? Surely he can't be the boss' son filling in. In his impression, anyone who could sit in such a high position had to be grizzled and had toiled for decades to establish themselves. Surprised too, Ji Feng smiled at his dazed expression. Inside, he was overjoyed. This was a martial arts superstar, a hard character capable of standing toe-to-toe with Cheng Long in the future, a surefire golden goose. Li Lianjia instinctively shook his head and quickly forced out an awkward smile, not knowing where to put his hands. My father was one of the 4 shipping kings of Hong Kong, and he passed away 8 months ago. As soon as he said this, Li Lianjia suddenly understood. So he was a wealthy second-generation heir. With his father gone, he had taken over the family business. No wonder he was so young, yet his aura was not inferior to the older generation. Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Ke already began to introduce Mr. Ji is a young prodigy. He took over Hyson from Li Jiaqing and swallowed up the entire Li family line. The JIS convenience stores you saw on the way, the instant noodles the crew eats, and the spicy strips you always have, are all under Mr. JIS ownership. He didn't rely on family wealth. Everything was earned through his own hard work. Li Lianji's eyes widened as he stared at Ji Feng in astonishment. Stealing business from Li Jiaqing. He had never even heard of such a thing. In his understanding, it was almost like a fairy tale. Ji Feng did not give him time to ponder. Su Ke quickly turned to Ji Feng and said, Mr. Jia has genuine martial arts skills.
and the Hong Kong audience recognizes him. I suggest he be our film's male lead. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Ji Feng eagerly. Asking Li Lianjie to join without any selfish motives would be a lie. His friend was stuck in a quagmire, and he wanted to lend a hand. But more importantly, this movie had to succeed. With Ah Jia on screen, Su Ku felt assured the box office crown would surely belong to this film. I trust director Zu's judgment. Ji Feng smiled. I won't interfere with the crew's affairs. The female lead has been decided, the rest of the cast is up to you to finalize. I'm an outsider, you're the expert. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Upon hearing this, Su Ke's heart warmed. This was not mere politeness, it was genuine trust. Don't worry, boss. The city will be on alert, EUI will definitely produce quality work. All he could do at this moment was express his determination. Ji Feng lightly nodded, and then turned his gaze to Li Lianjie. Which company are you signed with now, eh? Li Lianjie was destined to be a renowned martial arts superstar. He had a name in Hollywood, though slightly less than Cheng Long. However, Cheng Long had Jia backing him, providing constant resources and support, allowing him to steadily step into the international scene. Li Lianjie had not been as fortunate in his later years, largely because he lacked a reliable supporter willing to invest money and take risks. If Ji Feng signed him now and fully supported him in breaking into Hollywood, not necessarily surpassing Cheng Long, but at least ensuring that the world remembers a name that stands on par with Cheng Long. Money was a minor issue. Helping him open up the market and bringing the entire company's talents into the spotlight was the long-term goal. Thus, Ji Feng was genuinely considering it. I haven't signed with any company yet. Li Lianjie replied succinctly. Are you interested in joining New Era Media? Ji Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this, as he immediately extended the invitation. Su Ku had previously informed him about the details of New Era Media. Although it was a new brand, the person at the helm was one of the three giants of the former New City. They had no shortage of funds, held more than half of Hong Kong's cinema market, and controlled the lifeline of TVB. This was no mere startup company, it was clearly a colossal entity. Given such a platform, how could Li Lianjie not be tempted? But he was afraid to nod easily, worried about dragging others down. Mr. Jia is currently facing some difficulties. Su Ku, seeing his silence, quickly spoke up for him, explaining the situation. Clearly Jia had already torn their face, the Triads were also eyeing him, and even the newly hired agent had been murdered on the spot. In recent days, unfamiliar faces had been loitering around his residence, just waiting to stir up trouble. Li Lianjie continued, Mr. Ji, I genuinely want to join New Era Media. But if I sign, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to the company. Trouble? Ji Feng suddenly laughed, his tone filled with disdain. Is that what you call trouble? Just sign the contract, you don't need to worry about Jia. No matter how big the issue is, the company will handle it. His words were resolute. Jia, what kind of entity is that? They only have some connections in the underworld, and even that old man Xiao Yifu is better, at least he has Li's backing. Jia has nothing behind it. Director Su, contact Mr. Sure immediately and sign the highest specification contract. Understood, Mr. Ji. Su Ku responded promptly. Seeing that Li Lianjie was still hesitating, Ji Feng added, once you sign, the company will immediately assign a dedicated agent to you. You can focus on acting without worrying about anything else. After tonight, no one will come looking for trouble with you. Hearing his tone was so firm, Li Lianjie finally relaxed. He silently calculated if Ji Feng truly couldn't handle it, he would pack his bags and leave Hong Kong, ensuring he wouldn't drag down any newcomers or new ventures. Then he followed Su Ku to find Shi Tian to complete the signing procedures. Although the contract period was long, the company promised on the spot, as long as he was willing, he could establish a personal studio at any time and even invest in helping him set up his own film company. There was no fixed standard for his salary, and future payments would be dynamically adjusted according to personal development. The most crucial part was the economic cooperation clauses. All income from film and television projects or commercial endorsements outside the company would be distributed at a 7,030 ratio, the company taking 30 and he receiving 70. If he participated in activities organized by the company or starred in films produced by the company, there would be no labor commission. Moreover, once the box office of the films produced by the company reached a certain standard, he would also receive additional box office bonuses. The Nine Dragons. Deep Sea Bar, the headquarters of the Tai Hing gang. At present, the factions of the Hong Kong underworld are in chaos. In addition to the old large groups like New Record, He Lian Sheng, and the Number Gang, and the rapidly rising New City, numerous small gangs have sprung up everywhere. Some of them don't even have notable names, with only a few dozen young men barely scraping by. This shows how the authorities have long let the Hong Kong underworld ecosystem run wild. Tai Hing Gang is rooted in 9 dragons of medium size, with just over 200 members. The leader Chin Tai Hing is in his 40s, born in Haojiang, who ventured to Hong Kong in his early years and single-handedly established this gang. A few years ago, he seized the opportunity presented by the booming film industry and opened a production company, having filmed several movies, thus forging a close relationship with Jia. Especially with Luo Daxin, he has a very close friendship. This time, the suppression of Li Lianjie was driven jointly by the two of them.
Even Li Lianji's original agent was arranged to be removed by them. As soon as I entered, I heard my little brother say you were here. Chen Taihing pushed open the private room door and saw Luo Daxin sitting there, his brow tightly furrowed, his face pale. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Who has upset you? Luo Daxin, upon hearing this, exploded with anger. Who else could it be? That mainland kid. That mainland kid. Li Lianjia. What trouble has he caused now? Chen Taihing asked while taking his seat. That kid. He actually signed with a new company. Has he gone mad? Luo Daxin smashed his teacup upon receiving the news in the afternoon. He thought that by getting rid of his new agent, intimidating him through the gang, and applying pressure from Jiahe Li Lianjia, would either obediently return to the fold, continuing to be a loyal cash cow, or he would disgracefully roll back to the mainland, never to establish himself in Hong Kong. Who would have thought that a new company would suddenly emerge and take him in without a second thought? What infuriated him further was that someone actually dared to defy Jiahe's ban and forcibly take Li Lianjia away. Now his identity as an agent was rendered practically meaningless, and the path to profit was completely blocked. Ultimately, Luo Daxin's strategy was to take advantage of Li Lianji's newcomer status, his lack of roots and support. Even now, he still believes that this mainland kid cannot stir up any significant waves. Brother Chen quickly called the brothers to take some action. Let this kid know his own worth. How dare he switch jobs? He's really asking for trouble. Luo Daxin gritted his teeth, planning to give Li Lianjia a harsh lesson. As for the new era media that signed Li Lianjia, he had already considered asking Jiahe to apply heavy pressure later. Crack. Before he could finish speaking, the private room door was suddenly slammed open. A little brother stumbled in, his voice trembling. Boss. It's bad. The boss of New City, Lu, brought nearly 100 people and came over. They drove all the customers out of the bar. From the looks of it, everyone is armed. They are likely here to smash the place. The little brother's face was pale, his legs trembling. The other side was simply too aggressive, too terrifying. What? Chen Taihing stood up abruptly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Although New City is a rising star, they are well-established, ruthless, and with a wild background. Their predecessors were outlaws from walled cities, and when they strike, they show no mercy. His small band of men would be insufficient against New City even to fill the gaps. Moreover, he had never provoked New City. If anyone were to grab territory, it should have been the number gang, or EG-DUI, not him. He couldn't care less about Luo Daxin still being in the room, and he dashed out at full speed towards the hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw Lu in a perfectly tailored suit sitting steadily at the bar, a cigar between his fingers with a glass of amber whiskey in front of him, smoke swirling, utterly unmoved. Behind him were more than 100 people, all dressed in the New City-style black suits, black shoes, black ties, completely filling the hall. All the original customers in the bar had long since fled, not a single one left. His 20 or so subordinates stood scattered a few steps away from him, back straight, but their eyes filled with fear. Looking at those dressed in black, they hardly resembled gangsters. They looked just like a group of black leopards eyeing their prey. Lugu, your esteemed self has arrived. I, Chen Taihing, am truly. Chen Taihing forced a smile, quickly approaching. Lu didn't even lift his eyelids, waving his hand to cut off the conversation. Stop acting here. That guy with the surname Luo. What was it again? He momentarily faltered, glancing back. Lugu, it's Luo Daxin. Right? Luo Daxin. Where is he? Bring him out so we can talk together. Al's tone was light, as if he were ordering a side dish. He tilted his head back for a drink, smacking his lips, then turned to the trembling bartender behind the bar and shouted, Who made this drink? It tastes awful. Who would pay for this kind of stuff? Is this what you'd give to a beggar? The bartender opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He wanted to slip away. But just as he lifted his leg half an inch, he froze. Lu was sitting right in front of him, the ashtray still emitting smoke, and he no longer had the courage to turn around. Chen Taihing was sweating at his temples, not daring to hesitate. Although he didn't know why Lu was looking for Luo Daxin, he immediately sent someone to call for him. When Luo Daxin was dragged in, he saw the hall full of black-attired men and was instantly stunned. What kind of gang is this? Which underworld faction is this, dressed in sharp suits and perfectly tied ties, looking like bank managers? This is Lu Gu, the boss of New City. Chen Taihing tightly grasped Luo Daxin's arm, forcibly pushing him forward. Although Luo Daxin wasn't officially from a gang, he was half a foot in the circle. Of course, he had heard of New City. Suddenly emerging, they forcefully tore apart the existing three major forces in Hong Kong, compelling the underworld to rearrange its hierarchy and become one of the four greats. Moreover, there were whispers that a truly formidable figure was backing New City, someone whose mere stomp could shake the entire city. Without this significant support, how could New City stand strong for 3 years and dominate for 5? Hello, Lugu. I am Luo Daxin. He forced a smile, bending slightly, his voice soft and flat. Slap. Lu slowly laid down his cigar, but his hand moved like lightning, delivering a slap to Luo Daxin's face. Luo Daxin's vision erupted into a white flash, his ears ringing. Had it not been for Chen Taihing holding him back, he would have crumpled to the ground. Stunned, he forgot to feel the pain. I heard you've been quite arrogant lately. Ales's lips curled up, but his eyes held no trace of a smile. Luo Daxin was dazed, his mind racing. Who did I offend? Why did he slap me right away? Lugu, where should I start with this? Collaborating with Jiahe to set up Li Lianjia, then immediately threatening people. Do you think there are no laws in Hong Kong? Luo Daxin shuddered, all over understanding everything. His heart sank. Damn it. That mainland kid actually got connected to New City. No. He shook his hands, repeatedly speaking rapidly like a machine gun. I truly didn't know he was someone under your protection, Lugu. I was blind. You have a magnanimous character. I will back off immediately and never touch a single hair on Li Lianji's head again. He changed his face faster than flipping a book, and just a moment ago, he was still holding on. Now he wished he could bury his head in his pants. Yes. It was purely a misunderstanding. Chen Taihing quickly interjected, smiling and diverting the topic. Lugu, rest assured no one will dare touch Li Lianjia from now on. Looking at my little bit of thin face, let this matter go, okay? Bang. Before the words had even left his mouth, Lu raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick straight to Chen Taixing's chest. Chen Taixing let out a muffled groan and crashed onto his back, his skull striking the floor with a dull thud. Who the hell do you think you are? I gave you face. Do you even deserve it? Li Lianjia's agent was slashed into critical condition. Did you really believe I couldn't trace who handed down that blade? Lu snatched up his cigar and hurled it violently to the ground. Sparks exploded in all directions. Do you want to die? Chen Taixing scrambled forward on hands and knees, then dropped flat, before Lu pressing his forehead hard against the floor. Brother Lu, I was wrong. I was utterly wrong. I'll visit him in person tomorrow to apologize. Medical fees, lost wages, compensation for emotional distress. I'll cover it all. Not a single cent less. Having survived decades in Hong Kong's Triad Underworld and kept his branch intact amid relentless tides of change, was never about brute force. It was about clarity of mind, knowing precisely when to bow low and when to kneel without hesitation. To challenge Xinqing. He didn't possess the means, not even remotely. Should Xinqing truly decide to act, they could erase him, name, reputation, and life, beneath the dark waters of Victoria Harbor within a single night. Thus apology and submission were not mere formalities. They were the only path to survival. A man is dead. The killer must answer for his crime. At those words, Chen Taixing bobbed his head frantically like a devotee in frantic prostration. I'll have him surrender at the police station first thing tomorrow morning. No empty promises. I'm watching closely. Ali's voice was cold as shattered ice. Chen Taixing's spine stiffened instantly. He stammered. You can rest assured. Absolutely assured. Don't dare try to deceive me. Only then did Lu give the faintest nod, his gaze shifting sharply toward Luo Daxin. You're the real root of this disaster. Take a message back to the boss of Jiahe. Li Lianjia is now signed exclusively to my boss's company. Keep your hands off the flame. Otherwise, we'll throttle your studio, freeze your production, shut you down completely. Not a single day of filming will resume. Luo Daxin was already paralyzed with terror, his lips pale, nodding repeatedly. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. No more missteps. I'll accompany Brother Tai to offer our formal apologies tomorrow. At last, the full weight of truth settled upon him. He finally understood. Allah hadn't come for him at all. He'd come for Xinqing Media, and Li Lianjia had aligned himself with the true power behind Xinqing, the one whose word carried absolute authority. So an apology is enough. Lu sneered. After swindling him so many times and pocketing every cent, do you honestly believe those funds were yours to keep? Return it all, every last dollar. Not a single cent less. What could Luo Daxin possibly say? He feared death too. Xinqing was untouchable, and Jiahe's modest underworld connections meant less than ash in Xinqing's eyes. That money was never rightfully yours. When your hand reaches where it should, a severed finger is the only lesson sharp enough to sear itself into memory. As the final word fell, Lu flicked his eyes sideways. An underling lunged forward, seized Luo Daxin, and slammed his right hand down onto the bar's edge with brutal force. No! His scream tore from his throat, then died midair. Blood erupted, splattering across the wooden counter, hot and vivid. We'll see what you do tomorrow. If you try to deceive us again tonight, I'll return, but next time it won't be just one finger. Chen Taixing watched Lu and his men stride away, his shoulders slumping as he exhaled a long, ragged breath. He whirled and barked at his men. Quick, get Mr. Luo to the hospital. Two henchmen rushed forward and hoisted Luo Daxin upright. His entire right arm trembled violently, blood dripping steadily from his fingertips, teeth chattering from sheer agony. My finger, fetch it. Ah. He shrieked, eyes locked unblinkingly on the severed digit lying atop the bar. Don't touch it. Chen Taixing's snapped voice laced with iron command. This is the code. Reattach it, and you reject the punishment. Then they'll return not for a finger, but for the whole hand. Luo Daxin froze, his gaze hollowing out as the two men half-dragged, half-carried him out the door. Chen Taixing shook his head with a wry, weary smile and gestured to his aide. Go, raise the funds, and deliver the shooter to the police station tonight, immediately. Revenge. Not even a whisper of such thought dared surface. His entire family drowned in the sea. That wasn't idle threat, it was quiet, chilling fact. Right now, buying his way out with money and bending his neck low was nothing short of divine mercy. That same night, Jiahe received the news. Zhou sat in his office, fists clenching and unclenching, yet never daring to slam them upon the desk. Li Lianjie was his golden goose, he couldn't afford to lose him. Yet the stance had been made unmistakably clear: push further, and Xinqing would turn its full wrath upon Jiahe, leaving it no air to breathe. Worse still, Li Lianjie had signed with Xinqing Media itself. Over half of Hong Kong's cinema chains were under Xinqing's control. Offend them, your film wouldn't secure a single screening slot. No publicity, not even posters would go up. And behind Xinqing Media stood Ji Feng, the very man who had humiliated Li Jiaqing, broken ties with the Li family, and absorbed their assets outright. Now across Hong Kong's elite circles, uttering Ji Feng's name, instinctively lowered voices to hushed tones. Who dared confront him directly? Who dared dissent? Of course, some had tried. Like the man currently adrift at sea, collar-chained, gnawing raw fish beneath the salt-laced wind. So at dawn, Zhou personally dialed Li Lianjie's number. Jia, about those earlier matters, I acted in error. I sincerely apologize and beg you not to hold it against me. Li Lianjie, caught mid-call, froze in stunned silence. As he listened further, his mind went utterly blank. From now on, focus solely on your craft. If schedules align, we'll collaborate again. Your fee will be set by me at the highest possible tier. Rest well, I won't disturb you further. Before he could utter a word, the line went dead. Only a hollow rhythmic dial tone remained. The call had arrived without warning. Just yesterday they'd vowed he'd leave Hong Kong horizontally. Yet today they bowed and begged forgiveness. What logic governs such reversal? Before the thought fully formed, the doorbell rang urgently. He hurried over and opened the door, only to find his spine tightening at the sight of the two figures standing there. Luo Daxin and Chen Taixing. Especially Luo Daxin, whose last words to him had been, Jia, you won't survive this month. What do you want? Li Lianjie braced his shoulders, eyes locking onto theirs with unyielding intensity. Don't panic, Jia. I've come to admit my fault. Luo Daxin's face was ashen, his right hand wrapped in thick gauze, his little finger gone entirely. That finger had been severed cleanly, and with it every shred of his arrogance. The lesson had been carved into bone. He dared not lift his chin another inch. Brother, this is all my doing. Jiahe conspired to cheat you. I betrayed my conscience, I disgraced humanity. He hastily placed the leather briefcase he'd brought onto the entryway floor and flipped open the zipper with a sharp snap. Inside lay stacks of HK1000 notes, neat, precise, and unbroken. 5 million, every cent. All the sweat and blood money I withheld from you years ago. I return it now in full. Before he'd finished speaking, Chen Taixing signaled subtly to his men behind him. An underling immediately handed over another tote bag, which he likewise opened, filled entirely with HK1000 bills. Jia, 8 million. His voice dropped to a near whisper. 7 million goes to your agent's family, as restitution for his life. The assailant surrendered this morning. His sentence has already been determined by higher authorities. The remaining 1 million compensates you for sleepless nights, loss of appetite, and psychological torment. For having men camp outside your home daily, robbing you of peace. Brother, I owe you a profound apology. He bowed deeper than ever before, his tone soft as water-soaked cotton. It wasn't that he lacked the will to resist. It was that he truly dared not. He feared Li Lianjie might casually mention something to Ji Feng, and that very night, Lu would return to hammer on his iron gate. This is all I have. Anything more I simply cannot produce. Please don't consider it insufficient. After delivering their apologies, the two turned to leave, but paused at the threshold, glancing back repeatedly. Jia, please, make sure to clarify to your esteemed company this sum Luo Daxin paid in full, not a single cent short. Yes, please stress it clearly. Chen Taixing exerted every ounce of effort. Every dollar lies here, exactly as promised. Hearing those words, a sudden clarity pierced Li Lianjie's mind. Everything clicked into place. The support behind him comes from his own company and that elusive big boss who never shows himself. He originally had doubts about whether they would truly intervene in this matter. However, they did not delay at all, just a single night's work. He lowered his head as Luo Daxin, with a severed finger, personally delivered the money to the gang leader, not daring to utter a harsh word. From that moment on, the name Ji Feng weighed heavily in his heart. The stone that had pressed on his shoulders for far too long was finally lifted. From now on, he could focus on filming. If the sky were to fall, there would be a tall figure to hold it up. In a single night, all troubles vanished into thin air. Li Lianjie solemnly called Ji Feng to express his gratitude, and after hanging up, he rushed to the set, diving into his role with the script in hand. Meanwhile, Wang Tongwan spent a full 2.5 days finally gathering 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. No police were called throughout the ordeal. Although the police detected a kidnapping sent from anonymous tips, they had no leads on who had frantically transferred massive amounts of money in such a short time. Currently, they were still at a standstill. As soon as the money arrived, she immediately contacted Zhang Zihao, who was still adrift on the high seas. The ransom handover point was personally set by Zhang Zihao Lu Fuxiang's house. Lu Fuxiang lived in Tunman. He did not choose Deepwater Bay, nor did he reside in Repulse Bay or the affluent areas of the peak. Perhaps it was linked to his habit of hiding in the shadows during his days as a sniper. With few friends and a thin social circle, even his residence exuded a sense of isolation. He genuinely did not want to be neighbors with those wealthy elites, and they also had no desire to associate with him. The night was deep. Under the heavy darkness, Zhang Zihao drove alone towards Lu Fuxiang's villa. After all, he is a tycoon. This mansion truly makes one envious. The moment he stepped into the living room, his gaze was glued to his surroundings. The top-quality wool carpet made no sound beneath his feet. The mirror-like marble floor reflected his silhouette. The walls, shelves, and corners were adorned with unrecognizable paintings and sculptures. The entire house shimmered with golden light, dazzling enough to make one hesitant to look directly. The crystal chandelier overhead shone blindingly, casting light spots on Zhang Zihao's face, revealing the jealousy boiling beneath. The most stubborn thought he had throughout his life was to become a wealthy person. Wang Tongwan maintained her usual demeanor, slowly standing up and speaking plainly. With the 20 billion ransom received, you can immediately move into a house like this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zihao couldn't help but laugh out loud. 20 billion. A figure he wouldn't dare to even dream of. She nodded slightly to the servant. The servant immediately squatted down and opened one of the large packages piled on the floor. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of cash in $1,000 denominations, tightly packed. The money is ready. Where's Lu Fuxiang? Rest assured, if you honor your word, I will certainly keep mine. Zhang Zihao took out his phone and dialed the number from the boat. The call was quickly answered. Brother Hao, get the person on the boat to say something. The underling understood at once, turned around, and dragged Lu Fuxiang out, shoving the phone near his mouth. Wife, it's me. Is the money enough? The speakerphone was on, and the voice clearly reached Wang Tongjuan's ears. I can hardly hold on. Hurry with the money, let them release me. After drifting at sea for 2 days, his meals consisted of boiled fish with just a sprinkle of salt for seasoning. Zhang Zihao and his men were used to poverty, so they could stomach it. However, Lu Fuxiang could not endure it. The first meal was bearable, but after 2.5 days with 7 or 8 meals all the same, he was soon nauseated. Unable to sleep soundly or eat a warm meal, he felt as if his bones had been drawn out. Zhang Zihao hung up the phone. You pay the money, and I deliver the person. Wang Tongwan still showed no emotion, neither asking Lu Fuxiang if he was cold or hungry, nor displaying any sign of concern. There might have been a sliver of compassion originally, but after learning the full story, it became clear he had been kidnapped while on his way to meet a woman. If it were not for the company's reputation, she would prefer he never returned. Zhang Zihao waved his hand. You pay the money, and I deliver the person. That's not doable. Wang Tongwan frowned slightly. Don't misunderstand, I have my own rules for doing things. He grinned widely. They'll take the money and leave, and you release the person immediately. Moreover, I guarantee that I will never touch anyone from your family again in the future. Wang Tongwan nodded. Rest assured, no one else will know about this matter. She then signaled to the servants to move all the packages filled with cash from the living room into the van that Zhang Zihao had driven. He held a cigarette, smiling broadly. A full 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. He would share some with his brothers, keeping at least a few billion for himself. For the next 5 or 6 years, he wouldn't have to squint, bow, or lower his head for money. It's getting late, so I won't keep Mr. Zhang any longer. She maintained that same expression, as if the sky were to fall, it would merely be dusting off her sleeves. All right, let's grab tea together another day. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette, cheerfully hopped into the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and sped away. He didn't believe for a moment that Wang Tongwan could turn against him. Lu Fuxiang was still in his hands, and as long as she wanted him to return in one piece, she wouldn't dare act rashly. As for the police, Huang Feng had already conveyed the message. The police were currently in the dark. Not even a shadow had been touched. At this moment, Zhang Zihao felt lighthearted, humming a tune, his mind filled with thoughts of future days of indulgence and excess. No one told him that from the moment he entered, every move he made had already been observed by others. Although Hong Kong is known as the city that never sleeps, the streets eventually quiet down late at night. Aside from the neon-lit bars and dance halls, other places were desolate. Even the traffic was pitifully sparse. Zhang Zihao did not head towards the port, nor did he return to the old dock, where fishing boats were anchored. Instead, he drove straight towards the prearranged hideout in the mountains. As soon as the car stopped steadily, he called his men to release Lu Fuxiang and rushed over to meet them. Once the situation calmed down, they would split the money and go their separate ways. This place could be considered a temporary hiding spot, an iron barrel house. The mountain was steep, the road narrow, and there were no streetlights at night. He left the city, pressed the accelerator, and the car dove into the winding mountain road. He felt extremely relaxed. The car's audio system was playing the hottest song of the moment. With his left hand resting on the steering wheel and his right hand holding a cigarette, the ash was piling up into a small tower. He had even thought of the room number at the hotel in Macau. He would go there as soon as the heat died down. With only 2 kilometers left to the safe house, he reached for his pocket preparing to call his underling to untie Lu Fuxiong. But just at that moment as he turned the corner, a heavily loaded truck was blocking the road like a black wall. He slammed on the brakes. Screech. The tires screamed, the car lurched, barely coming to a stop. Damn, who parked this broken truck here? Trying to kill me. The moment the curse escaped his lips, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. Something was off. On this road he had not seen a single stray cat who would drive a large truck up the mountain in the dead of night. Even rich kids speeding would choose the asphalt roads. No one would crash on this godforsaken slope. Yet the truck before him, with its high cargo, thick tires, and heavy chassis, completely blocked the entire road. His scalp tightened, and he immediately became alert. After all, he was an old hand at this profession, with instincts sharper than a dog's. Without a second thought, he shifted into reverse, sharply turned the wheel, and attempted to spin around and flee. But just as the tail of the car began to move, a blinding white light split through the darkness behind. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. The rear of the car was violently pushed, making the entire vehicle slide forward like a piece of paper, and finally, with a loud crash, it collided solidly into the back of the truck. It's over. Zhang Zihao's face turned pale. Even a fool could understand. He was finished. He slammed the accelerator, shifted gears, and pulled the handbrake. The car didn't budge. With an iron wall in front and a heavy hammer behind, he was firmly pinned in the middle. Before he could recover, the front and rear doors popped open simultaneously. 6 dark figures jumped out of the car. Fully armed, black combat uniforms, full-face masks revealing only their eyes, holding AK-47s. They surrounded him from both sides, moving in unison, their gun barrels pointed directly at his car window. Don't bother, just get out, a languid voice called out, laced with a hint of amusement, as a hand waved at him, like greeting an old acquaintance. The person pulled back a corner of his mask. Xiong Kaishan. Damn. Zhang Zihao's throat tightened, his mouth twitched, and the curse got stuck halfway. A torrent of damn it surged in his heart, yet he dared not shout a single word. The muzzle of the AK-47 was pointed right at his temple. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to push open the car door and step out. At this point, he fully understood. Robbing a gold store, hijacking a cash truck, wasn't it always a matter of dancing on the edge of a blade and escaping unscathed? He had just switched to a major job, the money was barely warmed up, and now he was caught in a trap. Caught. The money was gone. That feeling was worse than swallowing rusty nails. The money was right within reach. But in the end, he ran into a fellow thief. What does this mean? The mantis stretches its claws while the yellow bird waits on the branch. I dug the pit, filled it with earth, laid the bricks, and set the fire. Are you just going to come with a bucket of water and extinguish it? Is there no code of conduct? Do you not respect the bottom line of the underworld? Everyone I want stop you from stealing business, but isn't it too disgraceful to eat black on black? At least give me a breather. Can you respect my hard-earned money? Shut up. What is your labor worth? Ask my gun if it agrees. And ask him. Doing this, is it excessive? Xiong Kaishan raised his arm, the muzzle steadily pressed against his brow. Damn, here we go again. What I can't stand the most is having the gun barrel pressed against my forehead. But what can I do? While they feast, I can't even sip the soup. There's no way I'm the only one alone. Even if all my subordinates were here, if they pulled the trigger, we'd all be down. What can I do? Just swallow it. Not even a shred would be spat out. Go ahead and point. I, Zhang Zihao, accept it. If you dare to lay hands on me, Zhang Zihao, you have guts. You are also from the circle. I respect that. I know the rules. This job counts as a wasted trip for me. 20 billion in cash on the truck, you can take it. The money belongs to you, but don't overstep your boundaries. Zhang Zihao nodded towards his truck. Inside, it felt like a handful of broken glass was wedged in his heart, causing painful scratches. His eyes felt warm, tears welling up. The 20 billion he had just warmed up without even touching it had flown away in the blink of an eye. Not shedding tears already preserved his last shred of dignity. Xiong Kaishan signaled to a nearby person. That person immediately moved. The blocking vehicle leaped onto the cargo box in 3 steps and roughly scanned the contents after lifting the lid. It's all a bundle of $1,000 Hong Kong bills, over 40 packages neatly stacked. Good. Xiong Kaishan waved his hand. Take the truck along. Zhang Zihao stood frozen in place, his teeth grinding together. He wished he could tear off the faces of these people before him and feed them to the dogs. But just as he clenched his fists, Xiong Kaishan suddenly leaned and resting an arm on his shoulder. Zhang Zihao felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps instantly covering his neck. He hated this kind of peer who had no sense of boundaries. Brother Hao is sending such a big gift. How could we dare to neglect it? It just so happens that we're passing by today. Why not, Brother Hao, come with us for a trip home? Let's have a few drinks together. What? Zhang Zihao's mind went blank. This is going to kidnap me. I am a ruthless character in this line of work. You want to kidnap me? I've given you all the money. Don't push your luck. He squeezed out this sentence through clenched teeth, his jaw tightening. Xiong Kaishan didn't even bother to listen. His only order was take Zhang Zihao away. The 2 billion from Ji Feng is not so easy to obtain. Not to mention robbing Lu Fuxiong was a task personally assigned by Ji Feng. You can't contain fire in paper. Once Zhang Zihao shows his face alive, all the tycoons in Xiangjiang will immediately band together to hunt down Ji Feng. The safety line is larger than the sky. No matter how great the profit it must yield, Ji Feng would never put himself in the spotlight. Therefore, from the moment Zhang Zihao accepted the deposit and nodded to take the job, he had already been marked for death. If Brother Hao is unwilling to grace us with his presence, my brother here might be unhappy. Xiong Kaishan smiled as he pulled out the gun, lightly pressing the muzzle against his waist. When he gets angry, it's easy to misfire. What the hell? I rely on this face to survive in the underworld. And now you don't even want my face. Zhang Zihao felt a tightness in his chest, nearly choking on blood. But he had to force a smile on his face. More difficult than crying, more unsettling than crying. Since my brother feels a connection and invites me to sit, how could I refuse? Just don't let your brother get angry. After saying that, he stepped towards the black car, bending down to climb inside. Fall back. With a single command from Xiong Kaishan, 3 vehicles started in sequence, kicking up dust as they drove away from the mountain road. The wind blew, nearly erasing the tire tracks. At the same time, in the hold of a dilapidated fishing boat at sea, Lu Fuxiong, chairman of Imigo Electronics and helmsman of Huaran Real Estate, was tied up in a corner. His hands were bound behind his back, the ropes cutting into his flesh. Around his neck was a thick iron dog chain, the other end welded to an iron hoop on the wall. Lu Pengzi's face was ashen, his eyes dark and sunken. The Armani suit he wore was wrinkled like a rag, the combined stench of sweat and fish making one feel nauseous. He could only squat in place to relieve himself, unable to call for help or jump into the sea. He was now no better than a guard dog. His only hope was that his wife Wen Tongjuan would quickly raise the money. As long as the money came in, his life could still be saved. At this moment, Zhang Zihao's subordinates were squatting on the deck, smoking and chatting. Their faces were full of uncontainable excitement. 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. If divided, each would get at least 1 billion. This was the first time they had seen so much cash. Their hands trembled, but their hearts were steady. They could live comfortably for decades. Brother Hao has been gone for nearly 2 hours. Why is there still no news? Could it be something went wrong? The one speaking was the most timid among the 3, watching as Zhang Zihao delayed in returning, scaring himself to the point of trembling. Smack! No sooner had the words left his mouth than he received a solid slap to the back of his head. Shut your crow's mouth. 20 billion in cash. Just moving it to the car will take half a day. And besides, how far is Tuen Mun from here? Why the hurry? First, fill your stomach. After eating salty fish for days, my mouth is already bitter. Today, I can finally change the taste. The other one hadn't even thought of anything bad, his mind only filled with a bowl of hot noodles. He ripped open several packets of instant noodles, boiled water, poured it in, and stirred it quickly, and in no time, he had served it on the table. A few people gathered around, slurping the noodles down rapidly. In the corner of the cabin, Lu Fuxiong stared at the bowls of noodles, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down as saliva uncontrollably dripped down. He was so hungry that his stomach pressed against his back. The others also noticed his condition. Once the money is in hand, you'll be free. You've been here for days, we can't let you leave starving. Before the words fell, a bowl of freshly prepared noodles was already placed at Lu Fuxiong's feet. He couldn't care less about dignity and immediately crouched down, shoving his mouth into the bowl and gulping it down. With his hands tightly bound behind his back, this was the only way he could eat. It resembled a dog dragged into the cabin. Who could believe that the infamous Lu Fuxiong of Xiangjiang would fall to such a state? After finishing a bowl of noodles, time continued to crawl forward. The one who couldn't sit still was Lu Fuxiong. He wished he could jump ashore immediately, feeling secure only when his feet were firmly on solid ground. But the second hand ticked away, and no one came, no calls, no news. Zhang Zihao neither showed up nor sent a single word. Is something really wrong? The timid voice trembled, bringing the thought back up. The other 2 tightened their faces. 3.5 hours had passed. No matter how hard they tried to hold on, they couldn't anymore. Why don't we call Brother Hao to check? No way. Just as someone tentatively suggested, they were immediately cut off. Brother Hao made it very clear before leaving, if he doesn't call, no one is allowed to call in. What if we are at a crucial moment and a single call ruins everything? Keep waiting. 3 o'clock sharp. This is Brother Hao's deadline. If there's no call after 3, we act. As soon as these words fell, cold sweat streamed down Lu Fuxiong's forehead. He raised his eyes to stare at the electronic clock in the cabin. 2:59:07 a.m. Less than 10 seconds left. He was more afraid that his wife wouldn't pay, and even more afraid that Zhang Zihao, holding 20 billion, would deliberately ignore the call, waiting to grab him at the last moment. But he couldn't move, couldn't shout, couldn't plead. He could only kneel in place, silently praying to Guanyin Bodhisattva, Guan Er, Yima Zhu Nyang, and even the earth god he had worshipped as a child, one by one in his heart. 10 seconds, short as a blink. But for Lu Fuxiong it felt longer than 10 years. The seconds ticked to 5959. The 3 at the bow simultaneously extinguished their cigarette, but their faces ashen. Something's gone wrong. Kill this fat pig and withdraw immediately. Then go back and ask the sister-in-law for details. The 3 stood up, their footsteps heavy, as if dragging iron chains, pressing towards Lu Fuxiong step by step. No one hesitated anymore. Brother Hao had been missing for so long he was either done for or had been watched closely. For them the sky had fallen. As for Lu Fuxiong, no one cared anymore whether he was worth 20 billion. There was only one thing to do now: kill him, silence him, and run. Don't. Please. Just 60 more seconds. Just 60 more seconds. Lu Fuxiong's voice was hoarse, crying and backing away. It was useless. Two hands like iron pincers lifted him up and dragged him to the edge of the boat. One person picked up a large iron hammer used by the boatmen and struck him on the back of the head with a dull thud. Without giving him a chance to breathe, they immediately kicked him. Splash. The sea surface erupted in a dark red, quickly spreading out. Liu Dao, who had dominated the Xiangjiang financial circle for many years and kept countless wealthy families awake at night, sank into the dark waters, never to resurface. Zhang Ziheo's 3 underlings didn't even glance at the body and fled. This was their first time doing such a thing, and they were in a panic, too dazed to consider covering their tracks. They only thought about leaving this sea quickly, disappearing quickly, and surviving quickly. Kowloon, a private villa under Ji Feng's name. Ji Feng was reclining on the sofa, enjoying the attentive service of Guan Jiling, when his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID was Huang Feng. Zhang Ziheo has taken care of everything, bringing both the people and the money back. The matter on the boat has also wrapped up. Fat Lu has sunk into the sea, and the 3 who acted have been closely monitored by our people. Huang Feng spoke quickly and steadily, reporting everything clearly. The 3 must be cleaned up, leaving no witnesses, leaving no evidence. The rest proceeds as planned. Understood. Ji Feng hung up the phone, casually placing it on the coffee table. 20 billion. A full 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. He lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He truly wanted to see how dark Zhang Ziheo's face was at this moment. What was even more satisfying was that the entire game was played without a single misstep. From now on, no one in Xiangjiang would mention the name Fat Lu again. The rest was left to the reporters to write, speculate, and spread wildly. He just needed to wait for the right moment and quietly enter the scene. Those meager shares of Hong Kong Chi, they couldn't possibly satisfy his appetite. He had been busy for so long not to share a piece of the pie, but to make sure that everything Lu Fuxiong had swallowed, even the bones, would be spat out, not just spat out, but returned double principal and interest every cent. An hour later, Guan Jiling curled up in Ji Feng's arms, her hair brushing against his neck. Husband, I also want to play the female lead in a movie. Her voice was sweet as if wrapped in honey, yet her eyes sparkled excessively. She had never forgotten what she wanted. Even after being held and comforted, her topic immediately shifted to the main point. Marrying into a wealthy family and solidifying her status as a rich wife was not realistic at the moment. But she had heard that Li Ruodong not only landed the female lead in a movie, but also entered a TV drama and became a regular on variety shows. And what about her? She had only snagged an advertisement endorsement. At that time, she was so angry she smashed her powder case. Why? She felt it was unfair. So that evening, she directly blocked Ji Feng and coaxed him to this villa, his gilded cage specially prepared for her. The entire night, she acted spoiled, affectionate, and coy, not missing a single detail. I'll help you keep an eye on the next movie. Ji Feng spoke nonchalantly, then turned to pull over a thin blanket. There's work in the morning, so sleep now. No promises, no guarantees, not even an effort to feign indifference. Guan Jiling felt a tightness in her chest, but dared not explode. Did he not care? But the Mountain View villa she was living in, the limited edition Mercedes she was driving, and the exorbitant quotes for her ads. These were things she would never have dared to dream of before. Did he care? Yet the status, roles, and long-term security she desired, he didn't respond to a single word. She was angry, feeling like a plaything. But could she really pull away? She was reluctant. Materialism met true gold. One was willing to pay, the other was willing to be endured. Who was holding the strings? It had long been unclear. The next morning, Lu Fuxiong's mountaintop villa was eerily silent. Wang Tongwan sat alone on the sofa in the living room, her fingers tightly twisting a silk scarf. Since Zhang Ziheo left last night, she hadn't moved from her spot. A night without return, no news, no sound. Zhang Ziheo was completely unreachable. The tension in her heart tightened more and more, cold sweat soaking her back. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang suddenly. She grabbed it. Hello? Is this Miss Wang Tongwan? A calm, emotionless female voice asked. It's me. This is the Xiangjiang Criminal Investigation Unit, Inspector Qin Qian. Half an hour ago, we discovered the body of your husband, Mr. Lu Fuxiong, at the Repulse Bay Beach. Please come as soon as possible for identification. Na blood-curdling scream tore through the air. And Mrs. Wang, I understand your grief. And understand. And 20 billion in cash, flushed down the drain. 20 billion gone. And all it bought was a bloated corpse. Yet in the next instant, she drew a sharp breath, her voice dropping low and hardening. As next of kin, I formally demand seal all information. Under no circumstances may Lu Fuxiong's murder be disclosed to the public. Money could wait. And the company's stock price. That was an inferno raging at the doorstep. And I'm sorry, Mrs. Wang. And by the time we arrived, journalists had already swarmed the beach. Additionally, our records show you transferred an extraordinary sum within the past 2 days. We must verify whether this relates to a kidnapping case. In smash, her phone shattered against the marble floor, splintering into 5 jagged pieces. Breaking Hong Kong financial titan Lu Fuxiong murdered. Police recover Lu Fuxiong's body on Clearwater Bay Beach. A city-stunned Lu Fuxiong abducted, kidnappers fled with 20 billion Hong Kong dollars, then executed him. Lu Fuxiong, former financial magnate, killed by blunt force trauma to the head. Wang Tongjuan Liu's wife arrives at scene to identify the body, pale as ash, silent throughout. The blade hung over his neck. Lu Fuxiong was ambushed en route to a scheduled meeting. Police confirm suspect is Zhang Zihao, mastermind behind the armored truck heist. Zhang Zihao has since vanished, his whereabouts unknown. Over a dozen prominent Hong Kong tycoons jointly issue statement urging police to investigate systemic security failures. Within 2 hours of Lu Fuxiong's body being discovered, the news flooded every major television network. TVB even broadcast live footage from the scene during prime time. Newspapers rushed to press overnight. By noon, their front pages blanketed street corner kiosks. By 3 p.m., not a soul across Hong Kong remained unaware of Lu Fuxiong's death. The entire city reeled in shock. At that very moment, Hong Kong's most powerful families convened emergency, closed-door meetings. Outwardly, they pledged collective pressure on the police. Yet inwardly, each calculated coldly. None wished to follow Lu Fuxiong into the grave. As for mourning, no one harbored genuine sorrow. The meeting's purpose was brutally plain: when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those with old scores settled them instantly. Those without grudges seized the chance to profit. Like shoals of fish drawn by the scent of brine, they surged en masse toward Hua Rin real estate. Lu Fuxiong was dead. Ni's company's stock would inevitably collapse. If not now, when in Cheung Kong Group headquarters, boardroom, Li Jiaqing sat motionless at the head of the table, listening intently. Chairman, this is an once-in-a-decade opportunity. Hua Rin Real Estate may be an established British firm, but its equity structure is fragmented. While Lu Fuxiong lived, his authority alone held it together. Now that he is gone, equilibrium shatters. If we move decisively, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars will be enough to tip the entire balance. Taking control of Hua Rin Real Estate is no longer a fantasy. True, Lu Fuxiong was Hua Rin's largest shareholder, yet held only 37 of its shares. In life, he maintained absolute control through seniority, influence, and unspoken consensus among fellow shareholders. Now that he had fallen, Wang Tongwan, even if willing, lacked the power to command the room. Add market panic to the mix, and a precipitous stock crash became inevitable. Hua Rin's market capitalization, once 30 billion Hong Kong dollars, could easily shrink by 10 Hong Kong dollars or 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Whether for bargain hunting or hostile takeover, this was the singular, irreplaceable moment. By contrast, Imei Gao Electrical attracted almost no attention. First, its equity was tightly concentrated. Lu Fuxiong and his wife jointly held 52, a rock-solid structure. Second, its scale was modest. Market cap barely exceeding 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, far less consequential than Hua Rin. Naturally, it failed to lure the sharks. Li Jiaqing listened, then remained silent for a long while. His pulse quickened. Cheung Kong's immediately available liquidity stood at no more than 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. To commit 5 billion Hong Kong dollars to Hua Rin was to stake everything. Victory would reverse Cheung Kong's recent setbacks at Hutchison Whampoa, but what if they lost? Broken cash flow would strand the entire enterprise. He raised his eyes toward Huang Yonghe. Chairman, attempting Hua Rin alone carries excessive risk. Huang Yonghe's brow furrowed deeply. He understood better than anyone how perilous this move truly was. Success would elevate Cheung Kong to unprecedented heights. Failure would amount to wagering the entire fortune on a single roll of the dice. Should liquidity dry up, Hong Kong's predators, eyes fixed unwavering, would strike without hesitation. The outcome required no speculation: Cheung Kong would be carved up and devoured. Risk? Li Ju scoffed. What venture in this world bears no risk? To aspire to greatness, and yet demand immunity from harm. Such convenience does not exist in heaven or on earth. He urged Cheung Kong Group to act immediately, to seize Hua Rin Real Estate's controlling stake during this once-in-a-century window. Moreover, Lu Fuxiong had long nursed bitter enmity with them. That corpulent man, sensing Li family's recent acquisition of Hong Kong Electric, had instantly allied with rivals to launch a coordinated assault, siphoning over a dozen billion HK dollars from the Li's coffers before vanishing triumphantly. That debt Li Ju remembered, down to the last cent. Young Mr. Li, I fully grasp that bold action demands bold risk, but this risk is simply too great. Huang Yonghe's voice sank low, his brow locked in tension. Before he could finish, Li Ju shot upright, voice sharp and commanding: the greater the risk, the richer the reward. But Cheung Kong cannot afford to lose. Not now, and Huang Yonghe refused to yield. And having served the Li family for decades, and devoted half his life to Cheng Kong, he knew persuasion was futile, yet still laid out every argument, every caution, with unflinching clarity. Enough. At Li Jiaqing's words, Li Ju fell silent, instantly sitting back obediently. And Mr. Huang is right. Cheng Kong at this moment truly cannot withstand a single misstep. Li Jiaqing dared not gamble, not for lack of desire to win, but because defeat was simply unthinkable. Mr. Li, this opportunity is rare. We cannot let it slip. And let us invite several heavyweight families to join forces, especially those who once clashed with Lu Fuxiong, and collectively enter Hua Rin real estate. Together we can seize control. First oust Wang Tongwan from the board, then firmly grasp Hua Rin real estate in our hands. And Huang Yonghe pressed forward once more. This plan was sound, prudence first. End profits might be slimmer, but risks were diffused and dampened. What ultimately rested on Cheng Kong's shoulders amounted to almost nothing. This path works. N. Begin by contacting veteran shareholders within Hua Rin who have long resisted Lu Fuxiong, then immediately reach out to the market makers. Yonghe, you go personally. I recall the final British shareholder still holds 7%, retired long ago to the United Kingdom. Fly to London yourself, and secure that stake no matter the cost. Li Jiaqing issued every directive in one swift, decisive breath. Once again the elderly unsheathed his blade. At the same time, several major families remained still waiting for Huaran real estate to initiate market rescue or for the stock price to rebound before selling at a high price for profit. Ji Feng, however, was straightforward. He was sitting in the trading room of the New Century Fund at the New Era building, fixated on the real-time fluctuating Klein charts. Group 1, concentrate firepower to purchase iMigo appliances, buy as much as possible, and keep a close eye on market movements. Group 2, clear goal, secure a 14% stake. No matter who sells, as long as the price remains within $5, around 56 Hong Kong dollars, buy it all. Acquiring iMigo is Ji Feng's true objective. Huaran real estate has a market value of 30 billion, indeed several times higher than iMigo. But in Ji Feng's eyes, it is far less valuable than iMigo. iMigo is a well-established electrical brand known overseas. Lu Fuxiong built his reputation on retro fans and old-fashioned light bulbs, with ceiling fans, table fans, and incandescent lamps selling well in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. As long as he secures this company, paired with his ambition that surpasses even Einstein's product iteration, channel reconstruction, and brand revival, will all be within reach. By leveraging overseas opportunities and entering the mainland market, he could fully establish a major appliance conglomerate spanning 3 significant markets. Compared to the old paths of building land acquisition, rent collection, and property fees, Ji Feng has more faith in technology and industry. He has crossed over, inherently rejecting the old logic of Hong Kong. Real estate indeed brings in cash quickly, but he knows well the tides have turned, and what can truly support the next decade are only hard technology and genuine manufacturing. Thus, he is desperately fighting to acquire iMigo. As for buying Huaran real estate stock, it's straightforward, just a means to increase shares. Just as he finished issuing trading orders, Wang Menqi's call came through. Boss, just received news from my junior. Li Jiaqing is scheming to take over Huaran real estate and has begun contacting company shareholders one by one, even specially reaching out to Lu Fuxiong's old rival. In addition to Yang Chen's intelligence team, Ji Feng also instructed Wang Mengqi to spearhead the establishment of a strategic competition office. In simple terms, it's a department dedicated to commercial reconnaissance and analyzing competitor movements. Operated directly by Wang Menqi's core staff team. Such an establishment currently has no precedent in Hong Kong, but in the next decade, every significant enterprise will set up such a position, which will hold considerable power. Got it. Ji Feng responded with a smile. Old Li is indeed a fierce dog that pounces when he smells blood. Not only will I not stop him, but I hope he creates even more chaos. Help Old Li out. Let the wireless station immediately break the news. As soon as the words fell, the evening news of the wireless television station urgently aired a breaking news report after Lu Fuxiong was kidnapped Wang Tongjuan in order to raise ransom. Improperly used funds from Huaran real estate's accounts totaling nearly 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Along with the news, a recording of her conversation with the bank staff was also made public. A loud crash. A Celadon vase shattered on the marble floor of the president's office at Huaran real estate, scattering shards everywhere. Wang Tongwan stood at the desk, her chest heaving violently. The secretary stood by, hands clasped, breathing as lightly as possible. That phone call just now was her own report. The wireless station had exposed the matter of fund misappropriation, even releasing the recording. The bank side had clearly been pried open. Wang Tongwan knew exactly what was going on. This news seemed ordinary, but it was enough to overturn her foundation. Misappropriating company assets is of a completely different nature. Misusing funds from iMigo appliances means nothing to her. That's absolute control, with all the minority shareholders being passive and not involved. But Huaran real estate. The shareholders were neither informed nor authorized. Here comes the trouble. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang again, short and hurried. Wang Tongjuan's brow twitched, her voice suddenly rising. Come in. The door opened, and the brokerage consultant hurriedly entered with his head bowed. President Wang, both Huarun Real Estate and iMigo Appliances stock prices have plummeted. Do you even need to report that? She sneered, her eyes filled with fury. Since the news of Lu Fuxiang's death could not be suppressed, she anticipated this outcome. Not a moment of respite. If the news could be contained, she could still shift funds to cover the holes and negotiate with people. Now even the chance to catch her breath has been stifled. President Wang, several parties are secretly acquiring Huarun Real Estate stocks. People on the iMigo side are also buying in the dark, with the shareholding ratio already approaching 20%. Wang Tongjuan clenched her teeth, but did not scold anyone further. She understood. If she were in their position, she would do the same. President Wang, something big has happened. Another person stumbled in, voice trembling. The shareholders have sent a joint letter demanding an emergency board meeting. They want you to explain the reasons for the fund misappropriation in person and propose to remove you from the board, expelling you from the board of directors. One problem after another, the situation was urgent. She stared out at the gray sky, and the resentment surged. Lu Fuxiang had embarrassed her while alive, and now he wanted to drag her down even in death. Notify all board members. Give me 5 days. Every cent of the misappropriated funds will be returned. Make them wait. After issuing the order, she heavily sank into the sofa, her shoulders drooping. Exhausted. In just a few hours, it felt as though 10 years of vitality had been drained. She closed her eyes for a moment and slowly spoke. Call the lawyer to come immediately. I need to handle all inheritance procedures for the estate at once. Lu Fuxiang is deceased. She is the legal spouse, and their children are all her biological and underage. All the assets in his name naturally belong to her by inheritance or custodianship. This is a matter of fact. Wang Tongjuan must immediately acquire all shares to secure her position as the controlling shareholder of Huarun Real Estate. The secretary turned and quickly left. She then turned to her private economic consultant. Immediately liquidate all shares of iMigo Appliances and ensure cashing out 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Before her words fell, the decision was made. In the blink of an eye, she made her choices. iMigo could be sacrificed, but Huarun Real Estate absolutely cannot be lost. This is the same as most of the wealthy in Hong Kong. Deep down, they are fixated on land. They believe in land properties and rental rights, aiming for a steady income as landlords. They may have thought about venturing out during their entrepreneurial days, but when it came down to it, few could go far. In the end, they all sunk into local properties, living off a few buildings. Li Jiaqing and the others are no exception. Because of this, the wealthy in Hong Kong constantly engage in internal strife, yet very few truly venture into the international arena. Narrow-minded, their thoughts are all focused on this small territory. The area is limited, and with more and more people gathering, the cake cannot be divided, leading to conflict and competition. Therefore, giving up iMigo is not a hesitation for her, but an inevitability. President Wang, this operation is too costly. iMigo's market value has evaporated by nearly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. If you insist on cashing out 20 billion, you will likely end up with less than 10% of your shares. She knows this better than anyone. But she has no choice. What she lacks most right now is money. She must quickly fill the hole caused by the misappropriated funds, and she needs a large sum of cash to acquire the remaining shares of Huarun Real Estate to solidify her position as the major shareholder. Only in this way can the entire equity structure be stabilized again. Sacrificing iMigo is the only way out. Am I not aware? But I am in dire need of money right now. Wang Tongjuan's brows furrowed into a deep line. The private economic advisor pondered for a moment before speaking. Wang Zong, selling iMigo now would indeed be a loss, but we still have other quality assets at hand. The shares of Ganqi Group, the recently acquired lease properties and lease liquor by Mr. Lu before his passing. These 3 companies have solid foundations, and Ji Feng is likely to be interested. Wang Tongjuan's eyes instantly lit up. Ji Feng. How could she have forgotten this person? In Hong Kong, it may be hard to determine who the richest is, but when it comes to cash on hand, Ji Feng is undoubtedly at the top. Who in the circle doesn't know? He has nearly 20 billion Hong Kong dollars lying in his HSBC account. If he is willing to lend a hand, overcoming this hurdle would be almost effortless. What Wang Tongjuan did not know was, this crisis was orchestrated by Ji Feng himself. Even her late husband was secretly manipulated by Ji Feng. He was waiting for this moment. Help her. Dream on. Draft the invitation immediately. Oh, I want to invite Ji Feng for dinner. Wang Tongjuan ordered urgently, as if grasping onto a lifeline. The Lu Fuxiang case was deemed a top priority. Thanks to Wang Tongjuan's full cooperation, the police quickly identified Zhang Zihao as a suspect. Chen Qian led the team straight to his residence. Gui Yanfang felt a tightening in her chest upon seeing the news. Her first instinct was, did her husband tear up the contract and run away with someone? But after several days of being unable to reach him by phone, her anxiety grew. Her greatest fear was Zhang Zihao abandoning her and fleeing alone. Such a thing was not impossible. Just as she was pondering how to contact him, the doorbell suddenly rang. The police had arrived. Gui Yanfang's face turned pale at once. Miss Gui, your husband Zhang Zihao is suspected of kidnapping.
please cooperate with our investigation. Chen Qian revealed her identification, her gaze stern. Where is he now? I don't know. Gui Yanfeng quickly shook her head. Even if she truly knew, she would never say. Gui Yanfeng, please recognize the current situation. Otherwise you won't be able to escape responsibility. Chen Qian's voice suddenly rose, each word clear. I genuinely don't know. He hasn't returned home for 4 days. I am also searching for him. Gui Yanfeng wore a bitter expression, her tone wavering yet sincere. The phone has been unreachable for a long time, and he hasn't replied to my messages. I can't contact him at all. This time she was speaking entirely the truth. She really knew nothing, which instead gave her confidence. Is he really going to kidnap someone? Chen Qian's gaze was piercing, directly drilling into Gui Yanfeng's eyes. Gui Yanfeng shook her head again. I truly have no idea. There was not a trace of deception in her words. When Zhang Zihao was taken away and then returned, he had been as tight-lipped, as if sewn shut, not revealing a single word. Only he and a few trusted subordinates knew about the kidnapping and the Lu Fuxiong affair. Gui Yanfeng. Zhang Zihao had never mentioned her. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, he feared she would get involved. This was his usual way of doing things. Before every operation, he preferred to shoulder the burden himself rather than let Gui Yanfeng be involved. Only after the dust settled would he casually say it's done. Later, when she became his strategist and offered him advice, that was many years later. Seeing that she couldn't extract any useful information, Chen Qian ceased to press. She turned around, leading her team out of the villa, directly boarding the police car outside. Keep a close watch on her. As soon as the car door closed, she ordered the officers in the back. This woman is not simple. Arrange for someone to monitor her 247 and report every move she makes. Night fell. At the Zhuangyuan Tower, Wang Tongwan arrived early. Sitting alone in the private room, her fingertips unconsciously tapped the table. In the afternoon, the stock price of Huarun Properties collapsed, losing 100 billion Hong Kong dollars in market value. At the same time, a 38% stake in Imagao Electronics was quietly acquired. She wanted to save, but also to intervene. But there was only emptiness left in her pockets. The 20 billion ransom had already drained all available cash. The remaining small change couldn't even make a ripple. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the door to the private room finally opened. Wang Tongwan immediately stood up. Ji Feng entered wearing casual clothes, followed by a bodyguard. The moment she saw him, her heart jolted. She had known he was young, but seeing him in person still took her breath away with his composed demeanor. Hello, Mr. Ji. After years of navigating the business world, her momentary daze lasted only an instant. She quickly raised an appropriate smile and extended her hand in greeting. Hello, Wang Zong. Ji Feng shook her hand lightly, then spoke. I am very sorry to hear about Mr. Lu. After all, she had just lost her husband, so formalities couldn't be neglected. However, there was a somewhat tacit understanding in his words. Yet Wang Tongjuan's expression remained calm. It was not that she was acting deeply, but rather that she truly didn't care about Lu Fuxiong's life or death. Since you are willing to meet with me, I won't beat around the bush. Once seated, Ji Feng directly got to the point. Wang Tongwan also straightforwardly stated, I want to make a deal with you. Please go ahead. Ji Feng gestured with his hand. I will fully transfer all shares of Gangqi Group under the Lu family's name to you. I will also package the remaining shares of lease properties and lease liquor together. These Ji Feng had long been prepared for. What is the asking price? 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. The 20% stake in Gangqi was worth at least 30 billion at market value. The two assets from lease were obtained with an investment of 20 billion by Lu Fuxiong. She considered this price fair and even left some room. However, Ji Feng smiled. Taking advantage of the fire may not be honorable, but in a businessman's eyes, timing is an asset. That's too high. Wang Tongjuan's brow twitched. I am already the absolute controlling party of lease properties and lease liquor. The remaining shares are useless to buy. As for Gangqi, it's not something I must have. He shrugged. Paying a premium for non-essential items is not worth it. Then, what do you mean, Mr. Ji? Wang Tongwan asked tentatively. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ji Feng immediately replied, without hesitation, 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Gangqi lease properties and lease liquor, all packaged together. Absolutely impossible. Wang Tongjuan's body jolted, nearly springing up from her chair. She felt that Ji Feng must have lost his mind. 20 billion. To swallow up the shares of Gangqi lease properties and lease liquor. Absurd to the extreme. Just in terms of market value, these three combined were worth at least 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. Even if one were to take the opportunity to exploit the situation and offer a rock-bottom price, 45 billion would be considered generous. 35 billion would barely suffice. I haven't finished speaking yet. Ji Feng's expression was calm, unfazed by her outburst. It was unusual not to react after such a severe cut. I can add another billion. 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Wang Tongjuan's brow tightened even more. Although an extra billion was offered, the price still felt like a knife cutting flesh. Too thin, too harsh. According to her internal balance, at least 5 billion more would be needed to even touch the bottom line. However, Ji Feng's next sentence directly chilled her fingertips, making her want to leave.
This extra billion is not free. It requires all shares of Imei Gao Electronics. No way. You must be out of your mind. Wang Tongwan glared at Ji Feng fiercely. I came here to negotiate in good faith, yet Mr. Ji treats me like a fool to be manipulated. This is simply too much. Before she finished speaking, she had already stood up abruptly. Staying seated any longer would be nothing but humiliation. President Wang, please hold on. Before the market closes, I have acquired 37% of Imeigo Electronics. Now I am the second largest shareholder of Imeigo Electronics. The funds you withdrew from Huarun Real Estate, along with the misappropriated liquidity of Imeigo Electronics, have clear traces of movement. If I formally file a lawsuit as a shareholder, you might end up spending some time inside. Ji Feng did not stop her calmly finishing his statement. Wang Tongjuan's footsteps halted. She suddenly turned around, her gaze sharp as a blade. A hint of malevolence surfaced in her eyes without concealment. Are you threatening me? I have never been the one to threaten you. Ji Feng smiled faintly. Mengqi, clarify the situation over there for President Wang. Wang Mingqi stepped forward immediately, her voice clear. President Wang, according to the precise information we have, Li Jiaqing has fully acquired all the shares of Huarun Real Estate held by English Capital, currently holding 13%. He is also allied with several old family clans that Mr. Liu had dealt with several times before, plotting a takeover battle aimed at seizing control of Huarun Real Estate. If you cannot timely fill the funding gap and stabilize your position as the major shareholder, the day the new board is established will be the day you are dismissed. Worse still, there is a high possibility they will turn around and send you to prison. Li Jiaqing, that old fox, moved astonishingly quickly. In just one afternoon, he finalized all the key points. By bringing together several parties along with his own 20 billion, he gathered over 70 billion Hong Kong dollars. The knife has been drawn, waiting for tomorrow's market opening to strike at Huarun Real Estate. Wang Tongwan has only one night left. If she cannot get through tonight, she will fall. The entire tycoon circle of Xiangjiang is currently watching Li Jiaqing's expression, standing by without interference. Not only will they not help you, but they will also take the opportunity to drive down prices. After all, they are not after these assets in your hands, but Huarun Real Estate itself. Ji Feng slowly raised his eyes, staring directly at Wang Tongwan. I believe, President Wang, you would never want to lose Huarun Real Estate personally. Currently, there are not many across Xiangjiang who dare to offend Li Jiaqing over this matter. And the only one in all of Hong Kong who holds shares in Huarun Real Estate can help you firmly secure an absolute controlling position and is willing to confront Li Jiaqing and those families hidden, is me alone. As these words fell, Wang Tongjuan's pupils constricted slightly, a light suddenly igniting in her gaze. How many shares of Huarun Real Estate do you actually hold? Wang Mingqi responded on his behalf. As of today's market close, New Century Fund holds 18% of Huarun Real Estate shares. 18%. This is already the peak within reach. As Huarun Real Estate's stock price collapsed, someone quickly took over a large amount of equity without triggering a panic sell-off in the market. Mr. Ji, you must be hungry. Wang Tongjuan's expression changed instantly, looking at Ji Feng with a radiant smile, her tone lively. She then raised her hand to summon the waiter. Serve the dishes. That 18% of shares is a lifeline for her. Holding on to this 18%, she can truly stabilize her position as the largest shareholder. With the ability to attack or retreat, and to take advantage of the situation, she could stabilize the declining stock price of Huarun Real Estate. The dishes were quickly served, beautifully plated and full of color and aroma. Ji Feng did not back down. He said not a word about the equity matter and focused on eating. Wang Tongwan did the same. The two quietly had dinner. She was warm and friendly, frequently serving dishes to Ji Feng, casually introducing the origin and preparation of each dish. As soon as Ji Feng set down his chopsticks satisfied and finished, Wang Tongwan also immediately set down hers, her movement swift. Mr. G, 30 billion Hong Kong dollars along with all the shares of Huarun Real Estate under your name. Hongqi Leisure Real Estate, Leisure Brewery, and Imeigo Electronics. In this 4-part transaction, I will package it all for you. How about that? Wang Tongjuan's gaze was determined as her words landed. Deal. Ji Feng replied with a smile. In fact, there was still room for negotiation. In any matter, it's wise to leave a bit of leeway. Being too aggressive could lead to losing the balance. Moreover, Wang Tongwan was unaware that of the 30 billion, 20 billion was actually his own money. In a fair transaction, he naturally did not need to be polite. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, send someone to New Era Building. He pulled out a napkin, leisurely wiped his mouth, and stood up to leave the table. Wang Tongwan stood up with a beaming smile. Mr. Ji, please cooperate with me to publicly release a joint statement. As soon as her words fell, Ji Feng slightly raised his eyes, giving her a meaningful look. He understood. This was to set a trap for Li Jiaqing. So he nodded, agreeing. The next morning, Wang Tongwan immediately sent a dedicated person to New Era Building. Only after the contract was signed and the funds arrived did she quietly breathe a sigh of relief. The business world is like a chess game where truth and falsehood are hard to distinguish. Until the official seal is affixed, everything remains uncertain. Ji Feng's alliance with her today does not guarantee he won't turn around tomorrow to chat and negotiate with Li Jiaqing. Do not be fooled by the turbulent undercurrents between Ji Feng and Li Jiaqing. As the old saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only unchanging interests. When interests align, deep-seated grudges can be drowned in a toast forgotten over a night of revelry. This is business. The transaction has concluded. As requested by Wang Tongjuan, both parties strictly kept the secret. After receiving the funds, she did not immediately return the money to fill the gap misappropriated from Huarun real estate. On the surface, everything remained normal. She was still the anxious and restless president, one constantly pacing with phone calls ringing a frown on her face. This state continued until the stock market opened in the morning. When the head of the securities department of Huarun real estate rushed into her office, he was still sweating. President Wang, the stock price is rising. Someone is buying in bulk and it's all our company's stocks. Upon hearing this, Wang Tongwan raised her eyebrows slightly. Let them buy. Old Li has made his move. Funds surged in like a tide, completely unconcerned about the rising prices. In less than an hour, the stock price surged nearly 10 Hong Kong dollars. Even the retail investors could clearly see. This is not bottom fishing, but is a haunt. The target is clear: to swallow Huarun real estate. Once the news spread, investors rushed in following the trend. They were the happiest to see this scene. Once the acquisition battle begins, short-term opportunities arise. Buying low and selling high, quick profits. Everyone was busy, their feet hardly touching the ground. As a result, the stock price surged steadily. By the time of the lunch break, the steep drop from yesterday afternoon had recovered more than half. Longxi Group, the head of the securities department, was reporting to Li Jiaqing. Chairman, the current shareholding is approaching 30%. The stock price has been significantly pushed up. Retail investors continue to flock in, and after the afternoon opening, it is highly likely to rise sharply again. There are about 30 billion Hong Kong dollars left in available funds in the account. Li Jiaqing nodded lightly, a smile spreading uncontrollably across his face. He turned to Huang Yonghe and asked, how's it going with Wang Tongwan? She is still anxiously coping. There isn't a single cent of liquid cash in the account. She can't take out real money to enter the stock market. Huang Yonghe replied succinctly, then his expression darkened. But she met Ji Feng yesterday. What? Li Jiaqing's brow suddenly tightened. Ji Feng. This name is an unremovable thorn in his heart. Like a nemesis, yet also an unavoidable calamity in his life. In this life he has stumbled several times, but each time it has been at Ji Feng's hands. What did they discuss? He spoke tightly. No one knows the truth. But Wang Tongwan has inherited all of Lu Fuxiang's fortune. Shares of Hongqi Leisure Real Estate and Leisure Brewery none are missing. She is likely to completely entrust these matters to Ji Feng in exchange for a life-saving sum of money. Huang Yonghe spoke cautiously. The news was tightly sealed, no one could grasp the details, and could only rely on speculation. Li Jiaqing's fingers turned white. If Ji Feng truly intervened, the game would be utterly irretrievable. The market opens in the afternoon, we must go all in. Quick and decisive. They definitely haven't finalized their negotiation. Otherwise, Wang Tongwan would have already had funds to sweep up the stocks. The arrow had been shot, and there was no turning back. He could only brace himself and charge forward. That afternoon, Li Jiaqing made another move. Meanwhile, Wang Tongwan seemed to be completely uninvolved. Instead of guarding the company, they were busy dealing with Lu Fuxiang's funeral. After all, he was ostensibly her husband and couldn't just be left lying in the freezer. Burying him was both a courtesy and a sentiment. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Tongwan remained silent. Li Jiaqing's courage grew bolder, engaging in a buying frenzy. The stock price soared only $30 lower than before the sharp decline before he finally paused to rest. Immediately after, he hastily convened a press conference. The Capital Alliance, led by the Changshe Group, officially held 39 of Huarun real estate shares. They simultaneously announced the initiation of a full acquisition and the preparation for a board restructuring. The news exploded, causing a stir across Hong Kong. Everyone exclaimed, Li Chaoren is making a comeback. However, less than 5 minutes after the press conference ended, as Li Jiaqing stepped into his office, Huang Yonghe and Li Ju burst in their faces ashen. What's the panic about? Dad, something big has happened. Li Ju's lips quivered, his face turning purple like liver. Huang Yonghe spoke rapidly. Ji Feng's New Century Fund has just held a press conference in conjunction with Wang Tongwan. The New Century Fund is spending 3 billion Hong Kong dollars plus 18% equity in Huarun real estate to buy out all assets under Wang Tongjuan's name in one go. Imigo Electronics, Hongqi Leisure Real Estate, and Leisure Liquor. What? Li Jiaqing's faint smile instantly froze and shattered. Where did he get 18% of Huarun real estate? Mr. Li, they must have completed the transaction in secret long ago. The announcement now is merely to wait for us to invest money and lift the stocks, allowing Wang Tongwan to comfortably fish for profits. Huang Yonghe inhaled sharply, adding this belated realization. With a puff, a mouthful of hot blood surged up Li Jiaqing's throat, catching him off guard as he spat out old blood, his body swaying and crashing heavily to the ground. Dad, Chairman. Li Ju and Huang Yonghe rushed forward to assist him. It's Ji Feng again. It's him. Li Jiaqing's face turned purple, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as he hoarsely shouted, why must Li coexist with Ji? With another puff, another mouthful of blood erupted, and he collapsed unconscious. There was no doubt that Li Jiaqing had once again become a laughingstock in the tea breaks of Hong Kong. And those families who had joined forces with him became the subject of others' ridicule as well. Everyone hated Ji Feng even more and despised Li Jiaqing. He had initially pounded his chest promising Huaran real estate would be swallowed whole. But what was the result? The money was burned through, the territory was not seized, and his face was utterly lost. Lost to the extent that it would smoke at his ancestors' graves. Who could swallow this indignation? Regardless, as Li Jiaqing was just sent to the hospital, a group of people with dark faces rushed angrily towards his ward. Then, in the hospital's ICU room, as old Li just opened his eyes, he exploded at the sight of those rushing in. Before he could speak 3 sentences, he was so enraged that his chest felt tight, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight down again. These people did not leave. Instead, they turned and rushed to the doctor's office, more anxious than the patient's family. Old Li must not die. As long as he was alive, the money that had been spent before might still be recouped. However, if Li Jiaqing truly breathed his last, that money would be completely lost. The entire building was thrown into chaos. Old Li was resuscitated twice in quick succession. Meanwhile, in the outer circle of the shallow water bay villa complex, the old-style villa with gray walls and red tiles was fully lit. The owner is the Norse family. Although it was deep night, the inside was as bright as day. The family was having a dinner gathering. Wega, his wife, and 2 sons were all seated at the long table. Silverware gleamed and hot dishes exuded fragrant aromas. Today was his wife's birthday. No outsiders were invited, only a simple family meal. The 2 sons each presented gifts. Wega personally handed over a necklace of blue sapphire design he had selected for a long time before taking his seat. Just as he settled in, he frowned. Where is Chasai? Chasai, Norse's eldest son. He was also the son who troubled him the most. The second son, Deluo, brightened up and answered eagerly, eldest brother hasn't shown up at all. Bang! Wega slammed his palm on the oak table, causing the glasses to buzz. Where the hell has that scoundrel gone? Who didn't inform him that the whole family was having dinner tonight? Chasai was indeed a headache. Drinking, gambling, and women never ceased, and he had been involved in several unshakable addictions. I informed him. Deluo immediately chimed in. I personally called him. He said it was too stuffy at home and didn't want to come. Inside, he was overjoyed. The more disappointment his father had in his elder brother, the greater his own chances of rising to power. So usually he secretly indulged chassis extravagance, covering up his gambling debts several times. Yet in front of Wega, he changed his tune, embellishing every word. Chasai had fallen to this state. Deluo had at least pushed him half the way. This is the luxury circle. No matter the country or place, so-called brothers are merely competitors born from the same root. Bastard. Wega gritted his teeth and growled. His wife reached out to press down on his hand, softly advising, dear, don't let your anger harm your health. No matter how wrong Chasai is, he is still your own flesh and blood. He is not beyond saving, he just took a wrong turn. Once we return to the land of the setting sun, we can gradually teach him and still put him right. After all, she was his mother. Even if the child is spoiled rotten, she always protects that outer layer. Wega snorted coldly, no longer mentioning Chasai. Yet he also felt somewhat softened inside. After returning to the land of the setting sun, there would be plenty of time for discipline. Moreover, he also believed that Hong Kong was a mire that led his son astray. Changing the environment would naturally cleanse him. He set down his knife and fork, turning to Deluo. Tomorrow morning, you personally arrange a meeting with Ji Feng. Tell him that as long as he is willing to pay 8 billion Hong Kong dollars, all shares of Hongqi will immediately belong to him. Originally, he thought he could sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for Lu Fuxiong and Ji Feng to tear each other apart. Who knew that Lu Fuxiong would be directly kidnapped and killed, and the equity of Hongqi in his phone would subsequently fall into Ji Feng's hands, Alisher Real Estate, and the shares transferred by Changsha Group, all swallowed whole by him. Now Ji Feng had become the largest shareholder of Hongqi. Wega panicked. He feared that Ji Feng would drag out negotiations, waiting for Hong Kong's return and his own liquidation day, landing him a clean mess. This was why he hurriedly sought to cash out and exit. Understood. He'll contact him right away. Deluo replied succinctly, his fingertips tightening quietly under the table. This was a chance for a comeback. If this deal was successful in his father's eyes, he would be the only heir. Let's eat. Wega cut off a small piece of steak. The family picked up their utensils again. Bang, bang, bang. Of all times, this had to happen now. Thud, thud, thud. The door rattled violently under heavy blows. Wei Ji's brow furrowed. He raised a hand, halting the maid who was rushing forward to open it. It's that good for nothing Cha Si again. I'll open it myself. Today I'll strip him bare down to the sinew. Roaring, he strode toward the entrance hall and twisted the lock with a sharp click. You dare show your face here? Your mother's too furious to eat, but you, off gambling again, aren't you? You wretched scoundrel. Break your legs. I swear I will. His voice choked off mid-sentence. Gurgle. His Adam's apple bobbed sharply as his gaze locked frozen on the figure in the doorway. This was no slouching, insolent son standing before him. Instead, a fully armed man stood there, face concealed beneath a black balaclava, eyes glinting like shards of ice, a pistol leveled squarely at Wei Ji's forehead. You. This villa sat at the remote mountain-locked end of Hong Kong. No bodyguards were ever hired, no surveillance cameras installed. A decades-old habit. An old Hong Kong saying once held, touch anyone you will, but never lay a hand on a subject of the British Empire, do so, and you tear open a wound no power can mend. But those rules had long since scattered like ash upon the wind, forgotten, unheeded. Only Wei Gu, an expatriate who clung to notions of bloodline and superiority, still dwelled in that faded dream, utterly oblivious to the world's change. I am a citizen of the British Empire. You dare. Pop. The gunshot cut short his final syllable. His skull exploded, his body collapsed rigidly onto the floor. Bang. Blood splattered across the doorframe, a life fled his corpse instantly. Ah. Dad. Husband. Wails, shrieks, and soul-rending cries erupted in a single deafening burst. Move in. Leave no one alive. Black-clad figures surged across the threshold. Gunfire followed in rapid, merciless succession. Wei Ji's wife had barely thrown herself over her husband's body when a bullet tore through the back of her skull. His younger son bolted for the staircase, only to crumple forward as a round pierced his nape from behind. The maid lay slumped in the first-floor corridor, 2 bullet holes blooming crimson across her chest. In the kitchen doorway, the cook knelt motionless, forehead pressed to the tile floor, never to rise again. Only Dao Luo remained. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, forehead striking the marble floor, voice trembling beyond coherence. Don't kill me. Please, truly. It has nothing to do with me. Money. My bankbook is in the safe. Password I'll tell you right now. What dignity remained? What decorum? He cast them both into the gutter, kneeling, sobbing, screaming, yet no ear bent to listen. One shot. A crimson blossom burst at his temple, his body slumped sideways into the pooling blood. The entire villa reeked of iron and death. Xiong Kaishan yanked off his balaclava, wiped sweat from his brow, and growled at his men, bring in those 3 sacks. 3 bulging black jute sacks were hauled into the living room. As the cords were untied, 3 corpses tumbled out. Men loyal to Zhang Zihao, necks bruised, purple eyes grotesquely protruding, long since dead. Xiong Kaishan directed the staging of the scene, then flicked open a lighter, snap, and watched the flame lick hungrily at the curtains. His men withdrew, swiftly vanishing into the ink-black night. Fire raced up to the 2nd floor. Neighboring residents heard the first sharp crackles, flung open their windows, and saw crimson light blazing skyward. Fire! Fire! Call the fire brigade, quickly! It's ablaze! Sirens wailed closer, flames painted half the heavens red, thick black smoke coiled upward like a funeral shroud. As the fire engines screeched to a halt, Chen Qian arrived with her team. The blaze is extinguished. 9 bodies recovered. Severe burns. 5 confirmed as members of the Norrell's family, 2 domestic staff, and 3 others unidentifiable by facial features. Chen Qian listened, jaw tightening. All died from close-range gunshots. Preliminary assessment: a targeted assault on the Norrell's residence, resulting in total annihilation of the household. 3 assailants were killed in return, then incinerated to destroy evidence. Further forensic analysis pending. She paused, her gaze darkening. At such a delicate juncture, someone dared cross the line. Are there any survivors among the Norrell's family? Cha Si wasn't home. He's at a club in Causeway Bay. Our officers are already en route to bring him in. Chen Qian accepted the case file. Her fingertip hovered over Cha Si's dossier, scanning lines of damning detail: alcoholism, promiscuity, gambling, addiction, narcotics abuse, drug trafficking. 5 words, each hotter than the last. The dossier laid it bare. Cha Si had recently accrued staggering debts. A chill settled in Chen Qian's chest. She silently added his name to her list of suspects. But before she could speak, a uniformed officer rushed in, voice taut, confirmed. One of the 3 deceased carried an engraved jade pendant, verified as belonging to Zhang Zihao's inner circle. They'd been missing without trace until now. Zhang Zihao. Chen Qian's pupils contracted sharply, her brows slashed downward like twin blades. Him again. This reckless fugitive dares resurface. Issue citywide arrest orders, immediately. And his wife, any movement. The officer shook his head. Chen Qian slammed her palm onto the desk. Dig deeper. Tear the earth apart if you must. Find him. Orders issued, her team dispersed without hesitation. At that moment, Cha Si, yanked from a cluster of heavily made-up women outside the club, was dragged before Chen Qian by 2 officers. Inspector Chen, Cha Si is requested. Chen Qian lifted her eyes. Cha Si wore a garish red suit, a flamboyant printed shirt beneath, radiating an aura of vulgar bravado. Even more overwhelming was the stench of liquor clinging to him, mingled with cloying layers of clashing perfumes, so pungent that Chen Qian instinctively narrowed her nostrils. What's going on? My house, is it on fire? His gaze snapped to the blackened skeletal remains of his villa, his voice rocketed upward, and he leapt backward as though scalded. Chen Qian, assuming shock had overwhelmed him, softened her tone. Mr. Cha Si,
Please accept our deepest condolences, such a tragedy. Fuck. Who lit it? Cha Si's eyes blazed crimson as he bellowed. My 100,000 HKD cash. Just secured. Still locked in the safe. All gone. Ruined. Before he could finish, he crashed to his knees with a heavy thud, howling tears and snot streaming down his face, the wail piercing the entire street. Yet Chen Qian and the officers surrounding him froze in unison, exchanging stunned, disbelieving glances. Was he truly grieving? Over a mere 100,000. His parents, his brother, gone forever. Mr. Cha Si, please compose yourself. Your parents and younger brother have all perished. Dead. Not a single survivor. Cha Si jerked his head up, speaking with startling speed. Confirmed without doubt. The instant those words landed. Huh. One moment collapsed in sobs, the next, he threw back his head and shrieked with manic, ear-splitting laughter. Excellent. Now no one stands between me and the inheritance. Those gambling debts, I can finally settle them. His hands trembled violently, not from sorrow but from euphoric disbelief, as though fortune itself had plummeted from the heavens and struck him square upon the brow. He'd assumed his claim to the estate was forfeit, yet after merely a night of indulgence at a club, he returned to find his entire family lying cold and silent. Such luck defied reason. Chen Qian stood nearby, watching his ecstatic, contorted face, her expression hardening, growing colder, frost forming at its edges. Take him in. I'll conduct the interrogation myself. She nearly turned away upon learning Zhang Ziheo's men lay dead at the scene, but the grotesque spectacle before her sent a shiver down her spine. With his money gone, he lamented loudly. All his relatives were lost, yet he clapped in delight. A string in Chen Qian's heart snapped. Cha Si and Zhang Ziheo were most likely in cahoots. Two officers responded promptly, moving forward to cuff his arms behind his back with precision. Are you crazy? What are you arresting me for? Let go. Do you believe I can have you both kicked out by tomorrow? Cha Si struggled and shouted, his face contorted, baring his teeth at the officers. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a son never sets person. Dare to touch me. You all don't want to work anymore, do you? His arrogance truly matched the title of a son never sets person. The officers didn't even raise an eyebrow, coldly uttering a single command: take him away. The case of the Underworld family massacre instantly ignited public outcry across Hong Kong. Even the Sun Never Sets locals were alarmed. The deceased was a wealthy individual from the Sun Never Sets region, and the Hong Kong government ordered a deadline for solving the case. News spread, and every other Sun Never Sets tycoon in Xianjiang felt anxious. The so-called safety and privilege collapsed overnight, with the Underworld family nearly uprooted, striking like a heavy hammer on all Sun Never Sets people. Xianjiang was no longer their forbidden zone. They fell from their pedestal and removed their untouchable masks. That layer of invulnerability shattered into pieces on the spot. A group of Sun Never Sets tycoons quietly accelerated their offshore exodus. Another group frantically sought out tough bodyguards. They had hired people before, but mostly for show. After all, in previous years, Xianjiang was firmly in the hands of the Sun Never Sets. Oh, no one dared to spit at them. But now, everything had changed. The foreigners were both greedy and more cautious about their lives than anyone else. With the Underworld incident, the stock prices of the Sun Never Sets companies in Xianjiang plummeted. The wealthy Chinese tycoons immediately swooped in to feed on the carcass, moving as quickly as sharks sensing blood. Ji Feng was the most ferocious and precise among them. In the safe house, the sound of keyboards echoed like raindrops. Lin Yi quickly walked up to Ji Feng. Boss, the stock of Dowli Hotel has risen to 37. Clear all stocks, withdraw immediately. Ji Feng swallowed hard before he could finish his words. He raised his eyes to ask, what about Taigu? 73. They are on the tray. Push it to 82, then stop. Understood. Lin Yi nodded, turned and shouted, Group 3. Continue buying. Aim for 82, finish and leave. The sound of typing continued to thunder, shaking the air with vibrations. Everyone's fingers flew across the keyboards, their eyes fixed on the screens, barely taking a breath. 2 hours later, the last batch of Taigu stocks was sold, and the feeding frenzy was complete. Action netting. Lin Yi quickly summarized the results. Boss, we've devoured 15 companies in 2 days. Total investment is 4.3 billion, with 116 billion left on the books, netting 73 billion. The traders looked up in unison, their gazes burning. Boss, I'm truly impressed. Lin Yi's voice tightened as atoms, apple bobbing, wishing he could kneel and bow his head right there. Bonuses, 1 million each post-tax. Ji Feng simply waved his hand. Long live the boss. Awesome. Boss, I love you. Boss, you are a living deity. Everyone stood up, shouting so loudly that the ceiling reverberated, making the entire building tremble. Ji Feng, however, had already stood up, heading straight back to his office. This storm was a fire he had ignited himself. To take control of Hong Kong's energy market, he could not bypass the Underworld family. Cha Si, this prodigal son who frequented casinos and was buried in debt, was soon dug up. Dealing with a gambler was far easier than handling Wei Guo. Thus the plan took shape: spare Cha Si's life, while sending the others away, then push Hao Guo out to take the blame.
The criminals' cases piled up like mountains, adding one more wouldn't be counted. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Ji Feng had long pre-written the chain reaction of the stock market collapse in the chess game. The British stocks in Xinjiang had plummeted 3 times. The first time the shipping king seized Kowloon warehouse, the Chinese capital rose, and the British privileges began to loosen. The second time the Iron Lady stumbled, her authority shaken. This time, their invulnerability shattered, unable to protect their lives. It would be strange if the stock prices didn't collapse. Phone. That gambling fool Cha Si hasn't been released yet. Huang Feng pushed the door open, his tone urgent. He had been locked up for 2 days, yet there was no news. No rush. Ji Feng leaned back in his chair. He will come out sooner or later. The moment he steps out of the police station is when we strike. The east wind was ready, it just lacked the moment he showed up. In the chairman's office of global shipping, net profit of 73 billion Hong Kong dollars. My goodness. Su Wenxin's expression was solemn, showing no signs of relaxation. Bao Wenqi stood beside him, his throat bobbing, his breath stalling for a moment. This Ji Feng is just too. He opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't find the right words. Ji Feng's net profit of 73 billion Hong Kong dollars during this turmoil. Though it might be hidden among the wealthy circles of Xinjiang, it was no secret to the Bao family. They held shares in HSBC, and with the flow of transactions and funds, they could see everything at a glance. As soon as the news hit, both father and son were fully aware. Shocked, their hearts raced. Especially these two. One had married in for many years, binding his life and fortunes to the Bao family. The other had been raised as the successor since childhood, but felt for the first time how thin their family finances were. Though Su Wenxian was of foreign descent, after entering the Bao family, he was no longer part of the British camp. This time, amid the stock market turbulence, he personally ordered a liquidation of the British stocks without mercy. The company's account had just added nearly 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Initially pleased upon hearing Ji Feng's figures, his fingertips trembled, nearly crushing his teacup. Dad, Ji Feng is a living cash cow. He's never faced a loss in the stock market. Su Wenxin's voice was heavy, as if weighed down by iron. Have you sent the invitation for your mother's birthday banquet to Ji Feng? Not yet. Bao Wenqi shook his head. I plan to deliver it personally. Last time when we had that hard confrontation with Ji, we helped Ji Feng a bit, so it's only fair. But the usual interactions are few, and we don't meet often. Su Wenxian thus took the opportunity of his wife's birthday to host a banquet, hoping to invite him in for a proper sit-down. Right, you go personally, he said decisively. Bao Wenqi hesitated for a moment. Dad, do you think Ji Feng will really come? Whether he comes is his business, but whether we send it is ours. At the police station, after 48 hours of questioning and thorough external investigations, Chun Qian finally signed to release him. Cha Si was not involved in the Cha Si case. The lawyer quickly took over the inheritance process. He hastily buried his family, not even hanging a white banner, and turned to enter the nightclub. All gambling debts were cleared. With tens of billions in cash and all shares of the Hong Kong Gas Company, this habitual gambler had turned his fortunes overnight, becoming a new tycoon in Xinjiang. Yet life went on as usual, spending money like water, managing money like a blind man. How does the company operate? How do board meetings happen? He didn't even know what the articles of association stated. Night after night of revelry, isn't that wonderful? On the day of the Hong Kong Gas Board's restructuring, he was bent over the baccarat table at the Venetian, betting on big and small. The Peninsula Hotel. The old house is burnt to ashes, and the renovation has not even taken a year and a half. He neither bought a luxury house nor rented a place, but directly swiped his card to secure the presidential suite for a long stay. His exact words were, I have so much money that I can lie down and stay at the Peninsula until I die. It was 10 o'clock that morning. Cha Si was wrapped in a velvet bathrobe still stained with wine, his hair a mess, slumped on the sofa. Still hung over with his temples pounding, he had an appointment with someone from the New Century Fund and couldn't afford to cancel. A spendthrift is still a spendthrift, but the teachings of the Noel's family were ingrained in him. Some faces cannot be lost. Some people are simply not to be trifled with. He had long been familiar with the name Ji Feng, the shipping king, who had turned a mess around in 3 months, now capable of shaking the financial street of Xinjiang with a stomp. Such a person Cha Si dared not offend. But respect, that was truly out of the question. When the other party came to visit, he received them in his bathrobe. Had it not been for his well-known character, anyone else would have flipped the table on the spot. The moment Wang Mengqi stepped in, Cha Si's eyes were glued to her. She wore a black OL suit, sharply tailored, black stockings wrapped around her long legs, each step accentuating her figure. Her face was flawless, and her demeanor was both cold and striking. Cha Si swallowed, his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, almost tasting the metallic tang of rust. Mr. Cha Si. Wang Mengqi furrowed her brow, her gaze as chilling as frost. Before she could finish her sentence, Cha Si interrupted. Miss Wang, you are beautiful, and your voice is sweet. May I invite you to share a drink? His gaze lingered on her face like a hook coated in honey. What he was contemplating was almost written on his eyelids. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he might have swallowed Wang Mengqi whole on the spot. In an instant, Wang Mengqi's expression turned icy. Mr. Cha Si, I am Mr. Ji Feng's personal economic advisor here specifically for the sale and transfer of Honki's equity. Her tone was decisive. Every word was clear without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Cha Si's drunkenness dissipated significantly. Ji Feng's personal economic advisor. And she looks this outstanding. This connection. Old-school tycoons from the Sunset side and those wealthy individuals from the United States had long made part-time lovers a norm. Secretaries, advisors, assistants, every title sounds good, every position is convenient. Cha Si felt a rush of warmth, then a sudden chill. That thought was extinguished on the spot. Miss Wang, let's discuss business. No matter how tempting a woman might be, one must consider if they have the capability to handle her. An ordinary girl might get by, but this one is a person next to a big shot. She is untouchable. Big shots value their face. You send a green hat over, and it would be surprising if they didn't tear you apart. Cha Si wanted to digress, but thus became serious, sitting up straight. Yet when his gaze swept over Wang Mingqi, it was still scorching, unable to hide that hint of greed. I am selling the shares of Hongqi. His intention to sell had nothing to do with his father Wei Guest's plans to leave Hong Kong. Compared to Wei Guest's exit considerations, what Cha Si sought was simple money, managing the company, controlling shares, long-term planning. He was not interested at all. Such a person does not understand the capital snowball effect. They only trust the cash in hand. Selling at a high price, taking the money, and lying flat for the rest of their life. That's his business philosophy. 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Wang Mingqi called out the figure. It was exactly the same as the original quote given to Wei Ge. Cha Si raised an eyebrow, shaking his head like a rattle. 5 billion. Too low. If I were to publicly sell it, the buyers queuing to raise the price would stretch to Central Pier. He was not worried about not being able to sell. With a higher price available, who would be willing to sell for less? The greed of foreigners has always been like this. If they can earn 110 billion, they will never settle for 99 billion. Money is a ruler that measures everything. It is also a knife that cuts everything. Mr. Cha Si, your words are indeed correct. But in all of Xiangjiang, how many can truly come up with 50 billion in cash on the spot? Count them on your fingers. There are quite a few tycoons who could swallow Hongqi. But those who have 50 billion in cash on hand are truly few. 50 billion is not a small figure. The liquidity of top-tier consortiums barely reaches 20 to 30 billion. Even to cobble together 30 billion temporarily, they would have to rob Peter to pay Paul 50 billion. That's simply heart-wrenching. Cha Si hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. He indeed wanted full payment, the sooner the better. 50 billion won't work. One price, 80 billion. He raised the price slightly. His real bottom line was 65 billion. Leave enough room for the other party to bargain. He thought Wang Mingqi would frown, remain silent, or push back. To his surprise, after lowering her gaze for 3 seconds, she looked up and said, 80 billion deal. Cha Si was stunned on the spot. His heart sank, feeling as if doused in cold water. Oh no, he had set the price too low. She had readily agreed to 80 billion. She must still have 90 billion or even 100 billion in her pocket. Prepare the contract. His voice was dry, but he did not backtrack or raise the price again. Wang Mingqi immediately arranged for legal counsel. The contract was signed in the presence of Cha Si's lawyer. Once signed, the financial department was notified to transfer the funds. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Cha Si's phone rang. The bank called to confirm 80 billion Hong Kong dollars had been credited to the account. The transaction was finalized. That afternoon, Ji Feng personally held a press conference. This was his first time attending a press conference in his own capacity, and reporters flocked in, filling the venue to capacity. All the reporters held their breath, waiting for Ji Feng to appear. The moment Ji Feng stepped into the conference hall, he straightforwardly opened his mouth. This morning, Mr. Cha Si Noels has transferred all the equity of Hongqi under his name to us. From now on, I officially become the largest shareholder of Hongqi Group, completing the full acquisition of Hongqi Group. The crowd gasped. Before his words had faded, the entire room of reporters collectively gasped. Hongqi Group, the #1 energy giant in Xiangjiang, controlling over 80% of the oil and natural gas supply in Hong Kong, is a century-old British company with deep roots. With a market value approaching 500 billion Hong Kong dollars, it had always been firmly held by British capital. Now it has unexpectedly fallen into Ji Feng's hands. This news sent shockwaves through the financial world. Before the reporters even had a chance to raise their hands and ask questions, Ji Feng continued to announce, in addition to Hongqi, I am also founding the New Era Group today. The first batch of integrated units will be the newly formed New Era Real Estate Company, restructured from the original Lease Real Estate, Imigo Electric Company, and the recently completed Hongqi Group. The establishment of New Era Group is purely for streamlining management. New Era Media and JIS Life are not included in this. Eggs must never be placed all in one basket. Having finished speaking, Ji Feng turned and left the venue. All subsequent inquiries would be answered by the newly appointed general manager of New Era Group, Wang Mingqi. New Era Group listed. Hongqi changes hands. The lifeline of Xiangjiang's energy is now free from British capital. The new noble of Xiangjiang, Ji Feng. A panoramic view of Ji Feng's assets. The 4 major families exit, the 5 major families take the stage. Ji Feng, single-handedly supporting a wealthy family. The son of the Ship King. After 7 months of taking over the family business, he has already risen to the peak of Xianjiang. Headlines poured in like snowflakes. On the streets of Xianjiang, everyone was discussing Ji Feng. The young people were once again shocked. The boy copied his resume onto the first page of his notebook. The girl flipped through his past articles before bed, fantasizing about the wedding ring at the end of the red carpet. At the same moment, in a tranquil mansion atop Victoria Peak, the study was illuminated. An elderly man, lean and not very tall, sat quietly before the desk. Spread out on the desk was the newspaper featuring the front-page news about Ji Feng's acquisition. His name was Hua Ingdong, recognized as the stabilizing force of Hong Kong. When it comes to wealth, there may be disputes. However, if asked who wields the most influence, no one would dare hesitate. It's undoubtedly the Hua family. Both the underworld and the upper echelons respected him. No one dared to challenge his authority. The old man came from extreme poverty, starting out by running boats, and had even dealt in arms during his early years. When he was in real estate, the now renowned for prominent families of Hong Kong were still hauling cargo at the docks and setting up stalls on the streets. At that time, the Hua family was the true real estate overlord. Later, to support the nation's development, they were suppressed by colonial authorities, forced to liquidate all their real estate business at a low price, and quietly exited the scene. Since then, the Hua family became dormant, yet the old man's weight in the community never diminished. Even the notorious gangster Zhang Zihao, who dared to kidnap the scions of the Li and Guo families, would sternly instruct his subordinates before leaving, "You can touch anyone, but never lay a hand on a member of the Hua family. Anyone who dares will die, and no one can guarantee safety." Dad, what do you think of Ji Feng's move? The eldest son, Hua Tingzhou, saw his father staring at the newspaper for a long time with a complex expression and finally spoke softly. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the ones in front. The old man closed the newspaper and sighed slowly. In his early 20s, he has carved out a path to greatness. 10 years later, 20 years later, who dares to estimate? He indeed possesses exceptional qualities. Hua Tingzhou nodded, his tone slightly heavy, but his methods seem too ruthless, too impatient. The stock market's continuous attacks. Before he could finish, Hua Ingdong raised his hand to interrupt. Ruthless? Impatient? What does it mean to be glorious? These respectable, wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, which of them did not rise from mud and walk on the edge of a blade? Hua Tingzhou pressed his lips together, slightly curling his lip. But he knew deep down that his father was absolutely right. Every aristocratic family today has a history riddled with hidden reefs and bloodstains. The Hua family themselves had dabbled in smuggling and arms, which of them had not? As for the old money Li and Ma families, they truly emerged from a pile of corpses to gain their wealth. On the Hua family's side, the old man felt a deep sigh and regarded Ji Feng with admiration. Other prominent families had their own calculations. Some gritted their teeth in anger. For instance, the old-school British businessmen who were left in dire straits by Ji Feng's precise positioning during the sunsetting merchants' turmoil. Some could only smile bitterly and shake their heads. Others were left in shock, like Li Jiaqing lying on a hospital bed. He stared at the newspaper, his finger frozen in midair, unable to move for a long time. The investment is too massive. 8 billion. Buying Hongqi. Does he really dare to spend this money? The report clearly outlined the details of Ji Feng's acquisition of Hongqi, and just that figure of 8 billion Hong Kong dollars made his chest tighten. Fool. Spending 8 billion to buy Hongqi. It's a waste of money. Li Ju scoffed. The portion of shares held by the Norris family was indeed valuable, but to raise it to 8 billion for a deal seemed utterly absurd. As the eldest son of Li Jiaqing, he had learned from his father, save where you can, borrow where you can, and ideally, spend not a penny, letting others bear the risk. For such a high-priced forced purchase, he had always looked down upon. Don't forget, what he bought for 8 billion is the entire Hongqi. Now, apart from the circulating shares, all other shares are under his name. The share from leased properties plus the nearly free portion from Wang Tongjuan, along with our Li families. At this point, Li Jiaqing suddenly paused. It was not intentional to build suspense. It was just a fleeting thought. How Ji Feng precisely seized the moment when the Li family's cash flow was tight, suddenly raised the price to stir trouble, forcing him to offer the Hongqi shares at a discount. His heart suddenly clenched as if being gripped tightly. To put it simply, he took the entire Hongqi group and on paper only spent 8 billion. That is a new power in Hong Kong's energy sector worth 500 billion. It's even more valuable than the Hong Kong Electric we own. Hong Kong Electric is an old giant monopolizing 85% of the city's electricity supply. It was acquired by the Li family a few years ago, generating steady profits of nearly 2 billion each year. Li Jia's face turned ashen. It's not about fearing competitors profiting, but fearing that the one profiting is a sworn enemy. That feeling is more painful than going bankrupt. Is there really no one who can take care of Ji Feng? Li Jiaqing suddenly laughed. His good days are coming to an end soon. Moi. Li Ju was taken aback and turned to look at his father. At present, Ji Feng was in the limelight with the media praising him every day. Oh, how could he be nearing his end? Don't let this sun blind you. Remember, when you think there is no one around to oppose you, the crisis is already sneaking up behind you. Seeing his son still looking bewildered, Li Jiaqing decided to clarify he has incurred public wrath. The Nor's family was almost uprooted and the stocks of British companies collapsed overnight. Meanwhile, he took advantage of the chaos to buy low, targeting the foreigners when they were bleeding. 73 billion Hong Kong dollars, all from the blood of foreigners. But didn't we also benefit from it? Li Ju still couldn't turn the corner. That wave of buying frenzy saw more than half of Hong Kong's wealthy participating. Why single out Ji Feng? The early bird gets the worm. He profits the most, naturally becoming the target. Li Jiaqing's smile deepened. Although Hong Kong will return in a few years, for now, it is still the land of the rising sun. Those who keep their word are still the foreigners. Li Ju's pupils constricted, and he suddenly understood. Dad, are you saying that Ji Feng might follow in the footsteps of the Hua family? Back then, the Hua family was besieged by the British, forcibly squeezed out of the real estate circle, and their projects were sold off at a loss of nearly 10 billion. Ji Feng and the Hua family are not the same. Who was behind the Hua family? The foreigners dared to pressure them, but did not dare to sever their roots. Who stands behind Ji Feng? Empty. They will show no mercy. Once they take action, it will be a deadly blow. The Hua family may lose a layer of skin at most, but Ji Feng, he might not even be left with bone fragments. Li Jiaqing gently leaned back against the pillow, his voice low and resolute. This is our opportunity. By reclaiming Hanjin, we can seize Ji Feng's hard assets and instantly elevate the Li family to the top of Hong Kong's aristocracy. As soon as old Li's words fell, flames ignited in Li Jia's eyes. He envisioned Ji Feng being cornered by the foreigners, facing ruin and disgrace. The sheer delight in his heart almost surged out from his throat. He suddenly pulled out his bank card and slammed it down, saying, "Exchange for another 1 billion. All right, sir." The beautiful dealer took the card and skillfully inserted it into the terminal. This time a red warning popped up on the screen. "Sir, your account balance is insufficient, less than 1 billion. What? Chassis was taken aback, then jumped up. "I clearly have 100 billion HKD in my card. The machine must be broken." The dealer replied calmly. "You have continuously exchanged 10 times, totaling 100 billion. The system now shows that your account balance is only 30,000 HKD. What? Chassis' pupils constricted, his lips turning pale. 100 billion. Could it really be gone completely? You are cheating. The first reaction of a gambler who has lost everything is always this. It's only natural. Before his words fell, several dealers' expressions darkened simultaneously. "Sir, you can eat casually, but you cannot speak carelessly." Chassis felt a chill run down his spine, instantly becoming more aware. Was he causing trouble on the gambling boat? It could lead to humiliation at best and death at worst. He straightened his back, forcing himself to say, "I need to borrow money. I must turn the tables today." "Sorry, this boat does not provide lending services." The dealer raised her hand and pressed the intercom. "Please have the captain dock. The guest is preparing to disembark." "Bastard, are you playing with me?" Chassis shouted angrily. A casino that does not lend money. He had never heard of such a thing in his half a lifetime. Just as he was about to rush over to argue, the dealer had already pressed the talk button in advance, her voice clear and calm. "The guest is losing control, requesting security intervention." In less than 10 seconds, 2 burly men broke through the door, their guns steadily aimed at Chassis' chest. Chassis froze abruptly as the cold words of the beautiful dealer floated into his ears. "In gambling, there are wins and losses. If you can't afford to lose and throw a tantrum, it will be very embarrassing. This is international waters. Think carefully. International waters. A lawless place. Dragging you down to feed the fish, you wouldn't even make a splash." Chassis was instantly silenced. Half an hour later, the boat docked. Without saying a word, the 2 burly men seized him and tossed him from the yacht onto the dock. The engine roared as the yacht turned and left, showing no mercy. Only he remained on the shore, his shadow stretched thin and long by the morning light. The yacht that had been parked there earlier had long since vanished. A gambling addict lost his entire wealth of 100 billion overnight. He had no awareness that he was already a prey and snared early on. Even with suspicion, there were no leads. The boat was rented from the South Seas. All the money had flowed into overseas accounts. As for the women on the boat, including the beautiful dealer, they were all selected from Hong Kong, Macau, and the South Seas. That place had plenty of women, and as long as the price was right, they were willing to do anything. Trying to find someone. It was like fishing for a needle in the ocean. The only person who could testify that he had been on that boat was Zhang Ao. But this dog Zhang Ao would never speak. Even if the police came to his door, he would still deny it. Having received the money, the loan shark would erase the debt. If he dared to sell out the new city, his life would be over. He understood this better than anyone. Chassis' attempt to recover even a penny was like shouting to the heavens, and heaven did not respond. Screaming to the earth did not respond. Morning. Guo Yanfeng finished counting the last stack of cash, including principal and interest, a total of 230 million. This was all the liquid assets her family had aside from that villa. She slumped down in her chair, feeling cold all over. Selling the house. Not nearly enough. Zhang Zihao had always been a lone wolf in Hong Kong with no trustworthy acquaintances, let alone borrowing money. She could only grit her teeth, placing the money-filled box at the door, her fingers trembling, forehead sweating, waiting for that phone call. The box was soon taken away. Her heart leapt to her throat. The phone rang abruptly. She grabbed her phone, her voice trembling. Hello. Playing us. You promised 300 million, and you only delivered 230. No, no, no. Guo Yinfang panicked, her words tumbling over one another. That's really all I have. I've emptied everything at home. I beg you. Let my husband go. A woman at this moment completely exhausted all strength, leaving only a pleading tone in her cries. You're still short 70 million, and you want to change people. The voice on the other end sounded like an ice pick piercing her ears. I'm sorry. I really can't gather any more. All the money is right here. I beg you to show mercy. Beep, beep, beep. Before she could finish her words, the call was cut off. Guo Yinfang stood frozen in place, her face pale, instinctively wanting to dial 999. But then she thought, her man was a notorious criminal on the wanted list. Report to the police. Her mind buzzed, going blank, her hands and feet turning cold. At that moment on the other end, Zhang Zihao watched as several men in black approached with guns, the bullets clicking into the chambers. His legs went weak, nearly unable to stand. I've already paid the money. Oh, what more do you want? You are still short 70 million. Zhang Zihao's face instantly turned gray. He fell to his knees, forehead to the ground. Brothers, I really have nothing left. Given that I have willingly given you 20 billion, can you spare my life? The other side didn't even lift an eyelid. We'll leave you a whole corpse. Zhang Zihao collapsed on the spot. Bastard, do you have no bottom line? He shouted in anger, but the gun was already steadily aimed at his forehead. Last words. I. He cried out loud, tears streaming down, trembling in fear. I swear I will never be reborn as a human in my next life. It's too dark. This world is full of pits. A generation of fierce criminals thus came to an end. Yet this lifetime Zhang Zihao died especially aggrieved. No titles, no legends, no grandeur of the century thief. Ji Feng inadvertently prevented many powerful families from disaster. After all, Hao Ge had just opened up the new kidnapping business, and then he was gone, even losing his life. All traces were cleaned up thoroughly. Zhang Zihao completely vanished without a trace. No one could say where he had gone, whether alive or dead. All was silent. Lu Fuxiong's death also disappeared because of him. No one mentioned it again, no one investigated it. In the following days, the pace was extremely fast. The New Era Group quickly completed its internal consolidation. They sent people to take over the Hongqi Group, conveniently incorporating Huanyu Aerospace into its fold. In one night, the New Era became a colossal entity spanning 4 major fields: real estate, electrical appliances, energy, and shipping. Ji Feng did not stop, continuously releasing several news items that stirred Hong Kong, establishing the Ji Family Lifestyle Group. Under it are Ji Family Foods, Ji Family Wines, Ji Family Beverages, Ji Family Convenience Stores, and the Hot Pot Specialty, Ji Family One Pot Hot Pot. Establishing the New Era Media Group, including New Era Film Industry, Wireless Television Station, New Era Cinema. The 3 groups operate independently. No mergers, no mixing. The reason is very practical. Ji Feng does not trust the old path of putting all eggs in one basket. Walking separately is more resilient to risks and also more conducive to each one's growth. Meanwhile, the 100 billion HKD in the account was also not idle. He used this money to register New Century holdings in the United States, serving as a foothold for overseas expansion. In the coming years, the global landscape will undergo drastic reshuffling. The wealth brewing within is real gold and silver, and Ji Feng will not stand idly by. As time passed, the day of the birthday banquet for the daughter of the Yacht King, Bao Peiqing, finally arrived. Over these past 4 years, had he managed that principal sum himself, multiplying it 2 or 3 times would have been no surprise. He agreed on the spot for only one reason. The trap had long been set. Not merely 80 billion, it was all of it. Every cent remaining in the foreigner Cha Si's accounts would be reclaimed with interest. The methods might lack decorum, but against a foreigner like him, Ji Feng felt a certain moral righteousness in the act. By the way, what shall we do about Zhang Zihao? Huang Feng suddenly recalled the man. That fellow had been detained for nearly half a month. In those 14 days, Xiong Kaishan's assault team had aged into gaunt, haggard faces. Zhang Zihao, inexplicably energized, did little besides eat and sleep, spending all his remaining hours hurling invective. He had raged nonstop for 2 weeks straight. Now the looks his captors cast upon him had long transcended mere disgust. They burned with the raw, unvarnished desire to dismantle him on the spot. Has surveillance on Zhang Zihao's family been lifted? Ji Feng asked. The monitoring had been arranged by the police. It was precisely this constant watch that had prevented him from ever reconnecting with Guo Yanfang to demand payment. Zhang Zihao's utility had long since been exhausted. Yet the 200 million HKD payment remained uncollected, so Ji Feng kept him dangling, waiting until the last drop of value bled dry. Surveillance was withdrawn days ago. The police had tailed Guo Yanfang for over 10 days. especially after the Norrell's family had been so viciously framed, yet she remained utterly unmoved. No one approached her, she uttered not a word, stirred not a muscle. Only then did the police fully abandon hope of prying open a breach through her. Besides, 20 billion HKD had already been secured. Why slaughter the entire Norrell's household? Just for the gold bars locked inside a safe. Inspector Chun she sensed something deeply amiss, but scouring every lead yielded no tangible evidence. And with superiors breathing down their necks, they had no choice but to double down on Zhang Zihao. Naturally, surveillance on Gui Yanfang ceased entirely. Then proceed. Zhang Zihao recognizes a low, and he knows you too. Leaving him alive is tantamount to planting a time bomb. Eliminate him now. That is the safest course. Ji Feng had briefly entertained the notion of recruiting Zhang Zihao as his own shadow blade. But the thought vanished the moment it arose. Who was Zhang Zihao? A legendary bandit. One of the century's most audacious thieves. Could such a man truly submit to another's command? More likely he would coil like a venomous serpent, then strike without warning, turning on his master. Could a true warlord ever bow his head in submission? Never. Keeping such a man close was far more perilous than housing an untriggered explosive. Better to erase him from existence altogether. The night deepened. Chassi emerged from the Peninsula Hotel and slipped into the car of his friend Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao was no scion of wealth. Merely a lifelong gambler who'd lost everything down to his underpants, a born card sharp whose instincts were honed in smoke-choked dens. They'd forged their bond in gambling parlors. Zhang Ao possessed an uncanny nose for new venues, always sniffing out hidden rooms where fresh games unfolded. His temperament matched Chassi's perfectly, both loved risk, embraced boldness, and feared loss not at all, brothers bound tighter than blood. Zhang, where are we headed tonight? Chassi asked the moment he slid into the passenger seat. Zhang Ao gripped the steering wheel, his lips twisting into a sly, knowing grin. Chassi, I'll let you in on a secret. Just learned of an exclusive invitation-only venue. No public access whatsoever. Easy entry, easy wins, and luxury woven into every moment, bikini-clad hostesses attending your every whim. If you're willing, the croupier will deal cards while massaging your shoulders and pouring your drinks. Though the threshold is steep, 100 million HKD in chips required just to cross the threshold. Just yesterday, I saw a tycoon walk in with exactly that amount and emerge clutching a 1,200 million HKD check. Zhang Ao spoke with feverish enthusiasm, then sighed wistfully, slumping his shoulders like a man who'd just watched a mountain of gold vanish before his eyes. Chassi's eyes flared instantly. We go there. A 100 million HKD minimum. Perfect. It suits me precisely. Even as the words left his lips, he failed to notice the fleeting glint in Zhang Ao's eye. A flash of smug triumph, swiftly masked but unmistakable. Let's go. With a roar of the engine, the car shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. 20 minutes later, it halted at a desolate wharf. Chassi stepped out, scanning the emptiness, and frowned sharply. You haven't made a mistake, have you? All around stretched barren silence. Not a single building in sight. Only a solitary yacht moored in isolation. His heart sank. Zhang Ao was almost certainly playing him for a fool. It's aboard that vessel. Zhang Ao seized his arm and dragged him aboard in hurried strides. Inside, an eerie stillness reigned, broken only by two women in sleek black suits, statuesque and elegant, standing motionless. One glanced up, recognized Zhang Ao, and sneered back again. You dare enter without even 100 million HKD. Beggar, don't waste our time. Zhang Ao didn't flinch. Instead, he broke into an obsequious smile and stepped aside, gesturing grandly toward Chassi. This is our guest of honor, the true mastermind. 100 million HKD in chips up front. No exceptions. The woman's lips curled upward, her tone dripping with disdain. Chassi's brow furrowed, heat surging through his veins. Just 100 million. Trivial. Without hesitation, he whipped out a black credit card and slapped it onto the counter. Is this your only vessel? Where's the gaming floor? After the transaction cleared, he received 10 chip tokens, each worth 10 million HKD. He swept his gaze across the vacant expanse of sea and demanded answers. Sir, the gaming floor is the vessel itself. We operate a strictly private establishment. This entire yacht is reserved solely for you. We sail beyond territorial waters into international waters, fully licensed, wholly lawful. The woman's expression transformed instantly, sweetness oozing from every syllable. Her companion swiftly produced a satellite phone, dialed once, and said only, he has arrived. Bring him ashore. And prepare the hostesses. She hung up, then leaned in, launching into a polished litany of bespoke financial conduits, divine-tier concierge services, and Hong Kong's finest gaming infrastructure. All hollow phrases, impressive sounding, yet utterly devoid of substance. Some 15 minutes later, a silver-gray yacht sliced through the waves toward them. From afar, Chassi spotted a line of bikini-clad women standing shoulder to shoulder on the deck, diverse in hue and form, all flashing dazzling, seductive smiles. Fair-skinned, dark-skinned, golden-skinned. They waved in unison, tossing flirtatious glances his way. No sooner had the yacht docked than they surged forward, surrounding Chassi and ushering him aboard.
without sparing Zhang Ao a single glance. They behaved like women utterly enchanted by a handsome stranger, forgetting their friend entirely. Even the newly minted brother Cha was discarded without a second thought. The yacht eased away from shore, gliding steadily into the deep blue, until it dissolved into the thick, impenetrable veil of night. On the shore, a black Mercedes-Benz came to a silent halt. Ali's men had arrived. Zhang Ao recognized the leader instantly, and rushed forward, bowing so low his spine nearly snapped. "Third brother. The deed is done, and your promise." His voice trembled, sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes darted sideways, terrified the man might renege. He was a ruined gambler, drowning in loan shark debt, hunted relentlessly through alleys and stairwells. 2 days earlier, third brother's enforcers had cornered him, and offered one condition: deliver Cha Si onto the yacht, and every debt would vanish. Zhang Ao hesitated for 3 seconds, then nodded resolute. "Well done. I'll clear your debts tomorrow." Third brother clapped him on the shoulder, then raised a hand and snapped his fingers. An underling immediately produced 2 bundles of freshly printed $1,000 bills and thrust them into Zhang Ao's arms. 200,000, your silence fee. Every detail of what transpired here tonight must remain buried, deep within your gut. Should even a whisper escape? Third brother smiled faintly, yet his eyes remained cold, sharp as blades drawn across bare skin. Zhang Ao's knees shook violently, his head bobbed like a bird pecking grain. "Third brother, rest assured. I've never set foot here." "Cha Si? Who's that?" "Never heard the name." Third brother gave a curt nod and waved him off. "Leave." "Yes, sir." Zhang Ao spun on his heel and fled, leaping into his car, stomping the accelerator, vanishing faster than a startled hare. Not a shred of remorse lingered in his heart. In a desolate factory in the new realm, Zhang Zihao, covered in dust and with torn clothes, was forcefully thrown into an iron cage. He slumped in the corner, leaning against the cold bars, lacking even the strength to curse. After 3 days of swearing, his voice had gone hoarse and his vocabulary was exhausted, leaving only heavy breaths. Suddenly, a man wearing a black hood approached, slinging a submachine gun over his shoulder, its metal casing glinting in the dim light. Zhang Zihao didn't even lift his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance through the gaps of his eyes. "Want to get out?" The man's voice was low and devoid of emotion. Zhang Zihao shot up, his eyes instantly brightening. "Yes, I want to get out so badly. Please, brothers. I swear I won't say a word outside. As long as you let me go, I'll leave Hong Kong with my family and never set foot here again." His words came out rapidly, each one laced with urgency, each sentence heartfelt. He really couldn't stay in this place any longer. As a hardened bandit, being tied up in a cage like livestock showed how much the rules and morals had disappeared here, with his life hanging by a thread. With a snap, the man pulled out his phone and tossed it at his feet. "Call your wife, gather 300 million in cash as ransom, and you can leave." "Huh?" Zhang Zihao's mind went blank, his whole body frozen in place. He suddenly turned his head, staring hard at the speaker. "Me? Zhang Zihao? You want me to pay ransom? Have you lost your mind? I'm the one who does the kidnappings. And you guys are now asking for money from a kidnapper. You already cleaned out the 20 billion, and it's still not enough. Don't understand." The man's lips curled in disdain, his voice as cold as ice. "If you don't understand, stay here and feed the rats." I understand. He'll call now." Zhang Zihao's throat felt bitter as he shakily took out his phone, cursing the other party's ancestors repeatedly in his mind. He dialed Gui Yanfang's number. It rang busy for 7 or 8 seconds. Finally, the call connected. "Hello, this is Gui Yanfang." Hearing her voice, Zhang Zihao's eyes instantly grew warm. The grievances, fear, and frustration that had built up over the past few days surged up his throat. "Wife? It's me. It's Ahao. Honey, is it really you?" Gui Yanfang's voice cracked. "Where are you?" "Wife, hurry. 300 million. Prepare 300 million immediately. I've been kidnapped. They said if I don't pay, I won't be able to go back." Zhang Zihao spoke rapidly, almost out of breath. "What?" Gui Yanfang was completely stunned. Zhang Zihao had been missing for 12 days. When she suddenly received a call in the middle of the night, her first reaction was overwhelming joy. After all, she trusted him, waited for him, and hadn't even dared to think deeply about his possible escape. But this call was not to reassure her, not to pour out feelings, but to ask her to raise money for ransom. Or he was kidnapped. She was dazed for a few seconds, feeling as if her heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. Just a few days ago, the police had come knocking, and though they didn't say it outright, the meaning was clear. Zhang Zihao had kidnapped Lu Fuxiong, taken 20 billion, and the person was missing on the spot. They had also bloodied the Nuar's family old mansion, nearly wiping out the entire household. A bandit who had personally torn up a ransom note and stormed a door was now crying out, "I've been kidnapped." This was more absurd than the king of hell kneeling to offer cigarettes to a little ghost. "Wife, I'm not lying. I really have been kidnapped. That day I had 20 billion with me to go to the delivery point, but I was intercepted halfway. They robbed me of all the money. I've been locked up for over 10 days. Guess where I've been sleeping? In a dog cage. A giant one. I've been squatting there eating spoiled food. Wife, hurry. If I stay here for another second, I'll go crazy. Save me." Woo.
The more he spoke, the more choked up he became, and by the end his shoulders were shaking, and he cried out loud. Gui Yanfang's hand holding the phone felt icy. Being kidnapped for 12 days. And the incident with the Noir family. Honey, didn't you just raid the Noir family a few days ago? I heard the youngest son's body is still in the backyard pile of grass. Huh. Zhang Zihao was dumbfounded, his lips trembling. When I was gnawing on steamed buns in a dog cage, who raided the house for me? Who threw the body in the pile of grass? Who did it? He suddenly turned his head, glaring at the man beside him, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger and resentment. Do you even have a bottom line? Kidnap me, rob me, and then pin the blame on me. This blame is being handed over too easily. Before he could finish speaking, the phone was snatched away with a snap. Gui Yanfang, Zhang Zihao is in our hands. 300 million in cash. Prepare it at your home tonight. We will come to collect it. Money is exchanged for his release. If the money isn't there, you'll never see him again in your life. Beep. The call was cut off abruptly. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal exploded in Gui Yanfang's ears. She gripped the phone, her fingertips turning white. Now she believed it. Truly believed it. Her heart raced, pounding painfully against her eardrums. The sleepiness had long since vanished. She dashed barefoot down the stairs, heading straight for the study, pulling open the drawer to search for the keys. That was the only key to the basement safe. Their family's money would never be deposited in a bank. That was dirty money that couldn't see the light, and putting it in a bank was akin to voluntarily going to jail. Zhang Zihao had long created a secret room beneath their villa specifically for hiding this money. It was hidden deep. The key to the secret room was locked in the safe. What Gui Yanfang needed most right now was to quickly figure out how much cash was left in the house. If it were her future self from 10 years later, she wouldn't be so panicked at all. By then, Zhang Zihao would have long been on the wanted list. Showing his face would mean arrest, and he would have to live a life of hiding from place to place. She would also have to run for her life. What was worse, there was no money left. Life would definitely be difficult. 10 years later, Gui Yanfang would have long walked away, taking the money and starting anew, living a dignified and stable life. But the current her had not yet grown into the behind-the-scenes strategist who could plan and supervise Zhang Zihao's accounts. She took the house keys and walked straight into the villa's warehouse, moving aside the piled-up clutter in the corner, revealing a secret door, and descended the stairs into the basement. Inside the basement, stacks of cash were neatly piled. There was the cash left over from the last robbery of the armored car and the 200 million HKD that had just arrived. On the day Zhang Zihao received the money, he had taken it all out and stuffed it here. Gui Yanfang squatted down and began counting the bills one by one. In international waters on a yacht gambling den, Cha Sis' eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the dice cup in the center of the table. Big. Big. He kept repeating those two words. This man had completely lost his mind. At the beginning, he had entered with 1 billion in chips and had won nearly 20 billion. In his delight, he immediately raised the stakes, but after just a few rounds, he lost everything. When he tried to exchange for new chips, the dealer blandly stated, "Once you leave international waters, the minimum exchange is 10 billion. Not playing. Fine." But Cha Sis' mind was already muddled. All he could think about was how to recover the 20 billion he had lost, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Thus 10 billion, and then 10 billion. He had lost count of how many times he exchanged. Currently, this was the last 1 billion HKD in his account. The dice cup was lifted. Cha Si held his breath, staring at the numbers. Small. Bang. He slammed his palm on the table, watching helplessly as all his chips were taken away by the dealer. The location is set at the Bao family estate in Taiping Mountain. This house originally belonged to the king of shipping Bao. After his passing, it was inherited by Bao Peiqing, and now the whole family resides here. The media has been waiting at the estate's entrance for a long time. Although the current head of global shipping is Su Wentian, the people of Xiangjiang know almost nothing about him. At best, they remember him as the adopted son-in-law. Bao Peiqing, however, is different. She is the daughter of the king of shipping and a prominent matriarch, naturally attracting attention in Xiangjiang. Reporters naturally flock to the scene. Who has arrived? Who hasn't? Such matters are always front-page news. However, the media attendance this time is significantly less than in previous years. The Bao family has long since fragmented, their influence waning year by year. The title of daughter of the king of shipping has gradually lost its luster. In earlier years, people still made an effort to attend out of respect for the king of shipping. Over time, they offered their regards but stopped coming, at most sending a small gift as a token gesture. Last year's birthday banquet saw no real top tycoons from Xiangjiang, only representatives showed up. So this year, reporters are also reluctant to gather, arriving in sparse numbers. As the banquet is about to commence, guests begin to arrive one after another. Cameras are raised and the sound of shutters clicks fills the air. The first to arrive is Bao Peking's sister Bao Peirong, along with her brother-in-law Wu Jingming. Wu Jingming is the real heir to the legacy of the king of shipping. The Kowloon warehouse, the largest foundation laid by the king of shipping after he came ashore, now rests in his hands. In terms of real power and influence, no one in the Bao family can surpass him at present. The other two sisters reside overseas and were unable to return to Hong Kong this time. Wu Zhengming's family has become the only immediate relatives present at the scene. Following them are several executives from global shipping. Their ranks descend gradually. The reporter's enthusiasm also dwindles bit by bit. The Bao family is truly on the decline. Isn't that right? Look at this situation. Who would believe this was once the first family of Xianjiang? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Our newspaper's veteran advised me not to come, saying there wouldn't be any big names present, it would just be a waste of time. I didn't believe it, and now I truly regret not listening to him. Sigh. It seems we can't even squeeze out a small piece of news. The sighs are endless. I had thought I could capture a few heavyweight figures, but instead they are all insignificant characters. What kind of explosive news can we expect? At most we can ride the coattails of Bao Peking's quiet birthday. But that heat has left no warmth behind. Just then a silver-gray BMW slowly came to a stop. At the estate's iron gate, 2 bodyguards in black quickly approached to open the car door. Aijin stepped out of the car dressed in a neatly pressed dark gray striped suit with half of a gold watch chain peeking from his cuff. The Ni family had also received an invitation. For most new wealthy families in business, the Bao family has long since lost power. Yet for a family like the NIS, even if the Bao family is hanging by a thread, it remains a branch they cannot reach. He walked around to the passenger side and personally opened the door. Li Jiasin stepped out, her gown of pearl color, highlighting her delicate complexion. It was her most radiant age. Her sharp features and clean jawline made her one of the 3 renowned faces in Xianjiang, and no one dared to mention plastic surgery in her presence. Her fingertips lightly rested on Aijin's arm, in action, both familiar and restrained. The sound of shutters exploded in an instant like startled birds taking flight. Aijin really brought Li Jiasin out. Honestly, this girl is truly captivating. The phrase "good cabbage gets pushed by pigs" is exactly about this. Indeed, together they are a stunning beauty paired with a mountain troll. People behind the camera joked while clicking away. No one knew that had Lu Fuxiong not been killed, the scene of Li Jiasin holding Aijin's arm would have been entirely different. That would have been a genuine beauty paired with a wild boar, one that walks upright and speaks vulgarities. With Lu Fuxiong's death, the engagement between Li Jiasin and Aijin remained intact. Zhou Huimin is still completely innocent, having never exchanged even a word with Aijin. History has quietly taken a turn. Aijin is currently riding high. When Lu Fuxiong was kidnapped and killed, he was the first to applaud. The sight of that fat, dead man pursuing his woman in front of him was something no man could swallow. Moreover, with a face and figure like Li Jiasin's, who would easily let go. It was said that on the night he heard the news, he drank a whole bottle of XO. At Lan Kuai Fong, getting so drunk, he had to lean against the wall while laughing. Li Jiasin, however, could not smile. She had originally planned to break up with Aijin by the end of the month, but then her financial backer suddenly passed away. She had to extinguish that thought and steeled herself to enter the Bao family estate. Before her stood the intricately carved iron gate, the fountain stone steps, and the 3-tiered vaulted ceiling. She tightened her grip on her handbag, her nails digging into the velvet. A top-notch mansion. She had never even been inside a model unit. From this angle, the Ni family's villa with its plain walls looked like a cramped handshake building within a walled city. Recalling how the matriarch of the Ni family did not even raise her eyelids while serving tea, she genuinely wanted to marry, and even having thought of names for her future children. To win favor, she even jumped at the chance to sweep the Ni family ancestral hall. What she received in return was merely a line: "A performer entering the door makes the ancestral tablets crooked." Not even considering how many years the Ni family has offered proper incense. Wow, look at the entrance. Fan Ji, the prominent figure from HSBC. Fan Ji. Guests streamed in and reporters' throats bobbed as cameras swiftly turned. The Guo brothers. They've all arrived. Members of the 4 great families. They're really here. Li Zhaojia, the son of Li Jiaqing. Li Kai. The exclamations came one after another. Li Jiaqing was still recuperating, and Li Ju was tied up at headquarters, so he could only send his youngest son Li Kai to represent him at the banquet. Zheng Yutong. What's going on this year? The 4 great families are all arriving at the same time. The reporters who initially thought it would be a dull gathering were now sweating profusely. With Fan Ji present, all heads of the 4 great families were accounted for. Only Li Jiaqing was absent, with the rest personally delivering their invitations. Previously visible celebrities, internet influencers, and second-tier tycoons instantly became blurred figures in the background. Aijin stood at the edge of the crowd, not even qualifying to walk down the central red carpet. The old calendar has turned. Now it's no longer the 4 great families, but the 5 great families. Someone suddenly interjected loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Don't you know? Ming Pao and Sing Tao have been running 3 days straight. Ji Feng's net worth has surpassed 150 billion, firmly sitting on the throne of Xiangjiang's richest, the 5th great family, rightfully so. The Ji family has only Ji Feng as their sole heir, but the businesses they hold are all top tier in Xianjiang. New Era Group. Their subsidiary New Era Real Estate was formed from the merger of Hysan and lease properties, firmly seated among the top 3 in Xianjiang real estate.
Imegao Electronics, the #1 home appliance brand in Xiangjiang. Hongqi Company, no need to say more, the largest energy supplier in Hong Kong. Huanyu Aviation, the 5th strongest player in the shipping industry. And this is just from New Era alone. Ji Feng also heads New Era Media Group, controlling the television station with the highest ratings in Xiangjiang and owning half of the cinemas in Hong Kong. The Ji Life Group goes without saying. It is the largest food enterprise in Xiangjiang, having long since absorbed Lee's Winery, and even the most densely spread chain convenience stores in Hong Kong are under its management. After listening, the reporters were left dumbfounded. They knew that Ji Feng was wealthy, but they never imagined he was this rich. Just listening to it made their ears burn. New Era Group, New Times Media Group, JIS Lifestyle Group. Any one of these could make veteran tycoons bow and scrape. Yet Ji Feng held all three. What's most terrifying is the New Century Fund in his hands. No one can discern its true nature. My family trades stocks, and I heard that when the British stocks collapsed, this fund swallowed nearly 8 billion Hong Kong dollars in one go. Hiss. The entire room gasped. Too ruthless. Is Ji Feng not the richest in Xiangjiang? Everyone exchanged glances and blurted, is Ji Feng really not coming? It's hard to say, maybe he'll show his face. I think it's unlikely. What status does he have now? He's not even remotely connected to the Bao family. Why would he crash this party? What does it matter? Even with so many magnates present, he's hiding. What do magnates matter? Li Jiaqing is formidable enough, yet he was also taken down by Ji Feng. Stop rambling. Not again. A black Hongqi car slowly came to a halt. The Hongqi car is a special supply vehicle in the mainland, not for public sale, symbolizing heavy significance. There is only one in all of Xiangjiang. It was personally gifted by the mainland upon the return of the old Master Hua. Its weight is self-evident. As the car came to a stop, bodyguards swiftly approached, respectfully opening the door. He had never seen this car, but he immediately recognized the Hua family's exclusive license plate. He dared not be negligent. The Hua family. In Xiangjiang, even the government has to think twice before speaking to them. Their status has long transcended the mundane world. The door opened. Hua Tingzhou, with his meticulously styled slicked-back hair, stepped out of the car. Suddenly, flashes exploded like fireworks. The Hua family rarely appears in public, and they seldom attend banquets. The old master didn't come, but the heir's presence. This was more eye-catching than a 10-mile red carpet. The Hua family has arrived. This news will hit the front page. How long has it been since the Hua family showed up? Why are they stepping into the Bao family's threshold today? Didn't they say the Bao family was down and out? This spectacle is even grander than the governor's birthday banquet. Such a grand occasion. The governor's birthday didn't have this kind of specification. Behind the cameras, murmurs of discussion erupted. No one expected Hua Tingzhou would actually come. The reporters would not let this opportunity slip by. They immediately surrounded him, microphones thrust out. The Hua family traditionally closes their doors to guests, making it harder to secure an interview than reaching the heavens. This chance is rare, perhaps only once in a decade. But Hua Tingzhou didn't even lift his eyelids, heading straight for the estate's entrance. Mr. Hua, may I ask you? Anxious and dry-throated, yet no one dared to step forward. The Bao family's bodyguards had already lined up, forming an ironclad barrier in front of the reporters. Interviews are not permitted here. This is a private gathering. Anyone disturbing the guests will be immediately ejected. The voice was as cold as ice, and when their eyes swept over, no one dared to respond. The reporters fell silent. They believed the Bao family truly dared to clear the scene. If they did, there wouldn't even be a moment to press the shutter. Inside the Bao family estate, Su Wentian and Bao Wenqi, father and son, stood in the reception area, their smiles never fading. Su Wentian was grinning from ear to ear, his lips almost stretching back to his ears. So many business giants were personally showing support. The heads of the 4 great families and the big boss of HSBC were all present. Such a spectacle hadn't been seen since his late father-in-law, the shipping magnate Bao Chuanwang, was still around. If it weren't for knowing their true intentions for attending the banquet, Su Wentian might have mistaken it for a Bao family resurgence. Dad, Mr. Hua has arrived. Just as he finished speaking, Bao Wenqi received an urgent report from the bodyguard, stunned on the spot, and hurriedly ran over to inform. Oh, Su Wentian was taken aback. It couldn't be blamed on him being confused. The Hua family rarely makes appearances at such events. They hadn't even dared to send an invitation. Fearing that they might be deemed shabby, they had neglected to reach out. Since Bao Chuanwang left, the Bao family had grown quieter year after year, but the Hua family, they were on the rise, their momentum unstoppable. They were already one of the top families in Xiangjiang, with deep roots, extensive connections, and strong support from the mainland. Red-topped merchants. Once the dust settles on their eventual return, who knows what position the Hua family will occupy. Mr. Hua Tingzhou has already entered. Before he could finish his sentence, Bao Wenqi, with keen eyes, spotted a figure at the entrance and immediately tugged on his father's sleeve. Su Wentian snapped back to reality and quickly advanced to greet him. The entire hall of laughing tycoons turned their heads in unison, all eyes focused on Hua Tingzhou. Surprise was written on everyone's faces. Mr. Hua visits our humble abode. The younger generation has failed to welcome you properly.
This is truly disrespectful. Su Wentian extended his hands, trembling, slightly grasping Hua Tingzhou's hand, his voice filled with deference. Hua Tingzhou smiled lightly. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Su. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and his assistant immediately presented a Zetenwood box. My father rarely writes these days. This calligraphy is his own hand entrusted to me to present. The old master Hua's personal inscription. Su Wentian's breath caught, and he hurriedly bowed to accept it. Please thank the old master for his kindness on behalf of my family. Then he stepped aside, raising his arm. Please come inside. Other guests, having seen the courtesy, rushed over, eager to greet him. Regardless of the authenticity of their feelings, no one dared to neglect appearances. Guests continued to enter. The reporters outside were already a flurry of activity, the sound of shutters clicking incessantly. No one expected. The once declining Bao family hosting an ordinary birthday banquet unexpectedly stirred up a storm in the city. What the hell? Suddenly a low shout erupted. Everyone looked up in unison, following the reporter's gaze. 6 sleek black Mercedes led the way, escorting a silver-gray Rolls-Royce that slowly drove in. Such a convoy is rare on the streets of Shangjiang. Just as the Bao family's bodyguards were about to step forward, the doors of the Mercedes swung open. 20 men in black suits filed out. Stood firmly at the corners of the Rolls-Royce, facing outward, hands hanging at their sides, their expressions relaxed. But a discerning expert would understand. This was the most taut defensive posture. If there were any unusual movements, they could neutralize a threat in the blink of an eye. The rest quickly formed a line, blocking the reporters from the convoy. Their cold gaze swept across the entire scene, devoid of warmth. The targeted reporters instinctively lowered their heads and hunched their shoulders, even breathing lightly, as if fearing that a single glance could bring disaster upon them. Who is it that has arrived? Is it possible that the governor has come? People whispered in hushed tones. They were truly intimidated. In terms of security specifications, the governor's outings rarely had such measures right. A few minutes later, confirming all was well, one bodyguard swiftly moved to the passenger side. Feng Ge, all set. The one who stepped out of the passenger seat was Huang Feng. He nodded and quickly rounded to the back seat, personally opening the door. Safe, young Master Ji, you can get out now. The expressionless Ji Feng stepped out of the car. Is it really necessary? Where's the danger coming from? It's like we're in a movie every day. To be honest, he was already fed up with this overly cautious demeanor. He found it too exaggerated and had mentioned several times that there was no need for such stringent security. But Huang Feng remained unmoved. In the end, he simply brought Huang's son out as well. Huang's son cried, his face smeared with tears and mucus, his knees nearly giving way as he almost bowed to Ji Feng, repeatedly murmuring, "Ah Feng, you are the last hope of the Ji family. We cannot afford to be careless about your safety. If anything happens to you, the Ji family's lineage will end with you. I can't face old Mr. Ji if I die." Ji Feng could only relent and agree. Thinking it over, it made sense. After all, it was about securing his own future. Ah Feng, Shangjiang is currently very chaotic, Huang Feng stated decisively. Ji Feng nearly broke into laughter. Chaotic. For every major case in Shangjiang, which one didn't have our shadow behind it? He decided it wasn't worth arguing over. He adjusted the cuff of his suit and stepped toward the Bao family manor. As soon as he moved, all the bodyguards almost acted in unison, right hands swiftly pressing against their left chest pockets, knuckles tightening, breaths slightly heavy. No need to say more. Anyone who dared to show themselves at this moment would instantly find out what it meant to be full of holes. Whose young master is this? Such a grand display. Do all the bodyguards have serious weapons? Didn't recognize him. From the north. Which young lord? Most likely. Otherwise, who would dare be so arrogant? Stop guessing. That's Ji Feng. No way. Is it really Ji Feng? No doubt about it. His photo was on the front page of Ming Pao. Voices buzzed and erupted. Some had never seen Ji Feng, while others recognized the camera immediately. Ji Feng's fame was substantial, but he rarely appeared. His photos were in newspapers, and he was on television, but who could remember the faces of the wealthy? Long forgotten. A shout revealing his identity brought the reporters back to life. Cameras clicked and focused, some gripping microphones and stepping forward, but as soon as their feet left the ground, they abruptly halted. Dozens of eyes scanned over, cold as ice picks stabbing into the back of the neck. A warning flashed in his mind: don't move. Move again and you'll really get hit. Is Ji Feng that arrogant? More particular about display than the governor? What a big show-off. Before the words finished, someone retorted, he has money and life. What law is he breaking by protecting himself? Lu Fuxiong was torn to shreds. The entire Nura family lay in a pool of blood. Who isn't on edge in Shangjiang now? If you were in that position, would you dare not carry a gun? Immediately someone nearby scoffed, nonsense. If it were really that chaotic, how could I still be bouncing around? Do you think bandits are philanthropists? What would they want from you? Your 3-digit Provident Fund account balance or your old snowflake screen television? The person was instantly silenced. Indeed, being utterly broke became a shield. Even criminals were too lazy to break into your home. After all, who would risk carrying a mortgage inheritance to sit in jail? For the first time, he felt that being empty-pocketed was somewhat reassuring.
Inside the banquet hall, Su Wentian and Bao Wenqi rushed to the entrance as soon as they heard Ji Feng had arrived, putting down their wine glasses. The other wealthy individuals exchanged glances, understanding each other. Mr. Ji has arrived. Tisk, I'm really curious about what this new stock god looks like. Since even Director Su personally welcomed him, should I keep standing here? Let's go together. After a few whispered exchanges, a group of top-tier wealthy individuals in Xiangjiang stood up in unison and surged toward the main door. Li Jiesin was left standing there confused. Why is everyone leaving? Is the banquet over? And Aijin quickly lowered his voice to scold. What nonsense are you saying? How embarrassing if someone hears you. A truly big shot has arrived as several leaders have gone out to greet him. Li Jiesin's eyes nearly popped out. Who could it be? Who could make these major figures who could shake the ground with their feet collectively come out to welcome him? The governor himself wouldn't have such a reception, would he? Less than half a minute later, she was completely stunned. Dozens of big shots she wouldn't even dare dream of taking a photo with were surrounding a tall and handsome young man walking toward her slowly. He wore a well-tailored dark gray suit, his features sharp and his jawline strikingly defined. Everyone in the hall was chatting and laughing, even showing some politeness to a few young people. Li Jiesin suddenly froze. The person before her had features so stunning they seemed sculpted by the heavens, more captivating than those top stars on screen. Her heart raced as her eyes nearly glued to him. And Aijin's face fell immediately. Who wouldn't feel frustrated seeing their girlfriend staring intently at another man? Ahem ahem. He deliberately cleared his throat loudly. His gaze swept coldly over. Stop looking. You'll never reach such a person in your lifetime. Only then did Li Jiesin blink and pull her gaze back. Who is he? She completely ignored Aijin's sour tone, only focusing on her question. Ji Feng, Mr. Ji, the #1 rising star in Xianjiang, currently the richest young boss. After the old shipping king Ji Guodong passed away, he took over in less than a year, and his wealth multiplied several times over. New Era Group, New Times Media, GIS Lifestyle, all belonged to him. You? A mere supporting role, not even worthy to know which way his office door opens. Aijin revealed his identity, casually tossing out a hurtful remark. Li Jiesin frowned. Supporting role? The word from her boyfriend's mouth chilled her fingertips. But the next moment, she secretly raised her eyes to glance at Ji Feng. So handsome it was unreasonable, and so wealthy it was outrageous. Looking back at Aijin, he looked like a toad croaking on the edge of a well. More importantly, she suddenly remembered Ji Feng was her legitimate big boss. When she debuted as a Miss Hong Kong and signed with TVB, it was JIS Company that stamped the contract. Recently, when she was filming in Hongyan, Ji Feng came to inspect the set, and they just missed each other. But the industry was already buzzing. Li Ruodong, currently the hottest flower in TVB, was said to belong to Ji Feng. Even the veteran artist Guan Jiling made millions just by teaming up with him for an advertisement. Li Jiesin's heart warmed slightly. This fleeting change of expression was fully captured by Aijin. Slut. He cursed inwardly. How could she be here, and her soul seemed to be drifting away? Who do you think you are? Just because you have a slightly better face, do you really think Ji Feng would spare you a glance? That dead fat man Lu Fuxiong favors you, that's just him being blind. But when he turned to look at Ji Feng, Aijin's expression changed again, eager probing with some hidden calculations. Ji Feng was now the new media overlord. Though the Ni family boasted the title of scholarly family, they were fundamentally still reliant on the entertainment industry. If they could climb this high branch, the Ni family could rise again tonight. Ji Feng mingled with the wealthy individuals present, exchanging pleasantries, nodding, shaking hands, and smiling, getting familiar with everyone. He was already aware of the reasons these people were crowding into Su's residence. Mr. Suachi, I sincerely apologize for being late. While apologizing to Su Wentian and his son, he gestured for Huang Feng to present the gift box. Just a small token, not a formal gift. Mr. Jis' presence is already a great honor. Su Wentian bowed a bit more deeply. You are too humble. I'm about the same age as Achi, we're friends. I wouldn't miss your mother's birthday. Ji Feng had a warm smile and a calm tone. Last time with JIS stock deal, it was also thanks to your strong support. As his words landed, host and guests exchanged smiles, the atmosphere pleasant. Only Li Kai remained frozen in place, his face shifting between blue and white. The tough battle with JIS had left him with nothing. JIS was gone, the Li family's reputation collapsed, and the entire Xiangjiang was whispering behind his back. At this moment, please follow me. Su Wentian gestured with his hand. The two stepped deeper into the banquet hall, stopping before Hua Tingzhou. Just now, only Hua Tingzhou did not come out to welcome the guests. It was not out of disrespect for Ji Feng. It was merely that the other guests had their own calculations, while the Hua family had none of such intentions. He came tonight solely to meet Ji Feng. Mr. Ji, this is Mr. Hua Tingzhou. Su Wentian introduced, formally connecting the two. Mr. Hua, I've long admired you. Ji Feng stepped forward, offering a steady handshake. In the business world of Xianjiang, the only family he genuinely respected was the Hua family. Compared to businessmen like Li Jiaqing, who masquerade as patriots but are fundamentally subservient, the Hua family from top to bottom possesses true strength.
In the difficult years for Yin country, the old man quietly transported goods, donated equipment, and built factories, while withstanding the pressure from foreigners contributing without reservation. This Huatingzhou before him had long been engaged in infrastructure development and educational support on the mainland, quietly making substantial contributions. This sense of responsibility and sincerity does not rely on mere words, but on action, deserving of a salute. Mr. Ji, you are young yet possess extraordinary demeanor. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Huatingzhou had never met Ji Feng before. He had dealings with Ji Feng's father in the past, but this was his first encounter with Ji Feng himself. The first impression was that he was young. Upon closer inspection, there was a surprising depth, no impatience in his brows, no recklessness in his eyes, only a near-cold clarity and an intensely buried, yet undeniable sharpness. He silently muttered 2 words, genius. It's just good luck, it doesn't warrant the title of young and promising. But relying solely on luck, one cannot pry away the profits from foreign investments, let alone forcibly seize any from foreigners. Huatingzhou's smile remained, but his words carried a hook. Without courage, insight, or means, who would believe it? Ji Feng understood. This was not just small talk, it was a test. The old man sent him here to probe what this suddenly emerging young man truly harbored in his heart. Foreigners have sucked blood for half a century, it is time to repay it. Huatingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly and smoothly continued, so, what is Mr. Jis' view on the mainland? There are indeed gaps at present, but the direction is correct, the path can be forged. Ji Feng answered decisively, I believe in the people of Yin country. If they want to accomplish something, there is nothing they cannot achieve. If needed, I will spare no effort. For the revival of Yin country, Ji Feng will not hold back or take a step back. This statement was direct, as sharp as a drawn sword. Huatingzhou was momentarily stunned, gazing into Ji Feng's eyes for 3 seconds. There was no pretense, no trial, only a blazing certainty. With the sun never setting beneath the flag of Shangjiang, those who dare to speak like this are rare. Yet Ji Feng was not reckless. He truly believed, truly dared, and truly bore the weight. Some people will frown upon those words. Let them frown. Ji Feng's voice was not loud, but each word struck hard. I am a citizen of Yin country. Shangjiang is part of Yin country. If foreigners reach in, I will cut them off. If anyone tries to stir trouble, I will clear them out. It is only right. The killing intent was undeniable, his gaze sharp. The affairs of Yin country will be handled by its own people. The land of Yin country will be defended by its own people. He remembers those like Seoul and the speculators carrying dollars, igniting chaos everywhere. For now, it is not the right time to act. When the time is right, when they come, one will be eliminated. Make them lose everything and roll out on their knees. Huatingzhou lightly clicked his tongue and suddenly laughed. The two spoke openly, yet did not linger. Huatingzhou stood up to take his leave decisively and efficiently. Just as he walked away, Fan Ji approached, lowering his voice. Off phone, getting too close to the Hua family is not wise. With foreign capital collapsing so severely and you taking big bites of the meat, some people are already restless. If you cling to the Hua family now, it may bring trouble to yourself. Everyone in Shangjiang knows the weight of the Hua family. Since Fan Ji has boarded Ji Feng's boat, he cannot pretend to be blind. The era has already turned the page. Ji Feng's tone was flat, yet without room for negotiation. He was more aware than anyone else about what foreigners were plotting and what the foreign firms resent. Underestimating him, that would be truly foolish. All right, I'll keep quiet. Fan Ji scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. God of wealth, as long as you are safe, my job will be secure. Seeing Ji Feng's expression remain unchanged, he wisely fell silent. It's time to discuss serious matters. This group of ravenous wolves is just waiting for you to throw meat. Indeed, serious matters should be prioritized. The true highlight of the birthday banquet, the private equity. The two entered the Rose Hall on the east side of the manor side by side. The hall was already filled with people. Almost every wealthy guest had arrived early. As soon as Ji Feng entered, everyone stood up in unison, all wearing smiles. Yet beneath those smiles lay an unmistakable thirst. Su Wentian immediately signaled the bodyguards to secure the perimeter. What was to be discussed next was private equity. A commercial secret. Not a whisper of it could leak. As soon as Ji Feng took his seat at the head of the table, the crowd began to stir. Some were cracking their knuckles while others seemed hesitant to speak. Everyone was waiting for him to speak first, but he remained silent for a long time. The air was tense. Finally, Zheng Yutong, the head of the Zheng family, stood up. He was the leader of one of the 4 major families. Mr. Ji, I will get straight to the point. The first reason for coming here is to celebrate the old man's birthday, and the second is to meet you specially. The Zheng family has a sum of idle funds urgently needing a stable and efficient outlet. Currently, the market is quiet, ordinary channels are difficult to yield returns, and I can only trust someone who truly understands the industry. We have been watching you for not just a day or two. Your several moves in the capital market have been clean and decisive, earning respect. You are exactly the operator I am looking for. If these words were to spread, many jaws would drop. The head of the Zheng family, a director of the New World Group and chairman of Zhou Jinfeng Jewelry, would lower himself to such a degree for a young man. Yet no one found it strange. It was exactly because Ji Feng possessed this ability. He could turn over what others could not, he could expand what others could not maintain. There are many private equity firms in Xianjiang, but none stronger than Ji Feng. Reputation. Substance. In the face of real money, all must take a back seat. In the eyes of a businessman, kneeling is unimportant, having more zeros on the account is what matters. Facing Zheng Yutong's frankness and the burning gazes from the entire hall, Ji Feng only asked one question: how much? Zheng Yutong did not hesitate, pinching his thumb and index finger together to signal an 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Ji Feng's eyelids lifted slightly. What does it mean to throw out 800 million in a single private equity deal? It means that the liquid assets lying on the Zheng family's accounts far exceed this amount. Confidence is never something that is boasted about. He was not surprised. The Zheng family's solid reputation was already well known in the industry. In terms of paper market value, perhaps not in the top 3. But those numbers are just empty promises. If they do not transform into real cash, they are merely worthless paper. The Zheng family is different. The New World Group operates steadily, and Zhou Jinfeng is purely a cash business. Purchases must be made in cash, and sales must be collected in cash. The cash flow never stops. 800 million isn't a staggering amount for them. That's too much. Ji Feng gently shook his head at Zheng Yutong. The entire hall fell silent. It's not that I think you have too much money. 800 million Hong Kong dollars is admittedly no small sum. Rather, I'm referring to the proportion this amount represents within the total private placement pool. It's simply too high. This round's private placement cap is set at 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. If you alone commit 800 million, the remaining 1.2 billion must be allocated among others. Surely we can't send them home empty-handed. He added with a light smile. Li Xiaoji immediately pressed further. Then why not expand the overall pool? Ji Feng's gaze swept calmly across the room. Expanding it is certainly possible, but I fear none of you would dare follow suit. As his words settled, every face except Su Wentian's froze in place. That faint smile instantly stiffened on their lips. Su Wentian had long since uncovered the full picture. Ji Feng's statements were entirely factual. The private placement terms truly were draconian. If substantial capital were committed, these tycoons' hearts would pound with uncertainty. No one dared nod lightly. Let me now outline the specific arrangements. The total size of this round is 2 billion Hong Kong dollars with a lockup period of just 3 months, exactly 90 days. A certification fee of 1% of the investment amount will apply. No management fee will be charged throughout the term. At maturity, New Century Fund will retain 50% of all profits. Ji Feng spoke each clause with a calm, confident smile. A maximum certification quota of 500 million Hong Kong dollars is available in this round. The minimum single investment threshold is 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Once the quota is filled, the channel closes immediately. No exceptions. Silence descended upon the hall the moment he finished speaking. No one responded. All were calculating. Such a short lockup period, yet half the profits claimed. These terms were undeniably bold. Oddly, the earlier resentment at being slighted had faded, replaced instead by hesitation. Would they truly dare invest? Mr. Ji, aren't these terms somewhat excessive? Wu Zhengming spoke first, his tone cautiously probing. The others turned as one toward Ji Feng. Ji Feng did not reply directly, but shifted his gaze to Fan Ji, his smile unwavering. Mr. Fan, in your estimation, do these terms strike you as unreasonable? Not at all. Fan Ji shook his head decisively. I've witnessed Mr. Ji's acumen firsthand on multiple occasions, leveraging modest capital to seize massive market opportunities, extracting gold from seemingly hopeless positions. This is no exaggeration. I'll speak plainly before you all. To date, every single financial market move Mr. Ji has made has yielded profit, not a single loss. Sometimes 10 words spoken by oneself carry less weight than one truth affirmed by another. The moment Fan Ji finished, the room fell utterly silent. Yet their eyes still flickered with calculation. 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Do we commit or hold back? It was neither trivial nor insignificant. It sat precisely at the fulcrum. They trusted Ji Feng's capability, but this was their first encounter. Whether profit would materialize remained uncertain. Trusting the man did not guarantee trust in the outcome. Hesitation, therefore, was only natural. HSBC commits 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Fan Ji suddenly rose, meeting Ji Feng's gaze squarely. Excellent. Ji Feng smiled and accepted without hesitation. The contract will be delivered to your office first thing tomorrow morning. Upon signing, funds may be transferred directly to the designated account. Their hands met. Firm, brief, decisive. A pleasure doing business with you. With HSBC's commitment secured, Su Wentian promptly followed. Mr. Ji, we also commit 500 million Hong Kong dollars. The funds will arrive punctually. He had already scrutinized the private placement agreement word for word the day Bao Wenshi handed it to him, and had long since reached his decision. Even if standard fees applied, 0 management fee, 0 profit sharing, he would still commit without reservation. He
He was willing to stake everything on this gamble. No problem. Ji Feng's smile remained unchanged. Just sign and send it over. Su Wentian nodded solemnly. Thereafter silence returned to the hall. No one else stepped forward. Ji Feng did not urge them. Private placements have no hard deadline. Once participants are confirmed and capital secured, the fund launches immediately. Please take your time deliberating. Once decided, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Heads nodded in unison. Indeed, careful consideration was warranted. As the birthday banquet dispersed, Ji Feng departed first. Other tycoons gradually left. Within the Bao family estate, only Su Wentian, his son, and Wu Zhengming remained. Can this money truly be invested? Wu Zhengming asked hesitantly. He had stayed behind solely awaiting Su Wentian's verdict. Absolutely. Whether Ji Feng can multiply capital remains to be seen, but I am certain he will never let investors incur losses. That I trust implicitly. In truth, he understood more clearly than anyone. Even if this sum vanished entirely, 500 million Hong Kong dollars could be recouped, however painful the effort. But an opportunity to align with Ji Feng. Miss it once, and it might never recur. He was convinced Ji Feng possessed extraordinary latent power, and thus willingly placed his bet. Wu Zhengming paused thoughtfully. 500 million Hong Kong dollars is no trifling sum. Uncle, you could commit less. It would still convey your goodwill, maintain appearances, and offend no one. Bao Wenqi interjected tactfully. Businessmen in Hong Kong are at heart pragmatists. Yet unlike their counterparts on Wall Street, who see only cold balance sheets and candlestick charts, they operate by a different code. They value personal bonds and propriety above all. They dread social missteps even more than public criticism. Their support must be wholehearted, and their withdrawal equally graceful. Yet they did not realize Ji Feng played by no such rules. He neither craved applause nor harbored grudges over indifference. This young man will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Ultimately, as family, Su Wentian offered this final remark. Wu Zhengming listened and slowly nodded. As though having weighed the matter thrice in his mind, he finally declared, I too commit 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Profit or loss remains uncertain, but consider it an early gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, Li Kai had barely stepped outside the Bao estate before rushing straight to the hospital and entering his father Li Jiaqing's room. How did it go? Li Jiaqing sat upright the moment his son entered. The question, of course, concerned Ji Feng's private placement. Li Kai summarized the events concisely. Upon hearing it, Li Jiaqing's brow twitched. This boy has astonishing audacity, daring to issue terms this uncompromising. Li Kai added, Dad Fan Ji pledged his word on the spot. Within finance circles, Ji Feng has never suffered a single loss. Huh. Li Jiaqing suddenly laughed aloud. Has any general ever won every battle? Victory breeds arrogance, arrogance breeds recklessness, and recklessness inevitably leads to catastrophic downfall. And such a fall shatters one utterly. He dismissed outright the notion of an unblemished record. Conducting a private placement this way will soon become the subject of ridicule. His tone dripped with disdain. Li Kai seized the opening. Then, do we participate? Every cent counts. With a minimum threshold of 10 million Hong Kong dollars, consider it buying a theater ticket to watch how he fumbles the performance. A wry twist tugged at Li Jiaqing's lips. This time we remained spectators, waiting for him to publicly humiliate himself. Overnight passed. At dawn the next day, the certification process officially commenced. Phone calls poured in relentlessly. Lin Yi worked non-stop through the entire morning before finally concluding. Boss of the 2 billion Hong Kong dollar allocation, 1.58 billion has been received so far. The Bao family and Su Wentian along with Wu Zhengming collectively contributed 1 billion, HSBC committed 500 million. The Guo family contributed 50 million, Li Zhaoji 20 million, and Wang Tongwan 10 million. After delivering the report, Lin Yi's expression showed no trace of satisfaction. Wang Tongjuan's 10 million contribution was perfectly understandable. Her liquidity was genuinely constrained. Yet the Guo and Li families, two eminent dynasties, combined for a mere 70 million. Clearly this was perfunctory, utterly dismissive of New Century Fund's credibility. If it weren't for the two sons-in-law of the Bao families supporting 1 billion along with the 500 million from HSBC, this private fund would have shown signs of weakness right from the start. The other wealthy individuals remained silent, showing no signs of activity. Lin Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. If they couldn't gather up to 2 billion, wouldn't they become a laughingstock in the industry? Ji Feng's face might as well be pressed against the ground. Thinking about the remaining 420 million, he swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, boss, what should we do if we really can't make it to 2 billion? However, Ji Feng waved his hand. Whether we make it or not, we proceed as usual. Embarrassed. Once the lockup period ends and the accounts are laid bare, it won't be clear who is on stage and who is in the audience. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Ji Feng picked up the receiver. Mr. Ji, this is Zheng Yutong. Hello, Mr. Zheng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zheng Yutong directly dropped the hammer. I will commit 500 million. He had weighed it carefully and ultimately believed Ji Feng this time. Mr. Zheng, I apologize, but currently only 420 million remains available.
In fact, Ji Feng had anticipated that he would call. The 500 million commitment was entirely beyond his expectations. He had thought that Zheng Yutong would only casually commit a few tens of millions like Li Zhaoji and the Zheng family brothers. Who would have expected him to be so decisive, diving straight in with the full 500 million? Oh dear, my old bones really are a step behind. I'm ashamed. Then I will take the 420 million in full. He'll send someone over with the contract immediately. Pleasure to cooperate. The call ended. Ji Feng turned to Lin Yi and nodded. From the Zheng family. 420 million. Go sign the last certification for the private fund. Once the money is in, proceed with the registration process immediately. Call back all the operators who are still on vacation to be on standby in the safe house. Understood. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Just a moment ago he was worried about the certification progress, and now the amount was directly filled to capacity. As the general manager of the New Century Fund encountering a full certification through the secretary channel for the first time, how could he not be exhilarated? Just as Lin Yi picked up the contract, preparing to head to the Zheng family to sign. Inside the TV station, in the newly renovated recording studio, Lu Dehua sat in front of the makeup mirror, allowing the makeup artist to apply foundation while gripping the process sheet just handed over by the host. To be honest, he himself never expected the ban to be lifted just like that. He was a product of the TVB actor training class signed directly after graduation, starting from minor roles and eventually becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings, excelling in film, television, and music. However, the contract he signed back then was extremely harsh. Old Xiao was notoriously frugal, and squeezing artists was common practice. Lu Dehua couldn't afford to offend him and only hoped to find a way out once the contract expired. But once he became popular, he became Old Xiao's cash cow, and there was no way he would let him go easily. With 4 years left on the contract, the other party had already taken a seat at the negotiation table. The new terms could be summarized in 4 words: naked exploitation. The pay was ridiculously low, and they wanted to take 90% of the revenue. The renewal fee was even more absurd, only 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. To put it into perspective, he would casually earn millions for any role he took. Lu Dehua naturally refused to sign such a tyrannical contract. As a result, the negotiation broke down on the spot. Old Xiao's face darkened, and he directly shelved him. From then on, Lu Dehua was stuck at home for nearly a year with 0 announcements and 0 appearances. He thought he could only grit his teeth and wait for the contract to naturally end before making a comeback. However, with 4 years off screen, when he finally returned, the audience had long forgotten who he was. During that time, he suffered from insomnia and anxiety, feeling so depressed that he nearly needed to see a psychiatrist. Little did he know that things would take a turn. TVB suddenly changed owners. The new general manager Huang Baiqing personally visited him and presented a brand new contract. The old contract was void and the new one was generous. More importantly, Huang Baiqing clearly explained the layout of the new era of media and explicitly stated full support for him to make movies. Lu Dehua didn't hesitate and signed on the spot. Shortly after, he received a notification he was to record a program. This very one. He had practiced at home for several days, full of confidence. But when he arrived at the scene, he was frozen in place. It was a live shopping program, and he was the featured guest. Lu Dehua was completely stunned. What is this thing? Hong Kong had never seen a live broadcast shopping program, let alone real-time interaction and on-the-spot ordering. This idea was proposed by Ji Feng. It was not simply replicating later e-commerce live broadcasts, but a new approach that combined television live broadcasts and instant sales. The format was similar, but the medium was different. Previously, Wang Mingqi had followed Ji Feng's instructions to register a logistics company, expand a delivery network across Hong Kong, and recruit couriers. Hong Kong is small, and orders must be delivered on the same day. Are all the logistics in place? Half an hour before the broadcast, Deputy General Manager Zhao of the TV station hurried into the recording studio. This program was so novel, and since it was personally pushed by Ji Feng, everyone in the station was keeping a close watch. Deputy General Manager Zhao was supervising personally. All set, General Zhao. The host responded in unison, nodding slightly at him. There were 2 hosts on stage, 1 male and 1 female. They had all been carefully selected from within the station. Lu Dehua, are you ready? Seeing that the hosting segment had no gaps, Deputy General Manager Zhao immediately turned his attention to Lu Dehua. I've memorized the process. However, this was his first appearance since being unbanned, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The program was brand new with 0 experience. His heart felt like it had a fluttering bird inside, and he couldn't calm down. Don't be tense, just be natural. Deputy General Manager Zhao stepped closer, his hand firmly resting on Lu Dehua's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. Just appear as a guest. It's an hour and a half in total, no need for professional skills, just follow the rhythm and lend a hand. Lu Dehua stiffly nodded, but his fingers continued to unconsciously tug at the edge of his sleeve. Also, your follow-up arrangements have been finalized. The station has prepared 2 outdoor variety shows for you, and you will directly join one as a fixed member with the pay matching your movie standards. This will attract popularity and ensure exposure. Once the live broadcast wraps up, you will go to General Huang's office to sign the contract. As soon as he finished speaking, Deputy General Manager Zhao turned and called out to the equipment team, "Is the live broadcast signal ready?" Once the camera cuts away, there must be no lagging, no black screen, no interruptions. The chairman is personally overseeing this live broadcast. Whoever drops the ball will be responsible. No one gets away. The technical staff stood tall and replied firmly, "Deputy General Zhao, rest assured it will be foolproof. This equipment was specially approved by General Ji, flown in from overseas at great expense. It definitely won't fail." Indeed, Ji Feng had invested heavily for this live broadcast. Deputy General Manager Zhao double-checked everything 3 times to ensure there were no mistakes. Everyone took their positions. The male and female hosts stood firmly at their respective positions. The atmosphere was tense, even their breathing became lighter. Deputy General Manager Zhao looked at his watch, pushed the stopwatch with his thumb, and solemnly counted down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. With the command given, the signal was connected. The picture is normal. The live stream is stable. A series of confirmations reached Zhao Deputy General Manager's ears, and the half-suspended knot in his chest finally settled. "Hello everyone. I'm the host of Flash Sale Special." And "Hello, In both hosts delivered their opening introductions with crisp efficiency, then swiftly transitioned into the core theme, concisely clarifying the program's purpose. "Today we're honored to welcome an exceptionally distinguished guest recommender, Andy Lau. Let's give him a warm round of applause." And no sooner had the name been announced than Andy Lau, already waiting backstage, stepped confidently into frame, raised his hand with a warm smile, and waved graciously toward the camera. Xiao Hui was an ordinary office worker, her weekdays a relentless whirlwind of non-stop activity. And after enduring the week's grueling pace, she longed only for Sunday, to sink deep into her sofa, utterly inert, scrolling through dramas to empty her mind. Yet the moment she switched on the TV, instead of the familiar show intro, a live stream interface titled Flash Sale Special sprang onto the screen. And at first she tilted her head, curiously glancing twice, only then grasping from the host's explanation that this was a live shopping program. Instinctively she reached for the remote control to change the channel. But the instant Andy Lau appeared on screen, her fingers froze midair. "Wow, Andy Lau." And she dropped the remote without hesitation, her eyes riveted unblinkingly to the screen. And after all this time, he's still breathtakingly handsome, dazzling enough to steal one's breath. As a diehard fan, she'd willingly watch even his instant noodle commercials for 3 extra seconds. And now, changing the channel was the last thing on her mind. And the live broadcast continued seamlessly. The host posed a question. Andy Lau fielded it effortlessly, then smoothly pivoted to introduce the episode's flagship product, Ji's Living Family Feast Instant Noodle Gift Set. He opened the package on camera and began eating. And meanwhile, the host slurped noodles while listing all 12 flavors: braised beef, sesame sauce, spicy sour, tom yum. Thanks to repeated negotiations by the production team, Ji's Living Factory has exceptionally released this special batch in 20 packs covering all 12 varieties. Original price. Today's exclusive livestream price, just HK 39. And call now to secure yours. And free citywide delivery right to your door, and payment only upon receipt. Inspect your goods before signing. Refuse delivery if the production date is incorrect. A torrent of flamboyant promotional rhetoric amplified by the host's fervent pitch, especially the emphatic closing line, "Once sold out, it's gone." This one-time offer, no second chances, and so cheap. Could it possibly be counterfeit? Xiao Hui frowned slightly. She often relied on instant noodles for 2 meals a day, and Ji's Living noodles were a staple. She knew their usual price well. Human nature, after all, dictates caution when confronting the unfamiliar. Yet Andy Lau chewed with obvious relish, and the live stream clearly stated, "Inspect before paying." No coercive sales whatsoever. Xiao Hui's lingering hesitation gradually softened, until at last she pulled out her phone and dialed. Ring. 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 At first the call center remained quiet. But as the broadcast progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. Andy Lau relaxed further, embodying the very archetype of the pioneer food vlogger. Telephone lines surged into red-hot lifelines. Over 100 operators scrambled frantically, keyboards clattered like hailstones, earpieces echoed incessantly, with recorded voices urging callers to please hold. And many viewers tried over 10 times before finally getting through. Leveraging the universal appetite for value and amplifying it with stardom, the shopping broadcast exploded spectacularly. Prepositioned logistics networks instantly activated at full throttle, warehouses brimmed with inventory all primed for dispatch. Couriers in crimson uniforms leapt onto their beloved scooters, engines roared to life, and away they sped like gusts of wind. Xiao Hui hung up, then leaned closer to the screen, eyes locked once more on the live feed. Just 20 minutes later, knock knock knock. Sharp rapping sounded at her door. She peered through the peephole, crimson uniform, helmet, rearview mirror still dangling from the scooter's handlebars. "Good day. Flash Sale Express Delivery. Serving you." As the door swung open, the courier beamed with infectious warmth, his voice bright and polished.
clearly trained to perfection. Here's your recent order. Please verify it in person before payment. In Xiao Hui scrutinized the packaging, meticulously checked the production date, tore open a pack, and tasted a bite. Springy noodles, rich broth, unmistakably authentic. She nodded, pulled out her money. And he handed her a receipt. She signed it. And before she could blink, he'd already turned, bounded down the stairs, his steps light, as if lifted by the wind. The door clicked shut. Xiao Hui remained rooted in place, fingertips tracing the warmth of the freshly delivered noodle pack, momentarily dazed. And the entire broadcast had run precisely 90 minutes, and ended exactly on schedule. Back-end data streamed in rapidly, followed immediately by a crisp report. Deputy General Manager Zhao. The broadcast ran for 90 minutes from launch to conclusion, and incoming calls totaled 30,000, confirmed orders reached 27,000. Some callers had merely inquired out of curiosity, without placing orders. And yet 27,000 confirmed orders marked an unequivocal, resounding success, especially for a debut trial. Brand recognition hadn't yet expanded widely, distribution channels were still being refined. But as word of mouth spreads and operations mature, growth will only deepen and accelerate. Total sales HK 780000. Ha ha ha, and it worked. The chairman's insight was nothing short of genius. Upon hearing the figure, Deputy General Manager Zhao threw back his head and laughed heartily, shoulders shaking, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. At ATV headquarters, Lin Baixin was reviewing documents. Ni's assistant entered quietly and reported in a low voice. Chairman TVB has launched a live shopping broadcast. Lin Baixin looked up. Live shopping. NAFTA, listening to the details, his fingers paused mid-gesture, and his brows lifted faintly. Since assuming leadership of ATV, his sweeping reforms had not only shed its former reputation of being perpetually overshadowed by TVB, but now quietly ATV even held a subtle edge over its rival. ATV kept close watch on TVB. After all, advertising revenue was television's sole lifeline, and ratings were its very pulse. Competing for ratings demanded massive investment. Soaring costs forced ever more aggressive pursuit of viewership, a vicious, self-perpetuating cycle. TVB had attempted alternative paths, embedding ads within dramas, forcing product placements. Yet these efforts clashed with audience sensibilities, provoking fierce backlash. No new path emerged. Instead, their established foundation nearly crumbled. In the end, both networks reverted to the old model, relying solely on advertising. But now, Live Shopping had cleaved open a third, entirely new avenue. We verified all goods shipped directly from manufacturers, no intermediaries involved, no advertising fees, only profit sharing, and the station takes the lion's share. Manufacturers earn less per unit, yet volume surges several-fold. Thin margins, high turnover, plus inventory clearance. Everyone wins. And guess what? This afternoon, every crimson-clad courier racing across Hong Kong streets was dispatched by TVB, delivering instant noodles. Lin Baixin's pupils contracted sharply. The fountain pen in his hand slipped from his grip and clattered onto the desk. Live stream commerce, and that phrase struck his mind like lightning. Not a mere patchwork fix, but a bold, unprecedented excavation of a wholly new path. What television stations lacked was never content. It was liquid capital. ATV will launch this project immediately. Lin Baixin's voice tightened, how unconsciously his knuckles tapped a rapid rhythm against the rosewood desktop. Who would ever turn away from money? His subordinate nodded. Chairman, absolutely feasible. We have no shortage of popular entertainers. Just purchase a few sets of equipment, hire 20 couriers, and we can go live in 3 days. There's only one obstacle. Lin Baixin's brows lifted. Speak. I reviewed all of TVB's official filings. They've patented the entire live shopping framework, including the program name, segment design, and operational workflow. To proceed without authorization would be tantamount to handing them a lawsuit. Na faint twitch tugged at the corner of Lin Baixin's mouth. He originally thought it was just a matter of shouting and selling goods. Little did he know that even the script had to be paid for. Actually, it may not be that scary, a subordinate whispered. Just copy it. If it drags on for 2 years, we might pay a small fine, or maybe not pay anything at all. Hire a seasoned lawyer who will only argue about jurisdiction and evidence chains, dragging it out until the show is off the air before a verdict is reached. The reasoning was sound. The patent wall in Xinjiang had long been riddled with holes. How many people started out by borrowing ideas only to end up in a dead end? But Lin Baixin was clear in her heart. This time she was up against Ji Feng, the new owner of Wireless, a formidable character in Xinjiang. Her modest fortune probably didn't even amount to a fraction in Ji Feng's eyes, let alone the fact that he plays by his own rules. If you reach for the dish, he might just flip the entire table, denying you even the soup. Xiao Yifu is tough, isn't he? Her car was surrounded by a gang and smashed into a pancake, and her home received a gift box with explosives already rigged inside. Fake or not, what if next time they send real ones? Who would dare to gamble? Lin Baixin didn't dare. She didn't want to gamble either. Moreover, Ji Feng was a master of capital. With financial warfare, he had elevated the Ji family to the divine realm.
Who among Li Jiaqing, Xiao Wozi, or the British consortium had not been crushed under his heel? Li Jiaqing was still recovering from his injuries with 3 steel screws in his ribs. Lin Baixin didn't want to keep him company in the hospital. First hold off and observe. He waved his hand, pushing the plan back to the bottom of the pile. Night fell. The evening news wrapped up and the screen darkened for a moment. Then the drama began. Sunday primetime Wireless and ATV have always been at each other's throats with a stopwatch. Wireless new drama hadn't even finished filming, so they had to replay old works achieving mediocre ratings. But just as the screen went black, the trailer lit up. 6 faces abruptly crashed into the frame. Li Ruodong, Chen Huilin, Zhang Weijian, Li Ming, Gu Tianle, and Zhang Xueyou. The audience's eyes lit up. Especially with 2 of the 4 heavenly kings present, the topic exploded through the roof. The hand that was originally reaching for the remote froze. In previous years at this time, Wireless would air that old program that had been running for over a decade with lines that could be recited backwards so tedious that it could induce yawns. But today it suddenly had a fresh start. Even the air felt new. As the program began, it was filled with unfamiliar routines, on-location shoots, task challenges, and tightly woven plot hooks. The first challenge was a big move. Who is the undercover? The Brotherhood fought desperately to complete tasks while the undercover agent stirred trouble in the middle. Finally, they simply brought out the once popular name tag tearing game. Expose the undercover agent, and everyone wins. If the undercover survives to the end, they win. In the early rounds, the undercover was never detected, leaving everyone puzzled. Who was the traitor? Who was playing dumb? Ultimately, it came down to brains and acting skills. This group of artists really did not drop the ball, with punchlines coming one after another. After several rounds of back and forth, the undercover Li Ming and Zhang Weijian laughed to the end. Li Ruodong was caught in a daze, her name tag ripped off by Li Ming on the spot, infuriating her to the point of stomping her feet, turning to rally everyone to chase Li Ming around, creating a chaotic and comical scene as the comments exploded with ha-ha. The audience casually gave her a nickname, Idiot Beauty. The next morning, reports flooded in. Li Ruodong had completely broken into the scene. The heat was scorching, but ATV was suffering. Their primetime program was crushed without any way to fight back. The ratings plummeted to below 10%. As Lin Baixin stepped into the television station, she glanced at the data report and nearly blacked out. That Wireless, once feared by the entire industry, had returned. Increase the budget. Do we need to? Lin Baixin's face darkened as he glared at his subordinates. How much money have I thrown in? But what new things have you produced? Wireless can launch new programs and play new tricks. Oh, what about you? After investing so much, we're still going in circles on the old path. If I throw more money at you, will you come up with something decent? He was genuinely anxious. Throwing money. Sure. But money is not a universal key. Times were tight, and the planning team was spinning their wheels without coming up with any breakthrough ideas. This wasn't something that could be resolved by burning cash. After all, no one expected television could be played like this. Inside the office, Ishida and Huang Baiqing were reporting the situation to Ji Feng. Chairman, last night's ratings crushed ATV to bits. Not only did the new program explode, but live streaming sales also took off. Brand owners, factories, and distributors have piled up applications for cooperation. Huang Baiqing spoke while grinning, his lips never drooping. We can open up collaborations, but we must strictly review qualifications and conduct on-site inspections beforehand. The lifeblood of shopping programs is reputation. If a product flops, the entire brand will be dragged down with it. Ji Feng's tone was calm, but each word struck to the core. He did not want to become the kind of haphazard television sales that only cared about as long as it's 98. Understood. Huang Baiqing nodded eagerly. Ji Feng turned to Ishida. How is the premiere preparation for Citywide Alert? Rest assured, everything is arranged. All the top stars are invited, along with representatives from competing companies, media, and press, none missing. At the New Era Cinema, the largest screening hall under its banner, the premiere of Citywide Alert was set to take place here. With over 800 seats, it could accommodate all guests, cameras, and expectations. Back then, there was no such thing as a premiere for Hong Kong films. Ji Feng would never miss out on this kind of live advertisement. In simple terms, a premiere is a meticulously designed communication campaign. Celebrities stand to draw attention, media write articles to create momentum, and audience members spontaneously promote it after entering. 3 forces twisted into one. As long as the film doesn't flop, a box office explosion is just a matter of time. Before the opening, he specifically added a red carpet segment. The media set up their cameras early, waiting for this moment. It satisfied the stars' desire to shine while keeping the traffic firmly in hand. The entrance bell rang. The stars gradually lit up. Even heavyweight figures were present. The bosses of Yongsheng and Jiahe both made an appearance. Jiahe had rooted itself for many years with a solid foundation, holding onto the ace Cheng Long. It remained steady as a rock. Yongsheng needed no mention. Although a latecomer, it had already firmly grasped the throat of box office. Zhou Xingxing had topped the box office chart for 3 consecutive years. Had it not been for Ji Feng's sudden rise, the entire landscape of Hong Kong-produced films in the 1990s should have been pinned by Yongsheng. Xiang Chong arrived with his wife, and his brother Xiang Sheng also arrived simultaneously. Beside him was the popular actress Xiao Min, a symbol of an era. The four stepped onto the red carpet, and the scene instantly erupted. Reporters immediately surrounded them, microphones thrust forward. Gentlemen Xiang, what are your thoughts on the New Era Media Group officially entering the film industry? Will Yongsheng be squeezed out, or even face a decline? The phrasing of Xiangzheng Media remained sharp as a knife, but they had no intention of responding. The family kept their eyes straight ahead and walked directly into the screening hall. Damn, what kind of questions are these? Xiang Sheng, impatient, couldn't hold back his curse as they entered. Just a few questions, no need to get worked up, Zhao Min advised softly. She was unaware that what truly pierced Xiang Sheng was not those few words, but rather the 7 characters of New Era Media Group. With control over the largest cinema chain in Hong Kong and a sudden influx of new talent, this new wolf revealed its claws as soon as it stepped into the film industry. The pie of Hong Kong cinema is only so big. More share means less for others. Xiang Chong's face darkened, yet he maintained his composure and silently took a seat. He turned to his brother and wife and whispered, this premiere has some tricks up its sleeve. Look at how many artists are attending in person. The media coverage was extensive, with newspapers and radio stations all following suit. This is 10 times more effective than simply hammering down ads. After all, he was an old hand at steering the ship for many years. He could see at a glance the premiere was not just a formality, but a living, breathing publicity machine. A few more rounds of this, and covering all of Hong Kong would pose no challenge. The box office was already half secured. Sitting beside him, Xiang Tai, who had not yet gained weight, nodded in agreement. As long as the film isn't too terrible, and with Li Lianjia's golden name attached, the box office won't be bad. Holding the largest cinema chain in Hong Kong, even a mediocre film pushed to full capacity will still sell. Xiang Sheng scoffed, his lips curling downwards. His words dripped with jealousy. Every film company in Hong Kong was making money for him. Who wouldn't want to hold the cinema chain in their hands? A single word could determine life and death. No matter how good the film is, if it doesn't get a good slot or screen time, the box office is zero. The cinema chain had always been the hard bone that Yongsheng wanted to chew, but could never bite through. There had been more than one acquisition talk, and each time ended in failure. Ji Feng had it easy swallowing the Golden Princess cinema chain, Shaw Cinemas, right from the start, and quickly expanding the new cinema, moving at a pace that made others envious. Xiang Sheng's eyes turned red with envy. How he longed for that. Li Ming. A high-decibel scream ignited the red carpet instantly. Li Ming, one of the 4 heavenly kings, made his appearance. The long-waiting fans lost control, their screams nearly lifting the roof. At that moment, Li Ming was still an artist under the wireless television, having signed contracts with the New Era Media Group long ago. How could he miss supporting his own film premiere? His charisma still left people in awe. Back when the 4 heavenly kings were just forming, Li Ming was the star, surrounded by thousands. The most widespread joke among the public was, no matter how popular you are, can you outshine Li Ming? Just a short phrase illustrated the weight of his presence. He stood there alone, and the others had to take a step back. Soon after, the other 3 also arrived. Recently returned to the spotlight, Liu Dehua, Guo Fuqing, who had signed with Ultimate Challenge and was soon to share the stage with Liu Dehua, and the singing god Zhang Shuyo, known for his fishing-style performances. All 4 without exception were artists under the New Era Media Group, including Zhang Shuyo. He debuted under Wireless, then signed with Huan Na Records, the #1 record company in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. And Huan Na was originally controlled by Shaw. After the ownership change at Shaw, Huan Na was merged into the New Era Media Group. Following several rounds of equity consolidation, Huan Na now entirely belonged to New Era Media. It is no exaggeration to say that the young people stepping into the entertainment industry today, whether filming movies, acting in dramas, or releasing records, can look up and see the same colossal entity behind them. The last to appear were Li Ruodong, Li Lianjia, and Su Ku. Li Lianjia, the Kung Fu Emperor. Li Ruodong is so beautiful. Incredible. Li Ruodong, goddess. The cheers rose and fell like waves. Due to the popularity of the wireless variety show Charge Forward Brothers, Li Ruodong quickly captured the hearts of many male viewers. Not only did her popularity soar, but her rapport with the public was astonishing. Many men watching the show for the first time were captivated by her beauty and became instant fans. The noise on the red carpet gradually faded as the ceremony came to an end. Ji Feng quietly entered through the back door of the cinema. Honey, why didn't you walk the red carpet with me? As soon as Li Ruodong sat beside him, she naturally hooked her arm around his, her tone soft with a hint of complaint. She had rehearsed this in her mind many times, holding Ji Feng's hand, stepping in high heels, walking down that red carpet filled with flashing lights. Which girl hasn't dreamed of such a moment? Wanting to hold hands with the one she loves, openly standing under the spotlight. Yet Ji Feng did not engage in this discussion. It wasn't that he was afraid of being seen or photographed. He simply found it tedious to walk. A powerful figure holding half of Hong Kong's territory, standing in line with a crowd of artists posing and waiting for cues. What kind of image was that? This was not an appearance, it was a demotion. Even decades later, would any top capital mogul mingle with stars on the red carpet? Unless he was the owner of the film company promoting someone himself. I don't like doing this, Ji Feng said succinctly, gently patting her hand resting on his arm. This young girl had truly been busy lately. Just finishing a variety show, completing a film, and starting a drama in quick succession. She was running nonstop. He was pondering giving her a long vacation. He couldn't possibly keep revolving around the canary, ignoring his rightful girlfriend. The lights dimmed across the venue. The screen lit up and the film began. At that moment, dozens of cinemas across Hong Kong premiered simultaneously. Every screening invited media reporters and newspaper editors, along with a small number of selected audience members. As the camera moved, the entire venue fell silent. The story began. Li Lianjia played a police officer who was undercover to listen in on the Tomb Raiding gang's secret talks, just about to pull out his walkie-talkie to call for support. Suddenly, a shadow attacked from behind. A heavy blow knocked him out cold. This was too sudden, causing several front-row viewers to jerk in surprise. The scene shifted to the ancient tomb. Li Lianjia slowly regained consciousness. The Tomb Raiders, fearing the traps were unpredictable, kicked him deep into the tomb passage, using him as a living detector. People filed in, and the stone door slammed shut. Bang! A loud noise caused the entire audience to tremble in unison. Damn! You scared me to death. This isn't an action movie, is it a horror film? Sudden ambush, sudden door closing. There's no build-up at all. My heart nearly jumped out. Below, whispers filled the air, all in low voices of astonishment. The movie did not stop. The stone door sealed tight, and everyone panicked. Someone accidentally triggered a trap, and poisonous mist spread in an instant. Li Lianjia struggled to escape, running wildly down the tomb passage, tripping and falling. Unexpectedly, the exit led to a tumultuous coastline. The pace was so intense it left one breathless. The next second, he collapsed on the beach, drenched, and was rescued by Nkir, played by Li Ruodong, the medical doctor, who happened to pass by. Afterward, he returned to the team, leading them back to the ancient tomb, but found only an empty passageway. Later, he discovered he had changed, immensely strong, leaping like a bird, and his punches could shatter bricks and splinter wood, becoming the police force's recognized human weapon. Meanwhile, strange incidents occurred in Hong Kong. Most victims were doctors and medical doctors. All that was stolen were high-end medical equipment and laboratory data. Until one night, Nkir was suddenly attacked by a shadow, nearly kidnapped. She desperately escaped and called the police. Li Lianjia reunited with her once more. Car chases, street battle, standoffs on tall buildings, maneuvering in secret chambers. A series of fierce confrontations followed, one after another. Ultimately, the truth surfaced: that group of tomb raiders had inhaled toxic miasma from ancient tombs, leading to genetic mutations and transforming them into half-human, half-beast monsters. They committed crimes, frantically kidnapping Nkir, all to snatch back the antidote that could reverse the mutations from her hands. In the final moments, Li Lianjia and Li Ruodong teamed up to set a trap, drawing the snake out of its hole. In the bloody climax, the monsters were all eradicated. There was no moment of respite. Every strike was lethal, every frame taut with tension. The most shocking scene was when Li Lianjia battled the monster amidst the ceaseless flow of traffic. Every blow struck with force, each sound piercing to the bone. Being struck by a speeding car, he was thrown aside, rolling several times on the ground, yet he leapt up again to continue the fight. Audiences felt their heartbeats tighten, elongate, and hang in suspense. In the end, Li Lianjia defeated several monsters with victory already determined. But in the closing shot, the suspense escalated. Li Ruodong returned to the laboratory, cradling the remains of a monster. In the dimly lit center of the laboratory, the corpse of the leader lay. Indeed, it was the head of the Tomb Raiders, the true mastermind behind the scenes. In the darkness, its eyelids suddenly flicked open, and a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed brightly. Click. The film ends. Is this it? It hasn't died at all. Damn. Li Ruodong is still there. It's too dangerous. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. This is a true kung fu hero. Not some flying god, but a living person with fists and kicks that create wind and crack bone. The storyline is so captivating. At first I thought it was a horror film, but the more I watched, the more engrossed I became. Li Lianjia is amazing. Pure kung fu. No jokes, no gimmicks, just every move is fast, precise, fierce, and steady. Kung fu is literally the art of killing. This is what it means to be crisp and decisive. Walking on rooftops, engaging in close combat, using Tai Chi to offload the force and stop the out-of-control car. Genius. I need to buy a ticket immediately. A second viewing is a must. Li Ruodong is incredible. When she shrank back at the staircase, my palms were sweating. A new benchmark for kung fu films. It leaves all those gimmicky ones in the dust. Action films from Xinjiang still can't escape old cliches. It's either ancient martial arts or kung fu comedies. However, All City Alert has opened a new path, melding hard-hitting kung fu with a superhero core. Kung fu heroes. Superheroes that belong only to the people of Yen country. Li Lianji's image is encapsulated in these four words: iron will, calmness, and an unyielding presence. It's like establishing a new sect by hand. The screen fades to black. The two leaders of Jiahe Pictures, Zhou Wenhui and He Guanchong, sit across from each other in silence, their expressions heavy. The box office for all city alert won't be low. Zhou Wenhui pursed his lips, his voice dry. He Guanchong slowly exhaled with Li Lianjie making a comeback and this film exploding in popularity, he might just secure his position at the top. Along may not be able to hold him down. The old pattern of double weekly journeys might truly be shaken. Both of them were once pillars of Shaw Brothers. Due to differing philosophies with Sha Yifu, they started anew and founded Jia. In the 1970s, they had managed to put Shaw Brothers in a chokehold. In the industry, everyone calls them big shots. Because they understand the business, they know exactly what this film signifies. Yet the better it is, the more glaring Li Lianjie becomes, which only makes them feel sour inside. It's not the strong subordinates that are frightening, but the ones that become rivals after growing strong. Like a knife you've sharpened yourself, eventually resting on your own throat. Had I known this, I shouldn't have let him go in the first place. He Guanchong sighed softly. I'd rather keep him hidden for 3 years than let him jump ship to another company. Now look, we've nurtured the most troublesome rival. Li Lianjie is already a kung fu star. Meanwhile, Jiahei's top star is Cheng Long. When the two meet, their competition is palpable and the atmosphere thickens with tension. Letting Li Lianjie go is tantamount to training the enemy's troops. Zhou Wenhui smirked. That's easy to say, but would you dare to hold on to him? Li Lianjie is from the mainland, unfamiliar with the territory, making him easy to control. But what about Ji Feng? Can we afford to provoke him? He Guanchong did not respond. He knew Ji Feng is not someone who can be reasoned with. This person has repeatedly proven through actions that anyone who crosses him will suffer. They can summon storms in the film industry, yet before Ji Feng, they couldn't even create a ripple. Forget about other means, just throwing money can flatten you. Not to mention the new city society behind him. At a single command, your cinema chain might find itself in shattered glass and overturned seats tomorrow. There's no way out. They can only swallow their pride. This film has a high chance of breaking the box office record in Xiangjiang. Xiang Chong closed his notebook, his tone resolute. Currently, the highest box office record in Xiangjiang film history remains Fight Back to School, starring Stephen Chow from Yongxin Company at 438 million Hong Kong dollars. In the past 2 years, the film market has surged, with 10 million level box office becoming the norm, and over a dozen releases a year is no longer surprising. Yet this record has yet to be shaken. Even the new city from back then couldn't cross this hurdle. But this all-city alert is making Xiang Chong's back break into a cold sweat. A film that rewrites the history of kung fu movies. Box office rises daily, breaking records. It's just a matter of time. Xiang Sheng appeared quite indifferent. As long as we keep that kid Stephen Chow firmly tied to Yongsheng and throw in a few good scripts, reaching higher numbers will be effortless. Stephen Chow is currently Xiangjiang's toughest box office cash cow. Zhou Yunfa is formidable, right? Cheng Long is impressive too. Even if the two are stacked together, they can't overshadow his name. But after hearing this, Xiang Chong frowned, his expression darkening. Stephen Chow's contract only has a few months left. There's not a whisper of a renewal. He was brought in years ago with both person and contract bundled together with terms as harsh as chains. While the Xiang family reaped the profits, what about him? For films sold for 40 million, yet he only received less than 3 million. Anyone else would have slammed the table and walked away long ago. That flop wants to jump ship. His bones haven't even fully hardened yet. When Xiang Tai noticed her husband's expression was off, she immediately spoke to comfort him. She wasn't just blowing smoke. Stephen Chow had indeed been firmly held down before, and after his contract expired, he still held back and worked for the Xiang family for several years. But times have changed. He'll handle this. Xiang Sheng slammed his thigh, taking charge decisively. But seriously, the female lead of this film is truly stunning. One day he'll throw a gathering and let her star in my new film, The Leading Lady, guaranteed. He grinned, his gaze fixed. The words leading lady carry a weight everyone understands. Zhao Min heard this, her fingers instinctively tightened around her bag strap, a flicker of rigidity passing across her face. After all, she was officially recognized as his girlfriend. Yet Xiang Sheng spoke carelessly before her, without a hint of restraint. This showcases the chasm between a boss and an artist. One stands while the other kneels. Don't stretch your hands too far. Before the words fell, Xiang Chong shot a cold glance, his gaze sharp as a knife. Are you tired of living? That's Ji Feng's man. Xiang Sheng scoffed, his mouth twisted in a smirk. Ji Feng. A little brat who hasn't even grown hair, yet what waves can he stir? Just a fledgling who has just learned to walk in the martial world. Still too tender. His tone was light, filled with disdain. Just because Ji Feng was young, he treated him like air. As soon as these words fell, a vein twitched at the corner of Xiang Chong's forehead, almost making him raise his hand to slap him. Can you stop causing trouble? To underestimate Ji Feng is like nailing a coffin board for oneself. Xiao Yifu has fallen, Li's family has collapsed. Blood is laid bare right there. Do you want our Xiang family to be cut off from descendants? Compared to Xiang Sheng, Xiang Chong's wariness of Ji Feng was as deep as a dry well. Not to mention anything else, just the he-ji that their Xiang family relied on. The largest gang in Xiangjiang with a loud and proud name. What happened? Xian Cheng didn't even blink, forcefully swallowing half of Kowloon's territory. Even the flagpole was uprooted. After several visits to seek an explanation, they were all beaten back with bruised noses and swollen faces. 2 hall masters were even knocked out in their own living room. That was a blatant warning. All right. Xiang Sheng lazily waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all. I have an appointment tonight. After saying that, he got up and left. Where are you going again? Zhao Min blurted out. A woman's heart is soft yet also sharp. It can hurt, ache, and endure to the limit. The man disappears for days on end while openly making plans with others. Zhao Min isn't made of mud. Who are you to interfere? Zhao Min blocked his way, and Xiang Sheng's eyes suddenly turned fierce, intimidatingly sharp. Mind your own business. You are not qualified to ask about mine. With that, he shoved her aside and walked away. Xiang Chong and his wife looked at Zhao Min, who stood there with her head down, and silently sighed. Xiang Tai stepped forward and gently patted her hand. Xiao Sheng just has this temper. Don't take it to heart. Just be good and stay out breaking up. Don't dream about it. What circle in Xiangjiang would dare to take you? The first half of the sentence was to console her, while the latter half was a nail. The premiere party came to an end. Audiences trickled out of the cinema. Ji Feng walked alone towards the parking lot. Li Ruodong rarely had a day off, and tonight she was going back to her hometown to accompany her parents. In the car, he was the only one left. Feng, where are you going? Huang Feng personally drove and asked casually. Where to? One place was a standalone villa in Deepwater Bay, the other was Guanxilin's place. After a slight pause, Ji Feng said, back to Deepwater Bay. Recently, Guanxilin had been quite critical of Li Ruodong, putting in a lot of effort to compete for roles, snatch schedules, and block resources. So he had to stay focused and work hard. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but Ji Feng felt this girl needed some quiet time. The engine purred softly as the car slowly moved out. At that moment, Ji Feng caught a glimpse of someone standing by the roadside. Zhao Min. She stood alone on the curb, one hand gripping her phone, while the other was quietly wiping her eyes. Taxi after taxi passed by, none willing to stop. Just been abandoned midway by Xiang Sheng, and then warned face-to-face by Xiang Tai, not to mention breaking up. Her grievances piled up in her heart, and she finally couldn't hold back, tears streaming down. The collapse of an adult sometimes hides in the moments when a single tear falls. Just then, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce silently glided to her side. Zhao Min was startled and hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeve, afraid of being seen in a disheveled state. The window slowly rolled down. Ji Feng's face appeared, his brows clear, expression calm. Ji. Mr. Ji. Why are you here alone? Where's Mr. Xiang? They all left. Her voice was as light as a feather landing. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng understood she had been left stranded halfway. Mr. Xiang really dares to leave such a beauty here to flag down a taxi. He paused and reached his hand towards her. Get in, I'll give you a ride home. Huang Feng had already nimbly jumped out of the car, opened the door, his movements as familiar as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Having followed Ji Feng for these years, it was the first time he felt his boss had finally done something that a 20-something rich person ought to do. Young people, if they don't seize the moment or go with the flow, it only feels unreal. No. Zhao Min instinctively took half a step back. Get in the car. Ji Feng's tone was not heavy yet firm. It's late, it's hard to get a taxi, and it's not safe for a girl to stand on the street. Xiangjiang hasn't been peaceful lately, and if she encounters someone with ulterior motives, it wouldn't end well. This statement made her fingertips go cold. After hesitating for a moment, she finally lowered her head and climbed into the back seat. No one pointed it out. The one with ulterior motives was currently sitting beside her, breathing evenly, gaze gentle. The wheels began to roll again. Ji Feng listened while inquiring, learning that Xiang Sheng had abandoned her halfway to attend another appointment, unable to help but chuckle and shake his head. Soon the car steadily stopped in front of the villa where Zhao Min lived. Miss Zhao, do you live here alone? MHM. She nodded. Mr. Ji, thank you so much today. Would you like to come in for a while? There was an invitation. A bowtie's invitation, how could I refuse? Ji Feng got out of the car and followed her up the steps. Zhao Min brewed a cup of warm water and handed it to him. The two chatted casually, their tones relaxed, the topics superficial, yet like layers of mist being peeled away. As the night deepened, Zhao Min's heart gradually became clearer. To have survived in this circle of Xiangjiang until today, who would truly be foolish? Initially naive, if one still pretends to be unaware, that would be self-deception. Her fingertips tightened slightly as she lowered her gaze, fixated on the water's reflection in the cup. Suddenly, Ji Feng stood up. She immediately stood up as well. Mr. Ji, are you leaving already? As her words fell, he stepped forward, his palm resting at her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Have you ever heard the phrase inviting the wolf into the house? Mr. Ji. No. You can't. Late at night. In the parking lot downstairs of Zhao Min's house. Huang Feng slumped in the driver's seat, yawning continuously. He looked up at the second floor. The bedroom window was dark. His mouth twitched as he muttered quietly. The beauty invited the wolf in herself. After saying that, he simply reclined the seat and lay flat. Tonight there was no way to spend the night in the car. He knew Ji Feng too well. This night was destined not to be calm. The City on Alert experience. Li Lianjia's another masterpiece, Kung Fu Hero.
a fantastical kung fu epic. A milestone in Xinjiang film history, praised by critics. A genuine kung fu film no second to be found. Various media reported continuously film critics collectively praised it, and the first batch of audiences left the venue with nothing but admiration. The city on alert exploded completely. At the entrances of major theaters in Hong Kong, long queues stretched endlessly, all coming for it. Wireless television even inserted street interviews directly into the evening news. Cameras captured audiences who had just seen the film, their faces still flushed. For a time, the streets of Xinjiang were buzzing about the city on alert. The word of mouth skyrocketed like a rocket. After all, such a film had never been produced in Xinjiang. The audience had long been fed bland action films, so when a sudden intense one appeared, how could they not rush to watch? Especially the twist at the end. The monster didn't die at all. Many people left the cinema still shouting, "New Era Media, hurry up and shoot a sequel." In the conference room of the company headquarters, executives of New Era Media Group Shi Tian and Huang Baiqing, along with director Su Ku and lead actor Li Lianjia of the City on Alert, all sat at the long table. The first day box office numbers are out. A staff member burst in through the door, his voice breaking with excitement. It broke the record. 47 million Hong Kong dollars. What? Shi Tian jumped up from his chair, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 47 million Hong Kong dollars. The staff member gasped for breath, enunciating each word. We just kicked down the old record for Hong Kong film's first day box office. In that moment, the conference room was so quiet that one could hear the air conditioning. Everyone was frozen in place, lips slightly parted, even forgetting to breathe. 47 million on the first day. The old record was only 38 million. That's a staggering increase of 29 million. And this was just the first day? Shishin's mind was already calculating, at this rate, breaking 100 million is not a dream. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter shattered the silence. Su Ku slammed his palm on the mahogany table, making the pen holder jump half an inch. It worked. It's secured. The new record is mine. His eyes sparkled as if he could already see his name inscribed at the top of the Hong Kong directors list. Su Ku, let's go. We need to see the chairman on the top floor. Shi Tian grabbed his arm, and the two hurried towards the elevator. Upon arriving at Ji Feng's office, the two were so excited they were nearly incoherent. Just as they reported the numbers, they saw Ji Feng holding a teacup without even raising his eyelids. He had originally come from another world. Compared to the tens of billions in global box office numbers in the future, this figure was hardly enough to fill a gap in his teeth. Can we reach 100 million? There is hope. Shi Tian scratched his nose, feeling somewhat unsettled, but I can't guarantee anything. 100 million. No one has ever touched that in Hong Kong. He wanted to say, don't take it seriously, no one has even crossed 50 million. Hong Kong is just this small. No matter how many screens there are, or how high ticket prices rise, the market is what it is. 100 million. That's pure wishful thinking. Notify all cinemas to add screenings. For Jiahe and Yongxing, as long as they're willing to negotiate well, clear out their schedules. Nanyang, Taiwan, Korea, and Woka send people over immediately to negotiate. The profit-sharing terms are negotiable, but the bottom line cannot be loosened. The United States must also be involved, but no copyrights can be sold. They have been craving kung fu films for not just a day or two. Hong Kong films have always been the powerhouse of the Asian film industry. In Korea and Woka, local young people are even more familiar with Hong Kong stars than their own idols. Korea even has a saying, if you don't know Hong Kong stars, you're not a true fan. They pursue them even if they can't pronounce their names correctly. Yet Ji Feng didn't even glance in that direction. He was focused on the United States. They love kung fu, and the whole world knows it. Sending over full city alert was not just to promote Jet Li, but to earn dollars. More importantly, it was to present the essence and soul of Yin country to the world properly. Cultural export is not just a slogan, it is a tangible responsibility on his shoulders. He'll take care of this right away. Shi Tian straightened his back and replied emphatically. Ji Feng opened a drawer, took out a stack of papers, and handed it to Su Ku. For the next film, you're directing again. Su Ku received it with both hands, the cover printed with 5 characters, a person's martial world. The basis of this story is the film that later became a masterpiece revered by fans. Feng Yuxiu. The outcome will be decided here, and life and death are also at stake. Equally a hard-hitting action film, Ji Feng smoothly adapted it. Su Ku closed the script and fell silent for a long time. Inside, he felt like a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned, with sourness mixed with confusion and a trace of long-lost wavering. After all, he was a director and screenwriter who had been in the industry for many years, yet his most skilled work was unexpectedly trampled into the mud by Ji Feng, unable to even stir up dust. He gazed at the ceiling, pondering for the first time, should I really step back? The startup fund is 20 million. The lead role is still Jet Li, but I suggest he play Feng Yuxiu. This character has backbone and spirit, making him more eye-catching. The male lead can be someone else like Zhao Wenjue, who just signed with us. Zhao Wenjue had just stepped into Hong Kong. Previously, he had filmed a kung fu movie with Xian Yiqing directed by Su Ku, but the film didn't do well upon release.
Later Xine Ching disbanded, and he was personally brought into New Era Media by Su Ku signing a long contract. With such a genuinely skilled actor, how could they let him go to waste? You decide the rest of the characters. While they were still discussing in the office outside, Guanjilin had been standing for quite some time. She took the elevator straight to the top floor. Hearing Huang Feng say that Ji Feng was in a meeting, she didn't knock, but quietly stood at the end of the corridor, her gaze fixed on the closed wooden door. Huang Feng glanced at her and sighed inwardly. The night before, she had been at the Chao residence's banquet laughing and playing with Zhao Min until dawn. This morning someone was waiting eagerly for him to come out. To say she was not envious would be a lie. What man doesn't love a beautiful woman's attention? But what was even more impressive was, she could come willingly to his door uninvited, and it wasn't just because of a thick wallet. The door finally opened. Shitian and Su Ku walked out one after another. Mr. Shitian, Director Su. Guanjilin immediately stepped forward, her voice bright and natural. Hello, Miss Guan. The two nodded in response, their tones measured. Back in the days of Xine Ching, with Guan Xilan's qualifications, she could hardly cross the threshold of their office. But now it was different. They both understood she was someone close to Ji Feng. Though she held no power and had no intention to vie for status, her presence was enough to make everyone aware and tread carefully around her. After the pleasantries, Guanjilin turned and pushed the door open, her movements crisp and decisive. Shitian and Su Ku stood in place, exchanging glances, shaking their heads in unison, their lips curling slightly. Women, why not give their all? Why choose a narrow path to elevate themselves? The door gently closed behind her. She locked the door behind her without hesitation and took a few steps before leaping into Ji Feng's embrace. He instinctively caught her and turned to enter the inner lounge. This was not a fleeting romance, but a conscious exchange. She traded what she could offer for what she desired. She won. The female lead for a person's martial world was set. Full City Alert had completely exploded. After 30 full days in theaters, the box office broke the record in Hong Kong's film history, becoming the first Hong Kong-produced film to surpass 100 million. It ultimately settled at 143 million Hong Kong dollars. Overseas, it was equally unstoppable. Combined, the 5 Southeast Asian countries raked in 12 million Hong Kong dollars. The Korean market secured 70 million Hong Kong dollars. The most explosive was Woku, which directly shattered the domestic box office ceiling, with the profit sharing amounting to about 280 million Hong Kong dollars. What truly ignited the global response was the United States. Universal Pictures spent a whopping $20 million to buy out the distribution rights for all of America. After the film premiered, it received explosive reviews, and the theater schedule skyrocketed. Jet Li already had some footing in the United States, and this time, he soared even higher with the momentum. The word Kung Fu would forever be tied to his name. Hollywood studios continued to send invitations, letters piling up on his assistant's desk. With this film, he had truly taken his first step onto the international stage. Li Ruodong also soared alongside him. Once a quiet and unremarkable third-tier star, she suddenly became the highest-paid and most sought-after actress in Hong Kong overnight. She was overjoyed and paid meticulous attention to everything related to Ji Feng. She was well aware that her rise was entirely thanks to the man behind her. Whether she was famous or not didn't matter to her. What she truly cared about was whether Ji Feng saw her. With the entire city on high alert and all eyes on her, this appearance marked the official breakthrough for the New Era Media Group. The Hong Kong film industry finally realized that New Era Media was not there just to fill seats. Many talented individuals who had been overlooked for years, as well as seasoned veterans who had gained fame in earlier years but lacked platforms, began to express their interest in collaboration. During that time, Shitian was busy nonstop, with his phone ringing off the hook, even timing his water breaks. Meanwhile, after half a year's preparation, the one-pot Xuan fast food restaurant finally opened. Li Yongnan was fully committed to the task. The Ming Dynasty-style decoration plan was drawn up by him stroke by stroke. He personally led several trips to the mainland for practical insights, repeatedly experimenting with ingredients, adjusting soup recipes, and modifying ratios with the chefs. With the opening approaching, Li Yongnan specially invited Ji Feng to visit the main store. Chairman, look, this entire restaurant is designed in the style of Ming Dynasty architecture. Even the details of the Great Wall patterns and the Dagong from the Forbidden City have been incorporated. Guests will feel a sense of novelty as soon as they step in. He accompanied Ji Feng, explaining everything as they walked. This is the flagship store. 5 floors. It can accommodate 600 people at the same time. The 3 lower floors are open halls, while the upper 2 floors are all private compartments. Ji Feng listened quietly, completing a tour before sitting down in a private compartment on the 5th floor. The decoration effort is commendable, but just being good-looking is not enough. What diners care about is the flavor and the cooking skills, not just the aesthetics. In the fast food industry, cleanliness is the baseline, speed of service is the lifeline, and flavor is the threshold. All 3 elements are indispensable. Only then will customers be willing to return. Li Yongnan nodded in agreement and hurriedly presented the menu. We currently have 4 types of broth: spicy, clear soup, tomato, and pepper. The most effort was put into the side dishes, After 76 tests of the ratios, we finally settled on this version. Before he could finish speaking, the steaming broth and dipping sauces were already served at the table for Ji Feng and Huang Sun to taste. The tomato broth is amazing. Hong Kong people will definitely love it. Huang Sun took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Ji Feng, having eaten many similar dishes in the mainland, didn't comment much and simply said it's okay. These flavors were familiar to him from his past experiences. Overall, they were stable, precise, and memorable. Ji Feng nodded, causing Li Yongnan to relax somewhat, though his heart still hung in uncertainty. The boss satisfaction doesn't equate to customer sales. Success or failure will only be known once we open our doors. Has the opening date been set? Ji Feng asked. Li Yongnan hurriedly replied, it's set. Promotions have also started. We've only had a few mentions in the newspapers, and the response has been lukewarm. Old methods encountering a new market naturally lead to silence. Leave the promotions to me. You just need to polish the storefront and streamline the kitchen. Ji Feng was particularly invested in One Pot Schwan. If the fast food was solid, it would be a real source of income. As for how to promote it, he already had a plan in mind. After leaving the main store, Ji Feng headed straight to the New Era building and immediately instructed his secretary to call Shirtian in. In the blink of an eye, the opening day arrived. On that morning, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air. Lion dancers leaped and firecrackers exploded, shaking the entire street. One Pot Schwan. What's that all about? This is the first I've heard of it. A couple of days ago, I saw a line in the newspaper saying it was opened by JIS Lifestyle Group. The crowd grew larger, chattering away. Although it was lively, no one dared to be the first to push open the door. In front of something new, people instinctively stood back to watch and wait. Inside, the waitstaff, all dressed in blue jackets, walked out holding flyers offering them to passers-by a new way to enjoy hot pot. 4 types of broth averaging only 100 per person, but we don't know if it will suit your taste. Young people took the flyers, leaned in to read closely, their curiosity piqued. Finally, a few brave souls lifted the curtain and walked in, just 3 or 5 of them. In the top-floor monitoring room, Li Yongnan gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice tense. Manager, where are the customers? How many have entered the store? On the opening day, he was more anxious than anyone else. This store was his lifeblood, and if it failed, he might just want to end it all. There are some who have come in, but they are few and far between. The main store manager frowned deeply. An hour after opening, the entrance was crowded, but the actual number of customers who stepped inside could be counted on one hand. Upon hearing this, Li Yongnan felt as if he were sitting on nails and jumped up to rush downstairs. The first, second, and third floors all had empty tables. He stood in the center of the hall, feeling a heaviness in his chest, his palms sweaty. Where was the promised promotion from the chairman? He suddenly recalled Ji Feng's determined tone that day and looked around, so desolate that even the wind seemed too lazy to stir. Just as he pulled out his phone before he could press any buttons, the outside suddenly erupted in screams. Oh, Jet Li. Oh my God. The Kung Fu Emperor himself. Jet Li is here. He looks amazing. In person, he's even more energetic than on screen. Master, do you take disciples? I want to practice Wing Chun. Brother Jet, what brings you here? The crowd surged forward, watching as Jet Li stepped out of the car, instantly causing a tsunami of excitement. A film like Full Alert had made him the hottest male star in Hong Kong. His fans spanned all ages and genders. His face was everywhere. Hello, everyone. I'm here to eat. I heard a new restaurant called One Pot Schwan opened, so I came to give it a try. He waved with a smile, his voice crisp and clear, and before he finished speaking, he had already stepped through the door. Wow, my idol is here. I have to give it a try. Let's go together. No time to chat. I need to grab a seat. The fans rushed in, followed by a bunch of onlookers. And this was just the beginning. Within 5 minutes, several black cars pulled up. Li Ming and Andy Lau both got out. Li Jiasun stepped out with a small bag. Guan Jiling, wearing sunglasses, smiled and flashed a peace sign at the camera. As more and more stars gathered, the crowd of spectators grew denser. Initially, they came to see the celebrities casually ordering a dish, just like Li Jiasun's. Once they stepped inside and tasted the food, they found themselves unable to leave. The flavors were robust. The service was astonishingly fast. And this wasn't the only location. All 23 One Pot Schwan locations across Hong Kong were filled with artists from New Era Media at the same time. Li Ming was dipping sesame sauce in Causeway Bay. Andy Lau was sipping plum juice in Sim Sha Sui, and Li Jiasun was munching on baked pastries in Central. All thanks to Ji Feng's command. The approach was as simple as it gets: invite people to eat, let them make an appearance after the meal, and have fans drooling. This tactic would become common later, but it was a first-time sighting that flipped the entire city's trending topics. Reporters were blocking the entrance with cameras, while paparazzi crouched by the flower bed snapping 30 shots in a row. Ji Feng had even specially invited TVB reporters to broadcast live. With stars gathered at One Pot Schwan, why is this new restaurant making people wait in line for 2 hours? Let's see what the diners have to say. The camera pans to a customer just finishing their payment and exiting the store. I came just to chase after Li Jiasun. My heart races every time she smiles. I immediately follow her into the store. I didn't expect it to be so good. The portions are generous and the prices are fair. I've been eating here for 3 days straight. You must try her tomato broth. It's perfectly sweet and sour, and the shrimp balls are fantastic. I'm just like Li Lianjia specializing in spicy hot pots. So spicy it clears my sinuses, and a sip of iced lemon water makes my scalp tingle. The numbing pepper flavor was popularized by Li Ming. The spiciness made me gasp for air as the beef slices danced on my tongue. Support our own fast food. It's not inferior to the big brands. I even packed 2 portions of sesame pancakes. Every word was pure honesty without a hint of pretension. That night, the news broadcast made One Pot Hot Pot the talk of every street in Xinjiang. Li, it's a hit. The good reviews are flooding in. We have so many repeat customers that the front desk can't keep track. Dining in has long lines and takeaway orders are piling up. With 23 shops, every single one is packed, and even the aisles are filled with people. Just look outside. The line wraps around half the street. The manager of the main store spoke with a trembling voice, pointing directly at the glass outside the office. Li Yongnan suddenly stood up and quickly walked to the window. Outside the store, there was a long line that seemed never-ending, people standing shoulder to shoulder, winding around the street corner. How are the finances looking? In 3 days with 23 stores, we made 13 million with a net profit of 8 million. 8 million. Li Yongnan turned abruptly, his eyes almost popping out of his head as he stared intensely at the manager of the main store. Net profit of 8 million in 3 days. Say that again. In the catering industry, thin profit margins are ingrained in the bones. Just take a regular hot pot restaurant during peak business times, making a few thousand a day is already at the top. During holidays, they might barely scrape together around 10,000. But right now, with 23 shops, a net profit of 8 million in 3 days. Averaged out, that's nearly 3 million a day in profit. Li Yongnan's mind buzzed and his legs felt weak. All the receipts, transactions, and reconciliations have been checked 3 times, no errors whatsoever. As he finished speaking, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, his knuckles turning white. He knew that initial excitement could lead to inflated numbers that would decline later was inevitable. But even if it had, maintaining a daily average above 10,000 was unavoidable. What does this mean? The late nights, the hair lost, the effort spent, all worth it. He grabbed the phone, his finger trembling as he pressed the keys, directly dialing Ji Feng. After 2 rings, the other end picked up. Li Yongnan spoke rapidly like a machine gun. Chairman, it worked. It really worked. Your strategy was brilliant. Inviting a celebrity to promote, how did I not see it before? He was genuinely impressed, a respect that came deep from within. Ji Feng understood there was no divine foresight, just a few pages of history flipped ahead of time. A celebrity is a spark, not a pile of firewood. For a fire to burn long, the stove must be sturdy. Li Yongnan immediately responded, you're right. I'll immediately bring the RD team to push out new products, refreshing the flavors and expanding the variety to keep old customers coming back and new ones interested. He was the founder of Yongnan Food, having personally tasted the bitterness of failure. That defeat forced him to reflect deeply. Customers do not recognize low prices, but rather reputation. The market is not about who can drop prices the hardest, but who can bring taste, service, and trust to the table together. Don't worry. In less than 2 years, JIS One Pot Hot Pot will be the #1 hot pot chain in Xinjiang. I've already drafted an expansion plan, opening 20 more stores, 1 in each district of Xinjiang, leaving no gaps. Sigh. Ji Feng sighed lightly, interrupting him. Li, your vision is too narrow. Li Yongnan was momentarily speechless. Narrow. Swallowing the entire Xinjiang wasn't big enough. Many competitors are fighting for a spot in Causeway Bay, yet he was already planning for complete coverage. Was that not ambition? How big is Xinjiang? A tiny area. 20 stores are already saturated, adding more. That's not expansion, that's choking yourself. Wanwan Nanyang Haojiang Wugwa Gaoli. Where is there no food lovers, no market, no opportunities? Especially in the north. Our own territory vast and bountiful, and market potential enough for you to establish roots for 10 years and open hundreds of stores. Li Yongnan swallowed, hard, momentarily speechless. It turned out he wasn't too ambitious, but rather thinking too small. He was straining every effort to reach the top of Xinjiang, while Ji Feng had already spread out the map, tracing the entire Asian continent with his fingertip. Ji, if we follow your strategy, the upfront investment, it might be astronomical. Who told you to swallow an entire cow in one bite? Ji Feng almost laughed out loud. Not only was his vision small, but he was also greedy. Did he really think every store had to be built, managed, and watched over by himself? You'd be exhausted trying to keep up. All the top restaurant groups globally, without exception, follow the franchise model. Doing everything yourself. Think of that old predecessor who always touted the advantage is mine. After all the fuss, he ended up selling his house. First, establish a framework. In the first phase, insert directly into Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, opening only 3 flagship stores in each city. In the second phase, expand into second-tier cities like Hangzhou, Nanjing, and Chengdu, also 3 stores per city. As for third and fourth-tier cities and county markets, all are open for franchising. Trying to monopolize the market will only burn you out. No matter how capable you are, you can't keep track of hundreds of stores nationwide. It's better to pull people in together, sharing profits and risks. Based on city population, consumer power, and market density, we will scientifically divide areas and precisely match franchisees. We will collect a fixed franchise fee every year. The renovation plans will be uniformly set with comprehensive guidance. Profits and losses will be their responsibility. How much they earn depends on their own capabilities. We only charge an annual fee, but we will not loosen our supervision. An independent inspection team will be established in each city, implementing cross-regional rotation. Inspectors from City A checking stores in City B and vice versa. Once any violations, quality control failures, or unauthorized modifications are found, the authorization will be immediately revoked. Within the inspection team, an integrity supervision team will be set up to conduct unannounced inspections and surprise checks, strictly preventing self-dealing. Ji Feng poured out the entire set of ideas in one breath. This system interlocks at multiple levels, preserving brand reputation while controlling the pace of expansion. The number of franchisees is strictly limited, with city-level management completely eliminating vicious internal competition within the same region. Money is collected without a cent less. Authority is maintained without a loss. The franchise model that runs rampant today can be reshaped with slight adjustments and can take root immediately. We also need to establish our own supply chain. Supply chain. Li Yongnan was momentarily at a loss. All base ingredients, dipping sauces, and secret soup packs will be produced in our own factories. Unified supply from the source. Vegetables, mushrooms, beef, and lamb. We have contracted tens of thousands of acres of farmland in Shandong, built our own ranches in Inner Mongolia, and set up highland mushroom cultivation bases in Yunnan. Establishing central warehouses in various locations for unified distribution. All franchise stores must procure ingredients, seasonings, and packaging from company-designated channels. Quality, safety, and taste are firmly in our hands. We can also lower costs. We earn from factories, logistics, and the brand of franchisees can profit more due to stable supply and low prices with high quality. Everyone benefits, and the model can last longer. Ji Feng spoke steadily, each word landing firmly. In the realm of industry, the ultimate competition lies in the chain. Breaking the chain is akin to severing the spine. Only a closed loop can generate wealth. A solid structure, clear costs, stable cash flow. All these ensure that profits have their roots. Chairman, did you come up with all this by yourself? Li Yongnan's throat tightened, and his palms were drenched in sweat. This is not merely business. It is a grand chess game woven with intricate strategies. He had never heard of such a thing before, yet he immediately understood. This is not a fantasy, but a practical strategy that can be directly broken down into KPIs. The sea of money is boundless. Going solo will never fill a single scoop. To gather quickly, abundantly, and sustainably, one must let countless hands work together, and each hand must fish out genuine gold. Win-win is not merely a slogan, it is a lifeline. Only when the lifeline is laid out can it serve as the foundation for a century-long enterprise. Is this difficult? Ji Feng countered with a raised eyebrow. Li Yongnan felt his eyes warm with emotion. The gap between him and Ji Feng was not one of rank, but of intellect and vision. One was still calculating how many dishes to stir-fry today, while the other was already planning the supply chain map for the next decade. They did not rise to success by mere luck. They had thoroughly anticipated the entire chessboard. Moreover, the awareness of patents must be established. All formulas, processes, and even the phrase "a pot of hot pot" must be registered as trademarks and invention patents. The legal department must be equipped with a top-notch team dedicated to fighting infringement lawsuits. Not a single one can slip through. Understood. Li Yongnan responded emphatically, his back instinctively straightening. He'll go back right now, breaking it down point by point. He'll have a draft ready tonight for you to review by tomorrow morning. He stepped forward with purpose. In his heart, the blueprint was 100 times clearer than before. JIS Hot Pot not only aims to sweep across China, but also to stand on the streets of Tokyo, Seoul, and Los Angeles. A new realm. Film City. The crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes was shooting the exterior scenes of the Valley of No Emotions. Ancient costume dramas cannot be filmed on location and rely entirely on the pavilions and towers of this city to uphold the atmosphere of the Jianghu. Li Ruodong stood on the bluestone steps in a plain white long gown, her brows and eyes exuding a cold elegance, her posture resembling a pine tree. Without speaking, she already conveyed a hint of the moonlight in a cold pond. As for the little dragon maiden, she was meant to be like this. Gu Tianla playing Yang Gua had yet to be tarnished by time, his face as smooth as jade and eyes clear. When he acted alongside Li Ruodong, they were like two exquisite jewels in a painting. Just as the director finished saying "very good," and before the camera could cut, a shout suddenly erupted from the side. A bald man with tattoos wearing a thick gold chain around his neck led 5 young men in black t-shirts directly into the shooting area. Everyone stopped filming. The 5 ruffians cursed loudly, jabbing their fingers at the noses of the staff, one of them kicking the camera over with a swift motion. "Who are you? Get lost. Don't get in the way." The director abruptly stood up, shouting at the 6. After years in this industry, he had seen groups cause trouble on set before. In the past, when encountering such people, he would always start by smiling and then offer money to settle the matter, he never stood up to them. But this time, backed by the New Era Media Group, he stood tall. Half a month into filming, everything had been smooth and quiet, without even a shadow of trouble. He thought these people were just aimless youths roaming the streets, unable to even distinguish directions, speaking without restraint. This has nothing to do with you, stay out of it, and don't blame me for the trouble. The tattooed man snorted coldly, his finger nearly poking the director's eyelid, then turned to walk toward Li Ruodo. Stop! Gu Tianla leaped forward to block Li Ruodo. Get out of the way. Before he finished speaking, a slap landed harshly on his face. Gu Tianla, thin in frame, fell to the ground, his left cheek swelling and turning purple, his mouth cracking, blood trickling down his chin. The ruffians behind him immediately surrounded him, raining down punches and kicks. Li Ruodo cried out in shock, her face turning pale. Stop it! The director rushed over, just opening his mouth to shout. We are. A heavy punch struck him squarely, and he fell back, his glasses flying far away. Meddling in other people's business. Get out of here. All together. Teach him a lesson. If it's not his business, don't get involved. The tattooed man shouted to his subordinates, and chaos erupted on the scene. They struck, ruthlessly targeting vital areas. Gu Tianla curled up on the ground, groaning, while the director clutched his stomach, unable to get up. The tattooed man stepped closer to Li Ruodo, her lips trembling with no strength left to retreat. The entire crew seemed frozen, no one daring to move. No security was hired, and no one brought weapons. Others either huddled behind the equipment or pretended to tie their shoelaces. Everyone knew that tangling with a gang was akin to playing with fire. Miss Li, the tattooed man tilted his head, smiling eerily. Your brother borrowed 100,000 from us, delayed for a month, and today, he owes us 1 million. Not paying. Then we'll break one of his arms to settle the debt. Li Ruoton's mind buzzed, and she blurted out, How much? I'll pay. 100,000 turns into 1 million. The surroundings fell silent with only the sound of breathing. A few crew members exchanged furtive glances. Usually another trap. 1 million. Her voice trembled and her eyes reddened. She had just taken 2 rolls, and her payment had not yet been fully received. Her account barely had enough for the small change. All she could think was, I can't raise that much money. There really isn't that much money. The tattooed man licked his canine tooth, grinning widely. Coincidentally, the boss said if you dine with him and spend the night, the IOU will be burned on the spot. Ding ding ding. The urgent ringtone of a mobile phone suddenly erupted, interrupting Wang Mengqi's words. All the executives in the meeting room turned to look at Ji Feng. Sorry. He took out his phone, nodded slightly to the crowd, and answered. The caller ID showed Li Ruodo. However, it was not her voice on the line, but the near-collapsed cry of her assistant, Mr. Ji. Li Miss is in trouble. Please come quickly. Ji Feng's brow furrowed deeply. In an instant, the air in the entire conference room suddenly stilled. It was a kind of oppressive force that made it hard to breathe. The meeting is adjourned. Ji Feng pushed his chair aside and strode out of the office. The executives exchanged glances, none understanding what had happened. A sudden roar erupted from the end of the corridor. Brother Feng, bring people to the New Realm film set, depart immediately. The voice rolled through like an enraged lion in the throat. Everyone's spine tingled. Something had happened, and it was a matter of grave consequence. The meeting room buzzed with chatter. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Mengqi's brows knitted tightly as she slammed her hand down on the table 3 times. The discussions abruptly ceased. The meeting is terminated. No private discussions allowed. Dismissed. The convoy tore down the long street, engines roaring like knives. Red lights. 1 foot down to the floor. Other cars forcefully stop and drive away. In the rearview mirror, cars squeezed at odd angles. Curses erupted. Are you crazy? Who gave you the guts? The road belongs to the public, not your garage. A silver-gray Mitsubishi stubbornly blocked the way in front, unmoved despite the honking from behind. The driver gritted his teeth, knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. I refuse to let you pass. Let's see if he can eat me. The man in the passenger seat turned sharply, spotting the black label Benz at the end of the convoy, and sweat broke out on his palm. Let them through. Quick. What are you talking about? I didn't run a red light. That's the convoy of Mr. Ji Feng. Ji Feng. Which Ji Feng? No matter how rich he is, he can't treat the road like a racetrack. The person behind New City. The man in the passenger seat anxiously slapped his thigh. That person can make you disappear in an instant, and you are still gambling on this. If we delay him for half a minute, we might end up sleeping with the fishes tomorrow. The driver scoffed, his neck stiff. Does being wealthy make you superior? Impor so my life is worthless. Before he could finish his sentence, bang, the front of the Benz crashed hard into the back of the Mitsubishi. Damn it, you dare to hit me. He just turned his head to curse when the man in the passenger seat frantically grabbed his arm. Look in the rearview mirror. Hurry, look. He impatiently raised his eyes. Just one glance, and his blood ran cold. The window of the Benz lowered halfway, revealing a man in black, half of his body leaning out, a dark gun in his hand, the muzzle pointed right at them, his wrist shaking rapidly left and right. Get out of the way. Right now? Hatred for the rich, frustration, defiance. All crushed by that one glance. He jerked the steering wheel, the tires shrieking as they veered toward the roadside, the car almost flipping into the greenery. In the face of power, emotions are worth nothing. Woo woo. The convoy whipped up a gust of wind and vanished into the distance. Holy shit. Drawing a gun in broad daylight. That's even more audacious than Doc Thugs. Thugs. Don't you know who backs Kowloon New City? The driver's face turned pale, his lips dry. Ji Feng. The person beside him scoffed. You just called him just a rich man, and now you're scared. If he really wants to deal with me, I won't even have enough grass on my grave. The scene was in chaos. Li Ruotong's fingertips were icy, her nails dug into her palm, without her noticing. The conditions thrown by the other party were impossible to accept. Accompany the boss for a meal. Spend a night. Absurd enough to make her want to laugh, yet she couldn't. No. I won't go. Her voice trembled, but she bit down on her refusal. Money. I will gather it. 10 million I will definitely repay. She instinctively wanted to settle this with money, just like everyone else. But the other party never cared about money. The words accompany for meals and accompany for nights were already laid bare in their intentions. Repay. The leading man grinned, his gold tooth flashing. What if you run away? 10 million poured in. Who will the boss cry to? The tattooed man smirked, full of disdain. Can't come up with the money. Then don't blame us for being heartless. Miss Li, come back with us to clear the debt. He waved his hand, and 5 thugs immediately withdrew their hands surrounding Li Ruotong. No. Miss Li cannot leave. Gu Tianla had just been knocked out, and the director, blood dripping from his forehead, struggled to get up from the ground, stumbling over to block them. He was no hard nut, nor was he a hero. He just knew in his heart whether these people would really kill him was still uncertain. However, if he watched Li Ruotong being dragged away from the crew in public, his director's hat along with his head would likely fall on the spot. After all, Li Ruotong was the big boss person. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry injustice. Damn, the tattooed man shouted, so you want to meddle? Beat him to death. Damn it. Opt. Just as the director reached out, he was pushed down to the ground and kicked mercilessly. With a crisp crack mixed with a piercing scream, his arm was directly dislocated. Li Ruotong's legs went weak, heavily collapsing to the ground, her face as pale as death. Stop hitting. Please stop. She shouted hoarsely, her voice trembling, tears streaming down her face, but she still yelled with all her strength. Miss Li, be sensible and come with us. The tattooed man laughed heartily. Our boss is very fond of you. It will also spare your crew from further trouble, right? Several thugs rushed up to her, grabbing her wrist roughly and pulling her toward the car. No, I won't go. Let me go. I will really gather the money. Li Ruotong completely broke down, trembling as she cried, pleading incoherently. Whoosh, screech. Several harsh braking sounds suddenly tore through the air. The Benz convoy was escorting a Rolls-Royce speeding toward them, the tires kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Before the car door was fully open, Ji Feng had already leaped down like an arrow. In 3 steps, he rushed directly to the man holding Li Ruotong. Bang! A kick landed on the opponent's knee, making him kneel instantly. He then turned and smashed a heavy punch toward the temple of the man beside him with no mercy. Huang Feng and the others followed closely, their fists and feet flying like the wind. In the blink of an eye, they knocked the remaining few to the ground. Xiong Kaishan was even more straightforward, grabbing the tattooed man's collar and executing a clean shoulder throw, slamming him hard to the ground, his knee then pressing against the opponent's back. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spewed out. You guys. The tattooed man's pupils trembled, his throat sweet with blood, as if he was about to breathe his last in the next second. In that moment, he vaguely saw the face of his grandfather, the old man who had been buried in the ground 20 years ago. Are you tired of living? We are. A thug with a bruised face couldn't keep his mouth shut, and before he could finish his sentence, a black-gloved hand suddenly gripped his chin, the dark muzzle pressed tightly against his temple. Within 5 seconds, the entire place fell silent. Ji Feng crouched down and gently pulled Li Ruotong into his arms. Hubby, I was really scared just now. Woo. She buried herself in his embrace, her shoulders shaking violently, crying uncontrollably, her tears quickly soaking through his jacket. Don't be afraid, hubby is here. He wrapped one arm around her back, gently stroking the top of her head, his voice low and firm. My brother borrowed money from them. He owes 10 million. If he can't repay it, they will chop off his arm. Hubby, please. Save my brother. Her brother had raised her since childhood. Their family was poor. When there was hot food, her brother would serve her first. When she needed money for school, her brother went south to work at 16, sending back living expenses every month. Once when she was blocked by thugs outside the school gate, her brother rushed out with a kitchen knife, the blade pressed against the thug's neck. So when she heard her brother was in debt, her first reaction was not to hide, but to desperately gather money, even if it meant putting herself at risk. Leave it to me. Ji Feng raised his hand, gently patting Li Ruotong's back 3 times. Take all of them back. Not a single one left. Find out the details. He turned his face, lowering his voice to give orders to Huang Feng. With his brow tightly furrowed, his eyes dark as ink, a chill permeating through the bones. Anyone who touches Ji Feng is tired of living. Understood? Huang Feng nodded in response, his voice suddenly rising. Take them away. Not a single one gets to slip away. The bodyguards immediately spread out and closed in. Xiong Kaishan grabbed the tattooed man's neck like a sack and tossed him into the Benz's trunk. Such trash is not worthy of sitting in the car. When Li Ruodong finally stabilized her breathing, Ji Feng personally helped her into the car and closed the door for her. At this moment, Shirtian came running, sweat glistening on his forehead. He had heard about the trouble on set and rushed over without even buttoning up his jacket, feeling anxious and heavy on his shoulders. This incident caught him off guard. It was his dereliction of duty. Chairman, I'm sorry. It's my oversight for not arranging security in advance, causing such a big mess for the crew. He admitted his mistake first, so his words held weight. Ji Feng did not blame him. Few in Hong Kong dared smash a film set right under his nose. Perhaps no more than a handful could be counted on one hand. Even doubling the number of bodyguards would prove utterly futile in a direct confrontation. What is the current condition of those who were assaulted, he asked. The director and Tony Leung stepped forward to intervene, and both were beaten. Tony Leung collapsed on the spot. His ribs are likely fractured. The director's injuries are even more severe. His nasal bridge is shattered, his left arm broken, and he bears multiple contusions across his body. Internal injuries are almost certainly present. Ji Feng gave a slight nod, then asked, have ambulances been called? Already dispatched. They'll arrive momentarily. He immediately strode toward where the director and Tony Leung lay unconscious. The medical team was applying gauze and iodine to surface wounds. Of bloodstains had yet to dry. Further treatment required hospital imaging for definitive diagnosis. Mr. G. The director's teeth chattered from pain, yet he forced himself to speak. His face twisted grotesquely, cold sweat mingled with streaks of blood as it trickled down his temples. This was the worst beating he'd ever endured in his life. Go to the hospital first. Recover fully before returning. All expenses will be covered entirely by me. Ji Feng knew well among the 100-odd people on set, only these two had rushed forward to shield others. Had they not intervened, Li Ruodong would have been dragged away long before. He never forgot a kindness, and hated owing debts of gratitude. Brother Feng, 5 million cash each, transferred directly from my personal account, as a private token of appreciation. Shirtian, once Tony Leung recovers, sign him to a top-tier contract and prioritize allocating resources to him. Nothing less than the absolute best, every single thing. In a villa in Causeway Bay, Xiang Sheng reclined lazily on a leather sofa, an exquisite young woman nestled in his arms. His fingertips traced slow teasing circles along her waist, prompting coy laughter and nervous shivers. Her ears flushed deep crimson like stained rouge. Though she feigned resistance, her body pressed ever closer into his embrace. An old hand at seduction, precisely the kind that stirred Xiang Sheng's appetite, drawing him deeper with every provocation. He'd selected her just 2 days prior, fresh-faced, ethereally pure, radiating effortless grace. The very picture of an 80-point beauty seated still. Yet how did she compare to Zhao Min? She fell short, by a clear margin. No one could fathom Xiang Sheng's reasoning. Why leave a woman of Zhao Min's caliber untouched, while clinging obsessively to this second-tier enchantress? Was it the age-old adage, wildflowers always scent sweeter than garden blooms? Or was it simply about keeping the red flag firmly planted at home, while letting colorful banners flutter freely abroad? Of course, he remained blissfully unaware that his own red flag had long since been uprooted, and that a vivid, blindingly green hat now sat snugly upon his head. The task you entrusted has been executed completely. A burly man with a closely shaved head and a slightly balding crown approached, standing respectfully beside the sofa, voice hushed and deferential. He was known as the Bai, undisputed leader of the new society's Causeway Bay branch. A second-generation loyalist to the Xiong family, his father had served Xiong Sr. with unwavering devotion, and he himself had grown up within the Xiong compound. His loyalty was unquestionable. Even in the underworld, his name inspired legends. Chun Haonan himself was said to be modeled after him. A faint smile flickered at Xiang Sheng's lips, but failed to reach his eyes. Before him surfaced the image of Li Ruodong's pale, unyielding face. Yes, the entire commotion on set had been orchestrated by the new society. He had given the order, Bai had personally overseen every step. Nothing overlooked, nothing omitted. A trap had been laid for Li Ruodong's elder brother. The moment he was arrested, enforcers were dispatched to the film set. A blend of coercion and persuasion, half-luring, half-forcing. He intended to see just how long Li Ruodong could hold out. On the night of the premiere, Xiang Sheng had locked eyes with Li Ruodong the instant she appeared on screen. She vanished, but her silhouette remained etched indelibly in his mind, impossible to dislodge. Such a breathtaking, vibrant beauty had set his pulse racing, thrown his breath off rhythm, left him utterly unmoored. Though his elder brother Xiang Chong had warned him outright, Xiang Sheng dismissed the caution as idle wind. Ji Feng's woman. To him, whoever he desired was his. No claim could supersede that. Boss Xiang Li Ruodong belongs to Ji Feng. We're treading perilously close to the edge with this move, aren't we? Perilous. Xiang Sheng lifted a languid eyelid. Where precisely lies the danger? Ji Feng ranks among Hong Kong's most formidable tycoons, the true mastermind behind Chung Xian Group. And if we provoke him beyond endurance by seizing his woman, Ji Feng, a derisive snort escaped Xiang Sheng's throat, his voice like shards of ice scraping across iron. When his father was alive, he bowed and scraped before me. Who does he think he is? A hollow shell propped up by ancestral privilege, lucky enough to stumble upon a few windfalls, then absorb a pack of dockside thugs from the Kowloon walled city and suddenly fancy himself a player. My Xiang family was already entrenched in the Triads while his grandfather still hauled burlap sacks at the docks. A callow pup. Dare he bare his fangs when I've claimed his woman? Would he truly dare turn against me over a woman? Dabai's palms grew slick with cold sweat. Xiao Yifu, the Li family Li Jiaqing, who among them lacked deeper roots than the Xiangs. Yet in the end, all bent knee and submitted to Ji Feng's authority. From the moment Xiang Sheng first ordered him to act, Dabai's spine had prickled with dread. Loyalty held him silent, but fear now mounted, gnawing at his resolve. This wasn't kicking a hornet's nest, it was poking a live volcano. Should he quietly alert the senior patriarch? This matter must not reach my brother's ears. Xiang Sheng pierced through Dabai's thoughts with a single glance, voice sharp as a cleaver. He's grown old, too comfortable, too soft. That old ferocity has long since withered away. Terrified by a boy who hasn't even grown his full set of teeth, he grows weaker with every passing year. He spoke of his own elder brother without mercy or restraint. Dabai lowered his gaze, silent, unmoving. A sudden crisis struck the production. Both director and lead actor hospitalized. The leading lady suffered acute shock. Filming halted immediately. Ji Feng personally escorted Li Ruodong back to company headquarters. He'd originally planned to take her home, but the young woman trembled violently, too terrified even to enter her own apartment alone. Only when seated beside him did her breathing settle into something steady and calm. Ji Feng therefore brought her to his office. After all, an inner resting room stood ready. Letting her rest there posed no issue. Less than half an hour after entering, Huang Feng pushed open the door. I've confirmed everything. The attackers belong to the new society. Their leader is Dabai of Causeway Bay. They stormed the set with scowling faces and intimidating postures. Yet beneath the bluster they were paper tigers preying exclusively on the weak. Easy targets drew their bravado, but place a gun barrel against their foreheads. Even before interrogation began, their knees buckled instantly. Yang Chun hadn't even raised a hand. Not a single formal interrogation was needed. They scrambled to confess, spilling every detail like beans tumbling from an overturned bamboo tube. Li Ruofeng's high-interest loan was a complete setup, engineered from start to finish by them. Mr. Li launched his own venture, an electrical appliance factory, but ran short on capital and sought a bank loan. Instead, a so-called friend lured him into signing documents. Unaware, he'd just borrowed $100,000. That friend was already indebted to them. Upon completion of the scheme, his debt was erased in full. From beginning to end, Dabai acted on explicit orders to seize Li Ruofeng and force Miss Li's submission. Huang Feng recounted the entire chain of events with meticulous clarity. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng exhaled, relieved. His deepest fear had never been his brother-in-law's peril, but rather that the man might prove irredeemably inept, becoming an inescapable burden, dragging Li Ruodong down for years to come. Ultimately, Li Ruodong herself had been ensnared, dragged helplessly into a meticulously crafted web of deception. Dabai is merely a messenger. The boss who demanded Miss Li's presence is. Before Huang Feng could utter the name, Ji Feng had already swallowed the answer whole. The Xiang family, Xiang Chong, or Xiang Sheng. Only one family in all of Hong Kong possessed the authority to command Dabai, the undisputed lord of the new society's Causeway Bay branch, to carry out such sordid machinations. No other name need be spoken. Then there are only two possibilities. Xiang Sheng. As the name emerged, Ji Feng's throat tightened and his heart felt as if it had been pricked by something. Did Xiang Sheng know about the incident with Zhao Min that day? Is that why he targeted Li Ruodong, using her as a weapon against himself? As this thought arose, a chill ran down Ji Feng's spine. Zhao Min. She might be in danger. Seeing his brows furrowed, Huang Feng immediately chimed in. Ah, Feng, it's really not revenge. That old fool, his own stove is about to burn through, yet he remains oblivious. Ji Feng looked up, his voice sinking. Oh, is that him willingly throwing himself onto the knife? Huang Feng nodded, cursing inwardly. What a damn strange situation. Among the big shots, how could they be so precisely in sync? One struck early and succeeded while the other missed by a fraction. How ruthless and dirty this game is. Ji Feng leaned back on the sofa, his gaze as cold as if it had been tempered by ice. Xiang Sheng dared to openly target him, attacking Li Ruodong right under his nose and his own crew. What is this? It is a declaration of war. It is a slap in the face. This is utterly audacious. Ji Feng must make Xiang Sheng witness who is the true ruler of this territory. Since they kicked down the door, we must return the favor. Xinqing, let the battle begin. From now on, I will not allow a single new record flag to be seen in the territory of Copper Gongwan. As soon as the order was given, a call rang from Xincheng's Lo. The men immediately counted off, readying themselves. Hundreds of figures in black suits, silent as shadows, would surge forth from various places in Xinjiang as night deepened, heading straight for the territory of New Record in Copper Gongwan. At midnight, Copper Gongwan's Bar Street, the most lucrative part of New Record's territory. Despite the clock striking midnight, the activities here were just warming up. Smoke swirling, laughter hoarse, the streets filled with gangsters, ladies of the night, rich kids puffing on cigars, and little girls with eyeliner, groups of 3 to 5 puffing out clouds and exchanging flirtations. Oh! A piercing scream suddenly erupted. Everyone turned in unison. In the next second, they froze in place. Hundreds of figures in black suits surged out from all corners of the street, wielding machetes, iron rods, and steel pipes, their footsteps shaking the ground, finally converging into a black tide in the center of the street. That murderous aura could choke a person from dozens of meters away. People on the street scrambled to flee, even forgetting to extinguish their cigarette butts. Who would dare to stay? Even a fool could understand this situation. Blood was definitely going to be shed tonight. A few of New Record's younger brothers, stealing their nerve, stepped forward. This is New Record's territory. A guy with dyed blonde hair jumped out and shouted, "This is Xinjiang's, don't mess around." Everyone in the Hong Kong underworld knows that only Xinjiang wears full black suits. But this kid was clearly new, his bones not yet hardened, thinking that just announcing a name would be enough to intimidate the scene. The seasoned veterans had long since vanished without a trace. With hundreds of people pressing in, what misunderstandings could there be? If you lagged behind for a moment, your life would be forfeit. Leading the charge from Xinjiang was a burly man, his body piled with muscle, his eyes fierce enough to bite. He was one of the top dogs in Xinjiang, known as Fat Dragon, the most ruthless and unreasonable among them. "We're here to take down New Record. Smash it. Smash it to pieces." Fat Dragon swung his arm. The black tide erupted instantly. The Bar Street was thrown into chaos. Not just here. The entire Copper Gongwan was in ruins. Wherever there was a New Record sign, flames, shouts, and the sound of shattering glass came crashing down. The surprise attack from Xinjiang left New Record's Copper Gongwan branch without even a chance to react, and the place was swept clean. The ones getting beaten were all from New Record. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the big house was smashed with a thunderous sound. By this time, his entire family was fast asleep, living in the underworld, protecting one's home. The big boss, despite the heavy rain, rushed back as soon as it got dark to accompany his wife, soothe his children, and guard a lamp to lead a normal life. Going to bed early meant waking up early, his routine more precise than a clock. The younger brothers below all understood knocking on his door at night was no different from throwing oneself onto a knife. At best you'd get scolded, at worst you'd lose a limb. But Xinjiang suddenly struck. All the venues in Copper Gongwan were overturned overnight, and all the flagpoles were uprooted. The fire was at their eyebrows, and the younger brothers could no longer afford to follow the rules. Knocking on the door brought no response. Knocking again, still no sound. The last few knocks, fists pounded on the door with a thud, making the wooden frame shake. Finally, the door opened. A face blocked the entrance, eyes bulging as if about to burst, bloodshot with veins throbbing on the forehead. "Are you tired of living? It's the middle of the night. Are you looking for death? How many times have I told you? Don't disturb me at night." Inside, the wife had already sat up in shock, trembling at the shout. "Big brother, something's wrong. It's a big deal. We can't hold it down. Fat Dragon has brought people from Xinjiang, and they stormed into Copper Gongwan to clear the place." Hundreds of people in black came piling in, and we brothers didn't even have time to pull up our pants before we were pinned to the ground and beaten. There was no time to grab weapons, and there were injuries and deaths everywhere. It all collapsed. The flags were all taken down. "You need to make a decision quickly." He had escaped with his life. Usually there were only 7 or 8 watching the place. How could they withstand such a situation? "What?" A lump lodged in the big boss' throat, his face instantly turning pale. His heart sank sharply. Xiangsheng's incident must have leaked. He grabbed his coat, shouting, "Immediately notify all branches, those with knives grab knives, those with rods grab rods, and everyone head to the Bar Street. We must reclaim our territory. The flag cannot fall. He is the backbone of Copper Gongwan. If the flag falls, he falls. There is no room for negotiation. The flag must be reinserted. I'm calling right now." The younger brother turned and pulled out his phone. The big boss hurried upstairs to change his clothes. His wife, draping a coat over her shoulders, chased after him, her voice low but betraying her panic. "What's going on? Are you leaving so late? Is it? Something happened?" "Just a minor situation, mister. Xiang called me to the dock temporarily." The big boss fastened his collar, softening his tone, smiling lightly. "Don't worry, I will definitely be back by morning, and I'll drop off our son at school on the way." This was not a lie. The big boss was indeed a sincere husband and a responsible father. If he could truly choose, he would rather run a small shop selling cigarettes, alcohol, and candy, listening to his wife's nagging, watching his son play soccer, leading the most ordinary life. But the underworld is not a market. It doesn't come and go as one pleases. The Xiang family would not let him go, and his enemies would not nod in agreement. Once you step in, the words underworld are etched into your bones. Taking a step forward might allow him to catch his breath. Taking a step back would mean not only losing his own life,
but also failing to protect those under his eaves. This trait has always allowed only entry, not retreat. His wife did not ask further, silently smoothing out the wrinkles in his sleeves, seeing him off downstairs, standing under the streetlight, watching him get into the car until the taillights disappeared around the corner.